3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, I'm second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. Know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. Snow, let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup, and I am joined by Joe Deceives of 100 Thieves.
What's good, Miles?
Everything's good, Joe. Thanks very much. How you doing?
Pretty good, you know. Feeling excited.
Chilling. You've been here, what? You got late last night?
Yeah, I got here super late last night, yeah.
Yeah, you enjoying yourself so far?
Yeah.
Having fun?
Place is insane.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? It's
Yeah.
cool. Really cool.
Player lodge is insane. The hotel's insane.
Insane.
Crazy.
You know what else was insane, Joe? You guys at Champs. Well done, man. What a great run that was. You beat Ultra. That was a big surprise. Obviously, the crowd was crazy. You in particular, I thought you had a really good tournament. You were so exciting to watch. You were chatting a lot of this. How did all that feel? How was that event for you?
I mean, it felt great. You know, obviously, like, some of the losses hurt a lot, but, I mean, just, you know, playing those matches, having those close matches, you know, winning with that first round versus Toronto, taking my headset off, hearing the crowd go insane, best feeling in the world.
Yeah. You want to play Toronto again this event?
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Yeah.
Right Always fun.
Always fun.
Always fun.
Right on. We've seen your team progress quite a lot throughout the year. A lot has changed. Has much changed since Champs? Because obviously this is the first time in a very long time that there's been an event after a CDO championship. How's it going?
I mean, I feel like a lot has definitely changed in, like, a positive way. I feel like our teamwork's gotten even better, which is insane to say, I feel like. I feel like we've just gotten more confident in each other, especially after, you know, how we played at Champs, so, yeah.
That's really cool, man. It's exciting to see what's going to happen this weekend. Joe, you were a Challengers player for a single event last year. What does this event mean to you as a rookie or as a young player, as a chance to show your skill? Do you think this is a big deal with the Esports World Cup?
100% it's a big deal, you know? I mean, the prize pool's big. You know, there's a lot of teams here, international competition. I mean, it's just it's a really big event, you know? It's just another big event. I'm excited. I'm always happy to play at these.
What do you think this means to younger players like you were to get a shot against CDL pros and to play on the biggest stage COD's ever seen?
I mean, you know, for my first event last year, I got to play at the Pro-Am, and playing against those, you know, I played FaZe, London, Seattle, you know, playing against those teams that I watched a lot, you know, growing up when I was thinking, you know, I could go pro, and playing against them was a great feeling. So I know how it feels for those challenger teams, those young players. I know how it feels to play against them for the first time.
Cool, man. Well, it sounds like you're very confident going into this one, and good vibes all round going into the tournament. Let's put on like a hypothetical question now.
Yeah.
Black Ops 6, 2 months away. What do you want to see in the game as a submachine gun player? What are you excited about?
I mean, it's always the map. I feel like, you know, a lot of these games that we play have great mechanics, but the maps just aren't always, you know, the best. But yeah, I feel like the maps are just make or break.
Oh, interesting. What about the ARs? Anything there?
Nerf hedge multiplier, please.
I think you're safe. Don't worry, man. I think you're safe. Speaking of that, there's been a lot of maps where in this game, in MW3, 3 ARs, you know, 3 SMGs, a lot of changes there. Is that something you like as a player? Is that something you think adds a layer of skill to the game?
I think so, yeah. I think having flexible players like that just make the game more fun, because like you said, you see 3 subs, which I know viewers love seeing, you know, Rio, stuff like that. I know 3 ARs is a bit boring, but even just like as a skill thing, I feel like having that, like a player like that that's super flexible, I think it's always great to see.
Always great to see, man. Well, dude, last question for you. Who do you want to play in the tournament? Who do you want to absolutely body this week?
FaZe.
Didn't hesitate for a second. Joe, thank you very much, man. Good luck in the tournament.
Ready, set, go.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? I'm here at the round table with none other than Lore Gaming, one of the challengers roster who have made their way all the way to the Esports World Cup. Let's just start it off right off the rip, man. Challengers champs, you guys are victorious. How'd you guys feel about that one?
Good. You want me to go? Yeah, it feels good, honestly. It was, it's always great, you know, working towards something big and then finally reaching that point and actually doing what you set out to do. So yeah, great.
So now coming into Esports World Cup, you're not playing against only challengers teams. You're playing against pro teams as well. What's the preparation been like going into this event for you guys?
I think me personally, being in the professional league before, I kind of just tap into my old mentality from the pros compared to like the amateur mentality we had. So I feel like it's an easy transition for like me and our cities, my other teammate. So, I mean, we've all been in the league before, but I feel like we know what it takes to win in the pro league. I don't know. It's like the same preparation, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say practice probably about the same. I mean, we've always like done a good job practicing and like having a good mentality. So nothing's changed.
Have you guys been scrimming against pro teams as well as challenger teams, or just challenger teams?
Yeah, as of once we.
Okay, how's that been looking? You guys been
Yeah,
putting in some good work?
it's been good. I mean, it's a little adjustment for sure because amateurs, you kind of get away with some stuff.
Yeah, you get away with a lot.
So in the beginning, it was kind of we had to find our boundaries again, our limits, and I feel like over this time we've done that. So.
Okay. So obviously you guys are in challenges, but you guys want to make your way back up to the pro scene. What do you guys have to do at this event to give yourself opportunities at next season?
Just got to make it out of our pool and put on a show like we did at Champs. I mean, we went there and we did what we had to do there. So
all the way into Game 7 too, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
dicey.
Me personally, I feel like we should have been at Game 7, but
I can see that too.
yeah.
Yeah, I feel like my mindset when it comes to that is just win and then it'll all work out or work itself out. So that's the goal for here, and I'm gonna see it through.
I mean, I think if we just play the same way we've been playing, like everything will work out. I think we'll make it out of the pool, and I think as long as we beat some of these pro teams, we'll make it back.
Okay. All right. So you were a guy that I was really high on because I casted challenges all throughout the season. And I was always thinking.
I've listened to the.
I was always thinking that Yuli should have got his opportunities, but the first time that you were in the pro league, you were put into a situation that really wasn't the best. So it wasn't the actual Yuli that everybody wanted to see. How were you able to handle that and still continue to play?
I think for me personally, I had, even though like the results in terms of like wins and losses didn't go how I wanted them to go, I feel like I had like individual moments where I showed that like I could really compete with some of these people. So it's mainly about just having that inner confidence and being like, regardless of what happened in the past, like I know I deserve this and I'm just gonna keep going until I get it.
What's the drive for you guys? Because I know how challengers can be. You can get new rosters, new teammates every single week. It's always just up in the air throughout challenges. What continues for you guys to have that drive to compete at such a high level?
I feel like, I don't know, just having the taste of the pro league and then being dropped down here kind of puts a chip on your shoulder, especially when you kind of, I mean, I'm not gonna say, I mean, you feel like you should be still in the league. You always like walk around with a chip on your shoulder. So I feel like that's what keeps me going. Yeah. Knowing that I feel like I deserve to be on a spot, and just the way some of the stuff goes nowadays is kind of hard, but that's what keeps me going, honestly.
I think personally for me, it's just about like knowing what you're capable of, and I think just that confidence is what like drives me personally.
Confidence is key, fellas. You guys are gonna be playing against, you know, some big dogs at this weekend. So
we're big dogs too, though. They gotta know that.
All right. You guys obviously are the challenger champs, so gotta be prepared for anything. So going into this event, what's the game mode that you guys put a lot of focus on to try to prepare you versus all these pro teams?
You got this one.
I feel like we really worked on our hard point mainly.
Okay.
Our S&D, like we've always just worked really well together, so it hasn't really been one of our worries. I feel like mainly too, like the patch is different too. Yeah. For S&D, or like the J's are different. There's no smokes this event. Like we haven't really been worried about S&D. Mainly just getting that respawn up to like where we want it.
Okay. And respawn is going to be a big part. Obviously, we know we got 3 of them in every series. Yeah. Search and Destroy wins you championships though, so make sure you guys stay strong in that category.
I'm not worried about that one.
If you guys had to put a placing on where you guys would end here at the Esports World Cup at the end of the weekend, what would you guys be happy?
Number one. First, I mean, if you're not first, you're last in my eyes. So
Okay.
I come to every event trying to win.
Okay. You got a two-time world champion too.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm coming here to win. Like,
Okay.
simple as that. Happy with, I don't know, but I just know if we're at our best, we can beat the best teams, and that's all that matters.
The preparation and everything versus pro teams is gonna prepare you guys for these things. So as long as you guys have that confidence, because you got to keep in mind, like this is basically your guys' champs.
No,
Like,
this is
you
everything
don't-
for us.
I held off on my answer. I wanted to make sure that we were on the same page here. The first, nothing less.
Okay, see?
Yeah.
That's confidence between you guys. That's all that really matters. Okay, so now we're approaching the end of this game's title. But next season, got Black Ops 6 coming around and it's Treyarch.
Yeah.
How you guys feeling about that one?
Me personally, I'm excited because I was underage in Black Ops 4, but I still feel like that was one of my best titles, like in Search and Destroy. And, you know, Cold War is Black Ops as well, right? That was probably one of my best games. So I'm looking forward to going back to Treyarch for sure.
Okay.
Excited.
I'm a big fan of movement, and the movement in that game looks crazy, so I'm
You
excited.
can do everything that you want in that game.
Yeah, so I'm super excited to play it.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like Treyarch has never gone wrong. Like on the competitive side, like I feel like they've always done a good job. So I'm excited.
They always put it together very, very well.
Yeah.
If there was one team that you guys are gunning for at this event, which roster is it?
I want to play.
Let me give my answer.
go.
We're gunning for FaZe first of all.
Oof.
I think they're the like. I mean, obviously LAT had a great placement at Champs.
Top four, yeah.
But I think FaZe is still considered to be like one of the best teams in the game. So we're looking at them, and obviously I gotta say Thieves too because they're both in our group. So.
Okay. You guys got different
I
answers?
mean,
or no?
it's just one match at a time. Like,
Okay, that's a
I'm
good
just focused
mindset.
on the next match.
I want to play Boston
Boston.
Boston.
Why? Why do you want to play Boston?
because I just.
You just beat them.
Yeah, I want to do it again.
Okay. They got Snoopy now though, so I don't know.
All good. I feel like
Talk whatever talk you gotta
I
talk,
just feel like
man.
the old roster might have been a little better, but
Okay. All right.
we'll see though.
You guys usually play right across from each other. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A bunch of smack talk going on.
Yeah.
How are you guys gonna handle it different versus these pro teams? Are you still gonna have that same energy? Still talk
Might
that
have to make
smack,
use of the
stand
game
up at your
chat.
chair?
You know,
Hit that
not too
little
big,
VP.
not too big reactions. Just just sneak it in there.
Okay.
Cover the mouth maybe.
Okay.
I think we're gonna keep the same energy going because our team is like energy based. So once we get going and rolling, it's kind of hard to stop us. Like when we're all, in it. So
I mean, I'm bringing the same energy. I feel like you have to have that energy, just in general. Like I feel like being the more energetic team is an advantage. So
Okay. Yeah, energy is
it's everything.
big factor. Even when I played, I was always yelling at
Yeah,
people, so
exactly.
it's always
it
fun.
gets you going.
Yeah.
Bro. It gets your
It
team
gets the
going.
blood
especially
flowing.
when
It's
you're
everything.
hearing your
Yeah.
like teammates, like that's the best feeling.
All right, last question. It's kind of a funny one. Dude, you brought the pillow?
Me? I mean, I got it, and
got
I got
it?
a backup just in
Oh,
case.
and a backup.
Just gotta
You
be-
prepared. All right, so you're gonna be super cozy up there in the main stage.
course.
All right, fantastic. That has been the roundtable with Lore Gaming. Make sure you guys tune in to see where this Challengers Champ Squad ends up placing at the end of the week.
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup with Dylan Rex of Stallions. Dylan, good to meet you, man. You've been around challenges for a while, but I think it's the first time we've met.
Yeah, it actually is our first time, or first time talking to you. So
Yeah,
I'm
man.
excited, yeah.
Dude, right on. This should be cool. Welcome to Saudi Arabia. This is quite an experience. Riyadh's been hot so far. Have you had any sort of time to explore, or have you just been in the
No,
hotel?
not yet. I just got here late last night, but so far everything has looked amazing. So, I can't wait to compete.
It's pretty crazy. Well, I'm glad you brought up competing. This will be the first time that you and your team will have a chance to go up against not only CDL pros, you've got other Challengers players, and of course Falcons. How are you feeling about the kind of competition and going into the World Cup?
I have a lot of confidence in my team. I think that we have a lot to prove, and that chip on our shoulder, I think will make us play better and have that extra fuel, to play against these pro teams. I think we have a lot to prove, and I think we just as a team we are better on land. So, and it's been proven in challenges as well.
Dude, Ryan, you guys have been running challenges. You've been great results. Dipped out a little early at champs. I mean, what kind of result would satisfy you here?
As long as we make some noise and prove to everyone in the pro league that we are capable players and we deserve to be in the league. I think that's what we're shooting for, and I think we expect nothing less other than that.
That's pretty cool. That's cool, man. Well, I think it's going to be a great tournament whatever happens, but very, very excited to see how you guys are going to perform. This is where the questions get a little spicy. Who do you think are better, top Challengers teams or lower end CDL teams?
I think it depends on the lower end of Challengers team, or the lower end of the pro league teams and the top end of the Challenger teams. I think our team and Lore, I think we are really good, and I think we could, those two teams, us and Lore, we could beat some of the lower end Challenger or lower end pro teams for sure. I think we have confidence, and we have the ability to go up against those players, and I think if the league was bigger, we would be in the pro league. All 8 of us, yeah.
Love that confidence, man. That's very, very exciting. This is it's a bit more of a theoretical question, but given your career and everything that you've experienced so far as a player, would you rather still be a top Challengers player, or would you rather be in one of those bottom CDL teams, but still be in the league?
That's a good question, because for me, I want to be the best at anything I do. So I don't want to be on a lower end pro team and be just a waste of a name. I want to be up there with the best of them, and I think I have the ability to do so. I just need to showcase it to everyone.
Then how important is this 16-team pool play experience for you as a player or as a Challengers player?
I think it's a big opportunity because for me, since I've never been in the league, and there's a lot of players that never really got their chance, either because they don't have the personal connections, or there's a lot of luck that goes into getting your shot into the league, and if you do, it's usually not the best shot. So having that more teams gives that opportunity for more players to showcase their talents, and I think some of those talents can get wasted because there's such a short pool of players that they can actually go into the league for. So it's just, I don't know, it's really tough, and it's a draining experience because everyone's fighting for that one spot.
I think you're in the right place to do that here at the Esports World Cup. Dylan, thank you so much for your time, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Imagine pulling up to work knowing that you've got a shot at going home with a life-changing amount of money. Thank you very much. Well, that is the reality for our 16 Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 teams. They're about to step inside the Amazon Arena here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the Esports World Cup. We have got some of the best players and teams in the world ready to do what they do best, plus some underdogs looking to make a statement too. This is where history will go down. Now, history is one thing. Sorry, let me take these off. Okay, I can see now. Let me talk about that money that I alluded to, that prize pool, the huge $1.8 million that's up for grabs. We've got 11 Pro League teams, 4 Challenger League teams, and a certain hometown favorite all gunning for the Lions' share of it. What I'm telling you is, this is history in the making. At the very first ever Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 live at the Esports World Cup.
What's up, one and all, and welcome into the Esports World Cup. This time around, we're playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, and as you can see, I brought in the desk. Let's start, though. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, and over the next 4 days, we'll start with 16 teams, and by the end of Sunday, one squad will walk away with $600,000 and place their key in the Call of Duty trophy. To introduce our analysts, though, we've got the 3-time world champion turned professional speaker alongside Alley Cat and Nameless, my regulars. I want to start with you, though, Clay. What do you think of Riyadh so far?
Riyadh's been amazing so far. Me and Anthony got in pretty late when we first arrived, but we've been enjoying it. The food's been amazing. The hospitality, great.
Alley Cat, $1.8 million on the line this weekend. How much pressure's on these players?
So much pressure, but also this is like a second chance for a lot of these teams, Chris.
Ant, what are you looking forward to this week?
I'm looking forward to this tournament, the biggest international tournament that we have ever had. It's going to be incredible. And when you think about it, these guys coming off of COD champs, they want nothing better than to get revenge after maybe falling short.
Well, today they're playing on a massive stage, my favorite stage here at EWC. Let's show you the Amazon Arena. Clay, we got a tour yesterday. They showed us around. This thing is magnificent.
How massive the stage is, it's blowing my mind. Call of Duty has never been on a stage like this, and I've played in like 100 events, and this is by far the coolest, biggest stage we've ever played on.
When I've been walking around as well, it's not just the inside, it's the outside as well. It's literally like a giant amusement park. It's unreal.
And we've seen a lot of $1 million tournaments here in Riyadh at EWC. We're up in the ante. $1.8 million on the line. A massive prize pool for 1 week of gaming. Let's take a look at the numbers here. $600K to first place, but anyone who showed up, anyone who got the invite is walking away with a guaranteed $20K.
Yeah, I mean, some guaranteed cash, that's fun, right? But you want to win. You see that first place, $600,000. That's more than the champs that I was competing in back in the day. So truly spectacular.
Not just the cash, though, will be awarded. We also have a lot of pride and some serious hardware. Let's take a look at this. Clay, the Champions Club trophy is one of the nastiest pieces of hardware we have seen in esports.
Look how cool that looks.
I mean,
I can't believe that this is what they're playing for. I want the trophy more than the money, if I'm being honest.
It's not just the club championship trophy, though. We've got trophies galore. And to find out more, we got a sick video for you. Check it out.
Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the Totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Listen, the broken key is already enough, but in Call of Duty, there is a lot of rivalries. Picking the opponent's key to put in your own trophy to take home, that's diabolical.
Clay, I gotta ask you, if you won this trophy, which 3 are you putting in there first?
I honestly don't know. It depends on who you play, but it's like in Call of Duty, there's so many rivalries and so many people really dislike each other that not only are they going to beat them and win the tournament, they're going to be like, I'm putting your key into the trophy forever.
Without question, I would put Clay's key in there, 100%.
I like that call.
That thing, and I'd keep that.
Hold this. I'll hold it permanently. For now, let's walk you through the format because with 16 teams, we also have a very cool format here at EWC. Our 16 squads broken into 4 groups of 4. The top 8, though, are moving into our playoffs where the opening rounds will be best of 5s and that grand final will be 1 best of 7 to decide it all, Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, this is going back to the roots of Call of Duty. You're truly going to see who is the best team. And you can see right here, we got the best teams from the CDL, but also the best challengers teams as well. We saw some shifts in some of our lower tier CDL teams, so it's an interesting event, and truly we'll see who the best Call of Duty.
You can see 11 of our CDL squads, some of them rebranded Subliners, now Cloud9. Keep your eyes on that squad. LA Thieves playing as 100 Thieves. Optic Gaming is in the building, and of course, Heretics has been in the club championship running since week 2 here at EWC. But I want to start with our world champions. Where did Optic place at CDL's World Finals? First, they have the #1 seed entering this tournament, and at Group A, you have to think these are the players to beat. Omit Brooklyn is their first opponent. Then we'll see the winner of Vegas Legion or Carolina Royal Ravens facing off potentially against Optic in the second round.
This might be the group of death. When we talk about group play, there's always one group that just has a lot of talent in it. And even the challenger teams, Omit, like they're one of the best challenger teams. We got Kenny on your screen right here, the leader of Optic. He's just been absolutely putting together a great game plan all the time.
And when you talk about the story of Optic Texas, this is a team that has been wanting a chip for so long, and they were able to get one, then they went to last, and then they went to first once again, so their story has been unreal.
Last time they won a trophy, they went on to lose 7 straight matches. Not cursing anything, just pointing out facts. Let's take a look, though, at the team they beat in that grand finals in Texas. It was Subliners, now rebranded Cloud9. They're going to face off against Banson, the Gentlemates, and then, of course, at the same time in the opening round, Vancouver Surge and G2 Esports, formerly Minnesota.
Yeah, you know, this isn't an easy group as well. I mean, you look at it, you look at that bottom match, you got the new and improved G2, but when you talk about the Subliners or Cloud9 now, they have been unbelievable throughout this season, and in particular, Hydra. He had a case to be the best player throughout this entire season, the last 2 events, absolutely lighting it up. Can they close it out here, though? You know you want revenge after a tournament like that. They were so close, didn't get that championship. You know they're coming to win the second champ.
Exactly. This is their second opportunity to get their revenge and get that world championship.
$1.8 million on the line. You know Subliners are bringing their all, but if you ask the players backstage who's putting in the most effort, it's Toronto Ultra. Ever since champs not getting the glory they were looking for, this team has been grinding. Scrap and Crew facing off against the former FaZe Black squad, now rebranded as Stallions. We also have Heretics facing off against a rebuilt Boston Breach. Who are the tough squads in this group, Clay?
I mean, I gotta say Toronto Ultra. I may be Heretics in the second in this group, but honestly, I love seeing Stallions in there. Ultra has been talked about as practicing a lot. They've been really trying to get revenge for their champs, and so I'm looking out for them to make a deep run.
Yeah, for Toronto Ultra, like their whole year, they have been kind of the favorite team. They were one of the strongest when it came to the top 4, and it didn't come into anything until Sunday for championships, like you said.
And in over in Group D, our fourth and final group of 4. You win 2, you are through to the playoffs. You lose 2, you're out for teams like Team Falcons, Lore Gaming, and potentially 100 Thieves. But all eyes are on Atlanta FaZe and 100 Thieves here. And I want to talk about the underdogs in the group. LA Thieves now 100 Thieves for this tournament. They got new jerseys. They got the Nate Shot kicks on their shoes. And talk with Kremp and crew, these guys are feeling confident in Riyadh.
They're wearing the gold, and so that must mean they're going for first place, right? These guys showed up at Champs. They showed they were prepared with the new wallbang spots, with new strategies, and I really do think that they have a chance to go incredibly far in this tournament.
Yeah, no, even when you think about their Champs performance, like 1 round away, 1 clutch away, and they say they learn from each and every match, and I actually spoke with them this morning. They said they're just having fun playing, and that's a really good sign for young guys like that. When they do get hot, they can take over and beat top teams, so I'm excited to watch 100 Thieves.
Now, normally on day ones, we just figure out who's advancing to the playoffs, right? Here for Call of Duty, we are sending our first 2 teams home by the end of the night. Let's take a look at your groups. Who's got the group of death? You said it's Group A. Who's got the second toughest run here? Is it that Group B, or are you looking at Group C potentially?
It's looking at Group B. I mean, you look at the rest of these, there's kind of a team where you expect them to lose. I think Group A and Group B, with the 3 pro teams that have been performing super well, made some roster changes. I really do think Group A and Group B.
A lot of people are saying over in Group D, it's going to come down to Lore or Falcons. We've never seen this Falcon squad, but Lore Gaming has been making some huge waves in the Champions Series, or the Challenger Series, I should say. Walk me through these players. Some of them have been in the CDL, others now trying to get their spot for 2025.
Yeah, well, obviously you got RCD's the captain of the squad. He's a world champion. He's been there before. He's done it. He's on a revenge arc. And you think about the rest of these guys, Paul X, he's dabbled in and out of the league, and he's found a lot of success down there in Challengers, now winning champs. Some of these players should probably be in the Pro League at this point, and now they feel like they're in the right type of tournament to make a wave.
Another squad that we know is going to have fan support if you've been watching the Esports World Cup is the world-famous Falcons. Clay, we caught up with a few of the best from MENA. What should we expect from a squad that no one's practiced against here?
Honestly, I hope they do well, but I really don't believe that they're even going to win a map.
Listen, I got to watch some of Challengers during the CDL season, and Falcons are good, specifically when it comes to that search and destroy. And when we see Challenger teams have to go up against the pro squads, it's usually that game mode they're able to steal 1 or 2 maps away. So I still want to keep my expectations high for the Falcons squad.
Same.
Well, we know right now the Falcons across the 8 weeks have been in the #1 spot. Let's take a look at our club championship update.
Hello everybody, Quick Shot here, the host of EWC Central. Today we kick off the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 tournament right here at the Esports World Cup. And with the club championship going into the final 2 weeks, let's check where the standings are in the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC. Now, week 7 is a massive week for Cloud9. They were the runner-up at the recent Call of Duty World Championship. The club has only secured 1 top 8 finish so far, but with teams competing in all 3 games this week, especially their Call of Duty team, now are destined to secure club championship eligibility. Now, of course, turn our attention to Atlanta FaZe. They are one of the most dominating teams in recent Call of Duty history. That's already eligible, the club is, or rather, for the club championship, but they have only secured 120 points in our championship so far. They're going to be looking to climb the standings and climb the rankings with a strong showing this week. And in order for that to make sense, let me show you the overall standings. Only Team Falcons is in the top 10 of the teams competing here in Call of Duty, but they are coming in as a massive underdog in the COD Modern Warfare tournament. They're not expecting to earn points, but I don't think they'll be too unhappy because of how far ahead they are in terms of the overall club championship standings. Now, could this week be the deciding one that locks in Team Falcons at first, or will somebody else be joining my graphic for top 10? For more updates on that EWC Club Championship, as well as every other game happening here live from Riyadh, then why don't you tune into our show? It's the Esports World Cup Central broadcast. We take a look at every single game. I have specialists for each of them. We do interviews. We play mini games. We might even be playing a little bit of FC later on. We broadcast from 3 until 7, Thursday to Sunday, twitch.tv EWC and youtube.com/EWC. I have been Quick Shot, and this has been your first episode of the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC.
Thank you, Quickshot. Keep crushing it on the Central Channel. Here, though, on our Call of Duty stream, we have 6 matches coming your way on the primary stream, and we have a secondary stream with another 6 matches going on. But as we take a look at this, Optic is going to be starting on the stage. We've got, of course, Cloud9 facing off against Gentlemates before Toronto faces off against Zuma's squad in the Stallions. But I want to talk about that 4th matchup at 19:30. We have our Jamil Motorsport match of the day as the local Falcons will be taking on an Atlanta FaZe squad that bombed out of championships, not making it to the final 3 like we're used to.
This might be the toughest matchup that Falcons could ask for. You might think Optic, you might think Toronto or somebody, but realistically, FaZe is out for blood after their top 6 at champs. Draws is playing for his spot. Falcons being the challengers team and coming in and playing FaZe first round is not what you want.
They are going to have the fans. We know that for the Falcons. Will it FaZe? We don't think so. Draza never lets him in his head. Let's take a look, though, at our opening battle on the day. This should be a fun one because Optic is going to get a chance to grace the stage first. And I know there's a lot of people online looking to see, is Optic going to do what they did back at Major 4, or is it going to be a squad that is able to continue this momentum, Alley-Cat?
Listen, if there's any time to catch Optic off guard, it's going to be in that opening first matchup because they went to win and then they turned into the worst team in the league to then go on and become your world championships at the end of the season. So Amit Brooklyn here do have some opportunity, but it's not going to be easy.
I will say, there's a little bit of history here. I always look at like the players on either side. Prolute did dabble with Optical a bit, was their sub player, right? So he's going to be playing with that extra energy. And as Ali mentioned, Optic is one of the top 4 teams that I feel like is prone to that blunder, to just lose to a team that they shouldn't. Despite winning 2 tournaments this year, we have seen it in the past. So do not be surprised if that match is a lot closer than you may expect.
Well, it's going to be best of 5. So, Clay, with this format, it's not like normal groups where you're worried about every map. It's simply win 2 matches and you're through. Should Optic fans be worried at all?
I will say, if there's any time you want the team who just won the last tournament, it's first match of the tournament, first day,
on that stage.
No warmed up. And I honestly think after talking to Amit in the Players Lounge earlier today, they're like, we're coming for them. We think we can beat them. We think we can compete with them. They've been playing other games all offseason, so who knows how it's going to go.
Yeah, and if you look at the roster composition, right, you got Search and Destroy All-Stars. You got Prolute, you got Spart. They can easily come in and win a 2-3-5, and I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever. So I actually think it's the perfect type of match to kick off the EWC.
I love that call out. Let's start, though, with our #1 seed, Alley-Cat. What can you tell me about Optic Gaming? If you didn't watch them at all in 2024, who's on the roster? How are they playing?
Well, Optic Gaming has been searching for a chip for a while now, despite the huge green wall, right? So they have the addition of Kenny. He's a former world champion on LA Thieves that ended up breaking up because one of their main players retired. And he came and he overchanged the camp here for Optic Texas. Dashy became a new player this season, playing much more clutch-orientated, much more objective-orientated, and it took them to a whole new level.
On the other side of this matchup, we do have Omid Brooklyn, one of the challenger squads that the expectations are low. But the money is huge if you're able to finish in the top 12. And if you get to the top 8, you continue doubling up. Tell me about Glow Frosty, Spart, Prolute, and Fire.
You look at this team, 3 out of 4 of these players have been in the Pro League before. Spart, Prolute, and Fire have all been in the Pro League. Glow Frosty, he's getting his first taste of playing against pros on the main stage for millions of dollars. I'm curious to see how Glow Frosty performs.
It was long overdue. He should have gotten this opportunity a long time ago. Hopefully he sees it.
I mean, he's been in the Challengers ringer for years now. So if there's any time to make a statement, it's going to be versus Optic Texas in this first match.
Glow Frosty with a huge opportunity. Omid Brooklyn looking to play spoilers. And here are the maps and modes we'll be playing here at the Esports World Cup. For anyone who's been playing MW3, you're pretty familiar with Invasion and Karachi by now. But towards the end of the season, we added in Rio and 6-star. This looks like our matchup for the opening battle. Clayster, do you like the bans here from both teams' coaches?
You know, I think the bans went okay, but playing Optic on Rio Hardpoint first map after we saw what they did at Champs on that map, I don't know what's really going on here, but I think Omid has something in mind.
I like Ant said it earlier, Omid's definitely going for the 2-3-5 because that Rio Hardpoint to start, and even the Karachi Hardpoint map number 4, you look back at the final best of 9 versus the New York Subliners, that was an absolute 100-point slamming for Optic Texas.
Yeah, I see opportunity in 2-3-5. You know, as Ali mentioned, I look at it, the invasion control, I think that's the best control you can get up against them. So maybe Omid will surprise us. We will see.
All right, I'm ready for this match to kick off, and it is coming your way in just a moment. Let us know in the chat, who do you see winning it all? Head on over to stcplay.gg and get your predictions in. We got 19 seconds. Prediction time, Clay.
I'm going Optic Gaming, 3-0.
3-0
all day.
Optic Gaming.
3-0.
I'm going Optic Gaming, but I think it's going to be 3-2.
3-2. He sees it.
That's crazy.
Let us
started
know
practicing again a
below
week and a
how you
half
see
ago.
it playing out as we send it over to
Don't
the
be
Amazon
surprised.
stage
Nice,
to
crazy.
get it started.
Don't be surprised.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. Whether you are at home or right here in the Amazon Arena, welcome to Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 at the Esports World Cup. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host alongside the awesome Kay Ali.
Yes, Barney, we have the best player from all over the world ready to go head-to-head for the massive $1.8 million and a chance to engrave their name in the first page of the Esports World Cup history books.
16 teams will enter this arena, but only 2 will make it out of the groups and into the playoffs unscathed. There's going to be drama, tension, smack talk, and of course, moments that will forever be etched in our minds.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking for non-stop action, you've came to the right place, as it is time to invite our competitors to the Amazon Arena, starting with Cloud9! With a fresh new jersey and a whole lot of talent.
And joining them, we've got the European Dream Team from Challengers looking to make moves. It is, of course, Gentle Mates.
Looking to hit the jackpot with the new addition to the squad, Vegas Legion.
And also in their honeymoon phase at the Esports World Cup, Carolina Royal Ravens.
A dark horse in our competition with one of the best rookies in the game, looking to dry them out, Vancouver Surge.
And a pro team who is out for blood and looking to rock your world. It's G2 Esports.
A world-class team just oozing confidence and synergy. It is Toronto Ultra.
And possibly the most slept-on Challengers team, but here to wake you up, it's Stallions.
Representing a whole nation, the Spanish sensation, Team Hertex.
And a team who are out for redemption on the main stage, Boston Breach.
The top dogs in the Pro League with the highest of expectation on their shoulders, Atlanta FaZe.
And of course, your hometown heroes from Saudi Arabia, Team Falcons.
Here to steal the spotlight, the trophy, the show, they are 100 Thieves.
And your Challengers champions, here to ruffle some feathers, Law Gaming. It doesn't get much better than this. The next 4 days of competition are going to blow the roof off this arena, and you have got a front row seat.
Pay close attention because these teams will come out swinging, and it's time to invite our first pair. The first match starts with the champs, Optic Gaming versus Omet Brooklyn.
This opening match truly is going to be something special. Like we've already mentioned, we've got the champs, Optic Gaming, going up against a team that are looking to make a statement on the main stage, Omit Brooklyn. Can't wait for this one.
One of these teams will be battling later today for survival, so it's very essential to get these early victories. And we are talking about the match. We are talking about the beginning of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 at the Esports World Cup. So let this go. This show started.
Well, what do you know, folks? It's already time to start the first match of the Esports World Cup Modern Warfare 3 side of things. What an unbelievable few weeks it's been here in Saudi Arabia, playing all sorts of good games, but come on, chats! It's time for the real stuff to get started.
This is going to be incredibly interesting as well. I mean, I'm seeing all of this for the first time as well, and this has been insane. Like, the production value that I'm paying attention to, completely bonkers. It is blowing my mind as we go, and it is going to be a very interesting match indeed. Because obviously, Optic Gaming, world champs, they're going to be coming out with, like, heinous levels of confidence because they just won champs a few weeks ago, and I know a little bit of the chatters, they've been playing different games, but not for these moments. They are going to be locked in, hunting after that prize pool and looking for that perfect year.
Well, there's one thing that you cannot take away from them. That truly is a CDO World Championship. It's going to be a very powerful gale force in those sails coming into this competition. Only 3 weeks ago, they lifted that trophy chance in Dallas, Allen, Texas, and now they find themselves up against an opponent who they would not have played or maybe even considered to be, something on the radar for the longest of time. But now, Omit Brooklyn with a chance to take a shot at the current Kings. I am really interested to see how this goes down because, again, there's been so much conversation around Challengers teams, around these Challengers players. You finally got an opportunity to truly go at it, and an unbelievable opportunity either way.
And, I really liked what Clay was talking about on the desk, but it's not really a desk, on the desk stage.
On the floor.
Yeah, on the floor. There you go.
In the LED cube.
Yes, in the cube when Clay was talking about it. Omit, you want them first thing. It's not going to be an easy task either way, but you get them first map. You try to get them as fresh as possible. But again, we talk about how confidence is king in Call of Duty. Optic, they're already going to have enough of it. They're going to be disrespectful towards their opponents, just generically because they're coming from the challenger scene, and especially so because now they have those extra rings on their fingers. So I am personally terrified for Omit Brooklyn. Great players like the whole way down. As far as challengers go, top notch. Some of the guys in the Pro League, quite literally, Spark has a chip as well. So we know that they're capable. Nameless talked about it specifically in S&D as well. It's just you're getting handed to a beast.
Well, again, we will get to test the martial efficacy of Optic. Has victory cost them their strength? Will they overlook anyone here at the Esports World Cup? That is going to be the question. All smiles, though, as is tradition here for the Optic boys. Again, they must be feeling fantastic. Again, their actual performance, though. How strong are they coming into this competition? How much practice did they manage to get? Other games aside, I think regardless, confidence will be the deciding factor.
Well, and also keep in mind, for like the whole practice thing, it's not like they're learning anything new about the game. Granted, actually, we are in a new patch. I know there's interesting things happening with the smokes. From what I understand, smokes are only going to be used on Invasion, S&D, no other maps, because the update, the bloom, is going to be massive. You don't want to have to deal with the retakes on 6-star when the smokes cover up the entire site and space around the statue. So it is going to be a little bit of variance, but for the most part, spawns, everything, headshot multiplier on the MCW going to be just about the same. So these guys going to be wheeling and dealing. If they can handle the best teams in the world, Omit Brooklyn again. I mean, hey, get the warm-up in first thing.
But again, for Omit Brooklyn, a unparalleled opportunity here in the Call of Duty world. Not only because typically at this stage of the year, the tournaments are all done, we're thinking about the new game, we're playing throwback competitions, we're doing all sorts of stuff. The feet are firmly up. No, not this time round. Esports World Cup has changed everything. Another tournament, another opportunity to win not just prize money, but to sort of etch your name into the annals of history here in the Call of Duty world. These boys want it bad. Optic, I think there's a degree of pressure here, chance that we haven't really touched upon. If you come out in map 1 and Omit Brooklyn give you the hands, that changes everything.
I don't think it does. I don't think they're feeling any pressure. Brother, they're world champs. Like, they've accomplished the main goal. These guys right now, I mean, not going to be playing with their feet up. Again, you are hunting after the massive prize pool that we have, but they just get to sort of coast and be nice and free. And again, confidence with the entire squad down the line. I mean, Kenny, now a 2-time world champ, going to be leading the green wall.
I'm glad you brought up Kenny. We actually have a pre-match interview with the man himself, Kenny Williams. Take it away.
We're kicking things off in a big way here on the main stage here. The world champs in the building. Optic, I'm joined by Kenny. It's only a matter of weeks ago that you had that humongous win. Are you still riding the high?
Oh, definitely. Definitely a little delusional confidence that we're riding right now. So we're trying to like keep that momentum up into this tournament and hopefully take it home.
Obviously, you're on home soil there. You had a lot of fan support. This is a little bit different. You haven't got the green wall. Do you think that could make a difference? Is that a different challenge?
I think that's the one thing that we've been learning is like to hype each other up and hype ourselves up. I think not having our fans here is definitely not a dagger, but we know they're supporting from home. So we can feel the hype from home and we'll feel some energy.
Absolutely. Who do you think's your biggest threat out here and why?
I would say I'll just go New York since they were the ones that we played in grand finals at champs. I think any of the top 4 teams could show up or any team in general could show up, but I think it being at the champs, it's going to be some passion that I think drives a lot of teams this tournament.
You're kicking off against Omit. Of course, you can never overlook or underestimate an opponent. You're going to be taking these guys extremely seriously, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. We obviously haven't played them, so we don't know what they're good at or what they're bad at. Players that we've competed against before, so we know they are definitely up to the talent. But I think we're trying to play our game, play how we know to play, and hopefully take it.
And you personally, you're going to put on a show this week, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You're going to show out?
It's my time. I think I'm due for a good full tournament, so I think this one's going to be the one.
All right, Kenny. Best of luck, man.
Thank you.
Immaculate interview there from Kenny. Feeling good, and again, answers a lot of questions, how seriously they're taking this. They absolutely have to come in all guns blazing. Chancey changes the vetoes. You don't know what these guys are going to be playing. You don't know how to prepare for a squad that you've never practiced against. You may have watched some VOD from the Pro League, but at the same time, you just have to come out swinging.
And maybe the biggest advantage that Omid is going to have, the fact that they can watch an entire year's worth of VOD. You know exactly where the play styles are going to be. Optic Gaming is going to be the most talked about and most paid attention to team. So, you know, it's a small advantage, but you will absolutely take what you can get. You know, fortunately in Call of Duty, it's all about the gunning as well. So you got to match just absurd talent on the other side. And it is going to be an incredibly fun opportunity to watch these guys play, though, right? I mean, Glow Frosty, one of the few players that we actually haven't seen in the Pro League, but he's been a top Challengers player now for the past 5 or 6 years. So he has certainly been around the block. And I know for me, very excited to see Pro Loot as well. I mean, the Fallen Soldier playing for Vegas Legion, but quite literally the objective mastermind. Probably one of the most underrated players I think we had this year, and an opportunity for a little bit of revenge, some extra redemption. It's always going to be a fun time.
Prologue again, he competed alongside Optic Texas not too long ago, so not a stranger to the green team. We'll see if that plays any role whatsoever in his performance against this squad. And again, I think it's always a nice thing, chance to get to give him a little jab back, to give him something back where it's like, oh, those are my teammates. Yeah, we had a decent run, didn't quite work out. I filled in some pretty big shoes. Here I am now in a totally different spot. Let's see how he goes. Same thing for Fire. Fire has been around for a while, actual stints in the Pro League as well. Not the most impactful, not the most dominant, but nonetheless got in there, did his thing, and has been a force in challenges ever since.
And it's also like an opportunity to see how much experience can play a factor, right? Because these are players that, when they touch the Pro League, maybe not always rising to the caliber. Anytime you have numbers in your name, you make the jokes a little bit easier when you have a bit of performance, but you sort of knock the dust off. Like now officially you can say, we have been here before, and of course, I think the leader of the pack for this Omid squad going to be Spark, who is not shied away from trash talk on Twitter. He has been chirping all year, and he has gone crazy with it, and obviously has a decent enough resume to start backing some of this up. And again, S&D specifically is where this guy has been a monster. Volt or no Volt, that guy will be ready for the map 2 and map 5.
Yeah, Vanguard champion. He managed to pick up a big win and made 2.
Over Atlanta FaZe.
Over Atlanta FaZe, nonetheless. I mean, what an incredible performance he had as an individual. And again, up and down in far as his career's gone, but nonetheless, he's still bringing the noise. We're waiting on one more player, ladies and gents, to get into this lobby before we get things going. Everyone's doing what they can to warm up, stay hot, stay ready. So we're very, very ready to get into this matchup. Now, again, I'm glad we brought up Pro Loot a minute ago, Chance, because he's the other player on the other side of the stage who we managed to catch up with before this one starts.
All right, I'm here with Omit's Pro Loot, about to get onto the big stage here behind us. First things first, welcome to the Esports World Cup. You enjoying it so far?
Yeah, of course. This is amazing. Thank you for the invites as well. This is amazing.
Second in Challengers Finals just a matter of weeks ago. Are you feeling ready and hyped up to get back in the saddle?
Yeah, especially against the pro teams. I haven't been able to compete against the pro teams in about a year and a half, so I'm really excited to show what I can do again.
Bit of a chip on the shoulder, do you think?
Yeah, of course. I'm playing against my old team, so I'm very excited.
You're starting off with a tough one, right? You're kicking off all the proceedings here on this big grand stage behind us against the world champions. What do you think your chances are, and what would you like to say anybody out there who might be doubting you and your team?
I think we're going to shock the world today. No one believes we have a chance, but we know we have a chance.
Big prediction. What are you going to go for score-wise?
Score-wise? Like KD?
Yeah.
1.2.
1.2. That's what I'm talking about. Best of luck, man.
Thank you, man.
Well, confidence sky high on the other side of the stage as well there from ProLoot, almost ready to party here, and he's certainly hot to trot. Gonna be an interesting one, Chance, no doubt about it.
Incredibly interesting. I was expecting to say probably a 3-2, where instead it's a 1.2, so we're gonna be all over the place right now, but again, locked in and ready to go, and a very interesting quality for the Challengers players when you get to play against the pro team. Challengers is quite literally chaos. It is rosters that get organized, or like reorganized, I should say, every single week. Someone's getting dropped, a new team is gonna be getting formed. So when we go into these maps, the pro teams are going to be much more structured. When you see an invasion control, Optic Gaming is not going to be a team that is going to be making very many mistakes at all. No hole is going to be open on the map. It is going to be very fine-tuned gameplay. So some players and challengers thrive in this environment. Some of them thrive in the chaos. But if you can't handle a controlled gameplay, well, you're going to be in for a bad time. And if you can't handle the chaos, Shotzi, well, he's going to have a lot more than a 1.2.
King Chaos indeed. Well, let's have a look at our maps and modes coming into this series. We've got a couple of minutes to get ready. Invasion control, Chance. Didn't think we'd ever see it ever again. We said our fond goodbyes. How wrong we were.
It was, we woke up on Champ Sunday, and if I'm bragging about me telling this story, I said I called it with the we're gonna end the year on invasion control. It just felt like it was the truth that was gonna be spoken for this game, and then we saw it first thing here. So yeah, never gonna be able to escape. But I know from Optic Gaming, ending on double Karachi, they are gonna be incredibly excited to see these maps.
I think for Omit, it's going to be a get it done as fast as possible in this series if they're to find success. Rio Hardpoint, we talk about Rio, it's a very small map, fast-paced map, looking for the submachine gun players to go rampant. Optic Gaming obviously have a very strong edge there. It's the map that they managed to finish their tournament on back in Major 3. S&D on 6-star, again, a very, very different look. Wide open, very long lines, sight, looking at a bit of a... I mean, it's going to be weird without the smokes, though, I must admit, mate. Those retake scenarios over by B are going to be fascinating to watch.
Yeah, going to be very interesting. And again, maybe the most sort of on-the-fly development of where the practice is actually really going to come into effect for the past 2-3 weeks, because we're playing on sort of the new patch. CDL, we always had the benefit of sort of locking it down like stage over stage in the Pro League. So now we're going to be playing on the new thing. And I know anytime I've tried to shoot bots in the past 2 or 3 weeks and I've been playing ranked, can't do it. Private matches always crash for me, so might be a bit of a struggle.
The lads are getting themselves into the lobby. We'll have a quick look at the bracket here, because this is our first matchup of the day, your Group A gameplay, and already things are getting spicy. Optic Gaming, Omit Brooklyn up first. After that, Las Vegas Legion taking on the Carolina Royal Ravens. That will be an absolute banger. Many folks do believe that Group A is in fact the group of death, the toughest group we have, and with good reason, Chance.
And especially so, because Omit, very early opportunity to see how strong these guys are going to be, but I think it's going to be sort of a 50-50 toss-up between Legion and Ravens. Each of those squads making that one sort of roster move. Obviously, Ravens getting rid of the 3-time world champion Clayster and picking up a can of Beans, but Beans obviously a shooter, a lethal threat, maybe extra kills Carolina are going to have, and then Vegas looking towards LAN and then looking towards Fame. Fame on the online stages was impressive on occasion, but a little bit hit or miss on LAN. Leveled up his performance. So two squads looking to improve, and well, Omit looking for the instant task. And again, I know it, we see the dev air, unfortunately. These private matches, I'm telling you, God giveth and God taketh away.
Well, COD giveth and COD taketh away. COD giveth a brand new game and not too far away. But back to MW3, we're going to be talking about Rio, my friend. Rio Chance, a new addition in the MW3 map pool. It was added not too long into the series, I think sort of halfway in. A very, very welcome addition to the rotation here in the pro side of things. Small map, spicy, very colorful, lovely map design. And look at those views.
And look, I'll be honest, we've had 3 lobby crashes, so I'll just take this opportunity for story time. Many months ago, Roger was like, hey man, don't talk about it, but it's been too long, they never put out the video. I played Optic Texas on this map with 5 other Diamond players. So it was a 6 versus 4, and I've been playing Call of Duty for 10 years now. I'm Crim 1 at this point, so like I'm not bad. And there was 6 of us on this map maybe 3 weeks after it came out. And funnily enough, every single person that I asked how they thought it would go, all of them called it correctly. We got slammed.
I called
6 diamonds against 4 pro. It wasn't remotely close. Absolutely slammed.
I think I called the exact scoreline within a sort of 5-point difference, which is about 120.
Yeah, we got beat 250, 125.
That is unbelievable. See you on Reddit, my friend. Well, folks, we're going to do absolutely everything we possibly can to get ourselves into this game. The boys on stage are really hot to trot. They're ready to go, raring, chomping at the bit. We're going to go to a very quick commercial break here at the Esports World Cup. When we come back, it's time to get into map 1.
Ready, set, go.
Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames and messieurs, welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We're almost ready to party. Miles and Chance are here. We've got a desk for the first time in our careers.
It's
together.
Yes, together. Absolutely. First time we've ever had a desk, and we're not even doing too well with it so far. I was ready for story time. I was talking about how I played against Optic Gaming. You know how the pros always say that they play a different game? That is quite literal. The gunfights I was losing to Dashy, like I wasn't used to the experience of being across the map from a player and be like, oh, I can't take that chow. You die in ways you've never seen before. And again, there's 6 of us that were on the map. There was times where Shotzi picked up like 3 kills in the feed, and I'm like, I'm gonna go trade out this guy's one shot. He's tucked in a corner reloading. Bouncing out of a window with movement I've never seen before, had extra bullets in the clip, and I watched the kill cam, not a single one of my teammates shot him. They are literally built different, and again, if you played against like an individual pro in like rank play, you understand they have gunning, they can like run the game. We play against a full squad calming. It is absurd how good these guys are. So again, a decade of Call of Duty experience for me is absolutely worthless. Good luck, have fun. So again, even for the challenger squads that are going to be going against a team like this, I mean, again, if you can put up a fight, I will be impressed.
Oh, we'll find out. We're not too far away, folks. But if you're listening, Roger, I think it's about time to drop the video then. Or at least link your boys out, because I would love to watch Chance go down to Optic Gaming.
Yeah, actually, I remember this too. I think I actually started off the game like with a 1-0 KD. I think I started off like 12-12, and then I finished like 12-27. I legit went on like an 0-14 run. It was, yeah, it's a blunder.
It's tough. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see how things go. We're almost ready to keep things rolling here. Our folks, our friends are still keeping everything moving behind the scenes. The boys on stage trying to find a way to get into these lobbies successfully and start this matchup, because we're raring. I know you in the chat are, and I know that there's all sorts happening here, whether it's watch parties, whether it's folks in the crowd. Plenty to still play for here at the Esports World Cup. And Pred, let's talk about Pred for a minute, Chance. Goodness, a man who flew across the planet, who rolled the dice on a professional gaming career, and within a few years becomes a world champion.
At quite literally one of the fastest come-ups in Call of Duty history. At least when the process goes to like the level of world champ. I know guys like 04 played 3 tournaments to make it to the Pro League, but he's been clinically absurd. He has now won chips in the CDL with 2 different teams. So the success that Pred has in the lightning pace he is able to do, I mean, again, incredibly impressive the whole way through. And the fact that he's like, I mean, he's a cocky player. He comes in with that energy. He's compared himself to LeBron. When you say the expectation is that high, it is incredibly difficult. Like, that is so much pressure to handle with, and he's done it with absolute class. He is an absolute natural and super nice guy.
A super nice guy as well. I actually got a chance to talk to him yesterday during our, one of our many interviews. We saw a few at the start of the show, but one of the things I brought up with Pred is, as you said, a strong come-up. I mean, the trajectory of his career already is astronomical. He's up there with a set few. Maybe not as individually dominant as Simp, but I think that's a symptom of the games he's playing. We got to watch Simp use the Paladin in BO4. We all remember those clips on Arsenal. We really did get to see something special. Pred's been a part of games that feel a bit more teamwork heavy, or, you know, where you certainly have to trade out a lot more. Vanguard was a lightning fast game. The way he played that, it looks so different. He doesn't necessarily have the chance to shine as individually, but the man's still getting the chips. Well, man's still finding the dubs.
In fairness, you say that, but Pred also has takeover clips against guys like Sip in Vanguard on Tuscan. So, like, he's had the opportunity for takeover moments, and again, those opportunities may be few and far between because the more teamwork environment in a 4v4 game, but nonetheless, he has been incredible in, oh dear.
Yep. Well,
oh dear.
We'll see you guys later. Anyway, back to the story time with Pred here. You're joining us at the Esports World Cup. Well, feels like a podcast at times, but honestly, a wonderful, wonderful experience so far here in Riyadh. We've certainly been enjoying ourselves, and at the end of the day, man, we've got plenty more COD to play. And Pred, again, I want to go back to this conversation. I do think, yeah, Pred definitely has a takeover moments, but my argument there is more so the fact that as a player, he has, the games he's been on, not as many snipes, not necessarily his role. He's just been rocking and rolling as much as he can in those team situations.
Yeah, well, yeah, we're going to learn 2 things. One, the camera quality, fantastic.
Unbelievable.
God, these cameras are so
This
good.
camera is a mile away.
And
from
also, what delay we're on. We're going to find that out real quick. If we don't get this lobby started soon, there's going to be some interesting things happening. But I think the thing for Pred is, like, for this team specifically, we can see that adjustment that he has made, right? Because when you think of him, like, on Outback or Fortress Control, he was the guy that absolutely, when he gets inside the enemy's spawn, goes and thrives and dominates and has those takeover moment. He is now on a team where he only has those opportunities maybe 20% of the time by comparison, where previously he is the primary superstar. Now he is on a team full of superstars, and he's handled it well. And maybe one of the most underrated aspects of Pred's game is sort of that energy that he has brought to the team, because we're watching Shotzi quite literally hit demon time.
Yeah.
So if we're watching, you know, sort of the fresh face, well, not that Shotzi's a younger player, but he's incredibly kind and polite. If we're watching him scream, it's Caesar Skies Bueno. Pred is bringing out the best of his teammates, and obviously the vibes for this team have been really just flowing from the start of the year.
Vibes, confidence, we use these terms somewhat interchangeably in the Call of Duty world. But at the end of the day, practice and gun skill only gets you so far. Call of Duty being a sort of day-to-day esport, a lot of people talk about that, momentum, energy. Saw Jeremy start talking there to Law Gaming about that. I mean, once it feels like everything is on your side, you can't lose. It really does feel that way. teams are getting ready again here at the Esports World Cup. The finest Call of Duty players in the world. We've got a little clip here from Barney Banks backstage here at the EWC.
We're behind the scenes here at the Amazon Arena for something that's really unique. I don't think this has ever been seen before in the entire scene of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. Just behind the scenes here, backstage, all of our players, 16 teams are getting set and ready to go out onto the stage to reveal themselves to our crowd and those watching at home. Some of the best players this game has to offer and some underdogs looking to make a real statement, all in attendance, with one mission, of course, to get their hands on the biggest portion of that epic $1.8 million prize pool. I'm going to be bringing you some access that you wouldn't normally see at events like this all the way through this week. So keep tuned in and enjoy some epic COD.
Wow, Barney, you look so different. They are, mate. Thank you very much for that, Ian Chambers. Ladies and gentlemen, the prize pool. Something's been coming up quite a few times here at the Esports World Cup. $1.8 million. I'm doing the Dr. Evil Pinky. I promise you, folks, a ton of cash here to be won for our teams and nothing but glory along the way.
Okay, look, there are 2 cameras on us and I'm sitting right next to you. You weren't doing the pinky thing.
Okay, Chance, we're going to have a quick word about that. There are 2 cameras, that's right. Don't throw me under the bus like that.
That's a fantastic point. I'm a terrible co-caster right now. I completely understand. A
bad friend and a bad teammate.
I apologize.
$1.8 million on the line, and if I were playing in this tournament, you wouldn't be on my team.
Well, this is my relationship to
you.
you.
Haven't got my trade IRL. That's unbelievable.
You know, I got the viewers trade.
You do.
On the fan side.
You're looking out for the fans. Well, hopefully to get into this matchup as soon as we can, actually, folks. And yeah, look, I mean, we've started the tournament off on a very fun foot, I must admit. This is a vibe. I mean, we are enjoying ourselves thoroughly. And for you folks at home, wherever the time is in the world where you are, we hope you're having a fantastic time as well. We're going to go for a quick break, which gives you one more opportunity to get yourself a beverage or something nice to eat, or maybe what's your favorite Call of Duty montage, a sniping one per chance. When we come back, though, folks, it's time to get into map number 1. Don't go too far.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات. وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
It's nothing but good news here at the Esports World Cup, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, we are very close, if not there, when it comes to getting into our opening. Rio, Hardpoint, Miles, and Chance are here behind the desk, ready to get things going.
Actually, this time
I fixed it. I went down and did it myself, right? Is that what happened there, mate?
That is exactly what happened. There are 2 cameras and my 2 eyes in this room, and I watched you walk out that door. Thank you, Miles.
I ran downstairs and I got it set. I'm only joking, folks. We've got hundreds of people behind the scenes making sure that we get into this game. Here we go, boys and girls. It's time. The first map of the Esports World Cup has begun.
Yeah, and look who's getting off to the hot start. It is Omid Brooklyn with a 4-man wipe straight away. No, they do not have those spawns, but yes, they absolutely have the time.
Not going to worry too much about the spawns for now. Plenty of time left in our opening hard point. 30 seconds left here in what we call P1. Point number 1, smack bang in the middle of the map. It's going to move in a few brief moments towards the low right-hand side, but for now, Optic right back in there and swinging shots.
Yeah, maybe bit off a little bit more than they could chew. Got a 4-man wipe, try to push out those spawns. Kenny picks up a big 2, and well, now you're effectively back to square one. Flank thrown through for Shotzi as well, and yeah, Omid Brooklyn get a nice chunk of time on P1, but they could not get past the front line of Optic Gaming. We're able to hold things down, rotate straight over towards P2.
This is the rotation towards the second hard point here in our first set, low right-hand side of the minimap. And Omid Brooklyn, they are hot on the heels of Optic now, fighting their way forward. Lead change now as the new hard point rocking. 3 in the feed for Optic, including a team kill.
Yeah, well, I mean, what? You got 1 team kill for each AR so far on Optic Gaming, so I know in the background, these guys certainly going to be keeping up with that intel, but no trophies on the point means the Semtex there for fire, and Brad doing his best Shotzi impression, and my God, does his headset work.
Oh, that thing's definitely cranked. Over to Shotzi. Man in the point for now. Optic Gaming walking away with big time here. Another counter-attack from Brooklyn. Omid Brooklyn. Can they get into the point? 2-man down. They've got numbers, but no! It's Kenny Williams in the feed. Finds 2.
Yeah, and you saw Kenny in the interview as well talk about how he's looking to have a pop-off tournament from start to finish, and he has quite literally been that sort of backline now from Optic. They cannot get past it.
He did say in the pre-match interview, was like, look, I'm due a good one. I'm owed at least 1 good tournament, like a start to finish, and so far, it is wonderful. Kenny, 8-4.
And now maybe the biggest opportunity to slow things down. It's been Omid trying to run at Optic this entire time, trying to break those spawns. Their first opportunity to hold on. And again, when you're playing against a guy like Dashy, you are playing a different game. Doesn't matter how good you think that tank heady is, you absolutely rip you off of it. And Omid feeling the pressure. Those green wall is swarming.
Here it comes. There's the contest. Fire finds 2. Glow Frosty joins him in the feed. Lovely work. We could be looking at a lead change here. Omid Brooklyn right back in it here at P3.
Still, though, pressure on. 27 seconds is nothing to shy away from. And Optic, maybe that first initial push doesn't pay off, but the second one, they're starting to chisel away at that time. But Glow Frosty, big trades and a 4 spree for him as well on rotation, looking to get that cruise.
Unlucky, though, Shotzi just on the top side of one of the 2 white vans here on this side of the map. 3 in the feed, once again, for Optic. That's going to be massive hardpoint time when the new one pops. Will they identify where Omit Brooklyn are coming from? Kenny, right into the front line there, rocking a bit of a Stark-esque MCW skin, folks. 10-7 again for Kenny.
Yeah, he's messing with their timings as well. These players off spawn, and Kenny is waiting for him. So Glow Frosty, the man that is trying to hunt him down, and instead ends up being hunted, but hey, puts himself in the corner, wins the gunfight. And Optic don't care. They're expecting Glow Frosty to play slow. Dashy hasn't bothered to turn around, but through the front line, his teammates pick him up. Nice job on the break. Omit, well, doing everything they can to hold on.
Lovely work here. We're watching Shotzi, one of the most dynamic players in the world, without a doubt. Managing to cause a little bit of problem here on the approach to the point. Nice work here from Prolu. Into the time. Open field for a second. Coverage again from Shotzi. That is a sensational set of kills, and he's schmoving. No more, though. Frosty puts him down. Another 4 spree goes to bed.
Yeah, you see Glow Frosty maybe playing with the pace just a little bit. So Iron Boots on one side, and a man like Sparty bunny hopping his way through a double kill. So nice pickups there, and on rotation, a bit of a square up battle. Fire looking for the extra kills, and he sets up Glow Frosty to get it. So Omit are gonna be here first again. Rotation on point.
Yeah, not a problem whatsoever. We are coming to a swift close of our first set, and it is a solid race so far. Another clean 3 in the feed for Optic. That seems to be tradition. Lovely shots from Pred. Once again, belly down, gunny up.
Yeah, and this is, to me, just sort of messing with those timings. It is uncomfortable when you spawn up and you got a rival 9 player just gunning you down within half a second of your life coming to fruition. So, not ideal circumstances, and again, a different experience playing against a team like this. Well orchestrated and firing on all cylinders. Optic Gaming, a small but noticeable 30-point lead. Maybe good news from Omit long term. They got the right side spawn, so trying to work their way back in the game.
Eyes on Omit here. A very important moment for them. They've got to close the gap. Omit Brooklyn fighting forward. Shotzi, a issue. Fire finally puts him down. P1 is open for business in 5. Great work, though. In our first set of rotations, they come to the close. We now go back to the middle.
We'll see if you can hold down this P1 for any substantial amount of time. Shotzi able to get you that first entry kill, and Dare's playing a touch slow, but Dashy Dare for the trades. You got Kenny that was dishing out just a little bit of damage, but on the break, the question is, what is Sparty gonna give you? Enough for the kill, but enough for the trades. Omit had more in the feed, but even still, Pred, the man that finds the time.
No streaks available yet. Dashy found 5. Does not find the coveted 6th. Over to Pred. Lovely coverage. He's still alive. Finally brought down Sparty and Prolu in the feed. Here comes Shotzi and Sparty again. A lovely 2. It keeps the hard point in the hands of Brooklyn.
And you can see Spart, he loves that jump shot as well. Quite a few bunny hops he's thrown off in the feed. And now this is a beautiful situation here from Omit. You had Prolu getting sort of those initial pushed out kills, and this has been the comfiest time they've been able to get all game. And they have the rotation as well. So Omit clearly have brought the fight to the table. This is your opportunity to take the lead, and they're gonna maintain those spawns as well. So a little bit of luck to spawn right on top of the new hill.
We're looking at that sort of 30-ish point difference. Optic have managed to maintain it for now. Omit with a wonderful chance here to maybe walk away with something. Can Proluk find any more? Trade, not there just yet. There we go. Pred gets involved. Over to Fire. Beautiful shots out of Pred. Another in the feed.
And just so aggressive as well. Again, you've had moments where you're spawning up and Pred is taking the gunfights within a half second of your life, and you're looking for the trades, but they're flying up one shot at you, and Glow Frosty is just staring into a meat grinder. His teammate disappear in front of him, and I gotta be a little bit fearful of the Chow. No trophies either. Glow Frosty, yeah, too much damage being done. Optic Gaming putting on the pressure even without those spawns.
Doing a good job of maintaining control here. Open hardpoint, 20 seconds to go, and it's still a very, very solid hold out of Optic Gaming. They have denied Omit Brooklyn the comeback. Can we find the rotation? Back over to P3, left-hand side of the minimap, and Optic are spawning there as well.
This is going to be your money hill as well. So Omit, the 2 best opportunity they've had where they clear-cut win the rotation. Optic Gaming have just put that pressure on, and now we get to see if Omit Brooklyn can do the exact same thing. 3 players right now working through the bottom side of the minimap. They're going to be running into Dashy.
Oh, it's going to be a big one. Dashy there in the back line, covered. Kenny up front, loses it to Sparty. That gives you an angle of attack. 1 man alive on the point, and he's holding it down. It's Shotzi. Backline now, Prolu making his way forward. Can we get in there? You want to try to stop the scoreline there as Optic. They are just walking away with this Rio.
Yeah, they just never got those back spawns, so they ended up trading out Dashy, but Omit never able to block, and that is going to be the lead effectively spiraling out of control. So those are the two big hills, the two big moments, and Optic Gaming taking full advantage of it. Again, they're doing the little things right, on top of the fact that all 4 players positive, they're outslaying you as well.
Oh my, Globe Frosty, great win there up close. Can we find another? Trying to keep Optic at that point for now. Good work, trade to there. Globe Frosty and Spy in the feed. Fred finding a big one. Pressure now on. Can you trade him out? The answer is no. The Thunder from down under, causing nothing but problems for Omit.
It's just going to be a massive uphill battle, though. These are not the fun situations. You want the money hills to get this time, and this is not exactly the cleanest setup you're going to have. Only 3 players nearby. Great news for Omit. They got boxes, so they can make this happen. And Sparty again is able to pick up 2 and dish you up the 3rd as well. Everybody on Optic spawning out.
Great work. They spawn him out. Bad news. Oh, number 7, Prolute's got to go huge here. Can't get it done. Kenny watches the flank, and forward go Optic. This could be massive on a Sparty. Gets 1, the 2nd, holding them down. Shotsy with a trade, and the hard point still in Omit's hands.
Okay, we got ourselves a game. Making the comeback on the Van Hill, not an easy thing to do, but they're making it work. And again, Prolute on the flank. Can't quite get it done. 2 big opportunities, but at least he's getting the info.
He's trying, man. He's really trying. But at the end of the day, Optic, great game awareness. That's what you would expect at your world champions. Over to Kenny, top side of the mini-map. Last hard point here in the 2nd set. And what do you know? It's a 3-point game.
It's going to be interesting. I tell you, Smart was a machine on that hill as well. I think both goes around. He's been on point. Now a 3 spree around P1 on this rotation. So Optic are going to be there first, but they're not going to have the numbers. You got Glow Frosty being the cutoff man. So right now, only 2 players on time, and both of them going to fall. Omit, the break is in.
Well, the break is in. You've still got to contend with Pred. He's trying to get forward, trying to soften these players up. Fire brings him down. Hard point in the hands of Omit Brooklyn. Lead change.
I mean, they're looking for their water. They're looking for that flow, but I don't know how much they're going to have, except the break is just too clean. Shotzzy pushing the pace, and Sparty right now just wants to be the cutoff man.
Sparty, oh, more than the cutoff man. 3 spree, stays alive for a moment. Pred there for it. It's a multi-kill. Fire on the prowl. Gets Pred back. 20 seconds to go here on the final point.
And remember that time all 4 players on Optic Gaming were positive? Yeah, that was 2 hills ago, and now Dashy, negative. Pred, negative. The slang has been picked up by Omit, but that is a 3 down in the feed. Optic looking to punch back.
It's another clean 3. It's an opportunity here. Back over to mid-map. Optic with a full setup. The green arrows on the mini-map. In position for the new hill. On board with Shotzzy. He's got himself a sweet spot. Can his teammates find the kills? Prolute Grow Fossey forward. 1. The 2nd, no! Omit are in!
They might be a little bit off their game right now. Right now, Optic being tried and tested. The question is, can they be bested? But the setup right now for Omit looking clean.
Hold on, folks. It's not over yet. Optic on the approach. Forward they go. Eyes on Pred. Trying to get an entry. Can't get it done. Fire again. Another big win. And we are looking at 25 for the win.
Oh, yeah. These guys are going to be hungry for it as well. And Spart might be one of the key men. You got Fire inside the hill. Might get gunned down. But if Spart is able to pick up a couple big kills, which he is, Spart's going to give you 2.
Oh, my!
You don't actually block those spawns, but by God, you get this time.
Are we having it, folks? Is this going to be the first upset of the tournament already? Look for the pop-off, but it's not over yet. Prolute with 2.
Oh, yeah.
We're finding time all over the place. He gets himself 3. Another for Prolute. 5 for the win.
Oh, they are going to get this done. What a way to start our tournament. Omit with the map 1 upset. That was a 50-point comeback they just made on Rio. And get those dance vibes flowing. The hungry team strikes first.
Well, we get into the game, folks, and what a game it was. Map 1 goes to Omit Brooklyn, and they've got to be feeling good after that.
And that just makes this series that much more interesting. Again, Clayster mentioned it. You want them first, and that first map is everything. Wait, if you falter, you just give the world champs all the confidence in the world. Now they got to lock in.
Clay also said that he didn't think a Challengers team was necessarily going to get too many maps this tournament. Wow, what a start, folks. Omit Brooklyn. We're Brooklyn out, that's right. They're up by 1 in the series.
And I gotta say, tip it to Spart as well, right? I mean, 6,300 damage for the squad, minute in the hill in drop 34. So the only champion that is on the side of the Omit Brooklyn that has won that CDL chip. Well, Sparty on point. And again, quite literally on the Van Hill, both goes around, complete monster. We're watching this man bunny hop his way to double kill after double kill, and the way he ended the game, incredibly impressive. So that was a 180 to 130 bounce back where Optic get outscored, what is that, 120 to 20 points. So we're going to take a look at some highlights, and we know first half, all Optic. Second half, which starts now, all Omit.
This is the highlights from map number 1, this Rio hardpoint. Well, folks, if you wanted a tone setter for the Esports World Cup here, MW3, it is already something special. Well, we'll see how the rest of the internet feels about that one, but for me, a very exciting start to this tournament.
And I did appreciate, like the relentless sort of aggression that Ahmed was bringing as well, right? We had, how many flanks are we watching ProLoot be taking those long routes? And quite a few times we are watching them fail, but his teammates initially there to pick them up. And then when it comes to this hill, everybody in the perfect position. They get the 4-man wipe, and you got 6 on the minimap. Spark immediately going over to just make sure you lock down that rotation. And Optic Gaming just forced to flood into death, and it is their old teammate, at least for the side of Shotzi and Dashy, ProLoot, shutting him down.
Happy with that. Map number 1 goes their way. A moment of mild frustration, I would imagine, there for the Optic boys, but they're no strangers to a tough spot. And that is very, very frustrating. This is the final moments of the map as you watch them get their fist pumps through. That spot on screen, come on, he says, with damn good reason. Great start there for Omit Brooklyn here in Group A.
Oh, that's a great deal of fire coming out from him as well. That is a burst of energy. And again, this is an interesting tournament, man. It's a special one we have here at the Esports World Cup, where the challengers have, I mean, how many times do we get these opportunities in the Pro League era, over the past like 5 years? Maybe 3 good opportunities for the challenger squad to actually go against them. One being the Pro-Am back in Vanguard, but it has been a rarity. Well, here we are, Omid strikes first, and the question is, how far can they go?
We had a Pro-Am in MW2 as well, the first event of the year, and that didn't go totally well. I think there was one upset. Only one, really, and it was a couple of maps. It wasn't necessarily actually, it might have been a series. Getting old. Either way, though, starting things off in a very hot way, folks. That glorious stage, that glorious trophy up for grabs here in Riyadh. Omit now have got a few moments to go over the game plan and remind themselves of how bad they want it as we go into 6-star Search and Destroy. Now, Chance, 6-star. We've talked about it plenty, but Search and Destroy, the first time we will see it here in the competition. Can you explain it for us, mate? Because normally I do it.
Well, I will explain it, but I will also just acknowledge for the more hardcore fans, again, they're not going to be using smokes on this map. So typically what we see, it is a ton of A hits coming out. Teams on defense happy to give up that bomb plant, and you smoke out you go through the midsection over towards Statue, and you just thrive in the chaos, or at least play the 50-50. But now without that dynamic, you actually have to be more creative on the map. The retakes on the A site are not going to be fun without a smoke grenade, so you need more pressure in that direction, which of course now opens up the B site to maybe be more flavorful for the teams on the attacking rounds if the defensive end is not going to be there. But that just means teams are going to have to be on point. On the defensive end, it is going to be retakes on retakes. You have to be calculated in the game plan, and I mean, we see smiles on the faces of Optic Gaming, but I know if I'm going down 0-1 against players like these, it is not a comfortable position. Again, S&D especially so is where I'm expecting Omid Brooklyn to thrive.
Oh, and that was the story coming into this one. We weren't expecting the hard point to go their way, so now you are feeling good if you are Omid Brooklyn. If you are Optic, it's time to get serious.
I gotta lock in, and also shout out to F3. You saw the tattoo on ProLoot's hand, so living legend. Well, Miles, take it away.
Well, we'll see. F3, clan tag that we saw rock for a very long time. Pharaoh, a champion of the game. Sadly no longer with us, but a lot of love there up on stage for him. And ProLoot doing what you can to get well hydrated. I think that's the name of the game here in Riyadh. It's hot outside, folks. It's real hot. I mean, I did get a message from a friend asking me if I was wearing a jacket or if that was my chest hair. You know what it is, brother. And I hope you're having a great time as well. CDL 6-star, Search and Destroy on its way in a moment, folks. Here we go. Map number 2 of our first game of the day. This is going to be spicy.
Common turns of phrases will absolutely get you at the worst possible moments, but a best-of-5 series that we are going to be rocking here, and to see what these teams can provide. Again, a lot of S&D stars on the map, and of course on Optic Gaming. It's not like they're shy away from S&D as well. They had the drop off throughout stage 4, absolutely made up for it at fallen off a cliff.
Oh, into oblivion.
But they made up for it, so they're obviously going to bring lethal S&D to the table as well. And again, the A retakes without the smokes, incredibly different. And you already got the stuns of Glow Frosty attempting to slow Shotzzy down.
The Ant-Man manages to infiltrate the A bomb site, low-hand side of the mini-map. We'll see what happens in a moment. The Shotzzy back to full health. Dashy's getting a lot of pressure here. Omit Brooklyn on the defense, now on the offense as they fly forward. Dashy's going to have to reposition quick. Can he get his gun up on time? He can. Big win.
Oh, that's a huge win. Well, it's 2 players, though, right? Oh, but Fire doesn't get the kill, so now Dashy's actually out of dodge. This is a massive advantage from Optic. Bomb down. They know a player's on the flank.
Gets to the next power position as well. Dashy, the rear security right now for Optic Gaming. Fred's going to back him up there as well. Now through the middle of the map, we see a retake without smokes. The trades will have to be on point. Whoever gets the first kill better get the second quick.
Well, and you see Dashy in the feed. He wins the most important one. Fire has to win that gunfight and turn the heads on Optic Gaming. The second you lose it, it is the funnel system. Optic get the information. Once you spot out those 2 players, then you incredibly easy gunfights to win. So that's going to be a look. No smokes make this retake that much more difficult. If your initial strat at the start of the round is not on point, you will not have success, and it is Dashy that breaks their strat down. The double flank attempted through the B site. The Dashy, big Bruce, putting a stop to it.
And again, if it all comes down to if you're able to bring down Dashy in that situation, he managed to hit the tactical retreat, the old shoot and scoot as he runs his way back over towards the boys. Bomb now in the hands of Prolu. Omit Brooklyn will take their turn now to attack one of these 2 bomb sites. Optic 3-man through the middle, now a 4-man as they are going to overwhelm that bar in the center of the map.
And that's an interesting moment. They actually, again, doors closed. We're watching Prolu play with the timings. All the stun grenades land at the doors of A. They connect with nothing. Optic Gaming completely leave the site open. But in spite of winning the information game, Omit taking a little bit of time to actually go for the plant, so Optic have repositioned. But you can see all these players turning. It is taking Optic so long to figure out where the plant's coming through. But Omid just taking way too long to go for that bomb plant.
Oh, that's sensational. Lovely lethal usage. The frag connects, and it's a 2-man advantage right now for Optic Gaming. Fire through the middle of the map. Over by the bomb site, it might be a toe-to-toe dance. Glow Frosty knows the moves, comes out on top. Fire now on a flank. The opportunity for a big win. Dashy! No! He stays alive. It's a 2v1.
Shout out to the Rival 9. Now we get an opportunity. What can Fire do to make this happen? Well, unfortunately gets spotted, and the Call of Duty timing not exactly on his side. He's taking a deep route in this moment. 20 seconds left, though, and he's going to throw a nade. So, yeah, Optic Gaming able to reposition. They know exactly what to look.
Here it is. Shotzzy tags her in. 2v1 spot to be in Fire. Nice shot, nice attempt. Not enough. 2-0 Optic.
It actually created an opportunity to make a move, but the second he throws the Semtex is basically throwing the round away as well. Not going to win one of those gunfights, let alone both of them in that moment. So, Optic Gaming again on point. And that's a tough one from Omid. I mean, you just got to play with confidence in S&D. Their opening strat quite literally was done to perfection and just waited too long. Optic Gaming sniffed out the pressure. We're there for the, I mean, not even a retake. They just simply didn't allow the bomb to go down.
Didn't allow it to go down. Fire's got to get back into that bomb site, grab the bomb, manage to bring down 2 players. It's a tall task. But so far, Optic Gaming, lovely start for them. Lovely start for Shotzzy as well, 3-0. If he gets to 6, he gets a cruise missile.
And Kenny just wins a nice little gunfight, coverage over top, and gonna shut some things down. And Shotzzy also wins an incredibly difficult gunfight and shuts down Glow Frosty. Now Kenny trying to prowl. Shotzzy actually dies to an aid, so we got ourselves a very quick 2 versus 2, and Dashy gonna ice up instantaneously. No time wasted.
Big Bruce finds 2, makes it 3-0. As the play was cut entirely in half there. Omid Brooklyn, not a whole lot going on in Prolute. I'm not sure if he's surprised or frustrated, but regardless, a lovely bit of work here from Optic in the search and destroy.
Yeah, and the question was, can they bounce back after map 1? That is an incredibly quick response.
Si, senor.
Optic fans might be a little bit shook, maybe concerned about their team's S&D. They might have a little bit PTSD from a portion of the year, but right now they are wheeling and dealing. And the stun grenades, again, they got baited by the information last go around. If Shotzi's taking this round, they're going to be stock and standard. They are very ready for the A pressure.
Oh, yeah. Shotzi's going to hold this as long as he possibly can. Will the COD timing, that tacit knowledge he has of the way the play will go, work out for him? Fire, the man watching the flank, and now giving it up. So you've got players all over that bomb site, and Shotzi is just underneath them.
Don't take the bomb too far. Hey, take the bomb too far. Now Omit forced to go and pick that up.
Will he push though?
Shotzi, what timing! Masterful approach from Optic Gaming here. The last man alive, Glow Frosty. Will Shotzi be the man to grab him? And that is that. A sensational round from Optic Gaming.
Yeah, and maybe I need to sort of wake up a little bit. Apparently, I don't know ball. I was thinking S&D was going to be Omit's best opportunity to strike, and they are not looking good in the game mode right now. Optic Gaming simply able to do whatever they want and not having to work too much for it either. Shotzi just gets a freebie first blood with the bomb down and goes, yep, we win.
That's the way it goes sometimes, mate. Omit Brooklyn 4-0 so far here on 6-star, and it's first to 6 in Search and Destroy. So with the in-game time only at, 3 minutes and 30 seconds, we're rocking through this one, mate.
Hey, this is barely enough time to actually earn trophies as well if you're not getting kills. I mean, Optic Gaming are going to have them. They'll be ready to go and spreading the map as well. And Dashi, in the meantime, able to get a first blood. I'm hearing all the stun grenades get out, and I think Shotzi able to take that route for absolute free, and Dashi is locking the flank down.
Yeah, this is a very strong look. Map point for Optic Gaming.
So invasion control, Miles, how you feel?
So invasion control, next map, will be going there in about 14 seconds. No, again, that was actually a 23-second round. Unbelievable. Unbelievable lethality there from Optic. They're rocking. We've got ourselves a major bounce back here in the S&D. I'm not even joking, mate. This is 3 minutes and 53 seconds so far. This is a record.
And I think the first round might have been like a minute and 10. So it's just been Optic completely. Well, I say Optic, Dashi and Shotzi running them over.
Yeah, Dashi and Shotzi 8 and 1 respectively. Hello. Dashi looking for the number 9 and looking for the cruise if he can get this. But no need right now as we are flying forward.
Truly is a different experience getting shot by Dashi. You're just not expecting to be absolutely ripped for the small amounts of body you show, but they take the bomb past the site again. They're hoping someone from Optic over-rotates and just jumps into death. And, well, Optic, everybody's here. Shotzi's going to fall, but you at least get a couple trades. Dashi not able to get the extra man advantage on it.
It's not over yet. We've jinxed it. Pred, lovely, patient position to be in the middle of the map. Waiting for the go button. There it is. Hit. Fire. What turn? Fire wins the fight. And now it's all down to Dashi, not only for the round, for the map, and for the cruise.
That's unlucky, too. I think Dashi actually tagged up Pred and made him a little bit weaker, so not ideal. You're just looking for one here.
Just get one. Can he L3, though? That's the attack now towards the bomb site. Quick check. You're going to be able to jump on it in a moment. Oh, Dashi, you know it's happening. That's the bomb plant. 1v3 for Big Bruce.
Well, guess who didn't win the Clutch Player of the Year award from Breaking Point?
5-1, though. Omit Brooklyn are on the board.
That is one of those moments where I'm like, it is Dashi. He can absolutely do this.
What he does.
He was the most Clutch Player this year.
And the boys are absolutely ripping him for that, most likely. He couldn't even get the cruise, Bruce. Come on, man. Well, Omit, you bought yourself a lifeline. It has to be absolutely perfect. Now, in the COD world, we call it a full sail chance. That is what? A 5-0 comeback for our winning team. If they can win it 6-5, we'll see if it can happen. Might have jinxed it. We'll see.
At this level, I think there's maybe been 4 or 5 full sails of all time.
In many years now of Call of Duty Esports. But so far, an explosive opener to the round, but no deaths yet. So everyone throws their lethals nearly. And Sparty, great eyes, spots at least one of the players out. Optic now on the approach towards the B-bomb site.
He's playing aggressive as well, so he might be dealing with quite a few players. And shot and tag to the back, Kenny with the first blood. So Spart wants to get aggressive, Kenny. He'll do the exact same thing. He is happy to run at you, but trades through. Got a 2v2.
2v2. Shotzi now making moves. A little bit of noise, not too much. Now about to pick up the flank. Oh, and if they watch this, it's over. Shotzi trying to get involved. Oh, the shots on a Glow Frosty. Manages to make it a 2v1. Fire! Can't win it. That's the map. I'm a savage. Optic game. Tie it up. 1-1.
Covert sneakers. Not needed. Shotzi running. 6-1-ing.
Hard point in the past. Up next, what we got.
Invasion control, yeah,
That's
got
right.
invasion control. The pace is going to be switched up quite massively in Omit. Maybe a little bit happier for the respawns because that S&D, painful. Pro 1-6, Spark 2-7. not a single player positive and only a single round won. So not ideal. Dashy quite literally just completely locking the map down on any time they attempted to flank through the B side. Dashy just easy gunning for him on that side, and Shotzi when he needed to push pace, well, he thrived in that environment as well. So the bounce back after the shenanigans we had in map 1 made up for, and by the way, 6 first bloods from Optic Gaming there in that moment. Absolutely thriving on 6-star.
It certainly helps. Where Brooklyn at? Not on 6-star, evidently. No, back to Rio. They'd like to go. But we're not going to go back to Rio. We're going to go to the highlights from that Search and Destroy, which will be brief, folks. It was a quick one. Very, very quick one. Oh, actually, it's the highlights from the first map. These were also quite litty as well. But very, very interested to see how the invasion control goes. That's coming up for map number 3. Now, again, control, for those who are not as hardcore, a totally different game mode here. It's our map number 3 here in the pro side of the Call of Duty world. We'll get into that in a mo, but that's going to be a big one, Chance. This is to take the lead before we get into our little Karachi closeout.
I think, or Omid, excuse me, certainly on invasion control, maybe hopeful for these guys to be on the defensive end first, because they actually want to start a map with a lead, having to make a 50-point comeback against Optagon Rio. Not an ideal situation. You absolutely are able to pull it off, but then we saw the comeback attempt on 6-star. Well, that's a 6-1, so I don't know who is a pred, the 6-star that they're going to have. They're enjoying it.
Invasion Control on its way. Control Chance, a fun game mode in the COD world. We've joined us in Black Ops 4. Again, it's what, you've got 2 objective points. You have to capture them. You have 30 lives to do so. You swap sides. First 2-3 gets the dub. We're very interested to see how that one goes, because again, as far as these matchups go, Respawn's looking pretty solid for either side. Very, very low sample of data we've got to work with in that regard, but I'm interested to see how this goes, man. I'm very excited.
I think this map specifically might be the most difficult one for a Challengers team to take down, at least the top squads in the CDL, rather, because Optic Gaming, one of the best offensive teams we have in the game. They quite literally won champs on the map. I'm thinking they're going to be just fine.
We'll find out, folks. After this quick break, don't go too far. When we get back, it's time to play Invasion Control and find out who takes the lead in this series here at the EWC. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have returned. Highlights here from map number 2. A quick one indeed. 6-1, the final score there on 6-star, which gives Optic a real bounce back that they certainly needed after going down in the hard point. 1-1 as we come back from the break. Miles and Chancer to get you through. Omid Brooklyn taking on Optic Gaming here in Group A.
And Kenny, maybe belly down, not the ideal play, but a lot of these highlights, it is just going to be Dashy zapping people off the map. And I feel for Spartan in those moments when you get to call out Dashy is full HP directly behind you. Good luck, have fun. There's some gunfights, excuse me, you are simply never going to win.
Oh, you'd know, brother. No. This was another great round from Shotzi. This is to give Optic their 4th. They got himself 3 in that one alone. And this was a big win.
Good Lord.
Takes care of Glow Frosty there, and that might have been the decider. The comeback was absolutely slaughtered and all hope eradicated. Over though to Invasion Control we go, Chance. I mean, I didn't want to go back to Invasion Control personally, but I'm just doing my job as far as I'm concerned. Going back into Invasion Control, if I had the choice, I wouldn't.
Hey, everybody has their opinions they're entitled to, and there may or may not be a different opinion on this desk.
Really? You like yourself?
Definitely not. I will say, though, it is a very interesting test that we have because Invasion Control offense is quite literally the most difficult thing we have in this game. It is one of the most difficult sort of circumstances we've had in professional Call of Duty. The win rate, at least at the start of the year, it was even worse than Al-Bagra. I think by the end of it, more of neck and neck. But it is quite literally, if it's that difficult to pull off an offensive win, only the best teams are able to do it consistently. Optic Gaming, the best team we have had this year, and even on this map, able to thrive. They won it on an offense. So that is the opportunity to test Omid and the Challengers team's ability to pull off the same thing. So if it's difficult in Call of Duty, that means the teamwork has to be on point. That means you cannot afford to throw away lives in these key moments. So you got to strike when the iron's hot, create those opportunities, and execute. Optic Gaming, we know what they're capable of. Omid, an opportunity to reposition, talk things over, take a sip of water, and figure out the game.
I would say that the iron is somewhat tepid right now, possibly for both teams, as far as Control is concerned. So let's see who gets things red hot and rip roaring. Mystic there, the coach for Omid Brooklyn, getting the boys ready as they now dive back out over there towards the stage. JP there
so
representing.
Handsome.
So handsome. JP's he's a babe, isn't he? We love a bit of JP here. He's done a very, very good job helping this Optic roster get fighting fit and ready to rock and roll. Gets them a championship ring. Can he help them get further here at the Esports World Cup?
And one of my favorite things about JP, I've known him for a long time. He's like the old, we talk about come-ups and how Pred has one of the better come-ups. JP's the same kind of deal. He was like a stats guy that I think Puckett like flew out and he worked one of his first events 10 years ago for free. Was this stats guy for, you know, CWL for quite some time, works on different teams, eventually on Optic. Now he's quite literally a world champ. Since he has started working with Optic and Dashy specifically, JP went to Cornell, incredibly well educated. His lexicon has completely changed. The things he says, because he's just been around Dashy so much, he talks like a completely different person.
That's
Make no
hilarious.
mistake, still incredibly intelligent, but I like the JP all the time. It is so funny to hear the Dashy effect.
Dashy effect.
And the worst part is he doesn't even shoot straighter, so he's only picking up on the language from Dashy, not the gun skill.
Well, we'll see if it matters. I mean, you have to learn the language. You have to be able to effectively communicate with your players, Chance. So the only way to do that is to learn the lingo. I mean, Dashy is one of the, if you haven't watched Dashy's sort of personal streams or seen the content, you know he is a literal legend and an incredibly funny individual. Not just brilliant at Call of Duty.
One of the funniest pros I think we have as well.
By far.
Consistently, too. Yeah,
By far. I watched him play GTA Roleplay, which was one of the most eye-opening experiences of my entire life, where he got a lap dance from his teammate who was being played by Celium. You know what I'm talking about, chat.
No comment.
You know what I'm talking about, chat. Now we're talking about Invasion Control. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, into map number 3. This is going to be an eye-opener. Again, we're trying to sort of set the tone and set the stage for what has been already a very interesting tournament. And this one, folks, get your notepads ready. We're about to rock.
I just want to go back maybe not even that far, maybe 30 or 40 years in the past and say that sentence to anybody. Their brain would explode.
Yeah, you're like, that's not how the future goes. Actually, it is, folks. Yeah. It really, really is. Optic Gaming taking on Omid Brooklyn. Here we go. Invasion Control.
And you have Call of Duty with, I mean, I don't know how many hundreds of millions of players actually play this game. And Dashy, quite literally one of the best. And yeah, what a crazy sentence.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice opener, though. We are on the B zone, so when a player steps foot into a zone to start capturing it, it freezes the clock. That's exactly what we're seeing now, but Kenny and Shotzzy, 3 in the feed. That's a very large moment for Optic Gaming. Can they fight forward and take care of Glow Frosty on A? No, the answer there lies. Pressure now on. Here comes Dashi.
Massive.
Damn.
Oh my God, did he
Damn.
heal up?
Whoa.
That seemed way too fast. I could have sworn he started healing, but Dashi just absolutely incinerates him. So, nutty gunfight, and not able to get that tick of progress on A. So, big opportunity squandered. You are back to square one. Optic Gaming yet to decap over towards A, but that means they are looking for the wipe over on this B zone, which also does not have a single tick on him.
Not yet. Here is the first segment completed. Nice. That progress will be saved here in the round. Less than a minute to play, and the wipe is nearly completed. Lovely defensive work here from Optic Gaming.
All right, we need to stack this objective, gentlemen. We just had a big opportunity, and now you are worried about the flank. You got a Pred behind you. You are losing every gunfight. And now you got Sparty just spinning in different directions, doesn't know where to look. His teammate actually picks up Dark, so you're covered there, but Pred is still in your spawn. You're winning all the gunfights on the front line, though, so by the time Pred gets active, you're able to stack up this zone, and Omit, they'll be good to go.
That's good work from Omit. You managed to get rid of Pred. The backline's safe now. You capture the B zone, 1 minute added to the game clock, and only a 1 life difference here. Is Omit Brooklyn with a slight lead? Hello, that's bad timing, but great for Pred. Walks away with a big one. Shotzzy and Co finding kills across the map, so you're trying to slow down the advance here of Omit.
Yeah, well, they were able to handle a very tense moment early on, and, well, now can they handle the second one? Because, well, we saw Pred's opportunity to work the spawn. Now we're going to have Shotzzy's. We get to see him crawling around the base, and this is personally my nightmare. Hey, Shotzzy's behind you in Palace. Good luck.
Oh, no. Dashi big nades all across the place. Look at this setup right now, though. Optic have got them spawning on the inside of Ice Cream Hole, but okay, towards the back left as well. A absolute iron grip across Invasion right now. Omit are in a tough spot. 3 players do manage to get on out, and Shotzzy on a 5 spree, looking for his 6th. We will see if that happens in a moment, as Proluke's still stuck in spawn.
I mean, none of these players on our mid can afford to die, because if you die, you're just getting funneled into the Shotzzy and Dashi show. Still going in inside of Palace, but you've made it to the A zone, so Sparty is going to be here. And again, you cannot afford to die, or you're going to get put in the blender. A massively important gunfight to win, and Kenny wins it.
Then he wins it. Can Glow Frosty clean up? No, he can't. Teamwork prevails. Optic, another big win. Life lead firmly in their hands, and Shotzzy on a 7 spree. He has secured the cruise missile. Can he find 8? Yes. He stays alive too.
Oh my God.
1 more bullet and Sparty, you would have been going in the highlight reel. No lives left for Omit Brooklyn. Can they find a way out? Kenny, once again, in complete encirclement. No survivors. 2 remain now for Omit, and that will be the round.
I mean, so, you know, I'm just going to make a chess reference real quick. When you play chess, or at least at a high level, your GMs and whatnot, they know all of the opening theory, and just like in Call of Duty, you know all of the timings, you know all the gunfights, you're expecting certain things. Shotzzy's a player that creates novelties, things you have not seen before. The angles he gets to take inside a Palace, he creates literal magic in these moments, and it just makes you so uncomfortable. So credit where credit's due. You did have a met on the offensive end, at least get that B zone capture. It is a neutral round, they're happy for it. But again, incredibly uncomfortable situations dealing with Shotzzy, who again, in those environments thrives. On a 7 spree has a cruise missile.
He is dazzled once again, 12-4 overall.
I have bad news, everyone.
That's very true. I think we might be, yeah, we possibly will be having to restart this one. Sadly, it does. We lost a member of Optic Gaming. They have managed to, unfortunately, fall out of the lobby. They weren't holding on tight enough, folks, but regardless, the scoreline will remain 1-0 as Optic do get that first round in a solid way. Again, I didn't hate the opening looks there from Omit Chance. You get themselves into the A zone as well. The B zone struggles were difficult, but Glow Frosty, if not for a ridiculous gunfight win from Dashi, you could be looking at a segment that can lead to more pressure, that can lead to difficulties, you know, getting back over towards the B zone. That's where you want to keep a great team like Optic on the back foot, keep them guessing, keep them uncomfortable.
You really are correct. You know, 2 different moments where Omit was actually getting very close to at least getting that extra segment. And if Glow Frosty just wins that single gunfight against Dashi, or maybe not even wins it, just doesn't get zapped by Dashi in that moment, who knows how the round can go. But good news for Omit. Say goodbye to that cruise missile from Shotzzy.
That's great news.
Yeah.
Absolute great news. The 7 spree.
Doesn't matter. Well, I mean, you know, they got the round win, so it matters.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
But that's about it.
Well, I mean, at this point in time, cruise missiles, this late into the MW3 season, everyone's pretty good with cruise missiles.
I was going to say, incredibly important.
Yeah, super important. You know the various locations. And again, we always talk about, like, you know, a Pro League champs. That's where the secrets come out. We've seen some special spots towards the backside of the A zone where you can kill them through the wall. Abizi pulled that one out. You know full well that you can, with enough of a, you know, a Pete Mitchell Maverick moment, you can drive a cruise through the streets of Invasion to get on the inside of the A zone. It's not easy, but it can be happened.
Yeah,
can be happened. English. Don't speak it.
That's the perfect thing, too. As you pointed out, that is my favorite thing. The question I always ask around Champs Time is, like, what do you guys know that you're not telling anybody else? And cruise missiles specifically at Champs, I was dished out some of the goods, and specifically on Invasion, and specifically on the A zone as well. I know the attached video baited us out over towards Broken. We saw a lot of attempts, not a lot of hits.
We didn't.
So maybe people have fine-tuned that or figured it out a little bit more in the meantime. But again, that A zone specifically, teams now, I think, are going to be much more acquainted at getting it done. However, we're not going to see Shotzi's attempt because, again, doesn't get it.
Well, you might be able to get another one.
Yeah, you never know.
And the same thing for the Omit Brooklyn lads. Almost ready, folks, to roll back into the map. Optic will have a one-round advantage as they well earned it on that defensive round. And Alpha Omit Brooklyn, we'll see what they are made of. We'll test the resolve here in control because Hardpoint, brilliant work there to start things off. S&D. Damn. Control, let's find out.
And I've got the question you should ask me. If I had to compare Shotzi to a chess player, who would I say? Paul Morphy.
Oh, I was going to ask you, but that's great. There you go.
Morphy.
That's one for the chess heads. Now back to COD. OG up by 1. And on board with Shotzi again. Can he continue to do what he did?
And Paul Morphy, right there. I'm telling you. I'm absolutely telling you. There's 3 people that are like, yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
I'll be on Google in a minute. What a fantastic stun just to slow Shotzi down. Prolude, can you do anything with it? The answer is absolutely not. That is going to be the B zone now under attack. Kenny at the helm.
And this is a prime example of why Optic are one of the best, if not the best team on the game on offense on this map as well. Shotzi already in prime position. This is comfortable as well, right? You got number 2 on the mini-map that just gets to lock down Dark. The man on the hill, Kenny, just gets to be nice and comfortable. You know exactly what direction you need to look. So everybody in position to do their jobs, but where Pred falters, Kenny knows exactly what he needs to pick up. You got to be worried about Dark.
You see the phase line they set up there, so you continue the capture at B. Second segment done. But the aggression now towards A. Brilliant work there from Sparty. Takes care of Shotzi. That would have been an issue that you would have had to deal with in a big, big way as he makes his way over towards A. Look at 8 shots from Dashi. Wow, what a win.
Yeah, he's built different. Through the little bit of smoke as well, so maybe a little bit of that name tag cheese, but unfortunate for Spart, just gets added to a potential highlight reel.
He's trying to do it again. Shotzi's there for it. Sparty, oh, he tags him back and he walks away with another. So Sparty, lovely work on the defense there. B will be finished momentarily. Kenny, the man to get it done. 0-2, but he's the only black playing the objective.
You know he's challenged too. Kenny, he is maybe one of the most, one of the more ego child players we have in the league, without question. He is always challenged.
Kenny's been one of my favorite players since I joined the pro team. And it was in World War II where he won my heart completely on that TK roster. I mean, one of the most incredible plays. That Gibraltar hardpoint against, Echo Fox? Absolutely unbelievable.
Without question. I mean, in terms of, like, pure Call of Duty, like, knowledge, Kenny, absolutely one of the best in the world. So always a treat to spot. But right now, Omit, a treat to watch them on the defensive end. A stranglehold again. Spark gives you the big 2 earlier on. Lets you make sure you get set up on this street. But now Shotzi starting to break it down, and it's only Pred that can stop him.
It's only Pred that can stop him. Sparty unable to make his way forward as well, but you are doing everything you can, Omit. You have won some major fights, and you're looking to take back as much real estate here in Invasion as possible. Glow Frosty, 3 spree, keeps it going. Prolude there in the middle as well, and it is a massive life difference right now with Omit Brooklyn in the lead.
It's a massacre as well. I mean, you just had phenomenal aggression on the defensive end, so Prolude and Glow Frosty taking turns to take those trades. And Optic Gaming also nearly tied up. Shotzi, the only player that hasn't team killed with a frag grenade.
That's true. If he can do it this round, it'd be very impressive indeed. Prolude again, a stalwart of defense. Pred, can he find an opening here? Fire taken care of, 10 seconds to go. A long way to make it their way towards A. Final 5, and Pred gets to pad the stats a little bit more. But Omit Brooklyn, you will take it happily. The bad news, Pred's gone on a 3. The good news, you're all tied up 1-1.
And now I'm just doing the math. I forgot for control on the reset. This is going to be sort of an interesting dynamic because I know the, what is it called? The ticks just get reset after. So an interesting thing for the players to have to deal with and keep in the back of their minds. But either way, we just got to keep things flowing. Round count tied up 1-1 for the moment. And Omit now their turn on the attack. And I know one of the sort of primary operations, do not let Shotzi get behind you.
It's not easier said than done. Kenny, 0-7. That's not a problem, though. He'll find at least one. You know he's good for it. But right now in the running for the next James Bond, not a common occurrence when it comes to control. S&D, though, yeah.
Also, just want to throw this out there. Shotzi currently on a record-setting pace. He has had 10 kills in both of the rounds that he has played. So right now, absolutely electric stuff.
There's not a lot of kills to be found. Well, there we go. Pred and Proluke, they trade each other out there. That's going to be a 5 spree for Pred done. So no crews once again. Omit Brooklyn in on towards B. Here comes shots. Yeah, I think we're trying to find another one there. Lovely shots out of Spy. Pressure now on. Trying to keep these boys far and wide away from the B zone.
Oh, this is great aggression as well. Spart just absolutely running at him. Shotzi getting tagged and tatted up by stuns, but the repositioning may be too good. I was calling him Paul Morphy, maybe just Houdini. The disappearing act complete, and Spart wanted to get aggressive, but you can't hunt down the best. That's the champ's MVP, but at least his boys are there for the trade, but now Prolude on the time. Not able to spot out Pred, and everybody getting welcomed back to their spawn.
Great transition to the second player. Allows now Kenny to fight forward. Gets himself in there. Couple of kills now going the way of the Optic boys. Can they fight out of this deficit they found themselves in? Omit work towards the B zone once again. They're lined up in the street, lying in wait though in all the deep dark corners of the map. It's Optic here in B.
Yeah, and Pred working one frame at a time to try to get there. Shotzi in the exact same boat. So they're doing what they can and getting the trades over on the B street, but I think a stack might be rolling through. Pred able to win the first one, but when his teammate falls, I'm expecting Omit maybe a quick trade, maybe not.
And now it's Dashi on the tank. Now it's Dashi in the spawn.
Oh, baby.
He might not commit to the getting inside of the walls, but he's going to do what he can to fight his way forward. Trades down. Onto the zone. Second segment completed. Can they find any more? No, that's you off the point. Final 10 seconds here. And frame by frame, we are going to see this round close out.
Yeah, one of those moments. I don't know if this is us and the viewer or the players or what's going on, but either way, effective dominance there on the defensive end from Optic Gaming. Only 2 ticks on that B zone allowed. It is a fantastic round there coming in from Optic. So right now on cruise control, and maybe the only bad news with the round that gets played that fast is Shotzi no longer on record-setting pace.
I think everyone might have been facing an issue there, so I'm not sure what we can do, ladies and gents. We're going to find out, but right now, Optic with the lead, 2-1 here on control. Another round is all they need to take the lead here in our first match of the day.
Going to take a hop, quite a few skips, and a jump into this next round as well. And yeah, conversations taking place on the main stage. A lot of talk in and around this tournament, and a lot of talk about these lobbies as well. Important moment for these teams. Keep their resolve, keep a cool head, keep those vibes flowing. Pred, always a smile on his face.
We from there, keep the boys as calm as they can, keep everyone locked in. We are going to restart that lobby. There was definitely some form of network issue there, so we're going to end this one, pump the brakes, restart it. Again, Optic do find themselves in a 2-1 situation here as Invasion Control. I wasn't enthralled at getting back into it, Chance. We've managed to have 2 restarts on it as well, mate.
What a map.
What a map. What a moment for either one of these teams. Again, for Omit Brooklyn, not bad looks whatsoever. They're going to start this next one off on defense. That was how they managed to get their first round win. They find another, and we find ourselves in a tricky situation where we have to now maybe restart the lobby again to decide who gets defense, but I don't know.
And this is a small thing, but it does go a long way. I saw an interesting video on the subreddit today of a moment from Ultra where Insight was having issues with his comms at Champs, and he's having to like replug in his mic. Weird things can happen, but Toronto, a team, I think, is the sort of highlight example. Is the second the map ends, all 4 players are like, doesn't matter, we're done with it, lock in and like get ready to go. Ended up winning the series. So it's a small thing dealing with weird issues that are occasionally commonplace in the electronic sports world, but teams' abilities to handle the chaos is, again, a small thing, but absolutely can be a difference maker.
That was an outstanding soundbite, mate. I thought that was really cool. Nailed that one. Nailed it, folks. We're loading back into our map soon. Referees on stage just making sure that everything is sorted. Spick and span. Sparty there as a moment just to think over how they're going to start that defensive round, how they're going to start this one off. They want to try to force at least a final. Going down the series here, not ideal. After this map, we go to Karachi to play Hardpoint and Search and Destroy for Game 5 if we need it. And I think for Omit Brooklyn, your first Hardpoint was good enough. How is your Karachi game? Everyone's getting warmed up. Everyone's getting into the swing of things here at the EWC. But again, to force a Game 5 in the first, we'll see how the Hardpoint goes. But right now, Optic have got to be feeling very, very good. Their chances here on invasion control are still high.
Absolutely. And again, the sort of situation overall, the grand scope in the group stages of the EWC for Call of Duty. Win 2 and you are into the playoff bracket. Puckett was already teasing us just a little bit earlier. Teams are going to get eliminated already today. So we are wasting absolutely no time.
No. Not only that, I'm thinking I'm getting a bit of an update here from the B stream, and it does look like that the Ravens are 2-0 in their series going into their final map as well. So Vegas Legion taking a bit of a hammering so far on the other side of the matches today. Plenty more to play for here still at the EWC. We've got lots of Call of Duty to get through today.
And a lot of things that are going to be important throughout this tournament. Obviously, the big thing, that prize pool, right? That #1 spot, a massive $1.8 million overall, $600K for first place. But also, it is still careers. This is the final opportunity for all of the Pro League teams to sit there and look at players, test things out. So Vegas and Carolina, both squads making that single roster change, trying out a new system out with new players. And I mean, I know for me, just hearing that Carolina is 2-0 up with Beans, already exciting things to think about. And again, long-term implications, careers, potential, anything, an opportunity to show yourself off in the main stage. Getting pan off in Pred. I thought he was looking at me.
No, he wasn't looking at you, mate. What he was looking at is that round once again, folks. The ruling here from the referees is going to be a 1-1 going back into this. We're going to play that round out one more time in the interest of fairness, as the network issue there with the game basically ran away with it. So once again, the scoreline coming into this round, 1-1 either side.
And, you know, I've heard the comms breakdowns from the Optic boys, especially so after winning champs. And I know in these moments, they're not saying anything weird at all. They are incredibly focused on the gameplay. They are all strategy. No funny business.
We'll find out how things go in a moment. Lobby on its way, but so far, Chance, again, we've had a good look. I mean, before that round sort of fell to pieces, Omit, not bad whatsoever when it comes to the attack. They've got looks, they've got angles, they've got a lot of fire in their bellies. I wonder, again, because we're going to play this one right again, it's still 1-1. Who's walking away with it on the replay?
Probably Optic. I mean, again, you've had the opportunities created, I would say, from Omit, but that's where, like, the big moments really come into effect, and those are what separates the good players from the great. And I mean, so far we've seen Dashy just dishing out death in those moments as well, and we've seen Shotzi absolutely thrive in those environments. So potential absolutely there for this Omit Brooklyn squad, but obviously this is quite literally the tallest mountain to climb.
Oh, incredible.
Tallest green wall to climb. The joke was right there.
That's okay. You had the opportunity. You could not close out the round, and that's absolutely fine. We're still between time zones, and that is an exciting factor here to the global nature of this competition. Out here in Riyadh, it has been a wonderful time so far, and it's far from over. The tournament has only just begun.
Buckle in, folks.
Jance is nodding his head vigorously as the players now fill the lobby. And I did enjoy the opening sort of the ceremony, the players walking out on the stage and Shotzi putting in the Optic Gaming, that lovely little sort of statue there just to mark the beginning of their competition here at the EWC. And again, for so many of these teams, an incredible opportunity just to play against each other here on this big stage, to really go toe-to-toe with some of the finest to ever do it.
And, you know, the trophy sort of system that the EWC has, where we're melting down the teams that you get to beat to add into it, absolutely phenomenal. The stage, absolutely gorgeous. The camera quality. I mean, I've never seen a lobby code getting thrown up before, so that's how good these cameras are. Some of this production value completely out of control. So many gorgeous things to pay attention to.
Speaking of gorgeous, folks, we are getting back into the game now. Optic Gaming, Omit Brooklyn 1-1 after the restart here on Control. Back to invasion, folks. No cruise missiles either side. None of that nonsense. No trophies either. This is going to be spicy.
And now because it's back to the 1-1 reset, Shotzi's actually record-setting performance might be back on the table. He had 10 kills in each of the rounds that are being counted. So right now he is sitting on a 20 bomb, and we have potentially 3 more rounds to play. If he gets 50, we'll give him another trophy.
Here we go. Good luck, Easy Mac. And good luck to both our teams. As the opening stuns land, we're going to see Omit Brooklyn trying to hit the attack here once again over towards the B side. They do win a couple of fights, though. Glowfrosty again back on towards the A attack as well. So, oh dear, we're spinning plates right now. And what do you know? Omit Brooklyn, big wins. Nice work out of Pred, though. Shuts down the play towards B.
Oh, Glowfrosty, well, he's never going to be able to actually make that progress over towards A, but he is going to draw that attention from Optic. You see Shotzi's positioning on the mini-map, taking that long rotation. Optic Gaming being very careful, but you want to stack this zone and get it quick if you're Omit.
Yeah, you're not necessarily worried about finding the capture, but you are looking towards it here over by B. Nice work, Prolu, up close and personal from the hip. Trophies down at the ready. Still, oh, you've managed to get everyone off the zone and nobody's there. So Omit, allergic to the B zone. Prolu, though, 4 spree for him, could be looking at a cruise.
And it's just Shotzi's presence on the flank, all those arrows that were over towards that B zone, constantly having to look that direction. So typically if you're on the zone, you're just looking dark. If you're looking towards your full flank, look what's wide open. Shotzi waltzes on through and guns them down, and Prelude on a 4 spree in the meantime. Looking for the kills, not the A zone. Kill off the cruise.
One more. Can he get it? His teammates haven't found a single thing. Oh, and he's not going to get the zone either. Not going to get the spree, and it might be done, folks. We're in the red. 20 seconds on the round. We'll find out who takes the lead.
Yeah, just got to hold in iron, but right now you are feeling the heat. I mean, 14 seconds, and you got to turn around and chase the kills. Yes, and fire so close yet so far. Only 9 seconds left on the game clock.
They managed to at least get in the zone. Kenny, a problem. Dealt with for now. Can they get the capture? Second segment, long gone. 2-man cap. Kenny! Kenny! Can't get the bear! Oh my! The capture's still going. Dashy! Forward he may fly. Shotzi into the feed. No, you're still good. 4.3. The B zone still stands.
Overwhelming presence and force, enough to get it done. I was shocked that no one turned there from Kenny, but at least to get that B zone.
For the very least. 14 lives either side. Now both teams going at it. You've got one more zone to play for. 50 seconds, Omit, to do the unthinkable. Oh, the pistol duel there. Shotzi takes down fire. Sparty through the middle of the map. Once again, it's Shotzi with the trades. 2 now in a row for him, and 35 on the game clock.
Everything's just covered too. Yeah, I mean, just constant big gunfight win on big gunfight win. Shotzi with the pistol. Kenny there for some trades, and Optic Gaming right now. I mean, this map is just completely under control. So again, standard round, Omit not too unhappy for it, but long way to go.
They have not been able to get themselves into the A zone since the first round, about 3 hours ago, when Glowfrosty managed to get a toe in off the opening break. It hasn't been successful since then. 8 seconds, the round should be done. And we will see Optic take the lead unless Sparty can somehow teleport in towards the A zone. The kill's good. It's not going to be enough time, though. Optic, another defensive round goes their way. 2-1.
Yeah, just not quite even sprinting for it. They're just knowing that if they hold down that left stick, someone is going to kill them off the cross. So, again, nice and under control. The flanks right now from Optic have been constant on the defensive end. So, you have Omit much more happy for sort of just the flood system, get all 4 players near the zone, and if you got to turtle up and watch every angle, they will be happy for it. But that is only for step 1. Now step 2, got to clutch up on the defensive end. I'm waiting for the sparks. I'm waiting for the moment for the offensive round pop off, and this might be it. Optic, 3 players, potentially 4 if Shotzi turns right, headed towards this A zone.
Oh, that's a win. Over to fire. The battle, though, for the A zone is not over yet. Omit Brooklyn providing resistance. Here comes Shotzi in a very lovely spot to cause some problems here. Timing the turn, what a win! He's still going.
Oh, this is your MVP, and this is the moment where he gets to thrive again. Impossible to track, and he just creates different angles you can never expect. Call him Paul Morphy, call him Houdini. It doesn't make a difference. You can't find him.
You can't find him. He's about to get his 5th in a row. Does get it. Can he get number 6? He can. It's 2 crews now on the round, and that is huge in the A zone. You find Omit Brooklyn for a moment. Can we keep the pressure up?
As I said, by the way, we just watched Shotzi do all of that. Optic haven't touched the zone yet. Finally off spawn, Shotzi has to go capture.
I'll just do it all, shall I? A couple of kills there. 3 now in the feed. Shotzi, the last man up for Optic Gaming over towards the B zone. Gets a Totem out. Trophy's there in position, waiting for the reinforcements. He can't do it all by himself. And that's going to be another one there. Oh, final 30 seconds. We're going to a final round here, folks, unless Optic can capture these zones.
Well, this would be huge. Again, I don't know if we're actually keeping track of the ticks or not, but this is currently a massive round for the side of Omid, because they are winning this in dominant fashion. Only a single player on the point, and unfortunate for Glow Frosty, Shotzi just has him in his sights. And, well, now that B zone is going to fall, because you have to be worried about this A pressure. So it could have been a dominant round on defense. Instead, Optic pulling off a little bit of magic.
Chelsea playing this one doorway at a time. That's awkward. And he will be brought down. This threshold proves to be too much. Prolude takes care of business. Kenny with damage all over the place. Mr. Williams, can he find another? Whoa, no. Prolude gets a little too close. Gets in on that weapons envelope range. 15 lives now remaining on the defense for Omid Brooklyn. 1 minute and 15 on the clock.
I don't know why this just popped in my head. Maybe because I watched Dashy Beam, but Dashy and Shotzi should, in fact, trade names.
That is...
I stole that from someone. Said that was I can't remember who, unfortunately, the name, but someone on the subreddit made that point. Fantastic point.
Absolutely surreal moment there from my counterpart.
Look at him. He's dashing around. He's
dashing around, and there you go. We're going to go over to Dashy now, who's shot seeing.
Never mind. Keep your names. It's all good. My bad. My bad.
13 lives either side, though. The defense has worked out. Omid Brooklyn, far from over. Kenny on the big flank. Kenny, another two-piece. Massive opportunity now for Optic on the attack.
Yeah, just trying to sort of open up that B Street floodgate, right? So you can start funneling through. He's created the space, but now these are the moments where Kenny cannot afford to die. He's playing for the spawners. He sent 2 to the grave, and it's the 2 players off spawn he gets to deal with. There's your first.
And once again, lovely entry. Good work, Glow Frosty, from the hip. A lot of damage dealt, but 15 seconds. And we are going to a final round here on Invasion.
Where, again, I don't know if we're keeping track of ticks or if we're just going to flip-flop and it's going to be Optic on the defensive end for the next round. But it does make perfect sense because I've been keeping track of the ticks, and Optic are certainly up and no one able to touch that A zone. So I would assume, again, you might as well just keep things stock and standard. And I mean, Shotzi, the cruise missile that he earned before the first reset in round number 1, he will currently have in hand. So all's well that ends well. Ball, don't lie.
Well, we'll find out who is bringing game here in our final round on Invasion Control. It has been a mixy one in every sense of the word. And what an opportunity here for Omid to take the lead. Optic as well. Before we get into that double dose of Karachi, we will find out who gets the advantage. Final round here in Control.
At wheeling and dealing, no reason to waste time and do the math again. Optic on the offensive end. I think 2 extra ticks that they were able to go up to secure defense. So amid a squad that has created a few opportunities on the attack, looking to create another one. It is again just Shotzi by himself over towards Broken, and well, he gets dealt with. Perfect flank rolling through. Now Glow Frosty, the nuisance down A Street. Well, does get taken care of, but again, you're just looking for that B zone guarantee. Dashy is, though, built different. And I got to be careful because here comes that cruise.
Gonna connect in a moment, maybe. No,
never mind. Did you hear that?
I heard that as well, mate. I don't know what's going on here, but that's the B zone. Well and truly done. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. And Omid Brooklyn only lose 2 of their lives. Better make it 3. On the approach, Kenny and Dashy swap in and out on the inside. Dashy now on a 3.
And while he's going to be prowling around looking to secure Broken, well, Spart's going to fall, so they've cleared out everybody in their spawn. Shotzi, well, he's looking around just in case, but everybody you see on the minimap is being contained by Pred. 4 players over by Palace and Kenny. That front man getting damage in everybody. 1 minute and 45 to work out in the blender. And you know he's challenged.
Oh, he's challenged. Fire, though. Accepts the challenge and somehow manages to find the trades. Massive shots out of Dashy. Cruise missile now in his back pocket. Pred fighting his way forward. Endless teamwork, endless gun flow there from the Optic boys. And it's Dashy again in the feed. Dashy again, finding them there. Can Dashy do it again as he is hotter than hell right now?
I mean, he's just bouncing right. Yeah, that's the ace free falls. He's just jumping up and challenging while not healed at all and currently stunned. He does not care, but him and Pred gonna fall. So again, we had 1 minute and 55 seconds it was, I think, for them to actually work this A zone. A minute has gone by, and they've made it halfway to touching it.
And that is just testament to the superb defensive work. However, a massive attack now from Omit through the backlines. Dashy's cruise comes through. That's going to call out all 4 players. Pred finds one. Okay.
Yep, that'll do the trick.
Dashy finds himself. You're still alive and kicking here. You've got to worry, though, about Dashy on spawn. And this could get very unusual.
And the game just gave him a revenge spawn as well. He spawns up in the middle while his team spawns out towards blue, and there's his revenge. It was Glow Frosty he was looking for. It is Glow Frosty that he is going to find in Omid. Well, they have now just found their spawn and fired the only player on the map that can make the play, but Dashy, I mean, he's got him in his sights.
He's so close, yet so far. Can he win the straight-up gunfight? Oh, the far range, the concussion doesn't pay off. Fire wins it. Fire with the trophy, and now Fire with the chance to win the map.
And for Optic Gaming, absolutely nobody is home. Shotzzy killing someone else with the cruise fire, forced to make the big play.
Has to stay down, has to keep himself safe in this situation. The long-range fights there from Dashy working out. Oh, the challenge. Are we in? Fire brings it! Oh, what a win! But indeed, Shotzzy there for the save. 10 seconds to get across map. And Kenny may have saved it. Big wins from Glow Frosty. Another, but not enough. Control comes to a close, and Optic take the lead. The map that won them a championship ring gives them the lead here in this series.
And what is unironically the longest invasion control potential we have had all year, where we're going to end up seeing the data view here in a second, and only through 3 rounds played, honestly, the numbers were pretty absurd. There was a lot of damage being dealt out on both sides, so I mean, honestly, not a terrible look there from Omit, able to create some opportunities and at least test the waters. Unfortunately, they found 4 sharks with rings on their fins. Wow, able to get it done.
Unbelievable. Well, the stats may not matter, but it's all that matters is the scoreline. It's 2-1 Optic Gaming. Omit. The drawing board there on Invasion Control, not bad whatsoever. It was all to play for. They had some great moments, but it's difficult to contest with some of the finest to ever do it. Shotzzy indeed. What a spree it was for them. Now that we go to Karachi chances, the highlights now will roll. We'll see who brought their A game on a brand new map here played at EWC.
It's going to be a fun one indeed, but I know we've seen quite a few of Shotzzy's highlight plays already. That is your Champs MVP, and for good reason. Man is an absolute monster and oftentimes turns Karachi into his playground, so got to be on the lookout for a lot of different things, but certainly Optic, if the guns weren't warm enough in map number 1, certainly hot now.
That's going to be a very, very tall ask. Can Omit Brooklyn win another hard point against Optic to force the final map? A difficult order for them. As Optic, it feels like they're starting to walk away with it. We talk about energy, we talk about momentum. A tournament like this, absolutely essential for both of these squads. Because Omit, they will be playing again today if they do lose this hard point. Well, if we go to a game 5, we'll find out, folks, how that all goes down. But what a win from Fire there to try to buy his boys a lifeline. Not enough time across map. And these were the final few moments. Glow Frosty, kudos for the shots. Nice work, but not enough presence there on the map. Tension and pressure now on for the boys of Omit Brooklyn.
And I'm going to give a little bit of gas to Omit. I'm going to keep it lukewarm, specifically because the S&D, they just got absolutely bullied. But at least what we've seen in the respawns, all 4 players have had their moments and making good plays. We've seen a lot of, sort of multi-kills coming from the ARs of both Glow Frosty and Spark, especially on the map number 1. But we've also seen some pretty good plays coming out of ProLoot, some good coordination, times for the teamwork to be showing off. So I think Omit has shown me enough, again, at least in the respawns, that I think they're going to be a lethal threat against the other 2 squads. And if they can push Optic even further here on the Karachi, then we can really start to sing their praises. But I mean, 6-star was bad enough. And again, lukewarm praise, looked pretty good, still need more to show.
Well, that lukewarm praise may pay off in the long run. We'll see if that temperature increases throughout the day here in our Group A.
In Saudi Arabia, it definitely does. 120.
Fahrenheit.
It's 90 degrees at nighttime. That's insane.
It is beautiful, though. Wow. Karachi hardpoint on its way now. Search and destroy for game 5 as well. So we go back to first to 250 inside that magical zone. And I can assure you that Mystic is giving more sound advice than I did to describe hardpoint then.
Absolutely. I don't know what advice you give. we've mentioned it before. It could very well be a well-orchestrated effort to talk about everything Optic actually does. You have an endless amount of VOD about how Optic plays against the best teams in the world. I think you're never going to be caught off guard by the opening breaks Optic brings to the table. And on a map like Karachi especially, it can be very stock and standard. Again, the opening breaks, you're looking for the power positions. Guys going top third, someone's in top red. A couple players, the SMGs going straight towards that time. So no one's going to be caught off guard on the side of Omit, at least when the game starts. But again, it's certainly about that containment system. You cannot afford to let any of these players get out of control.
Containment, I mean, it's so difficult to secure, contain, and pound these players, especially on Karachi. As you said, it's been described as a jungle gym. It's got such a strong sort of vertical element to it. There's so many ways to attack. There's so many ways to navigate through. So good luck to some of these players when it comes to handling these very, very specific players on the other side of the stage.
And, you know, one of those sort of jungle gym elements of Karachi as well is players that sort of go up, you know, up the ladder, go to top AC and hit those dolphin dives out towards like P1 or the B zone in control. Shotzi, one of the purveyors of that hybrid mechanic movement where he was the first one to truly integrate those dolphin dives. And it is hilarious. I will not name the players that have spoken about it, but AR players' experience of shooting these players, it's impossible. So there have been teams in the Pro League that don't go for those dolphin dives, and they've absolutely let their AR teammates down. But Shotzi's just one of those guys that creates a little bit of magic and a trend setter in the Pro League.
Oh my goodness, aren't they going to enjoy Black Ops 6?
Whew. I'm so scared. I am so scared.
I think this might be the career killer for many a player, but we'll find out October 25th when that drops. But until then, we have ourselves a Karachi hardpoint. The players loading into the lobby, the final firing range bots being put down onto their backs as we're nearly ready to go. And again, this is a tall task. This is the moment for Omit Brooklyn to prove their worth here at the World Cup. You're going up against the world champions on a map that you've seen them play hundreds and hundreds of times. Can you bring your A game and force the game 5?
And I'll make the joke for you. You brought up Easy Mac with the incredible amount of work he has done over the years and this year, especially with sort of manually cranking through all of the stats. And you mentioned in a lobby with Dashi in it, and Dashi team kills himself with Cruz. So there's the splash of revenge.
Sensational work, folks. Here we go. Karachi hardpoint.
This is a gorgeous stage. I'm digging the vibes. Same thing with the, like, this is insane to look at.
And now we're in it.
I don't understand how that's done.
Chance's mind is blown, and soon the hardpoint will be blown wide open. Shotzi and Bread on the outside here. You've got yourself at least Dashi up top, and that is it. They love it when a plan comes together directly into the point, and an immediate attack onto the next wave of Brooklyn players. Omit on the back foot already.
Well, it's one thing to know exactly what Optic are going to do. It's another thing to stop it. And, well, Shotzi, his playground for a reason. Just look at him dance.
Oh, my. 4-0 so far with complete awareness of where Omit Brooklyn's attack will come from. Here we go. Another no. Sparty wins the gunny, holds his iron. And still bad news, though. 30 seconds up for Optic Gaming. P1 is going very well indeed.
I mean, do you know how annoying that is for an AR player where you have to go top third and you just have to sit and wait and hope that they give you the kill? Like, it's just such a painful moment, and they're going to have 6 seconds time. Yeah, down by 20 going into new where Optic completely had this rotation under control. And Optic don't have any pressure, actually, for those left side spawns. You actually have Shotzi crawling around that area now, but they more or less want to leave those open and really dagger Omit if any of those players start to fall, but looks like Pred's the first one that ends up dying. So off respawn, Optic will have the 4 spawns.
We have the tough spawns now. Pressure directly on towards the point. Guessing game begins. Oh, and behind door number 1, it's Proloot with a Renetti.
And the mining problem right now, Optic are going to have to solve. Through the doors you're going to go, and over the dumpster, always going to be guaranteed death. Omit able to make things happen. So an incredibly poor opening start, but they have absolutely rebounded. And just as in map number 1, it was Spark, the player that was popping off, and now it's Glowfrosty's turn to maybe pick him up and then some. Got to give you 2, can't get it done. Optic chalk up the P2 time and get the rotation.
Lovely work there. Trades complete. On the Pro League now, trying to make his way towards our point. Catches out Shotzi. Can he finish him off, though? That's the thing. You're just so hard to deal with him as a player. Lead now firmly in the hands of Optic. Hard point all theirs as well. Cruz connects to nothing there from Sparty. Again, an opening attack that has been fantastic for them. Can they keep the pace up against Optic?
We saw this in Champ. There's a few teams that invested the cruise missile on this hill. And if you get players nearby so you can get players like Fire Round back, it's great. The cruise missile didn't help him get here, but he got there anyway. All the trades rolling through, and ProLoot gives you a little bit extra. 2-piece in the feed, you get a break on a difficult hill, and then you just get zapped. But either way, Omit, they've done the hard work, starting to collect this time.
And they've got the defense ready for the attack. Glowfrosty the first. Sparty brought down. Shotzzy somehow finds the break nearly alone. Lovely work there with the Semtex. And fire through the back line as Dashi's Renetti just too much.
Yeah, the nades and gunfights being won so hard by Optic. We end up with a Dutch angle right there for the death cam. So we're bringing out film terminology as we're going to rotate this camera over towards that new time. Kenny getting that bridge on lock.
Glowfrosty in the feed helps out. The new hard point, not a lot of cover. That trophy will help as Kenny slowly gets it out of his hands, but he manages to just stay alive. Will the comms for Omit pay off? The answer is yes. Sparty guns up at the ready. Dashi now in the 2v1. Brought down again, so Omit, fantastic work here on the hold. You've got 35 seconds remaining in this point.
And fantastic teamwork so far on this hill and on this map as well. And Glowfrosty started off 1 in 5, so he's absolutely picked things up. ProLoot there for the trades, and again gives you 2. ProLoot ripping heads, and why not give him 3? And that is a 4-man wipe. Omid, they got the rotation, they got the scrap time, and they might have an advantage in this game.
Huge advantage. 2 separate force sprees. Oh, wow, 5 done. Can ProLoot secure a couple more? Can't get it. Kenny, what a win. Optic bounce back, maintain control. And we're going to a top right-hand side of the minimap, a new hard point, and Omit. They are in position.
Yeah, main money hill, though, on this map. It is Omit with the time, but it is Optic Gaming with the listening. See if they can break it down.
Back right was third set. Top 3 ProLoot. Top 3 ProLoot.
What's our grid? That's our grid. Nice job. That's two.
Just deny between.
I am. That's fine. Take your time, bro. Take your time.
We should go front.
That's fine. I'm good.
I can't see in between. He's in between dead.
I'm top far. Top bit far.
I'm holding top 3.
Top bit done. Nice job. To be square.
Watch out. Close. Nice. Go in.
Top 3. Absolute top 3. Absolute top 3.
Probably get out top.
I'll play, bro. One shot. We have
your front.
We need to play for this guy, Loki.
Yeah, play for guy. I want my front. I'm trying to I'm one shot, bro.
Low cash.
I'm down the shit. I'm supposed to.
Cha.
I'm here. A little ticket. Top bar. Low.
Last guy top 3.
I'm gonna spawn kill the rest.
I hear you. Do your thing.
He's challenging you guys top 3 aggressively, Barn.
Okay, I'll play for this guy.
We need to play for him, Ken.
I'll play for him, yeah. He's break. Dead.
World Championship caliber communication there from Optic Gaming allows them to maintain a bit of a lead here, but nothing too crazy chance. And as we saw in the Rio, the comebacks are certainly there for Omit Brooklyn.
I like the comms as well, right? You hear Shotzzy go, I'm going to spawn kill again. He's like, yeah, man, do your thing. I love that. That's my favorite call out to hear from you. Fortunately for him, Fire actually hit some really nice shots with the Renetti at the top of the ladder, but unfortunately for him, Shotzzy off respawn, able to pick up 2 again. So Shotzzy has been the menace on this P1 hill. Question is, can that actually translate into too much time? He's going to be the one to collect it, and he has a trophy. 30 seconds is nothing to shy away from. You certainly don't want to give this up, and Glowfrosty isn't going to. Shotzzy now going to have to do it mostly himself. It's only him and Dashi to work together. And Dashi from the heavens above, my God, gives him everything.
He does it all. Shotzzy, we've stayed on his POV this whole time. Immediate spawn trap. Oh, the timing just unfortunate. But he's there, though, in position to get it. Sparty knows he's there, so Spartan's awareness on point. The lead, though, still firmly in Optic's hands. Brooklyn get the new point. Can they contend with Shotzzy still on this run?
Well, I really like the route Sparta took. Yeah, he knows he can't go up the ladder, so he gets aggressive down low and more or less jukes out Shotzzy. And he guns him down, so Sparta out here making plays. P2 has been the spot where Omid has thrived.
And they're thriving right now. ProLoot brought down by Dashi. What a ridiculous gunfight win that was. Over towards the point we now roll. Last man in, Glowfrosty. Can he contend? He finds one. Can he find the second? No, Shotzzy there with a save. 25 to go, and Optic are in.
Ah, that's brutal too, because Sparta actually just gave you so much extra. Even ProLoot right now, 19 kills is frying. But now you are pinned back, and now this is easy cutoff kills. Pred gets the stun, gets the timing, and now the power position. And Fire caught sprinting. The trade there for Sparta, so an open avenue of attack. You've at least made it through Coop.
We made it through. Shotzzy, pressure. Hard points open for business. Optic are in. Shotzi's behind you. In the middle of the map, he can't quite take care of all of them. There's still plenty of men now able to put their bodies towards the point for Omit Brooklyn. Can Kenny hold them back?
Doing what he can so far. And he got Pred in the back line. There's another good win from Spart. Extra damage, and he is ferociously attacking the back of the map, looking for the trade. Pred able to get out of dodge, but in the meantime, look who's got the hill time. Omit, the break is clean, but they are still working on another hard point comeback. It was a 30-point deficit, or excuse me, a 50-point deficit that they fought out of Rio. Exact same situation here on Karachi.
Oh, our shot's not enough. He gets quite literally tilted. Glow Frosty still in the back line, still finding the kills, and still in the hard point there for Omit Brooklyn.
And this is going into the hill where, I mean, P2, I was saying they had the most success, but it was actually the open street where they were able to put in quite a bit of work. Kenny, though, wants to reposition, make the adjustment. He's got the trophy, and he's got the barrels secured. So maybe this is Optic hitting the reset button on Rio. They were unable to sort of slow things down. Well, they've done so on Karachi, but Kenny currently feeling the heat. His teammates have fallen around him. Ooh, there to pick you up, at least one.
At least one helps. Pred now pushing forward, trying to hold them back. Does just that. Can he get a second? Glow Frosty. Whoa, it's fire from up high. Cooks him.
Hello.
Sparty can't win that fight against Shotzi. As the battle between those two on this side of the map continues. 20-point game.
Yeah, Spart, unfortunately, with his fame moment where the guy crawling right in front of you, just unable to see. So small window of opportunity. And keep in mind right now for Omid, yes, it's a 20-point game, but they currently have those left side spawns. This is a horrific moment where it is Shotzi that gets to spawn kill, and you do not have the rotation. You need to kill this man.
They do it. Oh, his timing's been just unfortunate here. The COD gods, they may be smiling, but not necessarily on him. Kenny, though, in the feed finds 3 as Mr. Williams gets it done. A 4 spree for Shotzi, a 3 spree for Kenny, and a new hard point in the hands of Optic.
And all that fighting Omid did to make this a 15-point game, and they have to do the thing where you gotta get past Shotzi. He full sends it, so you at least take care of him, but look who's there to pick him up. There's Kenny for 1, and there's Kenny to be the thorn in your side.
Kenny is such a difficult player to deal with. Ah, no, and gets the 5th. Kenny, the 6th as well. What a run. No more, but no problem. Cruise secured.
Yeah, and you know, Kenny's challenge, hyper aggressive, always prepared for the next gunfight, and he will catch you off guard.
Yes, good. Nades are there. Pred, push back. Dashy, he might be on the pincher in a moment. Can you find one? Can't. Prolute and Sparty fight forward. Trades are done. Last man, Shotzi, and he is kicking.
Yeah, and he's just gonna
die. Yo. Unbelievable. 32 and 19 for Shotzi.
That is unbelievable stuff. Yeah, Shotzi has had himself a map in a series and an absolute year. 32 kills, and he is not gonna stop.
He's not slowing down indeed. This could be it. The next hard point, back to P1. There's not a lot going on. Pred is holding them down. Omit are in the time. But Optic Gaming in full control of the map.
That just cracks me up. We go from Shotzi doing the belly dolphin dive off of ledges to get hit fire kills, and then there's Pred chilling top there laying down.
Final moments of our opening maps. 10 seconds for the win. Can anyone get close to this one? It's on fire to save the day. Can't get it done. 5 seconds now for the win. Pressure there. Prolute finds at least one, and you might have a second or two, but no. There's Kenny in for the win. 3-1 the final score. There may have been an upset in map 1, but it was simply a blip on the radar.
Just got to get those competitive juices flowing. Optic Gaming, the giant we have in the Pro League, awoken after the Rio. Absolutely dominant on the 6-star, and they simply never looked back. And Shotzi, quite simply, just doing what Shotzi does best. 32 kills, 5K damage, and highlight reel play after highlight reel play. The only thing he did poorly is he called out he was going to spawn kills, and Ken says, go ahead. He only gives you one. Other than that, beautiful.
Ferociously disappointing. To him, at least. Otherwise, all good. Great stuff there from Optic Gaming. They don't let anything get too much out of hand. And after the first map, I mean, it was fine. It was difficult to get through the invasion control for them, but that was more a technical issue than anything else. The 6-1 on 6-star was absolutely brilliant, and I think a strong, strong indicator of the level of play that Optic are already bringing at EWC.
And I'll pose the question to you. Do you think we saw enough out of Amit? Again, Optic Gaming, world champs 3 weeks ago. Did they show you enough that you have more faith when they're facing the squads of Vegas and facing the squad of Carolina Raiders?
Absolutely. You're talking, I mean, it is night and day as far as, a season has gone, the difference between world champions Optic and what we would be expecting out of the Carolina Royal Ravens with a big, big team change. Now, I know Clayster can hear this, so I'm not going to say too much, and I'm just going to give it over to Barney Banks, who's talking to Pred.
Welcome back to the main stage. I've got Fred with me. Congratulations on the first win on the main stage. Now, I've got to say, for a lot of people here in the audience, backstage, and I can imagine for a lot of people back home, watching that first hard point, I think everyone just looked and went, okay, what happened?
Nah, honestly, we just came out a bit flat. I mean, yeah, honestly, yeah, that's all it is. We just came out flat, and yeah, we just started off a bit slow.
Well, you've had a bit of a topsy-turvy year, right, with Major 3, Major 4, and then winning champs. And then now you're here. What's preparations been like coming up to this point?
Yeah, it's obviously unusual to play after champs, but we're very excited to be here. We want to win, and yeah, that's our main objective, is just to win this tournament.
Do you feel like you're carrying a lot of momentum from champs coming into this, with it being so soon?
Oh, for sure. We just came off like winning a world championship, so we're very confident.
You got an upper bracket match tomorrow, so you can rest for the rest of the day. Now, what I'm thinking and what I'm hearing is that it's looking like the potential is going to be Carolina. What are you thinking about that?
Yeah, they're a good team. We're going to be locked in and make sure we play our best games.
Pred, a man of few words, but I love it. Thank you so much for joining me in your pre-match interview. And for now, we're going to go back to you guys.
Great stuff there from Pred and Barney Banks. Welcome back into the studio, everybody. Chris Puckett hosting here. And of course, I got Allie Cat and Name with my trio. Let's start with you, Allie. We thought this one was going to be fast, but instead, you nailed it in the green room. You said it was going to be a 3-1. Omit took the first hard point, though, and I don't think anyone saw that coming.
It was the biggest opportunity that they had, right? Map 1 in the series, Optic Gaming clearly had a very cold start, and it was the final 3 hills. I mean, Spart proving once again why he should be considered as one of the big dogs. I mean, he was having his way with them.
We love to see Spart back at the top level. Let's take a look back at the finisher, though. This is some highlights from game number 4, and Shotzzy doing just Shotzzy things, Nameless.
Yeah, it got really close in this one, and this is actually the hill on the next rotation where it got away from Omit Brooklyn. They were looking very good, and as you mentioned, Shotzzy doing Shotzzy things. Dashy leads it, finds a kill. Shotzzy finds another 2 following that, and then it's Pred on the rotation. So you're getting everybody active throughout this one. Sometimes that first match, especially internationally, I have experience in that, it takes a little bit to get going.
Okay.
They got caught off guard on that map number 1, but you saw the response in that search and destroy. Just absolute dominance and aggression, which then translated into their next 2 maps in the respawn. So for Optic Gaming, you're feeling comfortable. And I will say as well, Chris, during the listening, everything sounded so good out of these guys, poised and calm.
It really did. And for Optic Gaming, we looked at the map layout to start, and it was like when it came to the respawns, the Rio, that did come as a surprise that they ended up falling. But the Karachi, that was map number 1 in the grand finals versus now Cloud9, former New York subliners, where they took a very early lead. So that was a map they were incredibly comfortable on, and we saw it here today versus Omit Brooklyn.
We got to give a little shout out to Omit Brooklyn. Not only did he prove a lot of the haters in the chat wrong by taking that first map, Prolude continued to play well, dropping numbers against the best team in Call of Duty. So Omit Brooklyn still alive. You have to lose 2 to get knocked out of groups. Optic will be moving to that upper bracket matchup, but we'll probably see Omit later tonight.
And for Omit, I mean, you're feeling kind of good. You played the world champs extremely close, and not only that, you want to get this first match out of the way. You played probably the most dangerous opponent in your group as your first matchup, so moving forward, you should feel much more confident.
And you played them so tight. I mean, you look at the map layout here, right? We look at that invasion control. They had a good push at the very end. It's Pred who makes a huge 2-piece to stop it in the spawn. Right. And then you think about the Karachi as well. On that P2, I just went through it. They had a massive opportunity. It's going to be tough to not make any mistakes here, right? These guys are from challengers. They're going up against Optic Gaming, who have been together all year long. So now you have to just, after this, go back, regain, get ready for that lower bracket match in your group, and get that W.
It's time to take a look at our MVP from the first match of the day, and your Sony Bravia MVP is Shotzzy. Give a shout out to the young man. When he's not entertaining, Well, I don't know. I think he's always entertaining, Allie.
The movement, yeah, he's always entertaining. He's known as the movement king for a reason, and he really showed us why there in that map number 4. If you don't know a whole lot about Shotzzy, this is something he tends to do quite often. Once he starts getting those timings, it is almost impossible to catch this guy slipping. He was unreal.
Yeah, I just love how free he felt throughout this map. You know, I mentioned that big, P2 that he had. It was Shotzzy who spearheaded it. And then in the comms as well, it was like discourse between him and Kenny. Kenny's like, yo, just go out there, do your thing, find some kills. Like, let's just get going, right? And the game is tied at that point. You're potentially going to a game 5. So I just think that, shows that after their victory at Champs, they just know what they're capable of, and they're never getting frantic, which I think potentially was the issue after their Major 3 win when they fell into that slump.
Allie, where is Shotzzy and Optic most dangerous for anyone else who could be taking them on in the future, including Carolina, who's up next?
I mean, when you look at the map layout of the series, you almost want to say search and destroy just because they were able to win it 6-1. That was ridiculous. We don't see that from Optic Gaming very often, but actually, statistically speaking, the respawns is where they find most of their strengths.
Well, good morning to a lot of our Call of Duty players waking up in the U.S. If you're just joining us, let's catch you up. 16 teams split into 4 groups, and we know our first 2 results in this one. So let's take a peek at our bracket. Win 2 and you're through. That means if Optic beats Carolina, they will be playing in the final 8, guaranteed 80 grand. Same thing though for Gwen and crew who are looking to cause some chaos.
That match is a banger. You know, we have 2 streams, so if you're just watching this one, we also have a B stream where you can watch all the other matches. And Carolina just beat the brakes off of the Vegas Legion. Fellow was getting loud. They looked incredible in that one. So Optic Gaming versus Royal Ravens, strap in.
Which wasn't an easy feat. Vegas Legion throughout the entirety of the season was known as the underdog.
Yeah.
They had plenty of opportunities to upset the big top 4. So moving forward, Carolina Royal Ravens, after a little bit of a change heading into EWC, they're looking strong.
Absolutely. We asked you all to weigh in at home. Here are our STC play results, as it looks like 73% of the fans went Optic's way. Brooklyn woke up early today, giving them over 25%. Shout out to everyone who's hating against the green wall.
I think it's what you mentioned before the match when you were kind of like, hey, after they won a championship, they lost 7 straight. I even started to feel like that was possible coming into this one, but it's Optic Gaming, and you got shot.
It's Optic Gaming. You can love them, you can hate them. Clearly, there's some haters out there who have faith in the Challengers teams, but we haven't seen any of the Challengers finding success. Nameless, let's talk a little bit about big picture, though. You're Optic. You played the first match. You're done. What do you do before your next battle against Carolina tomorrow?
I think you just go back to the PPAs, warm up, and just continue playing, right? Yeah. Like, when you're talking about the season overall, like, after Champs, everybody took about a week and a half break. They started scrimming again 2 weeks, a week and a half ago, getting ready for this tournament. So you're still going to be a little cold, and the proof is that map number 1 up against Omid Brooklyn, right? So you know everybody is a threat here. If you're playing those guys close, imagine against one of the other top 4 teams that you have. So stay warm, go back there, keep talking, keep the juices flowing, and get ready for a long weekend.
Allie, give me one name. Who's the player to watch on Carolina right now?
On Carolina right now? Oh, man, it's got to be the new player spawning in for them right now. I mean, Clay's sitting on the bench, so hoping Optic Gaming and go and watch some VOD.
Beans is the player to watch from Carolina. He plays Optic tomorrow. When we come back, though, we're switching over to Group B. Don't go anywhere. It's the Esports World Cup.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود اعطي اختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Welcome back to Riyadh. We are live with the Esports World Cup. Today, it's all about Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, and we're only one match of 6 under the way. So let's jump into match number 2, and we got to talk about Group B, because this one, of course, is led by the champs' second place squad, formerly known as the Subliners, rebranded in blue. We got Kismet and Cloud9 taking on Harry and the Gentlemates.
It's kind of the same vibe, right? So for the Gentlemates going up against C9, former New York Subliners, you're going up against the biggest dog in your pool as your opening matchup. So this could go either setting you up very, very early, or you could still feel comfortable falling to this match and moving forward in the bracket.
Now, Nameless, winning the match is all you need to do. Winning the map count doesn't really matter, because if you win 2 matches, you are moving through to the final 8 teams in the playoffs. But what's the goal for Cloud9 here? You're going up against a team that I never heard of before EWC announced them on the roster.
Yeah, I mean, you just want to get a W by any means, right? Like, kick things off. It could be pretty tight. We just saw in that first match how the maps came down to the wire each and every time. For Cloud9, you know the jet lag's probably there a little bit for you guys, so just come out, get this W with that new branding, and get going. You can see as they entered the arena today, Hydra looks locked.
Love to see it. Right behind is going to be the main AR, Sib and Skies. And then, of course, you got 99 Kiz, the 4th man through alongside Sender. They know what's in front of them. They know what they need to do, and they know how much money is on the line. I feel like this team is the underdogs, though. On the other side, you got Gentlemates. They have a lot more to prove to the fans watching at home.
They do have a lot more to prove. Not only do you have a former professional in this team and Bant, a lot of Europeans as well that have been through the Challengers Gauntlet time and time again, but also a 4th member that we don't know too much about. So that's going to be your player to watch in Cobra.
Yeah, you know, I was talking to Asim and some of the other guys that were down there in Challengers, and they said it was very unexpected that this team got top 4 at Champs for Challengers, and that also Cobra was going crazy. So I'm going to have an eye on him to see what he's able to do here up against Cloud9, the toughest competition.
Was that Josh and Marky B on the coaching staff?
Legends.
And then you got Bance, the first European ever to make it to a Champs final. Gentlemates, I did not know your game before this weekend, but you have now gained a fan, Nameless.
Yeah, and when you look at this roster, right, like these guys, they've done well in Challengers before. They've won Challengers tournaments, and you might be looking at it and you're like, okay, I remember some of these guys from the Awaba Bobs playing alongside Abuza. They had a ton of success, and when they burst onto the scene, people weren't expecting that. So this could be a similar story here.
The French-speaking European countries starting to produce some real talent. We're going to see Hydra from France, of course. On the other side, we got Cobra. And let's take a look at the maps they are going to be playing, Alley Cat, because the coaches, they get to pick and ban here. It looks like they do not want to face off early on some long-range maps against Sib.
It looks very similar to the last matchup we saw. We're going to open up with a real hard point already. That makes me lean towards Cloud9 because you think about the pressure that Kiz and Hydra put on the map. Same thing with that 6-star. That high-rise, though, leaves a lot of opportunity for Gentlemates because that is one of the controls where it's just high-caliber sling. The objectives aren't that important. It's neither offensive or defensive leaning, so maybe some opportunity in the middle of this.
Is there a weakness here from Cloud9 in this matchup?
It's tough, man, because we've seen them been excellent in every single game mode throughout the year. It just felt like it was in spurts. First, it was Search and Destroy. Then it became Hardpoint when they became that championship team. So for them, I feel like they're solid everywhere. Just got to get through this first match. I'm telling you, them jitters get you, man.
Allie, predictions here as we get into this one. How do you see everything playing out as our audience is currently weighing in over at stcplay.gg?
You truly think you had to ask me that? I'm certainly going to go with Cloud9. I genuinely thought maybe they were going to take Champs. This is a second opportunity for them. They are a very good team.
And what is the most stressful thing for the new players taking the stage? It's your first time plugging in here in Riyadh.
It's just kind of the aggression, you know, and especially with fans that you don't know are kind of leaning which way. You don't have them backing your side. So I think for Gentlemates, maybe that leaves some room for opportunity.
Deal with them coming at you fast. You got to look out for the underdogs coming out of the gates. Nameless, as a former pro, what do they need to do if you want to pull off the upset?
You got to come out strong, right? And one, I always like to harp on the Search and Destroy. You think about that last series. If Omit was able to come out and win that Search and Destroy, you're then up 2-0. It's a completely different ballgame, optics shaking. So you come out hot, and then you lock it down in that Search and Destroy if you are Gentlemates.
I want to give a big shout out to all of the fans. I've already been taking pictures in the stage. If you see any of us, do not hesitate to say hi. And of course, a big shout out to everyone tuning in from around the world. I got the prediction of 3-0 from Cloud9.
3-1. I'm going to give Gentlemates a little bit.
I got Cloud9 winning this thing. I'm going 3-0.
It's only a matter of time before Gentlemates have to face off in that elimination bracket, and I think it's happened earlier than they want to. I got the Cloud9, now Subliner Squad taking it all. Let's find out if they get it done with the 3-0.
Our first match is done and dusted here at the Amazon Arena, but there's plenty more where that come from in the next one.
Yes, Kelly, we have another absolute banger for you here on the main stage with one of the most dominant teams this year going up against a team trying to take down a giant. It's Cloud9 and Gentlemates!
Barney, these opening matches are such a huge opportunity for the challengers teams to set the tone and prove themselves on the main stage.
Yes, a new look New York stepping out in a fresh new jersey with that Cloud9 logo looking spicy. And obviously we've got Gentlemates bringing that challengers energy, that hunger onto the main stage. Let's do this.
Esports World Cup and our second match here at the Modern Warfare 3 portion of the event. The black and blue of Cloud9 back in the mix with the Gentlemates squad, kind of a hybrid between two different challengers teams throughout the rest of the year. Until they got to champs, they did pretty well.
Yeah, they got a top 4. That was what? The best placing out of a European challenger team that we had all season long, getting into that top 4. And now it's going to be very difficult for them, though. Yeah. Because you're going up a squad in Cloud9 who obviously wanted to host that trophy at the World Champs. They fell short all the way to Optic Gaming, and a lot of that was due to their hardpoint game. And when I had the conversation with them, they said that was their only focus. We get better at hardpoint, we'll be able to host the trophy at the very end.
Yeah, I like that comment. And I mean, hey, not to put a ton of weight on it, but these challengers teams have been grinding through respawn 8s, it feels like, throughout really the entirety of the season, but especially lately. Now that you've got scrims in the mix, you're going to maybe possibly see where the upsets happen aren't necessarily in Surge, but maybe in the hardpoint. We saw it with Amit taking on Optic. Could be something similar here, because the one player that I want to focus on, especially going into a Rio hardpoint, is Denza. This guy has been, in his mind, primed to be a CDL talent, has not been able to find it, but over the course of his history in European challengers, he has by far been one of the most dominant SMGs in the scene.
But he's going to have his hands full, man, because on the other side, you're going up against one of the MVP candidates of the season in Hydra. We know what he is capable of with that SMG in hand, and especially on a map like Rio, where it's always going to be fast-paced. We even saw it in our first series. Optic were tested. Ome got the better of them, but that was due to the pacing that these challengers rosters bring. They are just always on go mode. So if you are Cloud9, you have to be prepared for that.
Absolutely, because it's not even just the fact that you're going to have Denza running down you. Cobra's been really flexible. Last year with the Awobabobs, he started on SMG. He then made a role swap with Brezzy, who of course we now know and love as part of the Surge, but he's been very flexible this year as well, especially with this iteration of the roster. You know that Harry's going to be a lockdown AR player, so I'm really keeping my eyes on both Denza and Cobra, kind of being more flexible in this series.
Yeah, Cobra versus Sib, that's going to be one hell of a battle to watch, man, because all I've seen about Sib, he's been able to improve for this Cloud9 roster, especially towards the ending of the year. But Cobra, on the other hand, for challengers, overall throughout the entire season, he was a second overall KD. So this young man, I've been hearing from a lot of different players, he's potentially the next guy up.
Well, think about it this way. You have a championship caliber challengers team all through last year. 3/4 of your teammates get picked up in the league. You're the last one standing. And like you mentioned, the results at the end of the year with this, what was Team War Clutch Rain squad, was very successful. Now it's just down to proving a point. And I think, you know, in terms of this Gentlemates squad as a challengers team, like we said, Denza hasn't been there before, but he knows he can compete. Yeah. This is a big proving point, spotlight moment for Cobra, who's never had a chance like this before.
And the good thing for them is that they have a veteran player on their roster in Benjamin Vance. We know what he is capable of. Used to be a former player for the Toronto Ultra, found a lot of success even back in the day on Spice. He's know what it's like to play underneath the big lights. So I'm really looking at this young man to really set the tone, be the leader for this young squad.
And I think that's an important distinction to make, because, you know, he's not outside the conversation of being one of those long-standing, you know, pro veterans that has a chance to get back to the Pro League. But this feels like another moment in his long storied career of it's time to prove yourself. Because on other squads in the past, I think the community was quick to lock onto Bance as like, well, this guy's the problem. Yeah. Well, maybe that's not a fair evaluation, but this is a proving point to where he can really shut the haters up.
Yeah, it's just different now because obviously when you look at players, you're specifically honing in on their stats. Like, Bance doesn't put up the 1.2s, the 1.3s. He's probably sitting around a 0.8 or 0.9 consistently, but he's always playing for that win. Yeah. He's trying to make the game a lot easier for his teammates. Obviously, for everyone sitting alongside of him, this is probably their first big main stage match going up against a squad in Cloud9. So you have to make sure the energy is calm, everybody's calm, cool, and collected, and you're just ready to rock and roll. Do everything that you've been doing all the way up to this point to get here.
Let's flip the conversation, because that's a lot of time to kind of give you some background and history on this Gentlemates team. Let's talk about Cloud9, because I think, you know, for them, you make an upgrade at the beginning of the year. The whole idea is it's supposed to make you a more dominant squad. And for the most part, throughout the year, there were a couple of moments where we saw that domination. I think especially as we got to the tail part of the year. Yes. Major 4, of course, in particular, but also what they had at Champs. So we had a moment to step aside and talk to Kismet about this Cloud9 roster and what they can provide here in Riyadh.
Is here, the man, the myth, the legend, Kismet in the building. Kismet, first things first, seeing a Cloud9 jersey back at a COD event, it feels special for viewers. Does it feel special to be rocking that logo?
Oh, it feels amazing. I mean, the transition has been amazing. All the people have been awesome, and I love the blue, so feeling good.
You're looking good in the blue, by the way. Second at Champs, heartbreaking, but this is a real chance to now pick yourselves back up and finish off what you started, right?
Yeah, I mean, second place does sting a lot, but it also just kind of keeps that fire going for this tournament. We have something to prove, obviously, and, you know, we're looking for that rematch with Optic and any other teams that we played, and, I don't know, we're feeling confident, so.
When you look at this roster, this set of 4 players, great players, what's it going to take for you all to come together and finally win big?
I think, I mean, it's kind of just building on the things that we've been building on, trust and communication between us, because we're all good Call of Duty players. It's just all about how we can mesh that and make sure that in a moment whenever we have to, or we're faced with adversity, how do we overcome that? So just trust and communication is our biggest thing.
Your first opponent is Gentlemates. What do you make of them?
Oh man, it's a Challengers team. It's a bittersweet thing because I came from Challengers. I want them to show out, but not against us. I want to smoke them, unfortunately.
Oh, you're going to feel bad sending them home eventually.
I want to send them down to losers, but it's going to be fun. You know, I want them to show their talent, but you know.
So you want them to bounce back after you send them down?
Yeah, I want to smoke them, and then when they come back, I want to see them later. You know, I want them to do that. So.
All right, you're a good man. Congratulations on all your success so far, and I wish you the best of luck here.
Thank you. Thank you.
A really good insight, I think, into, again, the expectations that Cloud9 had versus, again, them building the momentum, putting themselves into championship caliber, and it does feel like the time spent between champs and now very well could have been more productive for them getting to the final finish line.
Yeah, because they realized at the end of the season, at Champs, they weren't playing their best Call of Duty. We're talking about the hard points going 5-5, the Search and Destroyers going 5-5, the controls going 2-4. When we're talking about this Cloud9 roster, they've always been consistent in every single mode, but they had a lot of opportunities at Champs where they were up by 100 points in hard point, where they were leading by multiple rounds in Search and Destroy, and then they were ending at the game, giving them away. So if you are Cloud9, those little mistakes need to be honed out, but then when you get here, it's just making sure everybody's on the same page, because I feel like it was Hydra and Sip all the time throughout Champs. Kismet and Skies sort of had slow starts, but when 99 Kiz is here, they're a tough team to beat.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed out that it really was, it feels like even through Major 4, a lot of it, the win conditions came down to how well Hydra and Sip were playing together. The tempo, I think, that Sip has really brought to the table in the last couple of months of this title has been extraordinary for Cloud9 being able to not just match, but best some of the other squads that are finding themselves in the top 4 overall for the league.
Yeah, so if you're sitting in the top 4, obviously you're doing a good thing, because that's consistent top 4 throughout the entire season. The Atlanta Phases, the Toronto Ultras, the Optic Gamings, and now the Cloud9. Those guys have been consistently the best teams in the game. It's just when you go up against each other, when you're testing that armor versus armor, it gets very difficult. Yeah. Especially when you go up against, at Champs, the Optic crowd, 7,000 people sitting in the stands going against you, even for the most simple kill. It tends to bring up the anxiety a little bit for Cloud9. So now, with not that much fans, no bias on any side, they should be prepared to just go in and play the damn game.
Yeah, just do business, right? Yeah. And I think that's what we really saw at Major 4. You know, you just get a neutral environment, you're sitting right across a small stage with one another, just turn up, put them into bed. And that seemed to have been the case, and you heard from Kismet that he expects to do that here versus this Gentlemates squad. But I think the thing about what we're gonna see from this event is that you can't take anyone for granted. Yeah. I think that's the biggest part about it. Not to sit there and say that, like, maybe Optic took Omit a little bit for granted. I think that was more of like a, whoa, we're here, you know, we're gonna kind of get into the rhythm of things. But for Gentlemates, I think this is a lot of not really necessarily having, you know, expectations to meet. It's kind of a do or die situation. And while we did get a chance backstage to talk more to Gentlemates before their match.
Gentlemates are right here in a huddle before going out there to take on Cloud9. I've always wondered what it's like to be a part of a team huddle like this, a team talk. I'm going in. Guys, this is a tough challenge that we've got ahead of us, but we are going to smash Cloud9. Are we ready?
Sure, yeah.
Sorry.
No one turns away Ian Chambers like that.
Marky B is a character, man. He's like, who are you? I don't know. You know, but it's all right. They're so locked in. They're ready to rock and roll versus Cloud9. You want to come out to these kind of tournaments and set the tone early on. Yeah. Over Brooklyn, they did it at least in map number 1, but I think the biggest difference for these challenger teams is going to be those search and destroys, because you played the entire season running smoke grenades. If you do not have an invasion SD thrown into the mix, there's no smokes because of the new patch that came out. The bloom is just way too massive, covers a majority of the map. So that second search and destroy is going to be the 6-star, but if we do go all the way to a game 5 invasion, we'll finally see one of those smoke grenades pop.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting, I think, to see what this Gentlemates team has to offer for search against one of the squads that historically over the course of this year was one of the best search teams that we had. So yeah, a bit of a difference maker in terms of how things have moved patch to patch and what the players are preferring to play with. I think it's just one of those things, again, you know, you also need to keep in mind that outside of Team Falcons, this is the only squad that hasn't really had a chance to play on North American scripts. You know, coming out of the EU space, I'm not sure if they were able to get to the States earlier for the boot camp or if they were just playing against other European talent. That's another part of the equation here for these guys.
Yeah, practice is key, man. If you're not playing against the best of the best, you're not going to perform against the best of the best. So hopefully the scrims that they were able to get, the teams that they were able to prepare against, gets them sort of ready for this moment. You're never going to be ready because obviously you're a challenger team going up against a pro squad, and Cloud9, they were probably the second best team that we had all season long, especially towards the ending of the year. But you just got to come out swinging early. I think that's what Nameless said on the desk. Well, standing now. But he said you just have to set the tone early on.
And I like the fact that Rio's in the mix, especially for this team, for Gentlemates. Let's just throw hypotheticals out there. Let's say that 99 Kids doesn't show up from minute 1. Okay. There's an opportunity here, I think, for how the pacing usually goes in challengers, especially for these guys. You put Cobra on that third SMG, you let him run a little bit, and all of a sudden, you can find yourself behind the 8 ball just a touch if you're Cloud9. And I think that's kind of what you have to be thinking about for Gentlemates is, let's not play their game, let's just trust our preparation is good and play our game.
And the good thing, like you said, that the map 1 Rio's, the maps that's going to get that blood flowing. It's super fast paced, and the good thing, going up against a team like Cloud9, they're always thinking about those fundamentals, hitting early rotations with about 25 to 30 seconds left, AR setting up properly. So if you're deciding to hit that old junk time, you're finding no set of kills, and in that second wave, you spawn them all the way out. That might be your recipes for success.
Yeah, I like that call. You already mentioned a little bit about the 6-star search, but we have not even touched the high-rise control part of the conversation. Any thoughts there in terms of like how Cloud9 had played the map throughout the year or versus like what we normally see in challengers, which can be a little bit wonky on the map?
Cloud9 were the best team at high-rise control all throughout the season until we got to the very end. Even Atlanta FaZe were one of the other undefeated teams. They can only lose to Cloud9. Yeah. Now, when they get towards champs, they only played it once. They played it against Ultra, and they fell short in the 3-1, but that was due to the ARs not slaying. So Cobra is going to have his hands full alongside Harry. Both of those guys got to be prepared for what Skies and Sib are going to be able to bring because they always dominate those power spots.
Yeah, I feel pretty confident in Harry's ability as kind of the lockdown AR here for Gentlemates, but I think there is, again, a lot of focus on that man on your screen, what Cobra can bring to the table as that last flex spot. Okay, a little bit of issue trying to get in the lobby here, so instead of us continue to yap on in, we're just going to take a quick break and then come back here very soon with Gentlemates and Cloud9. Don't go far. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh as we're getting closer and closer towards map number 1. We got Gentlemates Cloud9 trying to get our second match of the day kicked off. The shift was Study. And I mean, again, what we're going to see all day today is our top expected seeds from the Pro League coming in and taking a chance versus our best challenger squad. Should be a fun day.
Yeah, it should definitely be a fun day if you're the pro squads because you're not playing against the top echelon competition that you've played against all season long. Yeah. So you could probably potentially have your feet kicked up a little bit, not go as hard, but you do not want to get caught off guard. So you have to make sure, at least on a map like Rio, you're starting off hot.
Indeed the case. We did get a chance to catch up a little more veteran teammates, though, over on Gentlemates. Of course, everyone knows Ben Vance pretty well, but we had a chance to get his thoughts going into the event.
I just said to Bans before this interview started, what do you want me to refer to? I want me to call you Bans or whatever? And he goes, call me whatever you like. Call me him if you want. You still him?
Always him.
Always?
Always him.
Forever?
Yeah.
You got a tough old group here. Do you feel like you've got what it takes to potentially battle out a bit?
Yeah, of course. I feel like every team's beatable. That's how I've always been in my whole career. Ever since I came into the scene, it's... COD, you can only be so good at a game. I think the rest of it is all mentality and how you read the game, because skill's only ever going to take you so far. So yeah, anyone's beatable.
26 years old, deep into the game. You called yourself old. I'm not having that at all. What do you think you've learned at this point in your career that you can apply against a team such as Cloud9?
You just got to focus on yourself. I feel like when you worry about other teams and you give them too much respect, I feel like you start getting like, you play scared, you let them do whatever they want. You just got to be confident and believe in yourself.
And do you believe in yourself, and how important do you think a good performance personally is for you here to show out?
Yeah, I always believe in myself. Obviously, I wouldn't be competing if I didn't have that drive or anything. I'd have been and gone. But I'm still here fighting. I do believe we got what it takes. We just got to show it and prove everyone that even as challenger team, we can compete with the best.
Best of luck, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good stuff from Bance. I know that there was, obviously, after his last couple of years in the Pro League, some question, would he continue to play, especially through the challenger space in Europe, of all things? And, hey, it's been a very successful year in the scheme of him continuing to find ways to win.
Yeah, and I'm loving the veteran mindset out of him. We're not focused on what they're doing. We're focused on what we're going to do, because that was perfect. You come out here and you say, sometimes when you're playing against pro teams, the nerves start to hit you a little bit. You tend to get a little bit nervous in certain situations. And with a veteran presence like Bance, he's going to calm, cool, and collect and make sure that everybody's ready to rock and roll. Just do what you do best. Krobo, you go out there and slay. Denza, you set the tone with the SMG. And Harry, just win the rotation and hold it down for us.
I think the other important conversation point here about Gentlemates is that this is not a young team. I mean, Denza's been playing for just as long as Bance has for the most part. Harry, of course, long-standing AR. He's been very good both in challengers and, of course, even in his time, maybe not on the necessarily greatest teams in the Pro League, but still he's done well individually. And then even though Cobra may be a new name that we're talking about, he's been playing since like Cold War on very successful European challenger squads. So I think that the idea behind be yourself, play our game, should be pretty well understood considering that all these guys have long-standing careers.
Yeah, they've been around for quite some time, and even better is that they have two veteran coaches in Marky B and B Sports Josh. Those guys have been around the scene for a really long time, even before I started playing, so they know a thing or two about Call of Duty. Just gotta make sure that the players are just ready to rock and roll.
Be the case. And I think just on top of that, trying to form an identity could be really interesting when it comes to playing with a collection of players that had previously been playing with different squads. Again, this is kind of a hodgepodge of the Team War, Clutch Rain team that had kind of been there throughout most of Challengers. They come together, make this squad for champs. And like you said, outside of the full Spanish roster that finished third once, that 5 Media clan, 4th place finish at champs was maybe not expected for this Gentlemates team when it comes to how they played in Dallas for Challengers.
But you got it done, man. You got it done, and now that secured you a spot here at the Esports World Cup. Now you just don't want to fly 17, however long the hell it was to get here, and get bombed out on the first day. So just want to make sure you're playing your game.
Yeah, be the case. On the other side of things, we want to talk about good coaching staffs. I mean, is there any better than Cloud9? For some, maybe not. I mean, again, long-standing presence, and I think more importantly, now a couple of years under the belt of working with each other after that championship run last year.
Hey, my guy Troy Highcow Michaels, he's always tends to figure it out. That guy is a grinder. He probably plays more than his actual players because he's always trying to learn different things about the game. He's bringing in different strategies. Obviously, the wall bangs are good to know as well. Even early on, before they banned that perk for the nades to be overextended throughout, he was figuring out those things for his teammates to have a lot more success. success. So beautiful coaching staffs on both sides. Excited to get into this one.
Prep has been great, I think, just generally speaking. The only thing that, I mean, how do you look at this Cloud9 team in terms of evaluation? Does it kind of get softened up a touch because, you know, they don't really put up as much of a fight as maybe we expected them to at Champs Finals? But I still think that this team, maybe with a more neutral crowd, definitely has a championship at the forefront of their mind. And it's not just like we're saying, oh, these guys can win. It almost comes to a point of like they should win in a lot of people's minds.
We saw it at Major 4, man. Not really that many people in the stands, only the producers, everybody that was working the event. No fan interaction, and it played out perfectly for them. They were able to walk away victorious all the way at the very end. So now, like you said, without all that noise, all that commotion in the back of their minds, they are just ready to lock in, play the damn game. You can just see it on Sib's face. He's ready to rock.
Yeah, do the case. I don't know. It's just one of those things that it's weird coming off of such a, you know, not a long break, but a significant enough one to where it's not immediately recency bias. There's enough changes in what we have for this current patch to where you start to think maybe there are some elements that is going to completely overhaul and overtake the conversations of this map. And I think the thing about it is what happens in Search now that the smokes are not going to be as prevalent as they were, because let's be honest, the last 2 months of the game, everything was smoke retake, smoke retake, smoke retake. That's not going to be there anymore, especially for a map like 6.
Yeah, no one-way smoke, gunfights. It's all about the gun. As we saw it in that first series that we had, Optic usually struggle on 6-star S&D. But when there's no smoke grenades, everything turns into gunfights. And you have some of the best gunfight players on the side of Cloud9 in Hydra and Sib, and even Kismet at times. So no smoke grenades are going to play a big factor in Search and Destroy. I'm hoping that the Challengers players are prepared for that.
Yeah, do the case. I mean, I think that we see a lot of odd things in Challengers compared to the CDL.
Yes, we do.
So there, I think, are opportunities for those Challengers teams to kind of have something banked up of like a bang out play. This is kind of what we certainly expect with maybe the out cover of smoke. Could be one of those things we keep an eye out for, but I don't know. It's just one of those things that we're not going to know until we get there. We could sit here and theory craft all day, and at this point, we may have to, but hopefully it's sooner rather than later that we can actually see it in action.
And the thing that we know about Challengers is that expect the unexpected.
Yeah.
If you are Cloud9, you've played against the entire season nothing but pro teams. You probably got a scrim here and there against a Challenger team to sort of prepare you for this event, but Challenger players play way different. They're one shot, they're not sitting in corners. They're instantly flying out to try to play for that kill again. So it might potentially catch Cloud9 off guard early on. And if you are this young Challenger squad in Gentlemates, just got to play your game.
I think on top of that is if you are taking those extra challenges and you are winning them, that's an immediate, you know,
game
boost to the adrenaline for what these teams can bring to the table, especially, again, talking about the Challengers mindset. Still waiting on this one to get loaded up. Going to give you guys just a quick verbal update, though. The Vancouver Surge took map number 1 versus G2 Esports. They were down like 80 points and came back and beat them at the last second. I think it was a Karachi hardpoint. They are now up 3-0 on a high-rise Search and Destroy. You can find that on the Bravo channel as well. So again, all day long today and tomorrow, both streams will be happening. And then if you've ever listened to Jay and I cast Challengers, you know, open multiple tabs.
Yeah.
Get every game going because it's going to be a fun weekend worth of COD.
Yeah, that G2 roster is basically brand new. We have half of Minnesota Rocker of the season, and then we have half of LAG of the season. Estrio and Domicon decide to team up with Linz and Accuracy. Fortunately, they fall short, choking an 80-point lead in map number 1, but those guys are capable of pushing it all the way to the distance.
Yeah, and that's another team, I think, for G2 that I really have my eyes on to see what kind of potential is there. Largely because of the fact that, again, you've got players that were part of that Rocker squad. You've got a couple of LAG members that get sprinkled into the mix as well. Should be a fun one to take a look at. But, again, what's on the line here? We kind of heard it from Kismet earlier. They expect to win this matchup and move on to their upper bracket qualifier match to get into the playoffs. On the other side for Gentlemates, this is, again, the full group that we're talking about. Vancouver Surge and G2 Esports are there. So, I mean, the expectation, let's not soften it up or sprinkle any powder dust on this, is that Cloud9 should win this group.
Yes.
Now, who are you looking at in terms of the other 3 to possibly the second team out? Because I think there are some interesting expectations for a good European Challengers team and a new, recently formed G2 squad.
I think I would go with Vancouver Surge, man, because when you watch them at Champs, it wasn't really the placing that we all were expecting out of that roster, man. They started to find their footing towards the very end. They played phenomenal in the teamwork aspect of the game. When it comes to the hard points, the pace that they're able to set is perfect. Search and Destroy was always great, and then they slowly were starting to improve in that control game mode. So G2 are going to have their hands full. Obviously, they choke in that map #1, but if you're Vancouver Surge, you got to show why you were sitting around that top 5, top 6 roster in the season.
Yeah, and I think for that Vancouver Surge team, if I remember right, 2 map 5 losses in winners round 1 and then lower round 1. I believe the second one being to Miami.
Yeah.
So it's like they were there, they were fighting. But I think you're right. I think after Major 4 and after the run they put together, especially online, the expectations are like, if there were to be a dark horse outside of the top 4, I think a lot of people picked the Surge to be those boys.
Yeah, either Surge or 100 Thieves, man. Both of those guys made a lot of problems towards the ending of the season. So if you are the Surge, you just got to get back to your dominance in Search and Destroy. I feel like for Surge all throughout the season, Search and Destroy has been their backbone. They add the addition of 04 to the lineup. They get better at the hard points, a little bit better at the controls. But you have to stay consistent in Search and Destroy. 04 went from 04 to 0-9 at Champs, so you cannot have that here.
And that, just to kind of confirm, that first upper bracket round that they had was actually versus this Cloud9 team. So there could be an opportunity for them to get revenge if they take care of business in their opening match, which, again, just kind of keeping the Bravo stream open on our side. They are doing right now. They are, I think, 5-0 up in the high-rise Surge. So they are smoking in the S&D at the moment.
Okay, so Vancouver's looking fantastic so far.
Yeah, we like that.
1 round away from walking away with a flawless 6-0, potentially up 2-0 in the series. And as I'm looking to the screen to our right, we currently have 6 players loaded into the lobby. So ladies and gentlemen, bear with us just a little bit. We are almost ready.
Cross all your fingers, all of your toes, and any other appendages that you can cross that we can get into this game. Because, wow. Again, the anticipation. Here's the other part about this. We've had Pro-Ams in the past. Some have had... the last program we had was at the beginning of the year, so there were some like really well-prepared challengers team, LAG Academy in particular. They did really well. Elevate the other one. But outside of that, you have to go back to Modern Warfare 2, or it was actually Vanguard, where we had the Pro-Am in the middle of the year. Not a lot of noise was made, but before that, you have to go all the way back to Black Ops 4 Champs was the last time we had a true challengers team, quote-unquote, playing up against pro squads. So this would be, again, I think a really fun event just to see what the skill disparity is between challengers and our pro league.
Without question, man. And there's obviously a lot of talent all throughout challengers. It's just difficult in the pro scene because there's only 12 teams. Like, there's a lot of players that could potentially go up to the scene. There was a lot of players who were formerly in the scene, got knocked down to challengers and starting to work their way back up, like Arcene's 2-time world champion. I don't know why he's down there, but he's figured it out. With Lore Gaming, they walk away as challenger champs all the way in the Game 7 series, and I had the chance to talk to him a little bit. He's super confident going into this one.
Well, the other interesting point is, like, over the last 2 years, look to the Emit roster that won in Modern Warfare 2. Pretty much all of them get picked up into the Pro League to start this year. Some survive, others don't. We also had the same thing kind of with the Awobabobs roster. A couple of players picked up, all of them still very healthy in the league. But there is this expectation, especially for those guys at Lore, of you win Challengers Champs, you're going to be in the league next year.
Yeah.
But now you've got a situation where it isn't a coin flip. Like, you get a chance to prove it immediately that that is not just a fluke that we win in Challengers. We can compete against the best in the league itself.
It's just difficult, though, because you're expecting, all right, we're going to end the year on a high note. You go to Challengers Champs, you walk away victorious. That's the door opening right there. But if you come out here and have a bad performance, that door might potentially be closed immediately. So you have to make sure you keep your foot on the gas, to at least secure a couple maps, get a couple series, make your way out of the bracket play. So you, make your way out of groups so then you can get to that bracket.
What would you say? We could just have a conversation about this because we're sitting here chilling. What would you say would be like a, oh, this guy's him performance at a challenge? Do you have to have your team beat someone, or do you need to do, you need to have a 1 point XKD? Like, what are you looking for out of an individual to possibly say that they are league worthy?
It has to come down to, obviously, you getting the kills that you need to get. Dropping the numbers versus the pro teams is always a key factor, but the teamwork aspect, when we potentially jump into listenings with these challengers rosters, how are they performing? How are they communicating with the teams? Because those are big things of becoming a professional. Communication is key. Map awareness is key. Everything about being a pro is very, very difficult to do, but challengers players have been able to prepare themselves because you got to keep in mind, when you're in the pro scene, you're only playing every other weekend.
Sure.
Now in challengers, you're getting 2Ks, you're getting all these different reps, you're consistently playing every single day, so they have been putting in more time on the game, just got to show it.
Was there anybody in the Amit versus Optic series that stood out to you from the Amit side? I know Spartan, it was like a walking double kill at different moments. Glow Frosty was unreal map #1 on that Rio. Anything that kind of stood out to you in that first match?
I think it was smart, man. Because every single time you thought that Omen were out of the game, Optic were fully in control. Out of nowhere, he pops a miraculous 2-piece to get his team back into the hill. And then towards the very end of the game, you had Prolu make those plays with those SMGs, popping a 3-piece at P1, winning the rotation over towards New. So you were capable of those moments. You just got to make sure it's consistent.
I think, you know, Spart's an interesting conversation point because I'm part of that LAG team in Vanguard.
MVP.
He finds the Volk. Yeah. Takes over the entire event. But do you kind of categorize, because I categorize him like this, that he's found himself as a great player on bad teams when he's been in the league before? Obviously, at the end of that Vanguard year, LAG commit to playing Arcades and Spart for the forever. That lasts one event.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what do you look at in terms of Spart as a system-based player? Do you think he just needs better players around him? Or what do you think has kind of kept him away from being in the league for a long-standing amount of time?
Hey, better players around you is always a key factor, but it's all about the team effort, man. If your team isn't performing, it's not going to just be on one or two individuals. Everything is falling apart. So you have to try to put that one together and put it together quickly. And for a player like Spart, I feel like he's capable of filling in for a lot of these rosters. I would compare him a little bit to Dan Ghosty.
Sure.
Because when you talk about the communication, the AR presence that he's able to bring, the S&D prowess that he's great at, always making plays happen around the map, he is definitely capable of working his way back up.
And I think the thing about it is he's won Challengers before.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been at the top of the game in Challengers. He's also showcased, obviously, that he can win when it comes to the Pro League overall. I like that shout. That was an interesting matchup for me because Glow Frosty had a lot of my attention. He was great in the Modern Warfare year. He's been stable throughout the rest of the, the following years. He had a good kind of stint in Cold War for a while, playing with that NYSL Academy team. He's just never had really a super big chance. So I was happy to see him do well in map #1.
Yeah, that's insane, man. That kid has been playing Challengers for what, like 6 years? And he's been one of the top players all throughout Challengers for those 6 years, and is still yet to get his opportunity. I'm wondering what it's going to take for him.
I think it's just off the fact that he just hasn't won a championship at Challengers. There have been good runs, there have been good teams, but, being at the top at the end of the year, I think that's kind of the thing about it, because we've seen teams come and go through Challengers, the Western squads, the NYSL Academies, the LAG Academies, your Texas, the Nations, all of those over the course of the last couple of years. So, over the last two, we spent a lot of attention on whoever wins at the end of the year, and he hasn't been part of that conversation until recently.
Yeah, he started off the year hot. Remember on that NYSL Academy team, he got all the way to the grand finals and unfortunately fell short. And then as the year went on, kind of just dropped down a little bit. Obviously, through challenges, you never know who your teammate's going to be the next week. So you're going through roster changes. You got to figure out what the hell is going on, learn different play styles. And I think that's good for challenges players because you're figuring out how to play with everyone, not just a certain group.
Well, the conversation's fun. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed it. We're doing what we can to keep you guys entertained here. But this is our maps and modes layout. We did run a test lobby just a moment ago, and it was successful. So we're expecting the Rio Hardpoint to come and grace us with its presence, hopefully very, very soon. And it looks like based on what we're seeing on our secondary monitor, we very well may be good for it. Wow.
Here we go.
That was a time. Time to be alive. Ready to go. Let's jump into it, Jay.
Rio HP to start us off, guys. Got the fly-through coming in. Both teams ready to rock and roll. Gentlemates trying to set the tone early on. Take a page out of Omid Brooklyn's page and take that map #1 on Rio exactly the same way. But if you are Cloud9, you need to show why. That 3 weeks of practice is going to play a big part to you potentially holding that trophy at the end.
Well, let's get it on. Cloud9 Gentlemates finally loading into Rio, map #1. All about setting the tone for Gentlemates, and Harry will find the first blood, but Kismet off the pitch with Hydra. That'll be enough for that really lovely shade of blue to grace us in the kill feed.
And that's already 3 in the feed for Kismet. We were asking early on if 99 Kismet was going to make an appearance. Starting off already 3-0 is perfectly way. As they are holding down this P1 with only 30 seconds left. You have Gentlemates, a couple players going on a route to potentially flip these spawns, and Vance gets the better of Hydra, so you just got to win these gunfights this time, and the spawns will be yours.
Oh, but Kismet's off to an opening 4 in a row, make it 5 before eventually being traded out. Cobra, again, that's that flex player that I was really keeping an eye on. A double for him as Gentlemates will finally start to get into the hard point, but Hydra following up keeps Cloud9 well within the realm of possibility of contesting this scrap while also winning rotation.
Yeah, they have rotation already, and you already have Kismet pushing out towards Garage. He knows where the spawns are coming in. Want to make the rotation a little bit easier, but Cobra actually gets the better of him. So if you are Cloud9, you're sort of on the back foot because there's a lot of presence here from Gentlemates. Can you win these next set of fights, potentially work your way into the HP? Yeah. It's a 2-on-1 trade. Cloud9 have the numbers.
Oh, Denza off 3 in a row. Trying to be the last one standing for Gentlemates. He eventually does get taken down, and Cloud9 will stabilize in the hard point. Nades now starting to be exchanged between both teams. Cobra off to an AR here. Again, the flexibility starting to come through as he's got maybe an angle underneath the cars. Denza able to tally it for an elimination. Here we go.
Now still 30 seconds to fight for here. If you are Cloud9, still in control of the spawns. You want to combine these kills here. Try to be aggressive on the way out so you can potentially flip them all the way across the map, but this time is still great if you can have it. 20 seconds here, and now that at least one player in Cobra is going to spawn out due to the pressure of Cloud9.
Yeah, and you can see Gentlemate's very aware of it, kind of holding off this backsided push through the staircase. Wow, what shots those are from Skies. Harry absolutely melted. Trades, though, from Denza. Allows at least Bans to likely get some of the opening time here, but spawns are still chaos on the right side of the map. Gentlemate's trying to play recovery in the back.
They at least spot Kismet, able to isolate onto him, secure those spawns towards the back's end, but Cloud9 are currently in the hill early on, so even if your Gentlemate's in control of the spawns, you got to work your way in towards the HP. You have to trade effectively. It's a 2-to-1 trade, make it 2-to-2, still in control of the spawns. It should be theirs. And there goes Cobra with that double. Gentlemate's getting time.
Yeah, but the 50-50 battles actually allow Cloud9 to spawn closer. So now shoes on the opposite foot. Gentlemate's trying to hold from the front. Cloud9 trying to reinforce along the backside. Good moment here from Gentlemates as the spawns continue to flip back and forth. It just hasn't been able to be locked down. Both teams finding equal amounts of kills. And eventually for the back 25, Cloud9 will hold numbers as they try to soak up the scrap.
Yeah, they're still going to fight for this, but you want to send someone early off that rotation, so that is going to be Sib. Playing for that P4, but still the back spawns here for Gentlemates. Denza finds himself on 3 in a row. Keeping himself in this hard point, but you are forced to find a break here on one of the more difficult hills that we have on Rio.
Still, though, the setup, even though you've got Skies in Garage, is not exactly as heavy-handed as you would expect. Bance, though, does get taken down, and that immediately counteracts my entire point. Cloud9 now off to the races in the opening here at Garage. Pinch on the way from Gentlemates, but Sib is covering. He's on 5 in a row.
Yeah, 5 in a row with the SMG in hand. He knows that there's still going to be pressure on him. Make it 6. Cruise missile is going to be earned. And they are fully set up on this P4. You have control of boxes. You have both angles cut off, but with Hydra dropping, now it's an opportunity for Gentlemates to work their way around.
Oh, and Sam avoids the stun, hiding behind the arcade machine, and that's enough for him to now get on 8 in a row. Also gets a read that, yep, Gentlemates are trying to threaten over to the front side at ramp. Him and Kismet both alert to it and both dealing with it nicely. And yeah, this last 20 seconds, it's just being absolutely wrecked as Cloud9 continue to find their way in the feed.
Finally, Sib falls after a 9-streak. Cruise missile already earned. 14 seconds still to fight for if you are Harry. Big one-on-one gunfight versus Hydra, but he is going to get the better of him. So now Cloud9 breached that 100-point mark. They're already winning gunfights off the rotation. Gentlemates need to find something to stand on because the game is starting to get out of hand.
Yeah, really tough start from Bance. He's trying to get himself in the mix, trying to find himself that tempo and timing that you expect from a player like Denza, but 4 and 12 as a start with only 5 seconds in the hill really kind of goes to show you that Gentlemates are not getting their game plan off to any sort of success margins here against Cloud9.
Because right now, Cloud9 are covering a lot of their bases. You have AR players who are running the SMGs, stepping up in that pace aspect. Now, when you're winning those rotation gunfights about the fundamentals, it makes the game a lot easier. So 30 seconds still here at this P5. You have a pinch set up from Hydra, and that leads to a clean 4 dead. Yeah. All of Gentlemates spawning across the map, and Cloud9 continuously soaking up the time.
This has been really good from Cloud9.
Yeah.
Their coverage across the map has been significantly more forward than what Gentlemates has been able to provide. Yeah, there's been a couple of moments for Gentlemates off of proximal spawns, a couple of long routes that they've tried to hit, but largely speaking, Cloud9 are getting the reads they need at the perfect timings, and they're dealing with it nicely. Last 5 seconds will go to the game clock, but Cloud9 enjoying about an 80-point lead as we head back over to P1.
Yeah, and they already have control of top mid, so Caesar, Skies, Bueno, putting himself in a position to contest over towards his bridge side, only able to find one, but he gives the comms to Sib. He takes down the 3rd player, and now if you are Cobra, you got to play your life because everyone's coming off the respawn. You can't 1v4 in the hard point.
And just look at the proximity that Cloud9 have around the hill. You get a little bit of a threat towards Eskies. Kismet pushed up in towards main lobby. It's just every time Gentlemates tries to get a setup, there's someone from Cloud9 in the way.
They're just playing a couple sets ahead right now, currently in this hard point. Keep in mind, they still have that cruise missile just in case it gets a little bit scary here at this P2, but they are holding down this P1 flawlessly. And the entire time, Cobra has stayed alive over towards the bridge. He finds himself on 5 in a row. He opens up a lane for his teammates to finally find a break in towards P1, but there's only 15 seconds left. You got to change it towards P2 now.
And I'll say, we can kind of hear a little bit of the players inside the venue. Cobra's popping, so he's trying to inject some life into this Gentlemate squad. 17 and 14, again, getting it done with both weapons. A good opener from him. Just need the rest of the team to start finding some more success on the OBJ.
Now, if you are Cloud9, you can take your time on this break because you have that cruise missile in the back pocket for Sim. He's going to invest it, and at the same time, Kismet is going on a route, but Hydra is going to fall to that team kill. But thankfully, he is going to spawn in towards the back out of the great plays out of Kismet, but perfect read from the Gentlemate, still holding on.
A little bit of pressure from Sim on the pinch, that's dealt with. Van swapping over to the MCW, starting to find himself a little bit more presence in the kill feed. Almost gets the turn towards Hydra, but still, Gentlemates from the front, doing the job the exact way they need to. Den's a little up and over, trying to find some success over towards the pinch, and oh, here we go. Now all of a sudden, Gentlemate's starting to cook a little bit. 3 in a row, maybe looking for the full wipe, forced by Hydra. Trade is not there though, and Cloud9 with the closer spawns can fight for this last 18.
This is still great work from Gentlemate. You're not giving up the time, even though Cloud9 have the spawns for that P2, and now you're fully gonna allow yourself to be set up off the rotation to new. But Kismet cut his losses, and he's already found himself behind enemy lines at that new HP. I don't know if Cobra's going to be aware of it. He should, because one player in Harry is going to spawn all the way across the map, so someone's got to be doing something.
And this is just the benefit of leader's advantage right now for Cloud9, is that they can chalk 15 seconds of scrap and play for 20 seconds of new. But that told, Cobra was aware of it. Trades are decent. Harry trying to hold on to whatever ground he can. Doesn't fully work out as we swap back over to Bance, who cannot track down Hydra just underneath his view. So 160 and counting now for Cloud9. Gentlemate's trying to set up a hit from the front.
This is where it gets difficult now because Cloud9 are fully set up. You had Kismet initially win that 1-on-1 gunfight towards the back end. You secure those back spawns, and then you get a clean 4 dead to spawn them all the way across the map. Kismet is not going to slow down, able to find another double in the feed, and the teammates are holding it down at that HP. That leads to a clean 4 dead, only 20 seconds remaining, and you got the rotations to new.
And I think, you know, we can look back on this map and Spark note it and say it's moments like that from Kismet that has been the major difference maker. When you should be expecting trades, they're not coming. And with Cloud9's SMGs continuing to dominate the way that they've had, Hydra finds himself looking for a cruise, and that should be likely nail in the coffin with that earn.
Yeah, you know it's only a matter of time before Hydra starts to spawn on in. Sitting at 26 and 19, 6th streak cruise missile in the back pocket. You're winning the rotation over towards new. Now you're switching up the angles, finding different places to get some couple kills. Make it 7 in a row. He doesn't plan on slowing down.
No, not at all. Over the 200-point threshold with still 40 seconds to fight for. Gentlemates getting split across the map, but they do win their individual 1v1, so maybe a chance to get over the 100-point threshold here and just avoid a little bit of early embarrassment. But all things told me, look at the Cloud9 scoreboard, 24 and 16, 26 and 17, 27 and 20. It's just everyone absolutely popping off for C9.
And look at the route already from Kiz. I'm pretty sure he is going to get spotted from Harry. So the cruise missile, with this amount of a lead that you have, you are more than happy to invest it here. So you're still up by 100 points, even though you're not going to get that remaining junk time. You're going to have the numbers off the rotation. Skies finds the first, and with only 5 seconds remaining on old, Cloud9 win the rotation again.
It's going to be a hard break to break, dude. Excuse me, but 212.99. Gentlemates get over the 100-point threshold. A couple of players here over towards bridge side, but Hydra goes uncovered at mid. It's just the tempo that we're starting to see from Cloud9 is turning up. And we don't often see Hydra shooting bodies, but he's letting his EU brethren know about this map.
Yeah, he's sounding the better Frenchman. All right, this is just what I do. As Cloud9 are currently in the hill, they can still close it out here at this P5. They are finding every single kill in the feed. Bance was able to have himself a little bit of a moment to earn himself a cruise missile, so the stat line isn't that bad, but a team kill onto Cobra is, again, going to slow down the play.
Yeah, just a touch. It would be a heroic effort here for Gentlemates, and it just feels like the lifeline is coming to a bit of an end for them here in their effort. Harry doing what he can around the front. Good nade from Cobra. Does at least neutralize the time being earned, but again, it's just these forced 1v1s. Cloud9 continue to win.
They can no longer win it here at P5, but they have all the map control to go with it. Sib dancing with death around this bottom Eskies area. He knows that the pressure's still going to be on him. Not able to find a kill, but you're winning the rotation over towards new. Can Kismet find himself another miraculous 2-piece? He does not, but this is why you got a Hydra. Still giving themselves opportunities.
And this is, again, just going to show that Cloud9, when we start to get these 50-50 battles in tight spaces, they continue to come out on top. 2 players above the 30-kill threshold. Gentlemates trying to find a way to keep themselves alive, but it's Kismet for the final double again. 250, 108, Cloud9, comfortable map number 1.
Yeah, that was just way too easy right there for Cloud9. Obviously, initially to start off the game, you had Kismet find 5 in a row. That's a tone setter because you know it's only a matter of moments before Hydra starts to get his kills. Sib at the same time gets his kills. He went on a 9 streak, Hydra went on a 7 streak, 2 cruise missiles earned, and then when you find yourself up by as much as they were throughout the entire game, that's what gives Kismet the freedom to make the plays that he wants to make. Hit those routes, flip those spawns, pinch those spawns, and eventually execute perfectly on that map number 1.
And that's just, I think, refreshing, I think, if you're a Cloud9 fan, to see both SMGs taking over. Because like we said, and I don't mean to harp on it, but it was a point that we saw really come to life, was that it really was the Sib and the Hydra show, more often than not. It's been a while since we've seen both Hydra and Kismet take over the map. This time, we get an instance of what it could be like if they do pop off together.
Whenever Kismet and Hydra win together at the same time, like you said, they are a very difficult team to take down. Because you got a guy in an SMG in Hydra who is going to gun you across the map with that rival 9. Doesn't matter. He's super confident. But then when you're allowing Kismet to get his kills and then hit those routes, it just makes it so difficult for the opposing team. When you're coming off the respawn, you have to account for him. Even when you're set up off the rotation, you're still realizing, oh, I got a couple teammates spawning all the way across the map. Someone is making a play, and Kismet always is playing the perfect corner to execute that one-on-one gunfight. That was just way too easy for Cloud9 there in map 1.
I agree. And I think the thing about it is, in Kismet's role, kind of as the entry man, I think he had 27 total. 21 of them, I believe, were non-traded, if I saw that correctly. That's unexcusable, no matter who you are playing on the other side.
Yeah, and if you are Gentlemates, obviously a slow start to the game. You had Van sitting at double negative for a little bit, but we know how Rio can get, especially if you're keeping that P3 mix. You lose that rotation over towards P4, you're basically finding yourself down by 60 to 70 points, because P4 is not one of those hills that's very easy to find a break on in. But Cloud9 setting the tone early on. They needed to show improvements in their hardpoint game. The fundamentals were there, the slaying was there, everything was clicking for Cloud9 in this mode. But now they got to show it again in Search and Destroy with no smokes.
That's the big part, and I know we talked about this in our long podcast that we had just a moment ago, but I think the thing about it is Search is going to look very, very different.
Yes.
Now, that all told, I still think that, you know, we kind of saw it with Optic in their first matchup with no smokes. It's going to force these Challengers teams to have to gun Pro League players. Not an easy thing to put out there, because smoke retakes had really been, I think, the big mantra, if you want to call it, the big kind of muse behind what a lot of the Challenger Search looked like, especially in the last part of the year.
Yeah, even towards the ending of the year for the pro scene. Like, you had teams like LAG who love to play 6-star Search and Destroy because they were really successful at that smoke retake. Somehow, some way, Estrio will work his way on in, get a kill, and get out. That just doesn't happen anymore, because over towards that A site, where the statue is, where you have top security, those gunfights are all on head glitches. And then you're going up against some of the best players in the game on that side of the map. So if you are Cloud9, you can see the smiles all across the faces. They're feeling fantastic after that map number 1. But I don't expect them to slow down here in this map number 2, because they dominated the map.
Yeah. Now, I got to kind of pick your brain here, you know, as the pro player that you were, and in some ways still are.
Oh, yeah, you know. All right.
How much do you look at this map and say that now all of a sudden opening utility becomes crucially important because there is no smoke retake available? You have to play more aggressive as a defender, more than we had seen in the back half of the year.
I think for a map like 6-star, when you're going to use that early utility, it's based off the information. But if you're able to gain that, you have to make plays on it, because we know on 6-star, you're not going to find a lot of successful retakes through that mid-connector. You have to work around security. That's your best bet about retaking this A site. So if you are Gentlemates, gain your info early on with the tax, but make plays instantly.
Oh, and how about making plays instantly? Early utility does land at mid. Cloud9 come away with the first 2 kills. Sib trying to force something, maybe trying to catch one more player off guard. Not going to happen, but ooh, how does that happen? Teammate comes through, and now all of a sudden we're blessed into a 2v2 situation if you're Gentlemates.
Denza and Cobra are not going to be able to read this play coming in from Cloud9. You got Skies and Hydra working their way around the pinch, but Cobra gets the better of Hydra. Now it's Caesar Skies, 1v2.
That's not even just the better of him, he turned on him. And now the last play over towards the backside elbow works out as Denza finds the 1v1. I mean, we didn't see the perspective of it, but believe me, you friends, on the minimap, Cobra was not the first one to take shots. He got a little turner topside fountain.
Oh, he said, wait, no one's sitting around this side? I'm peeking from top balk. We're working around the side steps. No one is watching, so they have to be going for a pinch. Thankfully, he catches the perfect timing onto Hydra, and shout out to Hydra for that round, because he made it a lot easier there for the Gentlemates. That teammate on the Kismet simply cannot happen.
How did that even happen?
I don't know.
Hard to say. But hey, you take advantage of the mistake. Doesn't matter what level you play at, that is key number one, trying to find a way to create an opening, and so far we've gotten that. So a good opening round there for Gentlemates, considering the fact that they were in a 2v4. Again, the blessings that come through help, but still, Cobra showing up, man. Telling him, watch out for this guy.
And you can tell already off the rip of that game that it's going to be a different look of 6-star this weekend, because usually it's all out pressure towards A. You invest that smoke grenade, but B side is wide open. And if you're relying on gunfights to win it, Cloud9 might prefer that side of the map. But early on the defensive side, look how aggressive they already are, taking the map completely away from Gentlemates.
Kismet able to get in towards the aquarium, and Hydra playing an aggressive angle over towards what was P2. And I don't know if Vance saw this. Yeah, shots at range are perfect for Hydra. Also alerted to the fact that there are more members nearby, but Kismet hits it at the exact same time, and the SMGs are swarming. That told. Cobra, again, good for at least one trade, but now it's all down to him for a 1v3 and what would have to be an ace.
Yeah, and the bomb is also going to be down. Kismet loves to dominate around this mid-map area on a map like 6-star. But can Cobra have himself a moment? Probably not, because everyone from Cloud9 were ready for that 3-on-1 engagement. Cloud9 tied the game.
Yeah, it looked like Kismet very well knew that the bomb was down there. It looked like he was staring pretty much right at it. So, again, aggressive defense, not just holding off and playing for the retake. It's going to come with some risk, right? I mean, they're going to be taking some damage from either incoming nades or at least stuns. That's going to have to be part of the equation of when do we use trophies, how do we use them, especially when you're on the defensive side.
And this is going back to that Banks interview of not playing nervous.
Yeah.
You tended to spread the map right there in your very first round, gave up all map control to Cloud9. So that's 2 rounds in a row where they have set the tone early on. All out pressure on their attack over towards B, and then taking it away on the defense. Back to the attacking side they go, and preferring this B side.
2-2 split, and Bance catches a stun to the face. Harry over the top. Decent damage. Somehow had an angle onto Kismet, so that's at least a 1-for-1. Keeps us in a 3v3, and Denza starts to get aggressive.
Oh, this is perfect plays. Don't know if Cloud9 are going to get the info that he is in this position, but Denza is going to be in the complete opposite side of the map. Hydra gets the better of Cobra. You gain the info onto Harry. Now you just got to work this objective and watch all your aim.
And there's a lot of questions here for Gentlemates. I mean, the fact that Harry has to snap to see if anyone's at mid, I don't think they know that this is an A hit.
Yeah.
I think they think that someone from Cloud9 was still over towards the B side of the map, and that wasn't the case. So bad intel there as the bomb gets planted.
Yeah, Denza cleared out this side of the map probably 15, 20 seconds ago, but he was still thinking that the play was going to be on that side. Thankfully, you got a player like Harry who wins insane gunfights with only 12 HP on the SIB, makes it a manageable 2v2.
This is the difficult part, though. You have to guess where the rest of this post-plant setup is. They try to double team out mid. None of those nades will land. Sky's taking shots, says, look at me. Denza gonna try for the ha. And hold on a second. Is anyone going to get here in time? Harry's still holding the angle. Oh, and how about Harry? Okay, he's going to get 3 in the round. Most impressively, the opener versus Sid, but he keeps Denza covered for the defuse as well.
That's fantastic plays right there. I thought that Gentlemates were going to be late to the party because they read the play completely wrong. Still thinking that the pressure was going to be over towards B, but once they took control of statue, you throw your nades invested over towards mid connector. You get nothing to connect, but instead of Hydra staying around that area, he tries to team push out with Skies, and just the angle that they planted that bomb, just we're not able to spot it through mid-cut. So Harry takes advantage of the statue, gets the better of both of those gunfights, and Gentlemates take the lead.
And it very well may have been the case because we were only watching it from Harry's perspective. That nade thrown through mid-connector didn't land for him, but Denza banked it a little bit further, so his may have landed. But most impressively, it's Harry on 4 in a row. And look at the setup for Gentlemates to say, you're not getting into our mid anymore.
Still spreading the map, though. No one watching over towards this B side. You can see already how aggressive Hydra is playing. He's going to cut off this B site single-handedly. The rest of the teammates are aggressive over towards this statue, just playing for the info, but you don't want to drop early.
Yeah, this delayed setup from Gentlemates on their approach towards A will always have them second-guessing what's over towards the Sky Bridge, but Harry catches Skies peeking through mid, and now all of a sudden they can try to maybe rewrap this. But Hydra says not so fast, and that's enough for Harry to say, nope, I got to find a way to get this 6 kill, get myself a cruise, and I don't like my chances of going up against Hydra in a corner.
And now this makes it a lot more difficult because they already knew that Sid was playing around this site, but they modified the timing to execute onto him. Denza in the 2v1 situation, able to isolate onto him. Now the bomb is going down. Kismet gets a kill on the flank. Now you know that the pressure's going to be on the back end.
Good shots from Cobra. Not enough to finish off Kismet, but the damage is tallying. That's going to slow down the retake attempt for Cloud9. You've also got Denza playing a bit of a passive angle over through mid. Good prediction from Cobra on one side, but Hydra is able to win the 1v1. So now we've got ourselves a true 1v1. Hydra moving quickly. Again, it's French on French action right here. 23 seconds on the clock. Cobra with both weapons at his availability, and that's the quick swap to the rival 9 as Cobra takes down Hydra to secure the round.
That's 2 rounds in a row that Cobra has gotten the better of Hydra. Makes the play to win the one-on-one versus Kismet. realizing that the time is starting to dwindle down. Hydra has to try to hunt me down, and he puts himself on the head glitch, preparing for that hop up. Perfectly executed right there out of the Gentlemates.
Cobra's 2 for 2 right now in maps right at the moment.
Yeah.
He's looked really good. Really impressed by what we've been able to see. Again, plenty of championship battles last year in champs for challengers. But this year has been a bit of a different story with all of his teammates from the Wobop squad getting picked up, but he's still able to provide some great looks. Opening nades this time once again. Tossed over through mid. Gentlemates do take a little bit of damage, but they do get control of U-Haul, which is what they wanted.
Want control of U-Haul because you want to save those utilities in the back pockets. You can potentially take them off of this side, but bad timing from Bance, not able to spot those guys on the cross, and then at the same time you have Skies working his way around the deep pinch, but Kismet is going to drop first.
Great isolation, however, like you said, bomb planted, and look at the aggression from Cloud9's post plant. Cobra able to battle off one, but does he expect where Skies' position? The answer is absolutely not. So now Cloud9's post plant just has to worry about the retake coming over towards backside of security, and they've already read it, Jay.
That's perfectly played right there out of Cloud9. Now it's going to be a 1v3 for Bance. He gets one, but once Cloud9 were able to gain that info onto Cobra towards the back end, great shoulder out of Hydra to set up Skies for that kill. He realizes they're not coming from their base. They have to work in this pinch. So Sib jumps on the statue. Hydra works his way through the bottom tunnel. And that was just a very, very clean round after the post plant right there from Cloud9.
And even though we got ourselves a tight surge, we could still talk about this map in the same way that Cloud9 played the hardpoint. They're winning the map.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of map control, the percentages are heavily leaning towards Cloud9. Their ability to get aggressive on defense, and of course here offensively, they clear out the entire B side of the map. They use that to isolate Cobra, so it just feels like the tempo of which Cloud9 want to play at is working, even though they do find themselves down around.
Yeah, and Gentlemates, they are countering that perfectly because they're playing super slow. So they can continue to at least set that tone, or at least have a pace change up here, because I don't expect Cloud9 to run it down every single round. Another first blood onto Kismet. Vance finds it. Man advantage early on for Gentlemates, and you can already see the team push developing over towards A.
It really does feel like the unstoppable force meeting the immovable object right now. It's just certain rounds don't cleanly go the way of one side or the other, but this one is working out perfectly for that, again, labored pace that Gentlemates want to play their offense on. They get the first 2 eliminations, and now a chance for a very comfortable 4v2 post plant. Nades through mid will alert that Banstead keeps his scope up over towards this cross, but the bomb does safely get planted.
So now into 2v4. Skies and Hydra forced to try to clutch on up. They would really love a smoke grenade at this point to make a little more mixy around this statue, because you're just going to fly into death. And that leads to Bance finding an ace on the round. He was 0-4 to start, but 5-5 on a 4 streak, the veteran having to play.
And that is legitimately Exhibit A of how different that retake looks with no smoke.
Yep.
Unbelievable. It's only, and that's the thing, is we're going to see a lot more first bloods happen in the first 30 seconds to try to control the map without having to play 4v4 retakes, which, let's be honest, that was the majority of rounds that we had by the end of the year.
Yeah, you just can't, you're not going to find a lot of success retaking over towards that A side if you're just trying to work through mid connector. So if you are Cloud9, obviously we don't want to get picked off early on. Having a man disadvantage forces players to change their positionings, but Gentlemates starting to pull away in this search and destroy. But Cloud9 again, matching that pace, all out aggression through mid-map.
And it's going to get a little bit further forward than we've seen previously for Gentlemates. And another teammate coming through. Doesn't quite get around the corner, so Harry will stay completely covered up, fully healthy, able to isolate onto Kismet, who had the team nade from just a moment ago. And that puts this round pretty much out of question. I mean, 3v2 situation, and Caesar's been read over towards the B side of the map. Now it's just down to what Sib can do in the 1v3.
And now if you are a Gentlemates, just try to give Bance this kill. So he can earn himself that cruise missile, but unfortunately Sib finds him. Lines up the shots with the AR, finding the headshot, but another team kill right there at Cloud9. It was Hydra on the Kismet first round, then Kismet said, no, I want my get back, so I'm going to take you down this round. And unfortunately, an early first blood again. Right there at a Gentlemates, now puts them at game point.
And that was definitely a difference maker in one of the early rounds. I mean, that was a 4v2 situation gone awry. This one maybe a little bit more up to question, but let's just say that that was the difference maker in the round. We could be looking at a 4-3 the other direction, but instead now we've got a 5-2. And Gentlemates, again, they have been very patient on their offense, and they've caught Cloud9 in a number of first bloods. Let's see if Cloud9 change the tempo up a touch.
Oh, they changed it up completely. This time they sent 3 players over towards the statue side. Got both the SMGs getting aggressive on that side of the map, but Denza finds the first blood. Sib and Kismet effective on the trade, so numbers advantage Cloud9.
Harry able to see 1, make it 2 people on the cross, tagged, and he's being chased. And I mean, seriously, Chase, stun goes down. Almost able to get the Turner, but Skies finds the elimination. Bans for 2, though. Looking on now, what is just a 1v1. And, well, opening shots are good. But Bans stays alive now off the regen. Kismet holding the corner, and Kismet takes the win. Cloud9 stay alive.
Oh, just a split second right there. If Bans would have allowed his health to fully regenerate, probably gets the better of him in that gunfight to clutch up in the 1v3. But Cloud9 switch up the aggression, this time from mid-map over towards the A site. They realize this is where Gentlemates have basically attacked us every single round. They have yet to work an objective over towards B.
Yeah.
So even though they get first blooded, they were effective on the trades, keeping their hopes and dreams alive, still in the search and destroy.
It's really been trading of the power pieces in this chess game through mid.
Yeah.
Has been a lot of how these rounds have been determined. For Cloud9, I think they've probably lost more than they've gained, but we'll see if that continues to be kind of their priority focus, and yeah, it sure will be. Hydra going to be supporting Kismet, at least initially, for some opening utility. But Bans, I think, is the only one who throws a stun. He actually connects onto both, and now Cloud9 kind of have to force their way towards the outsides of the map.
Oh, and Denzer is going to find himself in a good position. I don't know if he was able to spot Skies over towards that deep corner, but they're probably thinking, all right, they were aggressive. They've been aggressive every single round towards either one of these sites, but they forced the rotation out of Gentlemates. Now they gain the info that we have to work our way back in.
Yeah, and you can see they don't want to do that through mid-cut, so they're going to try to full flood it around the back. There is a trophy system still here, though, for Gentlemates defense, and a nade does land onto Sib. So no plant. Cloud9 trying to take a more labored approach, and it's not really working out for them 3v4.
And now you're giving them opportunities to hit these couple of routes. Hydra was not going to be prepared for 3 players attacking through the middle of the map. But when you're taking so damn long to plant this bomb,
wow,
you're just allowing Gentlemates to slowly pick you guys apart. Now Kismet left in the 1v4. Does he have an heroic moment? No, he does not, and that is Gentlemates taking the search and destroy, tying the series up at 1.
Outside of the unfortunate team nades, honestly speaking, that was just a patient approach for Gentlemates that led to maybe arguably too many first bloods. I mean, Cloud9 were really trying to establish forward, aggressive tempo. Didn't really work out, though, all things told. I mean, a couple of moments where Sid gets caught off some opening nades, but looking at the first blood tally, it's 5-4 in opening first blood, so just one clutch-up moment needed for Gentlemates, but still, it just felt like that mid-play for Cloud9 was not finding the success it was meant to.
Oh, not at all, man. I felt like they were playing them disrespectful in this search and destroy, man. Off the aggression that they showed in map number 1, the way they were able to handle them in that opening hard point, they try to keep that same exact pace going into the search and destroy. Obviously, you got a bunch of team kills. That's not going to help you, but Gentlemates, they were like, all right, let's slow the game down a little bit because they got the better of us. We tried to play at their pace, and we just simply could not keep up. But search and destroy, without the smoke grenades on 6-star, it plays a massive difference, and Cloud9 simply were not prepared for it. I know you dominated in map number 1, but you can't play them like that in map 2.
It definitely felt, again, not to just beat a dead horse here, but for Cloud9, it's not having to worry about playing for a mid retake. Let's win mid early, and then when we do, we can now play the outsides of the map afterwards to avoid having to play through that mid connector. I think the thing about it was, again, 2 different rounds. That's where the 2 teammates came through. We're at mid, so a little bit of maybe miscommunication or just miscoordination on how they were trying to approach that. And after those advantages were taken advantage of by Gentlemates, it kind of felt like all action from there, largely thanks to the fact that they were just completely blocking off all the outside portions of the map.
And if you're a Cloud9, you got to be quicker on your decision making. The rounds when they were playing fast, they already knew what they were going to do, but the rounds that they were playing slow, their decision making was slow. You take full control of that A side. You realize that they hit that rotation over towards mid. You gain that info, but you still are not working that objective. You still have a player playing for a kill, and then in the 3v4 situation, you're thinking, okay, there's no way there's going to be 3 players approaching this pinch, but time was starting to dwindle down. Gentlemates, no, we're not going to retake through mid-connector. We're going to try to take security control, and that catches Hydra off guard. That leads to the 2v4, then a 1v4. Simply no chance. Cloud9 got to be quicker on their decisions.
I will say again, opening half of this map, great stuff from Cobra. Back half of the map, beautiful stuff from Bans, including the ace. So it's rare to find all 4 in a round in this title, and well, that happening has not just Hydra puzzled, but maybe even a couple of other Cloud9 fans. So Bans cooking with a little bit of momentum is good after what was kind of a poor start, not just to this map, but also the first. And a 1-1 count all of a sudden opens up this series, I think, overall. The only difficulty is you're going into a higher edge control, which, like we said at the top of the broadcast of this match, Cloud9 have been great on that map mode combo.
Yeah, the respawn slaying always from Cloud9 has been on the upper echelon, especially on a map like High Rise, where you're going to have players like Kismet and Hydra at times pull out that 3rd or 4th AR, because you know what you get a clean for, Dad. You got to work out of the windows, work your way out of underground, and it's very difficult at times on a map like High Rise to play for those early segments. So if you are Gentlemates, I know you played slow and steady wins the race on the Search and Destroy, but the pacing and everything has to be a lot quicker on a map like High Rise because you cannot afford to go dropping at the same exact time and then wasting 30 to 40 seconds to fight out of your spawn.
I think the other part about this, and we'll leave you guys with this point, we'll come back after the break and really break it down, is you need to know when you have an advantage and you have to quickly make the decision to push through that advantage, especially with what the ARs can create. But it's been a long-winded series, even though it's only been through 2 maps at this point. We've got high-rise control. Shay's already sweating up here in the booth. We'll be back with map number 3 at the backside of the break. Don't go far.
Ready, set, go.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Shift with Study, and we are through 2 maps here between Cloud9 and the Gentlemates, tied up at 1 apiece. Dominant hardpoint for Cloud9, responded by a dominant Search and Destroy from Gentlemates.
Yeah, Cloud9 basically gifted it to them, though. Those 2 team kills were rounds that potentially Cloud9 could have taken away, especially round number 1. You find that early man advantage, you're in it 3v2, you get the bomb down at B, and then turns into a 2v2, and Cobra gets the better of Hydra to start off those engagements. So if you are Cloud9, let's just shake that one off, but you got to be prepared for every single map. Now going into this higher-rise control, you just got to do what you do best, dominate the map when it comes to the slaying department, dominate those power positions, and simply not allow segments to get away from you.
And I think more importantly, trade better in the respawn overall, especially on a map like High Rise where we know how quickly the map can flip very, very, very rapidly. So that is, I think, the important part about this is, again, tallying what the map looks like from an awareness standpoint, not getting too aggressive when you're not allowed to, or finding a chance to take the map quickly when there is an opportunity in front of you to do so.
And on a map like High Rise, it tends to put people in situations where they feel like they need to play for kills. Like if you get a clean 3 to 4 dead, you have 2 players pushing out towards a spawn, playing for those spawn kills, and if they find a couple, that's great. But if you don't, then you're allowing those guys to come off the respawn, get those initial gunfights, and then use all their attacks to bombard their way back into these points. So Just got to be thinking about that objective in your mind. As many segments as you possibly can, because offenses are not more preferred than the defensive side on a map like High Rock.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing about this, we talk about tempo and pacing, is that the question asked here is, can Gentlemates continue to play at the same kind of tempo when they have to play more ARs? Like, you don't get a chance to throw 3 SMGs at this map. You're likely to be throwing 3, if not 4 ARs at any given moment in time. So again, I put not just focus towards Cobra, but who else from Gentlemates may pick up that 3rd AR? Are we looking at Bans? Are we looking at Denza? Kind of hard to tell because both are notoriously dedicated SMG players.
I think I'm definitely looking at Bans, man. When he was running that SMG in that map number 2, he started off 0-4. He pulls out the AR, he goes on a 5-6 streak. So he's a guy that's definitely capable of doing both, and he's played this map multiple times throughout the season. He realizes that the AR presence is going to play a big part. You might just see all four players on both sides running that AR.
Be the case. Other updates in this group. Again, this is just one half of it. The other 2 teams in this group are the Vancouver Surge and G2 Esports. And Vancouver, after pulling back a dramatic map number 1 comeback, 3-0 G2 Esports. So they will take on the winner of this one tomorrow. The lower of this matchup will take on G2 to try to stave off elimination early in day number 1.
Okay, so Vancouver already starting off on the right foot compared to Champs, where they fell short all the way in 2 game number 5s. Getting a clean 3-0, traveling all the way across the world to play some Call of Duty. Exactly how you want to start your tournament. But back into this series we go. All right, we're already into the control. We're going to have Gentlemates on the attacking side. Obviously, no trophy system to work with early on, but they're fighting early for this blue control.
Loving the idea of it. Try and maybe get some helipad control alongside of that, but Cloud9, they get the positions that they want, and it's already 3 down. Denza, the only one to stay alive. And, well, he is not behind enemy lines. He's just trying to regain his own front line. And that'll be enough at least to come back, find the elimination on towards Kismet, and at least Gentlemates will find some sort of success to get over towards A, but I say that with hesitation because they're still getting trapped.
Look at Hydra. He's just running around your spawn, already on 4 in a row. Denza is trying to stay alive this entire time, but Hydra is still going. Make it 5. He's trying to find an early cruise missile. Flawless to start this game. You were flipping the spawns, forcing them to work their way out through the bottom tunnel. And this is the ideal start for Cloud9.
Yeah, this is a bold strategy to say the least for Gentlemates to say, let's just ignore him and try to go through the bottom tunnel like you had mentioned. Some decent shots coming back. Hydra forced to give up the position, but he'll get the regen. Still looking for kill number 6, and there it is. A perfect start for Hydra. Almost finds kill number 7, but job done. Cloud9 holding solid. No success on either zone here for Gentlemates.
Yeah, it's 4 dead again. Now with only 20 seconds left, you're already down by 10 lives. Not a single segment to the name. And Cloud9 in full control of the map. Got Kismet setting up towards top heli. He finds a freebie. Sib again slowing it down with that AR presence. Another 4 dead. Yeah, Gentlemates, you didn't have fun in this first round. Let's just go into the next.
Yeah, chalk it, rotate, go next. But damage that's been tallied is more than just the dominant win. Now you've got no ticks of progress. You've got a cruise missile already built up, and it doesn't feel great, I'm sure, going into a round 2, having to match that if you're Gentlemates.
Yeah, and it's all about the initial push, man. You cannot afford 3 players to go down at the same exact time, because you saw Denza, he was able to work his way on out. He found himself in bottom blue with that SMG. He was ready to make a play, but when all of his teammates fall, he realizes, I'm not going to go to their spawn and play for spawn kills because none of them have fallen yet. I got to try to assist my teammates on the way on out, but just every single time, it was Cloud9 coming out on top in the trade battle. Now you're sitting up 1-0 currently on the map. Cruise missile in the back pocket. They go to the attacking side with trophy system to work with. So all out pressure towards A.
I was going to say, with the cruise missile, I kind of love this call.
Yeah.
Just get to A, see if you can get the early tick done here. I mean, because Gentlemates have to stay back up in their windows. Even that's being threatened. Hydra with the health advantage just pushes out with the pistol. And this is what I was worried about. Gentlemates just not finding the eliminations, not finding the kills, no trades anywhere. And that's already going to be pretty much the A zone done with now simultaneous progress happening at B.
Oh my God, all right. This has not been fun so far for Gentlemates. A little bit late to the party as you're already about to complete the segments over towards A. You at least get the second one done, but Skies is going to fall. The second one is not complete here at this B point because you already have Hydra working his way through underground. Thankfully, you got Gentlemates winning all the trade gunfights. Last player you have to account for is Kismet. How long can he finesse? Not long enough, and now Gentlemates have full map control.
Okay, moment here for Gentlemates to try to maybe push back after the abuse that Sip just found. So, a chance here. 58 seconds on the clock. A is not open for business right now for Cloud9. Still have to work for it. Sib on the cross, though, with a cruise missile. All it takes maybe is one more kill, and yeah, there it is. Chance for Cloud9 to finish the progress that they started on the A zone.
And they're dominating over towards this B street, and still, it's a 1-1 split. Both players trying to close out these final segments at both points, but that's where you have the numbers if you are Genemates to isolate these players. So Denza's able to find a double. Sky's just trying to play his life as long as he possibly can for Hydra to try to assist him. And thankfully, you got a Hydra. He finds a double, and he's instantly on go.
And that will be round 2. I don't really know how else to say it. Extra 60 seconds after the successful capture of B. Eliminations are starting to come out for Genemates. And okay, maybe a chance to hold off just a touch, but Sky's on 2 in a row. Does get taken down by a nade. The third tick not fully depleted yet, and now you got the cruise missiles being called.
Yeah, but Genemates, even though it feels like they've been getting outslayed to bits in this round, they are all tied up in lives remaining. You just cannot allow this last segment to get away from you. This next wave of kills for Genemates is everything, because obviously if you fall, you lose the round. But if you get these kills, you take the map control right on back, and you could potentially force Cloud9 to waste a lot of time working out of their base.
Denza's been seen over the top of the A zone, but he's getting a lot of depletion done. But that's the problem. Caesar's able to find 2. The re-wrap through mid works out, and that should surely be it. 2 members on for the stack. Kill still coming out. Hydra popping up for a double, and the third tick not fully completed yet. They step off it for a moment, and then finally it will be secured. So Cloud9 comfortable, now up 2-0.
Yeah, that just looked too easy, even though it probably should have been a lot simpler if you are Cloud9. When you're finding all those kills on the map, I know it's cool and all to make sure the game clock is at a pause, but can we get a little bit of a stack going? Like, Caesar found 3 right there at the very end, but you still got Hydra playing for spawn kills. No, let's just hop the damn points and we can close out the game.
There's no way you're criticizing.
What are we doing?
You're crazy for that, bro. Sib literally was up and down on bodies, throwing.
Yeah, we're shooting bodies and stuff mid-game. Like, let's get the job done.
Well, here we go. Cloud9 up major. 2-0 up. A chance to possibly do it all here very quickly on a high-rise control. Hydra gets the first on 4 in a row for possibly a second cruise missile. And, well, Cobra will shut him down. So, okay, Genemate's not going to be put in the initial spawn trap, but still a lot of work to be done here.
Yeah, that's perfect, though. Great start for Genemates. Not all 4 go down at the same exact time. So you have a little bit of map control to go with as you're fighting for this control of this B street. Bance gets the better of Hydra, so you have elevator control, you have propane. Just gotta try to locate where the rest of these players from the Cloud9 are, because you already have Skies working his pinch, but Denza gets the better of him.
Okay, hold on a second here, Cobra. Staying alive on towards the B zone. First tick done. Second on the way. 3 members are stacked up here. Hydra takes care of 1 over towards the top side from A. Trophy systems are now being depleted, so here comes the pressure for Cloud9, trying to find a way to retake. Caesar up and over the top is going to take down 2, and the third tick will be depleted.
Bance falls at the same exact time, too, so that's a clean 4 dead. Genemates forced to work out of their spawn, and Hydra is bringing out new spots. Sitting on this hop-up, you usually get to the top of this building. But he's just going to play this angle, hold down this left side of the map. He's only able to get 1. How many more can he get? Because he's ready for the second gunfight, but Cobra gets the better of it.
And now you've got a 4-life advantage for Cloud9. Still just needed to kill off another 30 seconds of time. And the cruise missile finds all 4. Yikes. Not what you want if you're a fan of Gentlemates, as now Cloud9 off their respawn can start to again threaten the windows. 17 seconds on the clock. It is do or die time here for Gentlemates to get to the B zone.
Yeah, they're not going to have an opportunity here because you have Hydra already pushed up into your spawn. All B street control in favor of Cloud9. 10 seconds remaining on the game. You got to stop the game clock.
Not looking all that likely. One more player trying to come over through elevator side. Cobra, no, shut down by the pistol of Kismet. And it'll be a very swift and convincing 3-0 for Cloud9. But let's be honest, again, that's their bread and butter.
Yeah, man.
Oh, man. And we're seeing why.
It's just very, very easy for them when they're finding their kills. You had Sib start off the game hot, earning himself an early cruise missile. The same thing could be said about Hydra. And then when you're going clean 3 to 4 dead, you have to worry about coming off the respawn and already there's pressure right in your face. You're just simply not going to have a good time on a map like high-rise control. It's all of Cloud9 smiling from cheek to cheek as they take the advantage again in the series, currently up 2-1. Basically a mirror effect of that map number 1.
Oh, yeah. And it's, I don't even know what to go through in terms of not being able to trade is not even part of the conversation, but they just need to shoot back in certain ways. And you can see it here, 21-9 for Hydra through 3 rounds. 3,600 damage, only bested by Sib, who gets 3,900 damage and 9 assists after finding himself, of course, a massive cruise missile.
It's just a map like High Rise. Like, it's not going to be easy for ALs to try to work out of your spawn, especially with all the pressure that Cloud9 were applying on their defensive side. So everyone alongside on the side of Gentlemate sitting at negative. Cobra not having the best performance at 8 and 15, but it's just very tough, man. Yeah. We're finding success early on into these rounds. You give up all the map control in favor of Cloud9. And that's now 2 respawns, but they have just absolutely dominated this challenge's roster.
Yeah, and I think that's, you know, I don't know how the veto process necessarily went here, but I'm sure Gentlemates are going to be reconsidering what this roster looks like on a map like High Rise. Because again, like just looking at them on paper and then like, hey, you got to run 3 ARs. I just don't love how they run 3 ARs. Hydra's got the ability to pull out whatever weapon he wants. He can just run around with a pistol if he wants to, and he'll still be fine for Cloud9. I don't know. There's just something about this Gentlemates roster that I just don't love the vibe of this roster on a High Rise control. Do you know what they vetoed?
It was this Cloud9 vetoing Karachi, and then obviously
you choose between Invasion and High Rise.
They didn't want to play Invasion.
Yeah. I don't know. I think we got to go back to the drawing board on that one.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough, especially playing against this caliber of AR players. Like, we know what Skies is going to bring, Mr. Consistent, but then when you're also having to worry about what Hydra's going to do with the AR, what power position is Sib going to sit in, those are just not going to be fun at all when you're going to challenge those players. So now Cloud9 sitting comfortably up 2-1 in the series. They're going into a Karachi hardpoint, which is going to be upon us here pretty soon. Trying to close out the series in 4. So far, though, challengers are putting up some fights.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that, you know, you look at a map like Karachi compared to Rio, now we really can sit and look at the macro gameplay. How prepped up is this Gentlemates team, especially when we talk about things like rotation. That's where all of the efficiency has to come through. I think especially when we get these back and forth kill feeds. We saw that a lot in Rio.
Yep.
Cloud9 were still dominating on rotation to get from hill to hill. That has to be better from Gentlemates here at map number 4.
Yeah, and on a map like Karachi, again, it's going to be about the presence of the SMG.
Yes.
Not allow Kismet and Hydra to cause mayhem around the map as we are already loading in. I'm loving this. We're going back-to-back in it. As now Cloud9 looking to close out this series, start off their EWC 1-0. They're initially going to be the team in the harbor.
Be the case. Opening eliminations also good for Cloud9. Gentlemates trying to find some sort of breakthrough over towards red, but Sib is very avidly watching it. Advance will drop. So right back to spawn go Gentlemates, and Cloud9 are already accruing a lot of score here on P1.
And look at how slow Gentlemates are playing. They're realizing that all the map controls in favor of Cloud9. We have to try to find a couple opening kills. Thankfully, they win that control of top 3. They find 3 kills around the map, make it all 4. So the final 20 potentially is going to be theirs because they're forcing Cloud9 now off that rotation.
Yeah, not good in the opening gunfights, but good control using the Semtexes to find their way in. Even extra damage tallied right there in the Hydra makes the gunfight very simple for Denza. So just as convincing as Cloud9 were on their opening setup, the break is good. And Gentlemates now all of a sudden have maybe a chance to get Cobra through, but as Bance drops, now he's on a rogue mission by himself.
Just got to try to stay alive around this red area if you are Cobra, though. Oh. At least able to find one, but somehow, some way, Kismet wins that gunfight and it finds a second as well. So Cloud9 fully set up off the rotation. These kills can get very dangerous because if you are Gentlemates, you want to control this side of the map, but already a lot of pressure. You're going to spawn them all the way across, and now Cloud9 have an opportunity to change this P2 to the P3.
Good follow-up kills, though, coming from Gentlemates. Spawns will be flipped back once again, but the opening 30 seconds is very comfortable for Cloud9 in the hill. Now here comes the presence from the front. Sib able to deal with one. Secondary fight on the Denza will need to be coming through as well, and oh my goodness, that is just a crazy lock-on. Cobra able to at least trade things out to keep the hard point neutral, but Cloud9 off the spawn will get the scrap.
Yeah, this is going to be basically a flawless 60 hold here at P2. And Gentlemates has decided to cut their losses, set up properly around this P3 area. You do have Harry watching the overextension around Coop, but Kismet again finds an opening, and now you're just not going to be prepared for this. Or are you? Because Bance gets the better of him.
Well done. Long spawn for Cobra, so we're going to get a 3v4 if Cloud9 decide to flood this through the junkyard side. Denza not sure where the hit's coming from, and Gentlemates need to get a read. Perfect time to see how they're calming this one out as we jump into it. Gentlemates, listen in.
Kids close right weak. Front side time, really weak.
It's front market.
Child out low, dead.
Nice, kids time.
I'm waiting. You guys cross?
He's in time, Bush. It's challenge.
Market side time. Ali weak.
One PS.
Square cut in. Probably
by yourself, by yourself.
One shot time.
I go church.
What are you doing? You guys going new?
I go church.
So the top church. Big kill. Nice, well played. That's one.
One could be mid.
One on me, one on me. One on Subbax, one on Subbax.
No, Deb.
Nice. That's him.
There's one more spawn to you lot now.
Bridge and hold. Bridge still pack.
Mid, Deb.
They're spawning. Where they spawning, boys?
One's bridge. The other guy spawned behind us. It's Kiz.
He's jumping to
I'm watching the long bench. I don't see bridge.
Kiz is behind us.
I've got
Yeah, short to church.
Okay.
Yeah, first search, boys. There's two.
I don't see him,
one shot. Nice, third on me, boys. He's manly on me.
I need help, boys, in time. Kismet,
Granny's.
Join me, guys. In shop. Went up. Is he still Granny's? Make it time.
No, I killed him. We're good.
Stun him in time. After.
They could hit, they're right.
Where's he on time? Bro, one on time.
Back left, Sip. One more shot. One shot back left. Stop charge. One shot back left. Stop charge one time. One shot back left.
Top church really weak.
Stop church.
Top church ran away. I'm Zuben.
No time down.
Jay, I don't know about you, but what I picked up off that listen is they're trying to find Cloud9. They're unable to do so. It's leading to a large gap in the scoreboard.
They're trying to realize where the spawns are, where are they coming from, where the pressure is going to be upon them, but Cloud9 are simply just getting the better of them with the routes. And when they find themselves with this amount of a lead early on into the game, that's what's going to allow Kismet to be a nuisance, to hit those deep pinches, to flip these spawns, because it's now 2 hills in a row where Genomates were early off the rotation, but Cloud9 got majority of that time.
And I think a lot of it, again, just kind of reprising back to map number 1. You've got individuals for Cloud9 trying to take aggressive routes, and they're winning the 1v1s to allow them to dominate the map. So just the trading game, not fully there. A weak start from Harry, the map just 3 and 10, and that's another moment where Kismet hits a nice time on the pinch, comes away with 2, looking for 3. Kismet now on 4 in a row, and Cloud9 should have still a chance to get more time here, but they're looking for kills.
Yeah, Genomates all the way across the map, but someone's got to play the objective if you're Cloud9. All right, Hydra, it's your turn. He's not going to work his way back towards his hard point. Still 20 seconds to fight for here, but if you are Genomates, second half of this game needs to be a lot better. When you're winning that rotation, that first wave of gunfights is so important. You have to win it.
It's just we need to see more concentrated effort, I feel like, from Genomates. A lot of this is they're trying to play Cloud9's game of we got to pick up these pinches by ourselves, and it's just not working out all that well. And, well, to make matters worse, you're even finding double kills off of nades in the mix. It's just one of those matches that you see there is a wide gap in terms of the individuals, it feels like.
Hey, man, pro teams are pro teams for a reason.
Yes, sir.
They're showing it here. It's now Cloud9 already in control of this P1. Only 36 points to Genomate's name. They're just simply not having a good time. You already have a lot of map control towards the slowest left side. You are forcing them to try to break over through red. All the focus for Cloud9. They know exactly where they're coming from.
Yep, and just to put this in perspective, if you want the numbers, Genomates had 20+ seconds on the P1 first time we were here. So we're dealing with 10 seconds of time throughout the rest of the hills to what we've seen so far. Just the objective focus has just not been able to be there because Cloud9 is not allowing it to happen.
They're just taking the map completely away from them. Every time you're thinking, okay, 25, 20 seconds left, we're going to hit that little rotation, there's already a player from Cloud9 in a position to contest you. As they find 3 again in the feed. Kismet on 5 in a row. Sib on 5 in a row. They can win the game here at P2.
Just not any trades coming through for Genomates. Spawns will be in the back, and Bance does take Hydra out of the hill, also shuts down the cruise, but Kismet and Sib find kills, so now 2 cruise missiles have been earned. Genomates will be able to get in for some much-needed time, but now they got to survive through the upcoming hit with the support of cruise missiles if Cloud9 want to use them here.
And if you're Cloud9, you can hit this all the way to the very end with the amount of lead that you currently have. Going to invest one of the cruise missiles. Is it going to be able to connect on anyone? Yeah, it's going to be your teammate. Fortunately, you're going to not have the man advantage in this scenario, but you have one player in the hill currently contesting. Kismet only is able to get the better of one, and now Sib is going to at least make a final attempt at trying to find a break.
And his timing is pretty darn good. Also, see the doors pop, tries to get the pre-fire, but Denza shuts him down. 20 seconds to fight for. Genomate's looking good for it, as Cloud9 don't really get the spawns that they want, so they need to play recovery here on the rotation, and they've got Harry in their way.
But Harry is going to get sniffed out by Skies. So that was the only player you had to find because you already put Kismet in a position to watch that back end off the rotation. So even though the spawns are all the way across the map, you still have a couple players here from Cloud9 still ready to contest it. Cobra gets the better of Sib, so they have the numbers off this rotation. You just got to work your way in the hill.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Bance making his way around the back. Good help from Cobra. Gets Kismet out of position, but a team nade, unfortunately, slows down this hit just a touch. Cloud9 very aware that they're under threat inside the hill itself. Cobra searching for the kills inside the hard point, but Hydra stun does at least keep him in place. Nice little turn by Cobra. Now it's just time to find the last member inside the hard point. And, he finds him. There you go.
There we go. Still 75 to 223. 30 seconds still to fight for here at P3. Cloud9 can no longer win in here, but keep in mind they still have a cruise missile in the back pocket, and the lead that they have, they're going to contest this all the way to the very end. But Gentlemates, gun's starting to get a little bit hot. They're winning these trade fights, going to secure this final 15 and potentially be able to breach that 100-point mark, but Cloud9 are not giving it up for free.
And I will say, again, just kind of comparing the first rotation we've gotten to this point, Gentlemates playing with each other a bit better. But now the interesting question starts to pop up. New hardpoint opens. Cloud9 winning the kills on rotation. Vance, can you open something up top? Yeah, sure can. So if he can hold his life, maybe a chance to use him as a pivot point, but Cloud9 get the quick trade and still a chance to earn time here on 4, pending they find one more elimination or two.
Only needing 22 seconds to close out this series. Cloud9 are just going to force Beers to just jump in the hill, soak as many seconds as you possibly can, but Gentlemates are starting to fight. It's 3 dead in the feed. They execute perfectly on the break. They're in control of the Swans. I don't know if they're going to be able to read that positioning out of Sib, because if you allow him to take top 3, you're not going to get any time here at P4.
Well, they know that Caesar's playing deep behind this hill, but it's taken them a while to find him. Eventually they do. Trades from the front, though, come through perfectly on the timing of the pinch. So good from Cloud9. And with 16 seconds of scrap time, this will likely put this just a bit further out of reach than it already was. Cobra over the top of New, also drops a 1v1 versus Sib, who's still alive in the corner somehow. Sky's able to give him some support, and now off the regen, it's just Harry to deal with, and as he does fall, Cloud9 just need the last 10 seconds here.
Yeah, this is going to be it. Just one wave of kills to close out this series. Sib starts it off. Kismet effective on the trade. It's seeming like Cloud9 are going to walk away with this one.
And that's indeed the case, my friend. 250 to 94. 100-point club will be set into place. And it just, again, this Cloud9 team, you talked about, you know, maybe their weakness would be in hardpoint. They're really showing the coordination and the cohesion throughout the first 2 maps we've seen from them here in this series.
That was drastic improvements, man. And a lot of it is going to be shown due to the fact that their SMGs were finding a lot of success early on. When you're finding success early at that P2, you're finding yourself up by 60 to 70 points. Now you're forcing the opposing team to play catch-up. That's what's going to allow Kismet to always hit that goal button. He has to use this guy, Bueno, who's always going to put himself in that position to play for the W, but just the SMGs early on setting the tone, the ARs dominating those power positions. Respawn's just way too clean from Cloud9. Every single respawn was a smoke show. And they're starting off their tournament high.
Yeah, I think the thing about it, again, if you're looking at that from Gentlemate's perspective, because now you have a matchup versus G2 that you have to prep up for it almost immediately.
Yeah.
You need to start figuring out, yo, what are our comms looking like? Are we playing? Because you even heard it from Vance, like, boys, are we at new? Like,
Yeah.
We're not even sure where we're at on the map
like,
here.
Guys,
It's
we're at the
just-
end of the season.
Yeah.
We don't know where they're spawning at this point. Like, we got to get better with that stuff.
Yeah, and that could be part of the issue when it comes down to, again, like, the run they put together at Challengers Champs was impressive, considering it was a pretty new squad. I mean, outside of they played, I think, the most recent season of Elite maybe together, but still, it did feel like a squad that did not have the same cohesion built up as other Challengers teams, let alone when we're getting out of our Pro League squads.
Yeah, they showed it at least in Search and Destroy.
Sure,
It's just in the respawns, we got to be more in sync. We can't be getting caught off guard, and I know it's very difficult to account for the players on Cloud9, but how fast they are moving around the map, and they are chaining that even with kills. When you're coming off the respawn, you're saying, okay, I'm spawning here, so there's no way someone's already going to be in my face, but that's the way that Cloud9 were playing in those hard spawns specifically. Always up and personal, challenging those players off the respawn, and then winning those gunfights, spawning you all the way across the map. You're not really having opportunities to find breaks, and Cloud9 took full advantage.
And I think importantly, it's not just the fact that Hydra and Sib are showing us the championship level they bring to the table. That was a great series from Kismet.
99.
You know, it's one of those things like how much do you really evaluate versus a team like Gentlemates, but I think that's an encouraging sight to see Kismet finding success on rotation for multiple kills, life after life after life.
Yeah, that's how you want to start off a tournament, especially a tournament all the way across the world where jet lag plays a big part. You're probably not getting the best sleep that you possibly can, but at least the recipe for success is still going to be there for Cloud9. They start off 1-0, now they play tomorrow versus Vancouver.
Should be interesting, but like we talked about, a star-studded performance from Kismet. We got Kyali down on the main stage with our final post-game reactions from Kiz.
The New Jersey is definitely doing its charms as we see Cloud9 with the dominating performance on hardpoint control. Kismet, how do you feel?
Feeling good. I mean, I think that series was a big one for us. I mean, obviously traveling out here was a long travel day. Just feeling good. I feel confident.
Confident indeed, but that SND was not as good as you expected. What was going on there? What was the comms? How you felt in the match?
I mean, I think it's just been we haven't been practicing a lot as much in like this little break that we had. We were focusing on our respawn, and honestly, they just played it good. You know, they played it well, so we'll look at it. We're not worried about it in the sense going forward. Just ironing out small things.
not worried about it? After that match, we saw you guys full confidence, relaxed, and talking. Like, what was in the break? What was the talk between the team?
I mean, if anyone knows us, we're a goofy team. That's how, like, if we're laughing, then you know we're having fun and we're confident. So that's the name of the game. If we're laughing, you should be scared, I guess.
I love it. Your next matchup is going to be against Vancouver Surge. They won 3-0. How do you feel about it?
I mean, they're a good team. We played them at Champs, obviously, and it went the distance. Eager to have that rematch. I think they're a good team. They have good fundamentals. So, yeah, I don't know. We're confident in that as well, just trying to get through the group stage into the bracket play. So.
All right, best of luck with that, and thank you for joining me here. Let's see, Cloud9 will continue to have their blue cloud on the Amazon Arena.
Congratulations, Cloud9. You walked away with your first victory as expected, but it went to a Game 4. Who wants to start here? Who looked worse than their predictions? Ant?
I mean, I thought, Cloud9 would come out and get that 3-0, but the search and destroy we saw, like, there were some huge plays out of Bans. He needed a bounce-back map, but Cloud9, that's what we expect. I have them winning this whole thing, and if their hardpoint looks like that, Allie, they got a great chance.
Allie, we do have to say it was typical. Even Kismet said they played search really well. So, jokes aside, is Cloud9 in danger moving forward if a team can take them to a Game 5?
I feel like this is just the Pro League continuation of the top 4 teams when you do catch them slipping. It was search and destroy all year. All top 4 teams have been struggling with it, and we like to talk about challengers teams when they come up and get to play the pro teams. What they're going to take away is going to be that search and destroy. So I have to tip the hat to Gentlemen's. They played their trades really well, and maybe going to feel a little bit confident moving forward.
We are going to hit a short break. We'll be right back live with EWC.
Ready, set, go.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. It's Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, and sorry about earlier, we were swimming a little bit on 6-star, but we're out, we're dried off, we're ready to talk about what we just witnessed with Cloud9 taking down Gentlemates. It was a 3-1. But if you look closer at the scores, the hard points were disgusting. Can we start there? How does Cloud9 reach this level, a level that we've seen from them in championship form in the past?
This is just a continuation. They've always been a really strong respawn team, and for the top 4 teams during the Pro League, if they were going to get caught slipping anywhere, it was always going to be in that search and destroy. Unfortunately, the teamwork and the slaying made a huge gap between Cloud9 and Gentlemates.
And as you looked at the showdown, was this just better rotations from Cloud9, or are they simply winning the gunfights?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of like a big bank takes little bank here, like outclassed in terms of the players that Cloud9 have on their roster. But on top of that, yeah, the small things just not going the way of Gentlemates. You're talking rotation upon rotation, just Cloud9 able to reel them back to back to back, almost 100-point clubbing them in both of the HPs. And you asked Ali a question about what happened to Cloud9 or former subliners throughout this year, why they got so much better. Well, the hardpoint was a bit up and down. It was the awakening of Sib. Finally, when he got comfortable and fell into that slaying role, this team became so much better. And that's when he saw the performances like this out of Kismet start to happen. And obviously, you know what Hydra can do. You're going to dominate.
And to that point, when we talked to the team during the season, that was what they talked about, is that Skies is more so going to be that objective player, playing for that hill time. What they needed from Sib was to just go out and play and be comfortable, and sometimes they would change goals, and that's where they would have that inconsistency. So for them, it was just about finding that right groove.
As we take a look at some of the reactions, Gentlemates had a few moments to smile during Search and Destroy, but frustration when it came to the respawn. And I got to ask you, Kismet showed us in 2023, the grand finals, how he reaches 99 kills.
Yeah.
Where's he at right now? Is he in the 80s, early 90s, 70s, Ali?
That 4 was a little bit of a 99 kids. I feel like we got a glimpse, but truly, you will understand what we're talking about, hopefully at some point this weekend.
Big shout out to everyone tuning in from around the world. We have so many games happening here at the Esports World Cup, but here on this stream, we are dialed in for Modern Warfare 3, potentially the final tournament for this title before Black Ops 6 drops. And boy, has it been fun. All of our favorites have been winning up to this point. Our number 2 seed, Cloud9, taking care of business, but they did drop one map. Same thing can be said for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, you know, you get up on that stage, right? It's one of the best stages we have ever had. Also, keep in mind, this is the biggest international tournament Call of Duty has ever had, right? So these guys want to make history. They want to leave their mark and get that victory. But it starts here on day one. You got to get those smooth victories.
Gentlemates in the elimination bracket. We could see them later, but right now we know our Bravia MVP. Let's take a look and see who earns the honors from Cloud9. Oh, Hydra, the Frenchman. We thought Cobra was the next big thing up and coming. Hydra's like, I'm the first one to come out of France, bro. Watch me.
And I think what's so funny about this is in the map number 1, he was even for about half of the map. And I was like, oh, Hydra's having a slow start. Because for Hydra, that is a slow start. We're used to him dropping the big numbers, and he ends up ending 30 and 25. He's just, if not the most consistent player in the entirety when it comes to Modern Warfare 3.
Yeah, you know, when I watch Hydra, he's just one of those. I've watched everybody from the start to finish of Call of Duty Esports, and I got to say, he's up there with the best in terms of the eye test. He is unbelievable what he's able to get away with. You know, we talk a lot about Shotzi's movement, which is absolutely incredible. Hydra is right up there with him when it comes to that movement. And then also reminds me of Scump a little bit as well with the anticipation. Always knowing where people are going to be coming from, playing off of his mini-map. And Hydra's just one of those special players. They can always count on him to take over.
He's a very vocal player as well. You talk about movement and having the gunny, but he is very much in the comms, leading his team, constantly player counting as well. So make sure when we go into the listen and do really try and pick out his voice, because not only English being his second language, he's right there next to the rest of the team.
14-5 at that point in the game, taking over control, and the numbers kept rolling in, Nameless. What is the average that you want to see from this man moving forward? Is it 30? Can he hit a 40 bomb here and there?
I mean, just being honest, I mean, these were like 100-point clubs, and he's dropping 35. So, yes, that should be his average, especially when you're playing these other teams where the games are going to go the distance. He should be dropping 30, 35 kills for them to be winner.
Before the match, we asked you all to weigh in on stcplay.gg, and we have our play results. Let's take a look, 76-24. Once again, our top dogs not winning everybody over, but winning by a huge margin.
I'm actually really surprised because when we do this during the pro season, it's usually a little bit more one-sided versus some lower teams. So I'm happy to see some confidence in these challenger players.
Global event with the Europeans wide awake. Let's take a look, though, at the updated bracket here in Group B. You are going to see the favorites powering forward as Cloud9 and Vancouver will be making it to that qualifying matchup. Later, though, Gentle Mates, Bant's taken on Accuracy in G2 Esports.
I mean, that's going to be a battle of all time. You're talking about former professionals, but also players with a lot to prove in.
I'm a bit shocked. I really thought this new G2 roster, I mean, looking at some of the numbers from you guys, Estriel, Lens, they've been unreal all year, DC and Accuracy, you thought that they would have a little bit more success. It could just be those first match jitters, so I'm definitely excited for that match.
You've already seen two of the biggest names in Call of Duty esports. When we come back from the break, we'll show you a third. Toronto Ultra puts their pride on the line as they take on Zuma's squad, the Stallions. Don't go anywhere. CWC.
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup with Dylan Rex of Stallions. Dylan, good to meet you, man. You've been around challenges for a while, but I think it's the first time we've met.
Yeah, it actually is our first time. Well, first time talking to you. So
Yeah,
I'm excited, yeah.
Dude, right on. This should be cool. Welcome to Saudi Arabia. This is quite an experience. Riyadh's been hot so far. Have you had any sort of time to explore, or have you just been in the
no,
hotel?
not yet. I just got here late last night, but so far everything has looked amazing. So, I can't wait to compete.
It's pretty crazy. Well, I'm glad you brought up competing. This will be the first time that you and your team will have a chance to go up against not only CDL pros, you've got other Challengers players, and of course Falcons. How are you feeling about the kind of competition and going into the World Cup?
I have a lot of confidence in my team. I think that we have a lot to prove, and that chip on our shoulder, I think will make us play better and have that extra fuel, to play against these pro teams. I think we have a lot to prove, and I think we just as a team we are better on land. So. And it's been proven in challenges as well.
Dude, Ryan, you guys have been running challenges. You've been great results. Dipped out a little early at champs. I mean, what kind of result would satisfy you here?
As long as we make some noise and prove to everyone in the pro league that we are capable players and we deserve to be in the league. I think that's what we're shooting for, and I think we expect nothing less other than that.
That's pretty cool. That's cool, man. Well, I think it's going to be a great tournament, whatever happens, but very, very excited to see how you guys are going to perform. This is where the questions get a little spicy. Who do you think are better, top challengers teams or lower end CDL teams?
I think it depends on the lower end of challengers team, or the lower end of the pro league teams and the top end of the challenger teams. I think our team and Lore, I think we are really good, and I think we could, those two teams, us and Lore, we could beat some of the lower end challenger or lower end pro teams for sure. I think we have confidence and we have the ability to go up against those players, and I think if the league was bigger, we would be in the pro league, all 8 of us. Yeah,
love that confidence, man. That's very, very exciting. This is it's a bit more of a theoretical question, but given your career and everything that you've experienced so far as a player, would you rather still be a top challengers player, or would you rather be in one of those bottom CDL teams but still be in the league?
That's a good question, because for me, I want to be the best at anything I do. So I don't want to be on a lower end pro team and be just a waste of a name. I want to be up there with the best of them, and I think I have the ability to do so. I just need to showcase it to everyone.
Then how important is this 16-team pool play experience for you as a player or as a challengers player?
I think it's a big opportunity because, for me, since I've never been in the league, and there's a lot of players that never really got their chance, either because, they don't have the personal connections, or, there's a lot of luck that goes into, getting your shot into the league. And if you do, it's usually not the best shot. So having that more teams gives that opportunity for more players to showcase their talents. And I think, some of those talents can get wasted because there's such a short pool of players that they can actually go into the league for, So it's just, I don't know. It's really tough, and it's a draining experience because everyone's fighting for that one spot.
I think you're in the right place to do that here at the Esports World Cup. Dylan, thank you so much for your time, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Awesome stuff there from Dylan Rex, and we're about to see him face off against another Dylan in Envoy. Welcome in, everybody. It's Toronto Ultra facing off against the Stallions. I've got Alley Cat and Nameless, and I wanted to start with you, Alley Cat. We've been watching the Challenger scene. There's always a lot of murmurs of who has the potential of rising up to that next level of pro play. A lot of people are saying Dylan Rex is the guy to watch.
Dylan Rex and the entirety of this roster of Stallions, right? This is a team that has been together for quite a while, and that's usually the difference when it comes to the Pro League teams and the Challengers teams, is usually they're hot potatoing their rosters constantly. Not this roster, though. They've had some time together.
Yeah, when I look at the Stallions team, especially in the interview that Dylan just did with Miles, like that's the sentiment that they've carried with them. And I think why they've found so much success throughout Challengers this year is that, hey, we should all be in the Pro League. They watch some of these teams throughout the year that are underperforming, placing last at these events, and they know that they can contend with them and that they're better than them. And this is the tournament where you get to play against those guys. Yeah. So this is the opportunity you have to seize. And for these guys, they've been good throughout the year. Top 4 almost every Challengers event, and they've stayed together.
Jack, can we just take a moment and celebrate this set? I mean, how sick is it to see the faces behind us? Allie, I saw you dancing in the middle of this one, getting ready to go. Are you just excited about this series, or what's going on?
Definitely. It's like a mini stage, and also out of all of the teams that qualified to be here, this is probably going to be my favorite to watch because, again, very storied players. When you go into the deep dive, you talk about Exceed. He's been trying to play for his shot for years, going
Very
through the
vocal
gauntlet
about it too.
Before we even went into franchising for the Pro League. So he's very much looking for this opportunity to take down some top teams.
And of course, we saw Asim moving up to the pros and being moved back down to Challengers. Anytime he goes down, he seems to win for FaZe Black. Now they're named Stallions.
Yeah, and if you're looking at social media and you know some of these guys talking about their excitement, as soon as this was announced and they qualified, Asim was through the moon. He couldn't wait to get out here and perform and play, and they've been putting in a ton of work, maybe the most work of all of our 16 teams.
They're going to need that work to pay off because tonight they take on the favorites, coming in with the number 3 seed overall, led by Insight right now. Toronto Ultra was so confident when we ran into him in the player lobby. That scrap guy never misses when it comes to the confidence battle. But tell me about the rest of the lineup. Have you gotten that vibe from the team, knowing that they are kind of considered middle of the pack after watching Optic win champs?
Yeah, you know, they're considered pretty beatable at this point. You know, a lot of people saying there's murmurs from scrims that they haven't been doing too hot, but I ran into the Toronto Ultra boys here day one in the player lounge, and Envoy said they've been putting in a ton of work. This is an opportunity we don't want to get past us. We know exactly what we need to work on, and he's extremely confident.
All right, I'm looking forward to this matchup. Hopefully we'll see our first game 5 of the day. It's been all 3-1s or 3-0s up to this point, but let's take a moment and talk about this Toronto Ultra squad because they started off super hot. Number 1 team in the Pro League to kick things off. Over time, they had their ups and downs, and we thought maybe they're going to take the Stage 4 championship. Couldn't achieve that, and then also didn't make it to the grand finals as they expected at champs.
Again, throughout the entirety of this series, and Toronto Ultra actually was considered the top tier of the top 4 teams because everybody else was kind of struggling. But then when champs came around, they started losing maps to a team, 100 Thieves, previously known as LA Thieves during the Pro League, who is average like one of the youngest teams we have in the league, was considered an underdog. So for Toronto Ultra, this is, like the other teams, a second opportunity for them to prove themselves as one of the best teams in the game.
Amos, where do you have Toronto Ultra in your power rankings right now?
I think I still have them top 4, fourth though, in that list when I look at all the teams. I will say with Toronto Ultra, they're one of the top 4 teams that just felt like they stayed stagnant the entire year. Some issues that they had that they would overcome for a week or two, but it would always come back, like Search and Destroy. Up and down all year. I think they let some maps get taken out of the game. It should have politicked a little better. They're learning, but I will say with Toronto Ultra, still a solid squad. We just know on Sunday they tend to fold.
And they have my favorite player in the entire league. I became an instant fan when I made my return to Call of Duty, and now it's your turn to meet Scrap.
This man needs no introduction, but I'm going to give him one anyway. It's Scrap from Toronto Ultra. Scrap, are you going to ruffle some feathers this week? What do we think?
Come on now, that's what I do. Come on, that's how I live, and of course.
How are you enjoying your time out here so far?
It's absolutely insane. It's probably one of the most insane production events I've ever been to. I mean, this is insane. It's a great time.
High hopes for you and your team. Of course, you're known for incredible comms, a team full of leaders. Do you think you've got what it takes to pull it together here and finish very strongly?
Absolutely. I mean, champs didn't go our way, but I think we're a team that's due. I mean, that's our motto. You know, we're a due team, so hopefully we can close it out here.
I was just speaking to Exceed from Stallions, right? And he said, make sure you tell Scrap that we beat him at Vanguard Champs. We're going to do it all over again. You got a message for him?
Yeah, no, come on now. We're on the big stage. He can't beat me on the big stage, and we're about to show it right here.
All right, best of luck, man.
Of course. Have a good one.
Hopefully that's the first of many interviews you'll see from Scrap as he looks to be taking the mic for every win. If you look at the rest of this roster, though, this is a loaded team, Alicat. Walk me through the lineup for Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, and if you don't know much about them, Insight and Kleenex kind of came up to rise around Black Ops 4 together at the same time. On the flip side, when you talk about Dylan Envoy, he's also another piece of that puzzle from a former LA Thieves or 100 Thieves teams that were World Championship, got broken up. He was teamed with Kenny on Optic Gaming, who also just won their match earlier, and he got put on the Toronto Ultra, where they did find at least one success at a major this year.
Yeah, you know, looking at this, I'm immediately looking at Kleenex and Envoy, that tandem. Want to see if they can perform. But let's transition over towards the Stallions. On this roster, I'm looking at Dylan Rex, man. Everybody's saying he's probably the next up guy, that he should be in the league. I'm waiting to see if he can do it against the best in the world. And, you know, these other players, we've seen them dabble in and out of pro play. They can absolutely do it, and they proved it in matches before.
We saw Brack with the Mutineers. You saw a former LAG jersey on Exceed. Tonight, though, they are playing for Zuma and the Stallions, and we are going to see a double dose of 6-star before Invasion for Control, and we'll close it out with 2 Rios. What does this tell you from the coaches with the picks and bans?
I mean, definitely some research too had to be done, but on the side of the Stallions, I don't hate the opening of these maps. I'm looking at Asim and I'm looking at Exceed. They're going to feel very comfortable on 6-star.
See, I love these maps, looking at it for Toronto Ultra, just because you want to keep a sub in both Envoy and Kleenex's hands as much as possible, and now you got 6-star and Rio. So I think in terms of the HPs, they feel extremely comfortable.
All right, you got a little insight from our analyst, but make sure you head on over to stcplay.gg and get your predictions in. We have 21 seconds. Nameless, let's make it quick. What's the prediction?
Yeah, I think after seeing the map layout, I do think the series will be close, but I think just through those hard points alone, Toronto Ultra will get it done. Going to be close, but I got Toronto 3-1.
Allie?
I think I'm going to go Toronto 3-5. I think we'll finally get a Game 5 on the day.
3-2, 3-1, 3-0 Toronto Ultra, if you ask me. Let's go to the stage.
That would be a banger, though.
The group stage is an ideal place to strike fear into the hearts of all the other teams here at the Esports World Cup by making a statement nice and early.
Speaking of statements, these two teams will set this stage on fire. It is Toronto Ultra versus Stallions.
On the one hand, world-class, composed, and basically a nightmare for anyone that loses to them. And on the other hand, one of the most slept-on and impressive challengers teams that exists.
They talk the talk, but their gameplay has to walk the walk if they want to be at the upper bracket. Who it's going to be? So let's find out and let the match begins.
Let's go.
Let's go. Turn it up.
Game just run.
Well, another match now to sink our teeth into. Toronto Ultra taking on the Stallions, another world-class caliber team and an outstanding challenger squad chance. We are in for an absolute treat this series. Can't wait to get into it.
Yes, this is very exciting, especially so because the Challenger squad has some very exciting players and an exciting coach. Mayhem used to actually be a part of the Ultra organization. Now the opportunity to take them down and obviously repping the flank as well. Going to be a fun time. But obviously, Flux,
I mean, he's dealing with bright lights on the other side of the stage. And the lights have been something that have been a problem for Stallions-related players as well in the past. Nobody going 4-23 today.
Nobody going 4-23 today. Marron. There we go. On stage, though, Scrap, we heard him in the pre-match interview, obviously feeling very confident, as he should, rightly so. Toronto Ultra, one of the most dangerous teams in the professional Call of Duty scene, an absolute staple of the scene indeed. Flux on stage there, and the rest of the boys getting ready to gear up for what should be a very, very strong matchup. I think this is one of the more hotly anticipated matchups as far as the group stages are concerned, Charles.
Especially because you know, a little bit of trash talkers on both sides. Scrap obviously has built and earned a reputation from his trash talk, but Exceed has no shortage of it as well on the flip side. And I know Rex is probably the player I'm most excited to watch on this side just because I haven't seen as much of him. One of the few players that is at this event that has never seen his time in the Pro League, so that just makes it his opportunity to shine.
That's deep. It was teammate Exceed there who was forced to remove his hat for that player photo.
Did that.
Forced. Oh, it was heartbreaking. He didn't want to take it off. He said he hadn't done anything to his hair, and it's true he hadn't, but he made the best of it. Those player shots do look fantastic, and he's got the cap back on stage. And there will be no cap chance when it comes to how good the gameplay looks.
Absolutely not. It is going to be ferocious. We could have just let that fly. It's okay.
So I couldn't.
We're jet lagged. We have that going on.
I'm a grown man.
It's all good.
Well, Mayhem, not only a good coach, not only a Toronto Ultra former player, also I think a pretty mean battery in Black Ops 4. He was also dangerous. But Maps and Modes, folks, 6-star, a double dose, followed by Invasion, and then 2 Rios to close out the series. I'm not a doctor, but I do know that we're in for a good one.
And it's going to be a great prognostication as well, just to figure out how good these kids are. And don't get me wrong, I have no idea what that word actually means, but I know it's medical related.
It is indeed. Well, 6-star hardpoint and search and destroy should be good. We've already seen some invasion controls today, but the Rio's chance, that's where things get hot.
And I just love both the hardpoints we have, just because 6-star and Rio, they're both the maps of like shooters. 6-star is absolutely lightning fast pace. You have one sort of key rotation over towards P3 that is a true money hill, but other than that, it's a very square up map. In Rio, sort of the same story. One key rotation on the map you really have to focus and pay attention to. Otherwise, it's all about the shooting.
Oh, we would like to see some of that in a Call of Duty. That's what we're here for. The Gunny, folks. Well, we're almost ready to get into this matchup again. All of our players and teams have had their fair share of struggles to get the lobbies going, but our fantastic squad of referees making sure that we get into these games as quick as possible. On that other side of the stage, though, Toronto Ultra, a team that is known for their composure, Chance. For those who aren't maybe as in deep on the hardcore Call of Duty scene, these players are wonderful under pressure. Nothing seems to rattle them, which is a good thing.
Going to be important for this match too, because the rattling attempts are going to be there, but I even sort of like the dynamic we have across the board. We already know the guys on Toronto Ultra, players like Insight, slow, methodical, there to make the right play at the right time. Brack, a similar style. Scrap, absolute shooter, looking to be the main slayer. That is Rex there to match him on the flip side. You got Envoy. Yes, he can slay, but he also makes those constant high IQ plays. A man like Exceed and Asim both bring that similar style. Of course, though, CleanX can often be the difference maker when he's at his best. Well, he is simply one of the best players in the game. So if CleanX has the hot hand, very few players can stop him. The Stallions saddle up, try to take him down.
Yeehaw, folks. Oh, don't forget, Chance Brack was also on that Toronto Ultra lineup for a period of time as well. What a roster that was. On board with the Stallions to kick things off, and they've found themselves a few kills, and they've got themselves into the hard point for a bit of early time. What was that?
Asim taking a filthy route, and Envoy winning a filthy 2 gunfight. So routes are one thing, Hill Time and Gunny, absolute another. Ultra trying to set themselves apart early in Asim, off spawn, even team killing. Not a good start.
Well, he does manage to get into the hard point as we get a good look across all the many faces and voices there in our matchup. Scrap, beautiful shots there to the inside of the DJ booth, gets a big kill. And now over to the hard point. The team shot there from Toronto Ultra clears the middle of the map, and they secure the next 10.
And they've got all the space and the setup that they're gonna need. So final 10 seconds. Whether or not it goes their way, someone's gotta get inside. They're gonna collect it. A very small lead, but an incredibly comfortable rotation in Ultra. Well, the most methodical team we have in the game. If you gift them a setup, you expect them to thrive.
The first point to the second, Ultra are in. Now doubling the score of the boys of Stallions. Can we find a few more here? The answer is absolutely yes. Scrap on a 5, that last shot. Immaculate work. one more away from the Cruise.
Yeah, and this is not a moment where you can really afford to make any sort of mistakes from the Stallions. And, well, if you're going in one by one, you are absolutely going to get punished. That is a Cruise missile. Asim, though, gives you 2, so you get the break on the flip side. So maybe a small loss on the Cruise missile, but a big victory on the break.
Absolutely. But hold it together. Big wins again out of Scrap. Individually, one of the most dangerous players we have in the league. Keeping the hard point, though, is the Stallions. Lovely work out of them. A little bit more time to go here as they claw their way right back into this. This should be a lead change as well. However, rotation over to the bar. Chance, you called it. A very, very strong hard point indeed.
And very cautious moment as well. We talked about the most important rotation being this one over towards P3. And Ultra, again, you give him a setup, might be able to punish him.
Absolutely. Holding it all. Dylan Rex on the approach. He talked the talk, now trying to walk the walk. Big contest. Holding the line. Here comes Ultra. Absolutely perfect teamwork. They bring him down. It's on to Brack. Finding what scraps he can in the feed, but no one there to keep the push going for the Stallions. Now we fly up to the top. Kleenex gets himself another one. Asim down as you've held it together, as predicted by Ultra.
Yeah, things looking a touch more painful. Exceed on a spree as well. Excuse me, not a spree, an attempted pinch coming through. Kleenex there to shut him down, but good coordination as well for the attempted break. Ooh. Kleenex, too many directions to look. Yes, he gets you one kill, but the break is in. A well-orchestrated effort by the Stallions, who admittedly, they've been playing off the back foot, but to keep the game close, they got to be happy.
That's not bad at all. And not easy to hold him on the scrap time either. Insight finds a way in, and that's all guilty. 4 down. Bad looks now over to Kleenex. He might be able to hit these players off a spawn, but they're all over the place. He is in the middle of trouble right now. Kleenex on the pinch. Progress there towards the hard point as well as Insight finds a 4.
Oh, this is actually very impressive by Ultra as well. That was a moment where you had players spawning out across the map, and they actually contain it perfectly. So much so that it feels like you almost freeze in time with moments like that, but Insight, well, unfrozen, melting the competition. Everybody right now, it's not an ideal spawn when you're just getting funneled through top warehouse.
Captain Clutch holding it all together. One more kill gets himself a Cruise. That'd be 2 now in the back pocket. Gets it. Ultra geared up for warfare. Wow, beautiful shots into the next. And Dylan Rex, oh dear, looks like we might have had a server issue. Possibly, not sure.
Is it us? Is it them? We never know in these moments. But from Ultra, I mean, they're going to be comfortable either way. A 50-point lead, able to get that nice bump. And I mean, right now, they are just completely dominating the rotation game. Stallions have been forced to break every single hill, literally from P1. They've been playing Break Simulator. And admittedly having a decent amount of success, like they are breaking these hills, but again, against Ultra, if you're fighting a constant uphill battle, you're never gonna have a good time. And for the first time this entire map, they actually have the advantage. They get a 4-man wipe in the kill feed. The Stallions officially have control of this game.
They're starting to canter into a trot. Let's see if we can't find some more time here. Lovely work there from the Stallions, but a Cruise. This could be a big problem. Anybody home? It's forced them off the hard point. You're going to be able to get one, maybe. There it is. Dylan Rex down. Hard point now in the hands of Stallions once again. Scrap on the approach. No kills to his name. Trades complete. Stallions in control.
Oh, yeah, they're hanging out now. Finally, a little bit on Cruise control, even after the Cruise missile and right side spawns. Hill time still being collected, and important 50-50 gunfights around the time. The trades rolling through. Kleenex, the man that gives you extra, picks up 2, makes the trades easier for his boys. So you get the break and maintain a very small lead. But again, Stallions in control of the game. They have the rotation over towards P2.
That's unbelievable. Will Ultra be able to get the break, though? That's the question. So far, Brack, he and Exceed, they say nay. They hold on for a Mo. Envoy with a last-minute pinch. Trades are done once again. Stallions retain control.
Yeah, nice bounce back from Asim. Envoy picking up 2 in the feed. You need a response, and Asim delivers. Now you're trying to dolphin dive away, but you just dive into death and Exceed the front man. Well, at least get some tags in. Maybe some easy trades, or maybe just Brack waiting in the wings to try to find the kills, and maybe even a player that can think about the rotation. Insight might be distant, in Toronto Ultra, I mean, doing a nice job of just keeping things scrappy.
It's very scrappy indeed. They get into the point for a moment. Kleenex immediately evicted. Now back to Exceed. Holding it together. Oh, the slide! Wow, what a win there. Onto Envoy. Manages to get it. Keeping Brack in the point once again. Can he win this fight against Insight? All this time, such good work out of the Stallions. Lead, change, and what a win.
And, well, we talked about sort of control of the game, right? It was break simulator in the first set of rotations there for the Stallions, and Ultra got punished on the first 2 hills, but they've been able to stabilize on this rotation, and now they're winning the key gunfights as well. So the momentum shift is back in. Ultra now has control of the game on the money hill as well. He could get back out of control.
It's absolute cash. We're talking Canadian as well here, folks, on this hard point. The exchange rate or the trades have not been ideal, but wait a minute, it's a good break. You've still got Kleenex here in position behind the bar. Can he win the fight against Asim? No, Scrap does though. Team kill complete. Only 1 man on the inside on the point. Holding it together once again, Toronto Ultra. Let's go for a listen in.
Hold there.
Cut the rest.
Pop
last guy.
Dead. Nice shit. I'm going right. I spawn here.
Front again. Yeah, front. Win mid. Front up in you.
I'm happy though.
Right?
Yeah, I will.
Left and blue right now.
I see it's old scrap.
Okay.
Could be lost as well.
Outer dead.
He's lost, I think.
Mid steps. Ace I want your brother. Could be 2 mid.
Low, 1 gold.
Absolute here. 1 old scrap. He could play
gold. Weak gold.
There's that dude dead.
Close left gold.
Dead.
Last guy close left gold. Exceed and Dylan. Dylan's dead. Nice. Exceed now. Exceed.
Right.
I'm just sitting on top of office. Or the statue.
You got long pitcher?
Yeah, I have pinch.
Should go low. Yeah, top cross.
Yeah, pitch long.
I hear.
1 cross.
I'm leaving.
Top, Jamie. Dead.
Low office right now?
Yeah, low left for sure.
Dead mid.
Under, one side under.
I have
last 2 there. Under
came back. He's weak. Ace him.
Dead.
Nice. Another close left maybe.
I'm hitting on
Office.
Yeah, close left.
You got mid?
Absolutely.
Yep, I saw mid.
Do you have a trophy for me?
Just Jimmy.
Alright, bet.
I'm gonna
Late now, close dead. Gold dead.
Nice, still.
I got drop office. He's gone low office.
Yeah, I'm just living.
Top
Blue dead.
left though. He's spraying you.
Yeah, preemming me still.
Dead.
Nice.
Try go right.
Yeah, give me a second.
I'm water steps.
I'm trying office with you in a sec. Do you have a
Huge
trophy?
time here. I'm sold.
Top as you
Yeah,
can.
we're gonna die to nades.
I need to rush. Stun on top.
Right side. Weak left side.
Right side.
Dead.
Nice. Pick us mid.
Just stay mid.
We go mid. Come mid.
So at least 2 all.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, let's do. In you already. Nice one. Same spot, Jimmy. Right now.
I can help you, Jimmy.
Is that right now?
He's not, right? It's child me old. 1 shot old. Behind the statue.
I'm getting water. I have
They're
another
gonna be
streak.
blue. They're gonna be blue.
I'm gonna blue push right now.
I hear you, Jimmy. Native blue.
Stay out.
Just stay right where you are, Jimmy. You, close you.
In blue, Jimmy. Ace.
You absolute.
2 AC.
On statue.
Out, Jimmy.
Outside you.
One you coming. You's going outside you. One's blue. You come back to this side. You.
2. I got one. One more.
I hear.
Team kill.
Hey, water quick.
On their time.
Yeah, what was
Their
that?
side time.
Maybe blue.
Heard you.
I can streak again. I can streak again.
Yeah, come on.
I'm streaking. Nice. I'm streaking.
I P2 pinch now.
Blue, peek on time, ace.
Yeah. All to you. One's outside you.
Other guy?
Dead.
I'm already blue.
I think he's statue.
I blue. All right, blue. Top blue out. Just hold nades. Get tropes down.
I don't have one.
Scrap makes it 2 for 2. Fantastic cruise usage. And with that, Ultra start to march towards victory.
Yeah, that was a big moment as well. Great usage, obviously, for looking towards a P2, where they might end the game. It's a closed hill, so he uses it early. Now basically a 70-point gap between these 2 teams. Granted, right now for the Stallions, they have the rotation over towards P2, but Scrap already chipping away.
Yeah, chipping away at this one. Over to Dylan and Rex. Can he find something here towards the new hardpoint? Rotation complete. Kleenex on the deep flank all the way round. He'll get to the hardpoint sooner rather than later. Exceed. Oh, brought down. What a win. Forward go Ultra. Asim has to now back out. Can he find any kills here alone? Buy some time. Allow his teammates to show up.
There's just nothing you can do, though. Brad can't give you the extra kill, and now you're going to be fighting through the front. Only 15 seconds, and Ultra walks away with map number 1. Stallion's going to have to chain 3 hills together to have a hope of getting back in this game.
They try and exceed. All 3 in the feed. An open hard point. Nobody home, though. Insight manages to walk away with 1. Again, looking to buy some time. Dylan Rex has got to go gargantuan. Has he read the spawns? The answer is not yet. Next hit now from Ultra. Looking to break the hard point and win the game.
They do have the rotation as well, but yeah, as you said, they just want to call game right here, right now. Ultra overwhelming for that response.
So strong. Final 5. Nobody home as the Stallions have been dealt with. Map 1. Toronto Ultra too strong.
And a hell of a game as well. 6-star has been a map where Insight, honestly, consistently been the main slayer, completely on point. And this is certainly a map where everybody on Ultra was able to thrive and shine. And, well, there's the introduction of playing one of the best teams in the game. Dylan Rex, not a terrible look there for the Stallions, but honestly, second set of rotations, finally started to get back in the mix. They basically full 6-in on a P3. And they lose the rotation over towards that statue hill as well. A moment where they have to stabilize, unable to get it done.
Couldn't get it done. Well done there from Toronto. It was business as usual for Ultra. Talked about the money hills. They were absolutely perfect both times around, and there was a 15-second remainder on the second break.
But either way, Stallions, not a bad attempt. Toronto Ultra are still a world-class team and certainly putting in the good work there in map number 1. Here are the highlights. And very, very much should be a Toronto affair, chance.
Well, for the most part, yes, but this map truly was decided, I think, by the rotations. If you're looking at the numbers, I know Ultra outslayed by a decent margin, but even on the assist front, Ultra, it's expected. Double digits for every single player. The teamwork is always going to be on point, but Stallions were quite literally right there with them neck and neck. So Stallions showing off some clean teamwork, but again, if you're unable to sort of stabilize and cut your losses on certain rotations to hills, and this is quite literally the moment. It is when they're wrapping over. Exceed trying to hit Old for 10 seconds. Everybody gets picked apart, and they got put in the absolute blender on this hill 2 times in a row. So the statute really, the punishment there for the Stallions. Ultra blow the lead wide open.
I don't think about Ultra again. That listening was a perfect testament to the teamwork and how well composed they are as a squad. Very, very few mistakes. Very, very few from Toronto Ultra. And again, you can hear the comms. You know exactly where everyone is. You know exactly where everyone's looking. Your teammates, what's their game plan. It's just an exceptional, exceptional squad. And it starts with the comms and it ends with the gunny there as well. So good stuff from them. They start their campaign here in the group very well indeed.
And I think it's also a map that really highlights why Insight is like an elite caliber AR player as well. We get the gas from his teammates all the time, but he's often not there in the statistical category, because if you watch him on the minimap, he's always making the right play. He's always the rotation man. He's always the guy blocking spawns. On 6-star, you have a lot less of that element. It is very chally. Everybody's involved, and especially ARs, if you're holding a lane, players are going to be funneling through constantly. And 6-star is a map where Insight continuously fries and is often the main slayer as well, which it was there in map number 1.
And we'll see if he can keep it going there in the Search and Destroy. This is where we like to see Envoy for Toronto Ultra go big. Statistically, a brilliant Search and Destroy player throughout the pro season this year in the MW3 world. And for the other side of the Stallions chance, typically we are expecting a lot of life out of the Challengers players here. We'll find out if that's going to be the case as we dive right into map number 2. Here we go into 6-star.
And yeah, straight away as well. So you love to see that. And just to tip Envoy for a second, I know sort of Bruce, aka Dashy, a lot of people say that clear-cut best objective player in the game. And if you're looking at the hardpoint numbers, it's obvious to why the absolute like king of the hill. When it comes to S&D though, Envoy, the best bomb planter in the league by a country mile. So be on the lookout. The Stallions on the lookout for the flank. And they are just swarming Ultra. I mean, they've got him trapped in the windows. Exceed to be that last man to fall.
Oh, Scrap brings him down. First round, an absolute blinder. Once again, another 6-star that is flying by very, very quickly. Ultra there, 33 seconds to dispatch the Stallions.
In a choke slam fashion as well. That is all 4 players on the Stallions dying inside that little white room in the back corner. Ultra flying and attacking from every single angle, and that is like a confident round win. That is Ultra applying the pace. Scrap able to give you 3, very much saying we are better.
We'll see how they can maintain the better going into round 2 now. Scrap managing to find 3 quick ones. 2-2 split here from Ultra. 2 towards B, 2 towards A.
Envoy really letting me down, giving Insight the bomb. I was trying to set you up, but here we go. The flank watcher with the bomb and all of the action on the top side of the minimap. 3 players for the Stallions attempting to flank through, and Insight trying to get out of dodge, and he's got Kleenex for a little bit of support, so the coordination between the UK players is immaculate. Kleenex saves Insight's life, and he gives you the extra kill, and Dylan Rex, last man standing, gives you nothing.
Absolute domination once again. You weren't wrong. Another immediate answer from Toronto Ultra. Game plan there early on as well, the 2-2. There's the boys on the top side of the map. That man on your screen there, Kleenex, managing to find that first blood. Great stuff.
And it's another fantastic sort of theme of this Ultra squad when they're playing S&D, or even in Hardpoint, you see it from time to time. They'll break up in an American duo, and then you got the UK duo on the flip side, or I say UK, European.
You can say European is a fair assessment.
American geography understanding. It's not my strongest suit.
Heathrow Airport is not a city in Able. More of that later.
I don't want to know.
See him bomb in hand towards the middle of the map. He goes. It's on Envoy trying to take care of him. And Asim, very experienced player in the pro scene, will not be over-challenging that. He's going to know to back on up. And that's because Exceed has managed to take over the A-bomb site. First blood, Dylan Rex. Nice work out of Exceed. Surely this is Stallion's round.
Yeah, these flanks are all beautiful.
the purveyor. That is Zuma showing them the way, and Dylan Rex able to give you a 2. So there you go. CleanX, last man standing for a 1 versus 4 and bomb down. A near impossible situation to clutch up on.
Oh, impossible. We love that. Can CleanX do something special here at EWC? Cool, beautiful centering, great aim, but not enough. Too many mans there on point. Stallions find themselves on the board.
And again, we talked about how in the hard point, we actually saw some fantastic teamwork coming in from Stallions. Eventually, they're just overmatched and overpowered on the rotations. Well, that was certainly a round where Envoy trying to pierce through the middle of the map. Asim gets that first tags in and just sort of baits Envoy out. Dylan Rex there to pick up the flank for his teammates. So they get the information, they play around it perfectly, and Dylan Rex also able to give you a little bit extra.
A lot of extra. Attacking round here for Ultra. Envoy with that bomb in hand. The A-bomb site will be his target, and here we go. Empty pockets. No tacticals, no lethals, they're all gone. The trophy system's now banging away in the background. Here comes the bomb plant potentially. Counter-attack has to be on quickly for the Stallions.
Had to dodge a few nades, but again, Envoy, best bomb planter in the league by a mile. Absolutely no time wasted. Scrap's gonna fall on the flank because Stallions push 3 players through, but with bomb down, you can get it done in a 3v4. A 2v4 might be too big of a task.
Find out. Envoy. Whoa, nearly on to exceed. What a drop shot. Insight on the pinch. Finds one. Looking for the second. Not going to happen. Big wins out of Brack. And that will be it. The retake complete with 20 seconds to defuse. The Stallions find the equalizer.
Yeah, you see that moment from Envoy, though. That is a world champ sort of play. He makes the read, has the right snap. If not for the drop shot, Envoy maybe able to clutch up in the 2 versus 4. But Stallions back-to-back on their defensive rounds, going for the same strat. Heavy pushes through the B site, and again, we talked about it. No smoke's going to be used in this tournament except for on invasion, so the retakes on 6-star specifically are going to be different. You're not going to be able to pierce through you without those smokes, so Stallion said, you know what, we'll do it a different way. We'll send 3 through the B side. If you want to square up, we'll be there. If you want to go towards A, we are going to run you down on the flank. Successful in that round.
Seems kill on the flank as well. That pinch towards the top side of the map, very, very important. Speaking of important though, those trophy systems, my word, they are working overtime. Firing forward now. Asim, can he find anyone over here on this side of the map? Doesn't look like this to be the case, but they've overwhelmed the A-bomb site. They have to worry about that player below them, and here comes the counter-attack. Trades either side. 1 minute to play.
Red dot site's always gorgeous. Asim doing a little bit extra to get it, but Envoy wins the gunfight down low and does not give away his life. Dylan Rex, great shots, but Envoy, instantaneous trades, and the coordination and teamwork of Toronto Ultra continues. These players can do no wrong.
Great on the round there for Envoy. Really clean round. Decisive stuff.
Completely systematic, right? Envoy down low, gets 1 kill, knows to play out his life. The second Dylan Rex gets baited out, which Ultra, they know what the game plan is. They know someone's going to be around Bond. They make a little bit of noise, make sure he turns his head. And Envoy, the coordination is always on point. We talk about their communication all the time. We don't do the listen-ins and S&D, but you know, absolute class there from Toronto, always on their finest.
Yeah, one of the most dangerous teams we have here in Group C, without a doubt. And proving it here, still a 1-round advantage. This is still very much anyone's game here on 6-star. Trophies down. Here comes the bomb plant as well.
And now you got CleanX is going to be the flank watcher. So Envoy again, no time wasted. The flank, so much different, but the timing doesn't go his way. It is still overwhelming. It is still 3 players on the flank for Stallions.
Yeah, big win there. Gets caught out. You have to back on up Ultra bit. The trap is set, and both sides now being fought for. The war of one flank now comes to a close. All of it down to Envoy. Gets it 1 and done. The 5 spree complete, and another retake from Stallions over by the A-bomb site.
In a slightly different look as well. It is the same concept of making sure you're applying the flank pressure when you're getting towards that A site. This time, 2 players through mid, 1 player all the way around. So CleanX just not able to read that pressure. A slight adjustment on that look. And I mean, Stallions, the game plan is, it's the exact same. Ultra gonna have to make that adjustment on their attacking rounds.
We'll see if they can do it. They've got a defensive round coming up next. As we go back and forth here in our 6-star search and destroy. Really good gameplay so far. 3-3. We're at the halfway mark of this map.
Now you're just looking for the difference maker. Stallions have had quite a bit of success on defense, looking for that attacking round, trying to be the separator, and they are playing much slower. Everybody dodging the stuns and the nades. They haven't given away any information. Trying to bait out a potential flank to roll through. That's why you see him playing passive over towards B, but with all those stuns and nades being noisy on that A site, correctly attacking B, and they might be able to get the bomb down for free. Insight with a cheeky angle, so Ultra, they have the intel. They're swarming now.
They're going to swarm now. They're going to run into a lot of trouble. Exceed. How many can you get in this life? Oh, he sends it. No, and he gets brought down. Insight with the first blood. The bomb not planted either.
Oh, now you're tough. Now you're one shot. Fearful.
Pressure now on Asim, still managing to somehow stay alive. They are worried, though. Ultra not willing to overcommit just yet. Waiting for the perfect attack, and that is it. Perfect is the name of the game for Ultra. No hope in that round. What a magnificent bit of work.
It's just so clean. And I've mentioned a few times, Envoy, best bomb player in the league. It's like his ability to get the bomb down so quickly, and Ultra do not give those same types of plays away. Insight in position to spot these players out on the cross, and if you hesitate for a moment, you simply get punished. And any of those players trying to make a sneaky play there for the Stallions, Ultra read everything left and right. Envoy already has 10 kills on the map.
10 kills already. That's the only many more we can get.
And look at this, by the way. Ultra doing the same thing. CleanX has put himself in the exact same spot. Insight looking over towards mid as well, but now Stallions, so much pressure over towards A.
Uh-oh, that's Asim. Lovely work there. The trades in the first blood category. Over towards the B-bomb site immediately. No one there from Stallions making the read or making their moves. This bomb will be planted, and Insight has a trophy and a frag grenade still to work with here.
And Scrap might be the most important man for the squad as well. Bomb down, but now he's cutting off the middle of the map, and Asim taking the deep route, and Brack gonna follow, so Scrap gonna have no information. Now it's about your COD sense.
CleanX there on the inside of the pool, waiting for anything here. See lovely shots. Oh, the transition. Will he be able to escape? Full pockets, though, still there. Force. CleanX. Oh, a win from Scrap. Up close with Renetti. Dancing over the top. Whoa, great work, but not enough. Exceed brought down an Ultra. There we go. Map point.
Absolutely brilliant. I mean, we talked about the COD sense, and everybody takes the deep route to dodge the death that Scrap is willing to deal out, and he just goes and makes the perfect play. He reads it appropriately, hasn't seen anything, and starts getting active on the map. And unfortunate for the Stallions, they fixed something that wasn't broken. All of their defensive round success when they're defending the B side and going for the flanks, and well, this time, congratulations, you played yourself.
Here comes another one. Asim with the bomb. Forward now towards the B site we go. Stallions, they're all in on this play. If it doesn't work out, it will be the map.
Oh,
CleanX, he's in trouble. The nades land. Here comes Envoy over the top side. Will he be able to find anything? Because you've pushed the Stallions back.
Well, you see actually the hit markers rolling through from Envoy, so all the nades land on CleanX, but they got some of their own, and now Envoy gets the kill and gets out, and that is number 12 in a 3v4 fashion. Ultra slam the door shut. That's a 6-3 dub.
That's a 6-3 dub. Scrap.
No. Nothing but respectful talk from Scrap now.
Nothing but respectful talk, and he's managed to win over the crowd here in Riyadh. But the man who certainly won over the map was absolutely Envoy. Wow, what a great bit of work from him. 12 and 5. I called it, mate. I did say he was the man to look out for, statistically a menace. And the numbers don't lie. 2-0 there for Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, Ultra just showing off exactly why they are one of the best teams in the world. Very happy on 6-star, and not just the 12 kills for Envoy, but again, 2 bomb plants as well. Insight might have stolen a tiny bit of glory from them, but on point is everybody from Toronto. 3 first bloods there from Scrap, the adjustments on point, and I'd say for the Stallions, had a couple great looks on defense and try to mix things up, but you try to play mind games with Toronto, that is the last team you want to do it against.
Yeah, they look great there. Well, 6-3, and this search and destroy is complete, and so is our 6-star portion of this matchup. We've got ourselves an invasion control in a moment after these quick highlights. Chance, I mean, as far as we know, this is just such a strong showing from Ultra. Absolutely one of the favorites to win the tournament. I'm not terribly surprised by what we're seeing, but Stallions, plenty of life left in the tank, hopefully.
Well, we'll see. Right now, Toronto simply taking care of business. I know one of the things I'm most keen to pay attention to is actually the hat of the seed, quite literally. Couldn't tell if it was a Stallion or a Toronto Blue Jay. Maybe throwing a little bit of a shade with the hat selection.
And we'll have to ask Luigi if he's put forward anything towards the merch budget, but regardless, Envoy, these final few moments, I mean, these gunfights are so tough. That's what slow-mo moments here from CleanX and Exceed. They are struggling. As that search and destroy absolutely going the way of Ultra. A strong showing indeed, and they must march now very comfortably into that control, feeling confident.
Yeah, laughing their way potentially to a hot 3-0. Ultra certainly a team that you have to bring your A game to, and even if you bring your A game, sometimes it simply does not matter. Again, a few key rotations we saw in the hard point ended up leading them to outslay them by 10+ kills and more or less a cakewalk in the S&D. CleanX was feeling annoyed he wasn't challenged enough.
Feeling annoyed. Well, there we go. Map number 2 in the books. Another here for the Group C matchup.
Danish,
it's Ultra.
Not from UK. It's not even close.
It's what?
Danish.
Yeah, CleanX is Danish.
He's so far away from UK.
It's quite a distance. You're not wrong, mate. Invasion Control, though, coming up next, map number 3 here. And if we can see that Rio hardpoint, this is the turning point here for Stallions. Time to get things moving. Find the horsepower to get themselves over that hump, because it's going to be a tough one. Invasion Control, though, coming up just after this break. For the first 2 maps, though, absolutely all Ultra, all day. They came to play a dominant look there in our first 2 maps with damn good reason. This is the Stallions dugout almost, as the boys going over what was a tough first few maps. Exceed has put himself in the corner. We'll see if they can't find the bounce back, because they absolutely need it now going into map 3.
They actually turned around and I didn't look at the hat in time. I miss it every time.
Every single time. Well, folks, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, you get to watch both of these teams play Invasion Control.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
2-0 is the score we find ourselves at as Toronto Ultra making short work of the Stallions. Will they be sent out to the glue factory, or is this the turn of the what are you laughing at, mate? They're going to make the comeback. It's an invasion control.
Our bad, Zuma. That's too far, man. That's too far. That's a deep cut. That's a great joke.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I worked hard on that one, and I thought of it during the break. Our boys, though, are ready to party on stage. We've got ourselves an invasion control coming up in a moment. And again, for Stallions, a must-win to stay alive in this matchup here in Group C. Can they do it for Luigi, or will they fall? They get another chance here, but they're going to have to be going up against... Actually, I'm not sure. We have to look at the results and see who their opponent will be. I don't know what's going on, Chance, but I'm excited to find out. And I don't know what Scrap just did.
Is that what a gritty is?
No, I think he sort of put like a sword on his back or something. I don't know, but he's having a lot of fun. Scrap's already won over the crowd here in Riyadh, and they're looking fantastic already. Ultra tough stuff against their opponents. But yeah, mate, it's been a great series so far.
And there are some wild statues all over the place around here inside this, so I think one of the video game characters may be Scrap going to emulate.
Oh, it's very, very possible. Actually, I've just got the result. It looks like Boston Breach will be the team who advance onwards. So, lose this one, Stallions, and you play the Heretics. Tough matchup, no matter what way you're leaning. Finding out how this is going to go, though, as everyone gets ready, Insight, glasses back on, hot to trot, fist bumps are done, friends. That can only mean one thing. It means it's game time. Here we go.
An invasion control as well in AR's paradise, especially if you like to post up. We already know Scrap, he's going to be challenged. Middle map cross every single time. He's going to be getting that info at the start of every single round. And the Stallion's going to square up, try to take him down. It'll be ferocious. If you are willing to square, you will see that gunfight every single time.
Every time. Well, we have not yet seen any of the sort of quote-unquote challengers teams take a control from any of the long-standing pro squads. Could this be the one? We are going on a three-man hit towards the A side of the map, and Kleenex, oh, he's down.
He was so close, dude.
He was so close.
Now they're going to make it, though. Seems going to get traded, and yet Scrap, they end up lining up for him. And Scrap has just a small amount of help, and that help was Envoy who gets shot in the back. So now it is quite really Scrap versus the world. And he's not going to be able to get a single tick. Or is he?
He does.
He got the progress at A. He wins the gunfight while stunned. Ultra already, maybe just giving you a little bit extra.
It's a lot. It's not just extra. It's a single segment at A, and now it's a lot of pressure towards B. Could it be a two-man stack? I think they're trying to dodge the nades. Watch it out for the trouble. Scrap now, double back, finds a big kill once again. 6 and 1 to start the map off.
Yeah, you do have Rex looking for some spawn kills over in Palace, though, so maybe trying to be the cutoff man to slow down Ultra, because Scrap really just a solo capture for the moment. But as Rex gets dealt with, the solo clap continues to commence, and, well, you got an Envoy, going to be that thorn in your side, roaming over towards blue. Not a fun situation right now for the Stallions to have to deal with. Still looking for that capture, though. Now a two-man stack coming in from Ultra.
Absolutely, yes. Nice shots from Kleenex there. He and Scrap find theirs respectively. Second segment of B, gone. We're going to see that go in a moment. It'll be a minute 48 to play. A lot of love there towards the A side on the defense, though, from Stallions. They're not committing to the B hit. Not going to try anything fancy here. Set up for the attack and hopefully not lose any more of these gunfights. But it's one by one, baby. They're falling. Ultra now marching across invasion.
And you've already got, like, Kleenex looking down the street. You've got Scrap piercing through the middle of the map. Exceed, though, brings the beamer, and Rex wins the distant gunfight. Trades out and bound, though, but you see Kleenex falls inside. Last man standing. He's going to last for a little bit longer.
Wow, what a win that was. 16 lives to the 9 of the Stallions.
Crazy, yeah.
And that's a big win once again, as Insight finding another. Trades complete. Dylan Rex gets his over to Scrap. Can he find one of these kills? It's so huge right now. All the corners, an Ultra player inside them. Exceed over by the bridge. Oh, he's moved on out. Is this going to be a 5th life remaining?
Man.
Oh, it's just absolute devastation. Every part of the map covered in Ultra.
And a minute left on the game clock, and you're down to 3 lives. That is a Challengers team.
That's tough looks, man. 13-3. What an opening round. Big one from Scrap at close range there. Envoy can't get it. Asim, last man. Can he find anything here? A couple? Okay. Push forward, Asim. Do the unthinkable.
Yeah, much more important. He needs to die rather than actually giving them the ticks. So, I mean, cut your losses on that one. That is the benefit of the solo capture. Over on the B zone, you just buy yourself so much extra time to drain those lives. And again, Scrap, player willing to chow, gave you 11 on the attacking round.
Yeah, at the start of that was 6-1 with barely any time passed away. I think the most important part of that round was, again, Scrap getting in there on A. That single segment alone, really, really tough work out of him. Not an easy thing to do to capture a segment like that, let alone on the A side of the map. Everyone prioritizes that. It's something that's happened throughout MW3. God knows, maybe there's a surprise event after this one, but nice work out of Dylan Rex to get the ball rolling. Trophies, awkward spot, but we'll see if it works.
And seeing, by the way, 10 deaths on the first round. Being a third of the deaths on a round you lose on lives is never a fun situation. Trying to bounce back in the next round, and right towards that objective, all the Stallions go.
They do, and that's the first segment long gone at B, so we'll see how this goes. Sim. Lovely shots. The second, though, not able to get into inside. Need at least one more there. On the brack, good work. Get it. No, great coverage there. Ultra, stay alive there on B.
Yeah, and this is looking like a dominant round on defense as well. Effectively a clean 4-man wipe, and just everybody snapping in position. Inside spots, 2 on the cross, and he's just feeding those intel to his teammates, letting him get in position. And welcome to hell. You are back in Palace. Ultra have everything covered.
Ultra, whether they're pushing forward or driving
Look at that mini-map. That is gorgeous work.
They just pull back at the right time. Kleenex there on a 5 spree. Stallions now trying to battle their way out of spawn. Will they run into Kleenex, and will they give him the cruise? No, nice shots from Dylan Rex.
Yeah, great timing in that moment, but either way, Insight, the filter system is absolutely there, and he's challenged. He's ready to go. Dylan Rex, you're just trying to get past this tank. 30 seconds left, and look who's behind Insight. It's Scrap. This is, I mean, a completely clinical effort. Only 4 lives lost so far from Ultra.
Absolutely unbelievable work here from Ultra. The Stallions cut down once again. Now they've managed to find an opening towards the A side of the map. Here comes Scrap.
There's that opening,
that's a win. 10 seconds. They can't make it to A in time. There's no way they're getting through to B. Ultra with one of the strongest rounds we have seen in Control all year.
Elmer is getting super excited about this performance right now. And again, you talked about that small opening towards that A site against a lot of teams and a lot of players. It is not Scrap when he's shooting like this. Now up to 18 kills in 3K damage.
Wow.
He is absolutely dominating this lobby. I mean, he has more damage than almost 3 players on the Stallions combined.
I think Scrap might have also already called for the car to take him back to the hotel. Very, very strong looks here from Ultra. Possibly the final round, possibly the final moment of this Group C game. Ultra on the attack towards B this time round. They will not be sending it in towards A. Exceed, pressure on now. As Kleenex, okay, loses a big one. Here we go. Trades back and forth. Will we see anything towards the A side as well?
So many rival eyes popping up in the kill feed. It's freaking me out a little bit. Scrap just doesn't care. Gets the kill, storms right over towards this A zone, and might have a little bit of help as well, depending. It gives you an extra gunfight win, and now Kleenex may be going to be able to pick up his cross as well. So a dire moment. At least Kleenex, though, was going to fall. Scrap has to do it mostly by himself.
Oh, nice shots from Exceed there. I don't know how weak he was, but he took that fight happily. Lot of work done towards A. No completion this time round. Over towards B. Slow and steady. Stops the clock. Freezes time. No stone needed there, as no stone left unturned. As the Stallions absolutely running their way forward into the point.
And running their forward into the sights of Insight as well. Happy to be ironed up and always understands the situation, knows where to look, but Exceed, there to drop them. And now a big opportunity for Stallions to try to push them back in their spawn and maybe win a dominant round of defense as well. Only a single tick has rolled through thus far, but the important gunfights Dylan Rex not ironed up for. Great news, though, his team is 2 for 2 trade, but Scrap there maybe just to break you down. Stallions gonna be behind.
Oh, that's a lot of damage, but no kills there on point. 4 spree now for Scrap. 2-man stack on B. Here comes man number 3, and you have got a perfect hold here on this side. If you can find the kills and make your way out, this could be a big moment for Ultra. Stallions, do not let them get the better of you here. Exceed goes towards spawn, hoping now for an angle. Nice shots, enough to push Scrap on the inside. Trade's complete, and it looks like Ultra's 1 step closer to the zone. That might be it.
Yeah, they're about to break, and this is just the moment right now. Scrap again on 5, make it 6 spree. He is challing literally everything. He can't be stopped. If you're the Stallions, you gotta win around on defense, right? Like, you just can't. I know Toronto's one of the best teams in the game.
Oh my, 28 and 9. What a stat line from Scrap. Can he find another one here? No, he can't. A sim finally holds him back. Envoy now pushing forward. Next man up for Ultra, and this has been one heck of a control.
Yeah, more kills in that life than Brack has had in 3 rounds.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Asim and Dylan Rex now forward. This game is not over yet. 1 minute to play. Stallions with 8 lives to the 11 of Ultra. This is doable. I was waiting for that. I set you up perfectly for it. Like a book, chat. Like a book. Insight. He's doing what he can.
It's just that they don't have lives again.
They don't.
Which, I mean, they don't have lives because Scrap just ran through them. Scrap is by himself. All 3 of his teammates just died. Scrap is last man standing in Brack. Hey, there for the trade.
In the point, he gets it. 5-7 now. Stallions fighting for their life. What a snap! Dylan Rex unable to get the second. No lives remaining now for the Stallions.
30 seconds left as well. And they're repositioning. They're turtling for the setup, but that is A-OK. Problem is, here comes that cruise.
Here comes the cruise. This is usually good for one, but can anyone hide? Oh, they do. That was nearly a 2-piece there on A. Down the street, Scrap running, plot armor equipped. Can he find another? 3 lives now for the Stallions.
Hey, this is just a round of S&D. It's a round of S&D, but we saw how that one went. Dylan and Rex, last Hermano, does not survive. Ultra, clean, efficient, no time wasted. And Scrap, never a player that says any mean things about any of his opponents. An incredibly nice young man.
Unbelievable gameplay. 29 and 12 from Scrap. He had a lot of fun there. As did the entire Ultra roster. Fist bumps complete, but that is a very, very fast 3-0. Strong work from Ultra.
And Scrap, 9 objective kills as well. So this man stood on the A zone. He has, what, 25 square feet to work with? He got as many kills as Brack did the entire map.
In the entirety of the map. I mean, from Scrap, that sort of fight on the A zone, it's the most obvious position you can find a player in. There's so many gunfights we take there, and Scrap found a way to win nearly all of them. Absolutely unbelievable. 3-0 there. Stallions, the glue factory is it's on the cards, but they will stay alive in the tournament. They now play the other team in the bottom side of Group C. That is going to be the Heretics. And Team Heretics, they took a tough loss to Boston as well. So we'll see how everyone's morale looks as back to the drawing board we go for Stallions. A tough day in the office.
It looked 9 objective kills from Scrap, but 22 on offense. And they only had 2 rounds to do that in. That, I mean, frankly, that might be a record anyway, let alone the fact they didn't even get 3 offenses to do it. So absolutely one of the finest invasion control performance we have seen from an individual all year. Scrap, one of the best players in the game for good reason.
That's saying a lot considering that what we've seen statistically, players like Hydra, we saw Simp with the unbelievable sweet shots. He went on, what, 13 at one point. So certainly adding to the accolades that Invasion Control seems to keep handing out to players all season long. Massive work there, incredible stuff. And Toronto Ultra, back to the hotel, I think it is, lads.
I mean, hey, looking good. Take care of business on the day. Get a nice day of rest and, you know, work off the jet lag. It affects everybody.
Hit the pool, maybe the gym. We'll see how they go. But Scrap absolutely winning hearts and minds here in Riyadh with his gameplay and his plucky attitude. And I do believe he is the man of the moment right now with Barney on stage.
29 and 12. 29 and 12. Scrap, the expectations were high, but you guys exceeded them, man. How's that for you, bud?
Oh, it feels good. I mean, we knew where we were going to come in. Let me slow that down. We knew we were going to come in and handle business. I mean, those guys are horrible, so.
Everyone's expecting you to pop off, and you know what you did at the very end. But you guys seem to like stay super calm. We had like a listen in. By the way, I'm pretty sure one of the casters was going to have an aneurysm in that last map when you got that 29 and 12. But you know what? Yeah, we had that listen in with you guys. And comms are just so calm, cool, calm, collected. Is that something you guys go through, or is it just that comfortability with you guys?
Yeah, I mean, one is comfortability. 2, I would put it on Jamie and Toby. They've been like that the whole time they've been in the league. I mean, I joined and it was easy for me, so I'm gonna put it all on them.
What was the prep like coming into this? Because obviously Champs wasn't long ago. You've had quite a quick turnaround. Obviously that 3rd place is something you wanted a little bit more, didn't you? So coming into this, is this the one? Is this the one to take now?
Oh yeah, I mean, we're due. We haven't won in 8 months, so we're due. You know, we knew we put in all the practice. We just had to make sure we were shooting straight coming into the tournament, and that's exactly what we did.
Okay, final question. Boston Breach. that's your next match that you're going to be going against tomorrow. Any words?
I mean, I don't really have any words. Those guys are horrible as well, so yeah.
Okay, horrible times too. Scribe, thanks so much for joining me in the post-match interview. Really appreciate it. For now, we're going to go back to you guys.
Well, we were wondering what would happen if you brought up one of the best challenger squads against one of our big four, and we just found out. Clay, you called it. What did you see going down, though, in this series?
I saw a lot of good things out of Toronto and a lot of bad things out of Stallions. I expected way more out of that Stallions team, who's been one of the best challengers team all year, but Toronto absolutely smoked them.
All right, we got some highlights here, Nameless. I want your opinion, though. Is Stallions in a tough position, or do you think they could still battle their way out of Group C?
I mean, I think you're definitely in a tough position just because you came out and got bopped 3-0, right? Like, the maps weren't particularly close, and now you're going to be in a situation where you have to play the Miami Heretics. Like, this Heretics roster is disgusting. We've seen them make waves, right? And they're going to be out for blood after their loss. And one thing that I would like to highlight with the Stallions is that I really expect more from Dylan Rex. Honestly, I look at this roster and I'm like, I know what I'm getting out of Brack exceeding Ace. I mean, yeah, they could have played better throughout this series, but that first stamp, seeing him play up against a pro team, he's the guy I wanted to see turn out.
You look at the scoreboard, you mentioned Brack. I mean, 3-14, we're in round 3 right here. That means he's gotten a kill around, which is simply unacceptable against a team like Toronto.
2 defenses, by the way.
Yeah, 2 defenses. And then you look on the other side, Scrap. We can't talk enough about this guy. I played against him in Challengers and Vanguard, and I was like, he's still got some growth and some learning to do. He's a full-fledged superstar now, especially on Invasion. He doesn't miss. He's getting a tick by himself and just doing everything that needs to be done.
Yeah, you know, another thing I learned is I can't trust the rest of the pro players. I always try to do my due diligence.
Right? Let me talk with you.
Who's going to be playing good? And, you know, they say that Toronto has been playing bad in scrims. Well, that didn't indicate bad play at all. They looked unreal in that one.
You can see the reaction. Scrap letting them know. Was that a reverse dab?
I'm not sure what that was.
That's like a get out of here.
Yeah, send them home. All smiles from insides. Exceed couldn't believe what he was seeing. Stallions off to the slowest start possible. They got boppity-bopped across all 3 maps, and we were trying to argue here on the stage. Who do we want to give MVP honors to? Was it Scrap? Was it Envoy? Quaster, let's start here with Envoy. What did you see from Dylan in this fight?
We saw some phenomenal things out of Dylan Envoy today. On the 6-star hardpoint, he literally broke P2 by himself with the 3-piece. Just walked in the hill. He's like, hey, where are you guys at, Stallions? You're all in the respawn.
Yeah. How about that search and destroy as well? Like, they're on a retake at B. He jumps over the wall and just destroys 2 people with the SMG in his hand. That man was on a mission.
250 to 170, the first team to not drop a map in the first 2. Toronto get it done with a 3-0 on control. Invasion, you're not supposed to win your attack. They did it twice, and in big part due to your Bravio MVP. Let's take a look at what Scrap was bringing to the table. Bravio, excuse me, I can't read. This man, lighting it up, backing up every ounce of trash talk, Clay.
Every little bit. And I've always said, if you're going to talk trash, you have to back it up. And consistently all year long, that's what Scrap's been doing. So you just got to tip your hat to him. If you're going to talk that much, you got to play well, and look at him dominating once again.
And Clay, like, you know, for experience, I know from experience, when somebody talks trash, it's like, okay, it's annoying. But if they do back it up, it's way worse.
Way worse.
Because then you're like, I actually can't say anything back to you. And, you know, his level of play, like, I think he was the best AR on the entire year. Just unbelievable. The guy in respawn can take over at any moment in hardpoint and control. And then in search and destroy, like, he's willing to pull out any weapon, as we've seen on their Rio S&Ds when they get there. He will run it down mid and say screw it. So Scrap truly special and does back up the trash.
I also want to credit our production team. Not only did they grab the epic highlights, but when you called in those score streaks, you felt it watching out there on the stage. It is so dope out here in Riyadh.
I love seeing the explosion. I was actually kind of taken aback when I saw the cruise drop and the huge explosion in the background. I was like, okay, this is Call of Duty. We're here.
And what a good listening they had as well on that map #1 for Toronto Ultra, right? Like, just cool, calm, and collected. As you mentioned, the streak, that was Scrap. He's just kind of like, I think I'm going to call it in here, guys. And then from there, 80 straight uncontested points. Toronto Ultra clearly putting in that work and trying to get revenge.
Scrap is going to finish this one close to triple positive as he puts down ridiculous numbers, 29 and 12 with this streak. And we asked everybody to weigh in at home. No one's been above 83%.
Yeah.
Do you think it happens right here?
I don't think so, because they're Stallions with Zuma. They got some hype behind them.
They've been the best challenger team all year long, up
most part,
until
yeah.
the very end when some roster changes happened and stuff. So I expected more out of them than getting no maps.
All right, well, here is our STC Play audience poll, 65% to 35. You guys know ball pretty well. Now you got the Stallions in an elimination match. That's probably not going to go down until tomorrow. What do you expect from this squad? Do they bounce back against Miami?
I think maybe, although the Heretics didn't look too good against Boston. And I know Boston retooled their roster. It's a completely new roster except for Snoopy. But Heretics looked like they were on the back foot. Vickle was not playing well at all.
Let's take a look at our bracket here, Name. Let's keep going.
Yeah, I will say, I was talking with the Heretics guys, and, afterwards, they thought it would be a good decision to all go home, take some time. So they just started scrimming again about a week ago, which could have affected them in that first match. And as you can see here, they fall to Boston Breach, who have been abysmal all year.
Can we give a shout out to Boston on the rebuild?
Yes.
Awakening back to a Breach jersey, and they get their 8th win of 2024. Ridiculous stuff. Their first one with this new lineup.
They should have never dropped big.
You love it.
But also, there's another storyline here, and we'll get into it as the bracket goes. But Purge joining organizations that have not had success, finding success immediately. Maybe it's the player, and we should stop looking at
All right, well,
so
coming up next, we got more epic teams, and we had Miles the Ross Boss checking in with one of my favorites. Here he is.
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup with Simp of Atlanta, FaZe. Chris, welcome to Riyadh. How you doing?
Doing good.
Vibing?
Pretty refreshed.
Refreshed? No one has said refreshed. So that, you've already got a leg up on the competition. I love it. We'll get right into it. You as a player, as an individual, you've got every single accolade that professional Call of Duty can offer. You've had MVPs, championship rings. What does the Esports World Cup mean to you? Is this just another accolade for your trophy cabinet?
Oh, I'm super excited for this tournament, honestly. I feel like, in my head, this is kind of like the X Games that they got back in Ghosts and, I forgot the other game they played, but Ghosts and whatever else they played.
Yeah.
But, I never really was around to have my chance at that, and I feel like this is one of those opportunities where it's like, this isn't a tournament that's going to happen super often, or at least I don't really know. So I'm just going to treat this as like once in a lifetime.
That's a very interesting way of looking at it. It might be around for a very, very long time. It might be around, if it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I hope you put the best in. What would it be, what would you feel like to lose your long-time duo of BZ? Because as of this year, you're now the longest-running partnership in the CDL.
Okay.
Hypothetically, what would it be like if you split, and what would it take?
I think we'd have to have a really rough year, like a lot of personal problems for us to kind of split. I feel like, as players, we mesh really well, and like we always have since day one. So I feel like we'd have to have a really, really rough year, like even just feel like a rough team vibe at the beginning of the year to be like, all right, maybe we have to like switch something up here. But that's crazy that we're the longest duo. I didn't know that.
Long time, really long time. If you did split, who'd you go for?
I have no clue, to be honest. That'd
That's
be like
a tough one, right?
That'd be like a split of the moment thing. I feel like because you'd have to see who's up, who's available. I mean, I think the top subs I'd be looking out for, I guess, but.
It's a weird question. I love throwing people under the bus like that. Here's another weird one. 2v2. You and a BZ versus Shotzi and Hydra on Rust. Who wins?
Oh, we're taking that every day of the week. We have the chemistry. We're the duo. We're taking that.
Chris, throughout your career as a FaZe roster, you've had some amazing assault rifle players. Arstes, you've had Slasher, now you have Draza. Draza's arguably the most aggressive of those players. What's it been like having him on the roster this year?
I feel like he's done a really good job of making us confident, or at least looking confident on the outside. I feel like we've always been confident on the inside. It's just a matter of that looking part. But he's good vibes. I feel like he looks at COD in a very similar way that I do, and he's always striving to be like the best. So it's great to be on his team.
That's really cool, man. Very, very good. It's from the outside looking in, it looks like you're having a lot of fun. We're excited to see how you do this weekend. This is a crazy one. It's 1v1 for $1 million.
$1 million?
$1 million, right? You get to pick the COD game, like any of the games and any of the weapons to play with. So like you're playing BO4, you're using the sword, right? Whatever. What game are you picking and what weapon are you picking?
I think I'm picking BO4 Paladins.
Paladins?
Paladins.
Actually, that is...
No auto aim. I was the best. No one's gonna be able to hit me.
That is actually
That's a free
so
million.
good.
$3 million.
That's actually
It's
so
never
good.
been more free.
I thought you were going to say like the Sorg or something.
No,
I actually might have led you there with the BO4 call, but that is a very, very good shout, Paladin. I'll never forget that Arsenal clip. Last question. Vaznev or Rival 9?
Ooh.
What cooked more in your hands?
I think I'm better with the Rival, but I think the Vaznev as a sub was a better sub to use.
Yeah, little shotgun.
Yeah, I enjoy the Rival more though. I always enjoy the fast shooting subs more, to be honest.
Why is that?
I feel like they're just it makes you feel faster, if that makes sense. Like, you're always kind of moving, and you have to hit a lot of shots, so I feel like it makes the subs kind of be a little bit harder to be in the role. So I kind of like that, a little bit more of a skill gap.
Chris, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Yep.
That is Chris Lair, a.k.a. Simp, a.k.a. one of the best to ever touch the sticks. And Clay, you found the man.
Yeah, I don't know if I would say found him. I mean, he had a name for himself coming up through the through the like underage scene with like Celium and Ilya stuff.
His big break was with you.
I did give him a chance. I'll take a little bit of credit.
World Championship ring.
A couple, but I've honestly so happy to see the success that Simp has had. He's just been performing at the level I thought he would perform.
Well, speaking of Simp, he's about to take the stage. Let's take a look at our upcoming matchup here, as this should be a fun one for the hometown crowd. You get to watch the Falcons for the first time here in 2024, facing off against the best in Call of Duty. Atlanta FaZe, if you look at the numbers, every regular season, they end it at the #1 spot, Nameless.
Yeah, it's a very tough draw. FaZe have been obviously unbelievable, faltered as of late, but that's versus the top teams. They're feeling very, very comfortable up against Falcons. And, you know, Falcons is an interesting one. Every time, you know, there has to be a foundational squad that gets that big break and that opportunity for that region to develop and improve. And that's kind of what we're hoping to accomplish here and see if they can actually turn up.
Yeah, and I was talking with Roxas yesterday during Media Day. I was asking him, how do you feel about being here? He said, well, we're the best in the Middle East. Now we get to see how we stack up against everyone else. And Nameless, you kind of made a good point off screen saying, yeah, where was Australia back in the day before they gave us Pred? Where was France back in the day before they gave us Hydra?
Yeah.
How long does it take for a region to develop like this?
Yeah, it's just more opportunities. I think something like this World Cup will allow these teams to improve. I think back in the day with like Mind Freak, first we had to have Buzzo and Fida. Now we have Pred. Back in the day, Gutaga and Broken, and now we have Hydra, right? So it's truly a special opportunity, and they're going to be going up against Atlanta FaZe, which you all know. A lot of you guys love them. Maybe some hate them, but you gotta deal with them.
I love their walk-in. They got swag dripping off of them. They know they're so good. They know they should have been placed higher at champs. I love seeing them walk in. And then we got the Falcons roster, right? We don't know a ton about them. I do know that they won an Elite in Europe this year. So I think there is some potential with this squad. So who knows how it goes?
And of course, we saw these guys with their fan base. Massive audience. They were already in the stands watching that last Toronto matchup. Now they can't wait to see their team. And I've been here for multiple weeks. It doesn't matter what game. The Falcons fans, without a doubt, are the loudest crowd I've seen, and we had a ridiculous crowd in Texas.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to get pumped in there. I took a walk through just to see what it was like. People are loading on in, excited for this matchup, and this map #1. If they can come out, play a little unorthodox, get a couple kills, like I'm saying there's a chance, okay? That's what I'm trying to sell a dream here. There is a chance. We know that the crowd in past tournaments has affected Atlanta FaZe. True. That is a fact. We've seen it. So there's a small chance.
Clay, when was the last time you saw Atlanta start slow, though, on land?
Probably not.
A very long time ago. An incredibly long time ago. I think that, Atlanta FaZe is out for revenge after their top 6 at champs. I don't think that they're going to come out here and falter at all versus Falcons.
We would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge, though, that it is kind of looming. Like, you heard the interview with Miles and Simp, like, is the trio going to break up? That's like their worst placing we've ever seen at a COD champs.
6th is their worst ever.
Exactly. Well, it's true, though. But we've seen them make roster changes every single year. And coming off of, you would say, one of their worst years, it's definitely looming. So this tournament is extremely important. If they come here and they get bopped out, top 8, even top 6, they might start to think, maybe we do need to split.
Well, you heard from Simp. Now we're going to hear from the team's missing link. At least that's what they thought when they brought in Draza from LA Thieves. He's backstage. Let's take a look.
I'm here with Draza of Atlanta FaZe. Draza, welcome to the Esports World Cup.
Yes, sir.
You enjoying it?
Yeah, it's super sick. Honestly, the venue, the PPAs, everything, it feels like it's an event for us, which is super nice.
Why do you think that? Why do you think it's an event for you?
It just feels like it's just cool with the PPA, player lounge, everything like that. It's a super cool event.
Many call you the best team in all of Call of Duty.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with that?
I think we got more to prove. I think we got more events to win to prove that statement, and I think that's what we're going to try to do this weekend. Sorry.
Do you think that something's not clicked, despite the fact that you've got such an amazing roster, such high potential, that there's still that one more gear to find?
Yeah, I think honestly sometimes we just are not in the exact flow, and that happens with a lot of teams. And I think just finding that exact flow when it matters on those Sundays is how we're going to win.
Yeah, I mean, you're up against Falcons to kick things off here.
Yeah.
The hometown favorites. You know, they're going to have a lot of fan support. Are you worried that you might have to crush some dreams here?
I'm going to do what I have to. I think it's cool that they're here, and I'm excited to play them and see what they're made of.
You going to go all the way and lift that trophy?
That's what we're planning to do this weekend.
Best of luck, Draza. Thank you for the chat.
Appreciate it.
It's time to take a look at our roster, starting here with Atlanta FaZe. They enter the tournament with the 4th seed overall. We've got Abizi, Selyam, Simp, and Draza. The trio on that left, though, is where all eyes are on. And, of course, you got Draza as the X Factor.
That trio's dynasty. I don't care what anybody says. That trio has been so successful throughout the entirety of the CDL. I would think it would be insane that if they break up at all. They should never break up.
I mean, I agree with that as well. And for some of you guys that are Falcons fans that are maybe watching FaZe for the first time, what he means by that, they have been dominating for years, like top 4 every single tournament. And these guys coming into this round 1, they definitely want revenge, as they had a bad performance at our biggest tournament a couple weeks.
Still groups. You can lose twice before you're knocked out of the tournament. Falcons are hoping to avoid that right here, though, as you have King, XDID, Roxas, and KHX. So what do we think about this fight here? Is it all on their in-game leader? Is it your star SMG, your star AR? Where's the pressure right now in Modern Warfare 3?
I think the pressure is on all of them. I believe that if they come out here and get smoked map 1, it's going to be a rough series. They have to make this first map competitive, or FaZe is just going to take advantage of that and steamroll it.
They just can't come out and try to play like perfect Call of Duty.
Okay.
If they come out and they try to play perfect Call of Duty, you're going to get obliterated, right? At some point, these are the top level teams that we have. They have to play unorthodox, lean into the play style that they've been working on. Don't try to switch anything up based on the matches that you've watched. Play how you've been and see how it fares against the best.
Falcons knew what was going to happen when they entered this tournament. They knew when they saw their groups they would have to power through some juggernaut squads, and we talked with King about it backstage. Here's what he had to say.
We had to do this interview right in front of the Team Falcons nest here on the Boulevard. King Abodi, born and raised in Riyadh. This must just feel incredible for you.
It feels amazing. I'm thankful to my country to do this World Cup.
Do you think having the home advantage is going to give you the extra edge because you're going to have a packed crowd watching you live, cheering you on?
Yeah, we have a lot to prove. I think the crowd is going to help us as well.
You're going to need the help because you're up against arguably the best team in all of Call of Duty,
yes.
Atlanta FaZe. Are you scared?
No, of course.
You're not scared?
All of us have big confidence. We don't care who we play.
How have you prepped for this? Have you taken it extremely seriously, knowing you're going up against some of the best teams in the world?
Yeah, of course. We practiced hard, and hopefully we are ready.
I'm sure you are. Best of luck, and thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That Falcons nest you saw in the background, that's where Repulse was hosting his watch party in the very first week. One of 3 headquarters they have in Riyadh. Let's take a look, though, at our maps and modes. Where are we going to be playing this time around, Nameless?
Yeah, looking at this, obviously the edge is going to be with, FaZe on basically every single map. But once again, I'm looking at FaZe and their search and destroy to be excellent here. Every time they win, it's going to be through those search and destroys. We saw it get away from them in their last 2 matches at Champs. They're going to need it here.
I want to talk about the hardpoint ban out of Atlanta, the sub-base hardpoints. We didn't see it at all at COD Champs.
They worked on it.
In this event, we're not seeing it again. What's up with sub-base? People don't like the map. They don't like snow.
FaZe hated it, and then they grinded it throughout all of Major 4, got good at it, and then still aren't playing it. So it is a bit confusing.
On the other side, they banned Vista. You don't want to play a BZ on Vista. I get it. Selling him on Vista, you've seen him clutch up in the final 5 seconds of a game to give his team a W. If you're Atlanta FaZe, though, who are you worried about? Is there anyone on this stage that could come out cold, playing a little soft after not warming up all day?
I don't want to say specific players, but what I do want to say is that there's not a lot of film on Team Falcons. A lot of teams prep pretty hard for these matches. I know my team did this year where we were watching VOD the night before. What are they watching from Team Falcons? Their elite matches or something like that? That was so long ago. There's not any film.
Yeah, obviously, I was in a situation like this, not to the level that FaZe is at, but we were a top 6 team. We played up against a team called Fab E, European players. Very, very young, Vortex.
Gunny
a lot of you guys may know them by now. We got bopped 3-0. I had never watched a single one of their games. I go into that match and we're about to smoke these guys, and we got cooked. So definitely something that could happen. They could surprise you, and that's the scariest part about it is you don't know who's the takeover player.
Great call out right there. We want the fans to weigh in. Do Falcons have a chance? Can they steal a dub off of one of the best to grace Call of Duty in Atlanta FaZe? Head on over to stcplay.gg and get your predictions in right now. Now, looking at the maps, we're going to see some invasion in here. We're going to be starting things off on some Rio, something that we're very familiar with. What's your best chance if you're Falcons? Hardpoint, Search? That's where the other top teams have been falling into games 1 or 2.
Yeah, you like as the underdog team, we know this. You got to go for the 2-3-5. You don't expect to win any hard points versus FaZe. You said, oh, we don't want to play him on Vista. You don't want to play him on any map. I don't want to see Abe across the stage for me on any map. In Search, at least you have a little bit of a chance.
Yeah, you know, switching gears a little bit with Atlanta FaZe, you know, something that I've been wanting to see from them is Celium picking up the pace a little bit. Everybody has their opinions on what they think FaZe should do to get better. I think he took a back seat for Draza his last couple of tournaments, matches. I need him to turn up and become the MC of old, more aggressive, not last alive in the search and destroys. If he does that, I think they make a really deep run through this tournament.
Can you have 2 aggressive ARs, or do you still need one of them to play slow? We've seen it with Subliners. Sky's always playing that slow objective role. His teammate able to flourish, playing aggressive in Sib. And Ultra, though, Scrap was just super aggressive, and he put the hammer down in that last series.
I will say that the formula has been your more like objective, slower AR, and then you have your fast-paced, cutting AR. So I will say that is a formula most teams have used, but I think Call of Duty is a very flexible game. If you have the players, you shouldn't put one in a role that they're not comfortable with. Okay. You should try and build your team and your fundamentals around the players you have.
And of course, we've seen a lot of 2 and 2, sometimes 3 ARs, only 1 SMG. Is there a way you can run a weird mess of all SMGs or anything to throw off FaZe? Does it matter?
I would run 4 ARs. I literally, if I'm Falcons, I would legitimately run 4 ARs. We've seen like Pred pulls out that AR and just starts going crazy, right? That was the shift in the meta we saw. Basically 3 ARs every map now. If I'm Falcons, I think I'd run 4. It's
prediction time. Let's make it official.
Crazy. FaZe 3-0.
FaZe 3-0.
I believe in Falcons, so I'll give a map. 3-1 FaZe.
3-1. Falcons, I love you. I want the fans to cheer. Let's get at least 1 dub as we send it down to the Amazon stage.
Welcome back to the Amazon Arena, where our teams have been setting the tone for the rest of the weekend. And oh boy, we like what we see.
In this next series, we have the highest ranked pro team on the circuit going up against Saudi Arabia's very own hometown heroes. It is, of course, Atlanta FaZe and Team Falcons.
Can the home crowd give the Falcons the extra boost they need to take down the best in the business?
Or is this going to be an absolute clinic? Slam dunk steamrolling by the top dogs. Okay, Ali, you can do the honors.
Amazon Arena, نحن مين؟
Set the world on fire.
What an interesting affair we have for this one. A lot of expectations for the Atlanta FaZe trying to recover from their wrongdoings at Champs, but Team Falcons, what world are you coming through the Middle East and thinking, we got a chance to shoot up against Abizi and Sib? This is about to be nuts.
Yeah, this is about to be insane. The hometown team trying to put on a show and cause the most insane upset we've probably seen in Call of Duty history going up against Atlanta FaZe. But you heard it in the interview with Abadi. He's super confident, man. Every single player alongside that Falcons roster is ready to spawn in versus the best.
And that's got to be so cool, man. I mean, we've seen moments in the past in Call of Duty where you get your top challengers teams, a chance to play up against your top pro League squads, but in no form have we ever seen a regional qualifier have a chance to go up arguably one of the best rosters in all of the CDL history. Of course, that staple trio. We've already heard that there's some second guessing maybe around, is there actually enough confidence to say that these guys should stay together? This would be the event where they have to prove it.
Oh yeah, 100%, man. You get top 6 at champs, their worst placing overall at champs. I'm pretty sure Simp averaged at least a 2.1 placing at the World Championship. And unfortunately for them, a top 6 wasn't their best performance, but at least they have an opportunity to right their wrongs here. And when I had the chance to talk to Atlanta FaZe, they're super confident going into this event. They made a lot of changes to their gameplay, more specifically in their hardpoint game. You have both of your SMG players now running hybrid.
Yeah.
So Abizi and Simp are going to be super, super hard to keep track of with all the diving around the map.
Indeed the case. Now, it is important to note on the other side of the stage here for Team Falcons, and Clay hit it correctly, these guys did win a season of Challengers Elite.
Yeah.
Coach Ludi, I think in particular, has actually brought this team from just being there to, whoa, hold on a second, these guys are now a major threat. Because last year was the first year this Team Falcons team started to play in Challengers. Not the greatest results. Here this year, though, making a couple of different Elite playoffs, having a chance to possibly earn a spot to Challengers champs through the LCQ. Came a bit short, but hey, they still have a win on the year.
Yeah, and it's fantastic if you are Falcons because they didn't really make a lot of roster changes throughout the season. They stuck with this core roster, and then at the very end of the final Elite stage, you walked away victorious. So that gives you a lot of confidence, like, okay, we beat some of the top teams in the EU Challengers.
Oh, yeah.
And now we are feeling like we are preparing ourselves for the best in the world. I know that this squad, they seem to put it together well in Search and Destroy. That's something that the Desk touched on. The 2-3-5 is probably their recipe for success here.
And I will say, just kind of, again, giving credit to the growth from Modern Warfare 2 to Modern Warfare 3, this Team Falcon squad has played more comprehensive Call of Duty. Last year, it was a lot of a couple of individual moments, trying to outgun people. This year, they've really played good objective-focused COD. Now, the thing about that, not to counter my own point, Ant brought up a really good point on the desk saying, you're not going to be able to outplay FaZe in Call of Duty. So you've got to have something going for you jumping into this matchup if you were to find a map.
And I think teamwork is going to make the dream work. That's the way you're going to be able to take down a lot of these top teams. When you catch them off guard with certain plays, so early on we're going to spawn into this Rio HB. I feel like this has been the starting map for every single series that we have saw today, but if you are Atlanta FaZe, you are happy as hell to be playing this fast-paced SMG map because we know what Simp and Abizi are capable of.
Oh, without question. And so here we go. Jumping on into the action. We've got the Atlanta FaZe taking on the hometown crowd and, of course, the hometown team in Team Falcons. And it's Exton who does find first blood. So, again, for Falcons, this is about being efficient in and around the hard point if you want to have a chance to keep this one tight.
Yeah, everyone's counting them out of this series. Besides the people who are in the crowd, you can already hear the chants going down for Team Falcons. As they're starting off with at least initially 10 points into that P1, but Atlanta FaZe, they work their way back on in. They find a break, and now still a good chunk of time to fight for.
Yeah, you've got just one player inside the hill for now, but you've got really FaZe trying to control the outsides of the map. A couple individual 1v1s start to come through. Good trade from Khalid, and that's enough to actually maybe force a 1v1 for some of this scrap time. Khalid looking for it with the pistol. Can't quite find the player in and around the hard point, though, and help is able to arrive for FaZe.
And now if you are Atlanta FaZe, you're going to be able to take the lead, and you also have the rotation over towards News. So Team Falcons are going to be late off of the fundamental aspect. You're going to allow Atlanta FaZe to properly set up over towards this new HP. So how do Falcons decide to break it? Thankfully, Roxas, he finds that first opening kill. Now you have the numbers advantage. Let's use our attacks to break our way in.
Yeah, Trophy doesn't quite get down, though, for Team Falcons. Another one replaces it. Draza over the top of Banana, does eventually get traded out. Khalid trying to force his way now in. Pinch on the way from Simp, but good eliminations here from the front from Falcons. Give him a chance to earn more time.
Yeah, but there's only one player left in the hill. Exnet, he is going to fall now. The rest of the teammates spawning all the way across the map. Atlanta FaZe with the numbers, able to work their way back into the HP. You already have players like Abizi hitting those routes, trying to play for that next set of rotations. He wins that one-on-one gunfight, and Draza finds a double. So where are the spawns for Falcons? They're now at the old hill. Atlanta FaZe are hitting the gas to hit that rotation.
And this is the macro level that you expect out of a team like FaZe, and that's where I think Team Falcons will a bit struggle. You know, again, those key 1v1 moments on rotation could play the difference maker. Good clean feed here, though, in the scrap time. Allows Team Falcons to get a little bit more time over towards 2. Pinch being hit by Abizi, and from the front, Simp able to double up, leaving just Roxas by himself.
Yeah, now Roxas left in a 1v3, stuck between a rock and a hard place. He is going to fall to the hands of Abizi. So Atlanta FaZe fully set up again off the rotation. The SMGs taking a lot of ground around that mid-map area. Abizi still slaying with the best of them on 4 in a row. The rest of the teammates holding down the HP. Last player alive is going to be Roxas. Can he win a gunfight versus Celium? He does not. So first push gets shut down.
And that's a tough 1v1 for anybody, let alone Roxas in that situation with Sulliam kind of holding a power position over the top of the stairs. Simp also holding on to Eski's side. So first 30 seconds largely tallied up cleanly for FaZe. Next break attempt, though, already finding a little bit of contest. Unfortunately, it's just not together. That cohesion falls apart, allowing FaZe to possibly get a full 6.
Yeah, and this is where the game can start to get a little bit out of hand. If you are Falcons realizing we're not finding success on breaks, let's just cut our losses and set up properly over towards the new hill. But they are going to be late to the party. Thankfully, Stuns are able to connect onto a BZ. You're able to find that kill. You have 2 players off the rotation over towards New. Can they find anything extra to make this a little bit easier? But Simp, he's still causing mayhem. He is going to find one, but the rest of Falcons, they strike. They win the rotation to New.
Quick trade onto a BZ as well. Okay, so all 4 fall. Falcons going to have a chance to put themselves into the setup that they prefer here for a garage. And they're even going to get a little bit aggressive over towards the forklift. So it's going to force FaZe to have to create some sort of an opening. A lot of the focus largely going to come over towards Box's side. Khalid stunned up. Here comes the push forward. Decent angle, though. Able to deal with the first, but FaZe still find a couple of kills, but it's not enough. Falcons still hold.
It's better effective trades right there on the Team Falcons. They're able to execute that to perfection. Still holding on to this final 30 seconds. Team Falcons, the hometown team. I know everybody's dying to hear what they got to say. Let's go to a listening with Team Falcons.
انا نيو ها واحد
ايوه
وش يمين مره واحد بيجي ثاني بيون واحد اسكس بيون ها
شو لعب يمين يمين اسحب عليه راح عبود اشوف اي غدره مات
كيريو
ضغط يمين وين انا ماسك غدره سليم عندي 2 غدره ها 2 عندي غدره عيال وعندي سليم غدره يسار
حبيبي قدام واحد غدره
سليم غدره راس منه ورا فحل باجي اعزز لك اكتب علي ضربيك
يسار
ايوه واحد فوق مدمج ها
سنتك رحت مدنا واحد يو
يمين تايم مدمج مره ها مين التان نلعب نص
يلا
بيضغط واحد انفو بيضغط 100% لازم نشيله تعالوا نشيله
بقدر يسار سلمان
واحد انفو
لوبي يمين
اي نص يمين نص يمين الحين ما يم عليه مدمج عندي خالد
مع بعض هجس فور الباب
غاد عندك وقت تايم قال انا راح علي عندك
بسون راح يسار
اجيكم نص واحد غدر من يمين مات
واحد يو نايس
طولها
لوبي عادي
مره تقول حالها
Oh, Falcons dealing with a little bit of pressure here, but fighting back pretty nicely as we jump over to hear how Atlanta are dealing with the temperature being kicked up by Team Falcons.
Yeah, let's go, man. I'm looking bridge. I'm trying it. Bridge on me. Bridge stuff to me.
Bridge, I'm staying down.
Low bridge. Low bridge. Weak. Low bridge. Our side.
Two Huskies and pitch.
Okay. Good. He's there. We're gonna iron. Con's open. I have our back. Tyler, con's open. I have the back.
I'm trying to be
Alright, nice.
I'm back.
I found you.
2D back.
Two deep back, okay? Yeah, here, back on. Take your time, boys. He's back on. Stay back on. I hear you. Go for it.
I help him.
I get secret. Hey, I'll get secret in a second.
Help me. Last guy. How about that? Nice.
I have secret.
They spawned. They're in front of me.
I have a push. I'm
trying to stay down.
On your heady.
I'm off now, I think.
On your heady. Two. White van. Three front.
Look front.
He's behind your car part. He's been close.
I got
Hey, I'm trying to get your best. Last two. I'm going mid.
Nice. Well, you could definitely tell that FaZe need to take this pretty darn seriously, and those comms definitely give you the intention that they absolutely are. Falcons still keeping it tight, but this last 20 is looking good for Atlanta.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe, they were able to withstand that pressure from Falcons because they initially started off that P2 with the back spawns, but too much pressure, too much aggression out of Atlanta FaZe. They were able to hold that for a flawless 50 seconds. You cut your losses, you give up the final 10, you win the rotation over towards New. And then when we jumped into the listening, you heard Sib, he was trying to activate the team.
Yeah.
He said, all right, let's go, guys. Let's start to turn up because it's probably a little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, a little bit of a stretch up, though. Now going from 2 to 3. FaZe able to string together a number of points. as Falcons are trying desperately to work their way around the outside, but it does feel like the SMGs are starting to pick up on what the Falcons are doing. They're cutting off these rotations pretty darn quickly, and now the lead continues to grow to an enormous amount.
Yeah, still 40 seconds to fight for here as well at the P3. Falcons could not find a successful break early on when it first happened, but already in the feed, you see 3 going in favor of Atlanta FaZe, make it all 4. So now with 30 seconds left, obviously when you're in this much of a deficit, you cannot give up all this time and cut your early rotation. You're just hoping that a couple kills can go your way. They find the initial 2, this might be a break opportunity.
Zell in trouble, trying to get to safety, not going to be allowed to. 15 seconds of scrap time, like you mentioned, important here for Falcons trying to hold on to this. Sip trying to deny any time to be earned, and it is a pinstripe kill feed. But a lot of that really just amounts to what happens on rotation here, heading over towards garage side. Rox is able to get the regen. He's going to be the first one forward here if he decides to push up towards the forklift.
Yeah, and this was the hill that Falcons were able to put themselves into the game with a flawless 60 hold. Atlanta FaZe were not able to trade effectively, so can they repeat that same exact setup? They start off with the initial gunfight, but EWC effective on the trade, already taking control of that garage area, and they have boxes. Falcons got to iron up and get a couple kills.
Good look here from Khalid, trying to watch the rotation in from garage, trying to follow up, but a late stun does come through, allowing the trades to happen, but the last double down ends up working for Falcons, and now a chance to continue to keep the zone a bit further forward, but FaZe able to find a kill, may still have a chance to break for this last 25.
Yeah, still a lot of time to fight for it. When you have this much of the lead, you can contest it all the way down to the very end, but Falcons, they're not giving this up for free. It's going to turn into a one-on-one gunfight, and Khalid gets the better of Simp. So still 15 seconds here. One player from Atlanta FaZe trying to contest this, but they're all thinking about that rotation over towards New.
Really good hard point for Team Falcons. Yeah. 2 rotations in a row. Also, a little bit of a stick comes over, so EWC will drop. But the margin for error is thin here for Team Falcons. They make it a respectable scoreline for now, but they've got to secure a break quick.
Yeah, and it has to happen really, really quickly because you have Khalid who's able to get a blessed spawn on this free pinch. EWC is going to give up that angle, but you're just hoping that Khalid can open up this attack. But everybody around him is falling, so eventually Atlanta FaZe are going to get a read that the pressure is no longer in front of us. Let's turn around and make sure all of our bases are covered, and they get a clean 4 dead, and they can still win the game here.
Yeah, this is all about now having to flood if you're Team Falcons. No chance to rotate through mid. You've got to find these kills from the front. This is just taking too much time. We got to go. We got to get there. Accent able to find one on the opener. Gets at least FaZe out of the hard point for now, but the read is in. EWC pushed off the angle. That allows Falcons to get into the hard point for a little while longer, but a fully healthy Sip comes back over. That's enough for the double and maybe possibly the game, as Sip is on 5, looking for number 6 as a way to kind of add some icing to the cake here, which it does look like FaZe should close out. One last attempt for Falcons to get on in. Do they touch in time? They do, but not enough to extend it. Another map. FaZe take the opener.
FaZe take the opener, but Falcons gave them a run for their money,
yeah,
man. If they could have found a couple successful breaks early on into that P3. They kept P1, they kept P2 scrappy, except the second rotation where Atlanta FaZe started to pull away with the game. As soon as we jumped out to listening with them, Simp hyping up the boys, he also, at the same time when we jump out of the listening, was able to pop 3 in the feed. So Atlanta FaZe, a little bit slow start, but they finished strong.
A bit of a confidence booster, though, I think, for Team Falcons.
Yeah.
I mean, look, this team didn't make it through the LCQ for EU Challengers to get to Challengers Champs. So the expectations were not necessarily high in any regard for Team Falcons, but they're shooting back. They're finding good, quick, efficient trades. And honestly, they're struggling in the same way that all the other Challengers teams are. On rotation, they're not quite finding the 1v1s that matter to get the setups that they need.
That's simply what it comes down to, my friend. You hit it right on the nail. You got to win a couple rotations, especially versus a team like Atlanta FaZe, because every time they won that rotation over towards P4, they were able to soak up a majority of that time. They won the rotation on the first half of the game at P5. They kept that one scrappy and kept themselves in the game. But Atlanta FaZe, when they were able to dominate that P2 the way that they did, then you already have EWC hitting routes through middle, winning those one-on-one gunfights, spawning Falcons all the way across the map. It's just very difficult to always try to play catch-up, especially versus this Atlanta FaZe squad.
Yeah, and I think, again, just to give a little bit more credit to Team Falcons, they held off the presence of the double SMGs of EWC and Simp pretty darn nicely. But the problem is, then you got to get through Draza, then you got to get through Celia, and those are some of the hardest 1v1s to take, no matter what weapon you end up holding. So, yeah, I would say good stuff from Falcons. Definitely inspires some confidence towards what they could possibly do in this event. But for FaZe, not taking them lightly. And maybe some of that is like, whoa, the heat in the kitchen is a little bit warmer than we would have expected. But still, that's the Atlanta FaZe we come to know, is turning up when it matters.
Yeah, you know, closing out those final moments of the game, making sure that they're taking care of business. They do it in that map number 1. But now if you are Falcons, this search and destroy needs to be guaranteed for you to keep your hopes and dreams alive and potentially taking down Atlanta FaZe. had the opportunity to also talk to Atlanta FaZe about this Falcons roster. They obviously do not know a bunch about this roster, but the one person that they did know was King Abadi. Once I said that, they said, oh, wow, they had that guy on their team? Okay, they are very underrated because they feel like he is a game-changing player. He has a slow start in that map number 1. Hopefully he has a bounce back here in that S&D.
It's a tough matchup.
Yeah.
That's the easiest way of putting it, and I don't think that comes as a surprise to anyone who is familiar with the Call of Duty space. But a little bit of life shown, and that inspires, like we said, a lot of possibility for them. Maybe even do a little bit of damage as we come up to an invasion, search and destroy, and an invasion control. Now, to be fair, Atlanta's got a lot of reps on both these maps and mode combinations, but still, I think if there were to be a map mode combo for this Team Falcons squad to surprise, it would be in the search and destroy. That's how they really kind of showed a lot of progress through the EU Challenger space, and maybe they got something cooking up for this matchup here.
Yeah, the search and destroy is going to be big, man, and finally we're going into an invasion search and destroy where those smoke grenades are going to be allowed on this map. I'm very curious to see what the update was and how big of space that smoke is going to be able to cover. But if you are Team Falcons, this needs to be guaranteed. The hometown team is behind you. The hometown crowd is behind you. They are wanting you guys to compete with the best of them, and they showed good fight in that map 1.
Do you agree with the evaluation after map 1 that still if Team Falcons were to pull off the Miracle on Ice version of Call of Duty, that it has to be through the 2-3-5?
Yes.
Or do you think that the Karachi hardpoint maybe could lead to some opportunities if we get there?
Karachi hardpoint is a strong map for Atlanta FaZe, and they tend to think about that rotation in the back of their minds, specifically around that P2 to P3. When you allow those 2 hills to go against you, you're simply not going to win the map. So it has to be 2 to 3-3-5 if you are Falcons.
Okay, so regardless of it, this feels like a must-win map if Team Falcons were to, again, do the impossible.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. Let's be honest with you. Again, I think the desk was appropriate in saying that it's not a null chance. It might be closer to 0 than anything else, but any Oppenheimer fan knows that the ability to set the world on fire is not 0. So we'll see if that ends up happening here as we jump into an invasion, search and destroy. Team Falcons, what do you got cooking for us as we jump on into round number 1?
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they're going to handle the aggression out of Atlanta FaZe because they like to take the map away from you. You can already see Abizi showing presence in towards Cafe. Falcons are going to go for a sort of split around the map, but look at Abadi. He's going to be super aggressive up on the side. He finds that first blood.
Catches Abizi a bit off guard.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, we don't often see a lot of aggressive hits that quickly over towards A, especially in round number 1 with no nade support, but Abizi gets caught off guard, and now all of a sudden, FaZe are a little bit stuck backside park. This is prime opportunity for an early plant.
Oh, and Abadi's able to find a second, make it. Xnit also finds the third, so it's a 1v4 left up to Simp. Gets the freebie onto Khalid, but that bomb is going to be planted. Does Simp have another all-star MVP kind of moment?
And for Falcons, don't do anything too crazy. No. Play your 1v3 advantage, especially with the bomb being down. Simp tagged up, makes an exit over towards DVD, looking for what looks to be an isolation initially over towards Xnit, and he will find him. Time becoming an issue here, though. 25 seconds on the clock. More tags coming out of Team Falcons, and the long-range shots of Roxas will get Falcons the open round.
Man, and that's the confidence right there out of Abadi, man. The fact that he just aggressively pushes up through Water Street, they gained the info because they had one player slowly watching that middle map. They realized that Atlanta FaZe do not have mid-tank control, and Abadi, he just pushes up that Water Street, completely catches Abizi off guard, and then somehow, someway finds that second kill. They dominate around that A site. That's the answer you were looking for. Falcons up 1-0.
Big stuff. And I think the thing about it is, like, not just finding a way to win rounds, but to do so in a way that has Atlanta FaZe guessing a little bit. Getting them out of their comfort zone. You know, playing off of a playbook they might not be used to. Making them adapt and change more than you having to mold what your game plan is to what Atlanta's showing you.
Now it's Atlanta FaZe's turn. On the attacking side and trying to isolate onto Abadi, but the stun is going to be able to connect. He's going to go for the Chow. He has an AR in hand as well. This is not the gun to be fighting up close and personal versus Abizi. Simp strikes first, but Abadi's stuck.
Well, I mean, he's gone 1 for 1. That's not bad, considering the circumstances. The problem is Khalid couldn't get back over towards Dark, and then the 1v1 isolated towards the B Street also goes the way of FaZe. So, quick hit coming through, and let's be honest, you can't lose mid-map against FaZe.
No, you can't lose mid-map at all, no matter who you are playing against on a map like Invasion, because that's basically how you cut off both of the sites. So that mid-tank area needs to be guaranteed. Throw your trophies down, try to stay alive as long as you possibly can. And Atlanta FaZe respond with a very quick attacking round to tie it up at 1. Now they have trophy systems. You will probably see a different change in their defensive setup. Someone is guaranteed to play around that mid-tank area.
Absolutely. The question just becomes, is it going to be someone like Abizi? He's often played it with both weapons, mind you, as well. And this time it'll be Simp, who's playing pretty aggressively up towards this bottom side at mid. You've also got EWC playing over towards the cafe windows. So a couple of opening information gathering tools have worked out for FaZe on this defense, but Khalid and the rest of the Falcons have eyes towards B here early.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe, though, they have all their bases covered. You have Cafe, you have already an aggressive play out of Celium. You heard the talk about him. He barely moves on the map, but taking control of that water is going to make this difficult. But a body almost miraculously pops that two-piece onto the Tiny Terrorist 3v3.
I mean, and that isolates Draza over towards the B site. And now the information is known for Team Falcons that FaZe are playing aggressive through water side. Just comes down to how aggressive are they playing. That was the only lingering question. Roxas trying to get back over towards B. Not going to be able to. Exit searching for a trade. Not quite able to tally any of the FaZe members on this push through, and the bomb is also down at the moment. Difficult moments, but Exnid does capitalize, take it down Celium. The snap over towards the BZ, decent, but we get a 1v1 from the red.
Okay, so we're going to have Khalid versus Abizi in a 1v1. Bomb is going to be freely planted over towards his B site, and I love the angle that he plants it on the front, and he's ready for the gunfight. Big one-on-one clutch. Team Falcons take the lead again.
And a great read.
Yeah.
Knowing that Celium's played up through Water Street, okay, let him stay there. Let's hard attack down B. We get some damage into Draza. We isolate that, and then we just have to watch the flank. Really good understanding from this Team Falcon squad, showcasing some early S&D IQ.
That's perfectly played, too, because Atlanta FaZe, it looked like their defensive setup was flawless. But the fact that Abadi wins that first gunfight versus Simp, has a BZ weak so he can't instantly chow that second player, that allows him to take a little bit of control on the map and then forces the repositioning out of Draza. So Falcons, again, up 2-1. Back to the defensive side they go. And this time they're going to give up that B side for free. It's because they're staying super aggressive through mid-map.
Problem is, Celium, I think, has read some of this. He's watched this entire cross. And FaZe, yep, they are in position to get the bomb planted and also make sure no one hits through DVD Alley. So now we're going to get a 4v4. Retake on the way. Roxas seen deep towards Ice Cream, but the initial focus for FaZe has to be on this flank.
Yeah, because still a lot of ground that you have yet to account for. Obviously, you're not going to push out their spawn. They have gotten a read due to the information that Celium was able to provide. Simp strikes for the first blood. You have King of Body going to find that timing onto Celium. 3v3, but 25 seconds, you got to go.
Yeah, and Simp has won an isolated 1v1 onto Khalid, so now you need Roxas to show up. Tough battle on towards Tractor, not going to work out. And in the same breath, that front side DVD push never really comes back towards it. So very quick action for FaZe, gets them a very well understood post plant.
So far, 4 offenses in a row between both teams. But if you are Falcons, you got to make the game a lot more difficult for Atlanta FaZe. When they spot you being super aggressive up to them on the map, they're realizing nobody crosses over towards B. They instantly put that bomb down, and we know how difficult of a site that can be to retake it. So Falcons potentially want to change their defensive setup, spread the map a little bit more to gain early info and then attack on that. But all tied up at 2 again. You're going to have Falcons on the attacking side, and they're just playing for that early info again off of Roxas' comms.
And you've got a BZ also in towards mid cafe, trying to get some crossing shots over towards that B street. Simp and Draza, the ones dedicated towards playing off of B. King of Body in some trouble, but on the other side of the map, Simp has fallen. That's your aggressive B defender down, and now FaZe are kind of stuck at mid.
Now if you're Falcons, they're going to decide to just wrap this rack over towards this mid area, but they gain that info. Thankfully, Exnid is able to stay alive, so still in the man advantage. Atlanta FaZe with all mid-map control. They are ready for the pressure to come in over towards A. I want to get a move on this bomb over towards B.
Yeah, unless Falcons decide to try to re-wrap this back. Cell, he may get caught here, getting a little bit too feisty. Khalid able to find the elimination. Maybe isolation towards Abizi as well. He gets in towards mid, take pistol out, and the shots are good. All offense thus far for both of our two teams.
And you heard Clay touch on it. He said that there's no VOD review on a squad like Team Falcons, but there is a lot on Atlanta FaZe. The way that they play Invasion, Search, and Destroy, it's been their bread and butter. You're always going to put at least Simp in that area around Broken. They were showing early presence, but they played for that first blood. Another attacking round on the board, now 5. It's now Atlanta FaZe forced to respond again. This time if you're Falcons, just don't give up either side for free. Play for that info on either side of the map.
Do you try doing something weird here
now
in your third defensive? No, you're not.
I would make it very difficult
up?
for Atlanta. I would make sure we're spreading the map here, gaining the early info, keeping our attacks in the back pocket, just in case they decide to go B. But with Roxas falling, that player who's playing over towards the B site, it's open for Atlanta now.
Yeah, and Celium is going to make sure nothing plays up through Water Street, although the timing may not be good for him. Meanwhile, Khalid just playing off the cross. But again, more 1v1s continue to go the way of Atlanta. Decent shots, though, from Khalid. Unfortunately, surprised, though, by Simp on the pinch. And now it all rests with one. King of Body playing from the other side of the map.
Yeah, and a 1v3 now. Can he potentially be the hometown hero and try to clutch up in this 1v3 scenario? Does not get an opportunity to do so. And it's just super easy for Atlanta FaZe, especially when they're finding that first blood with the Kobe over the top on the player at that B site, because they realize, all right, this is the one guy that crosses, nobody else goes. They have to be watching across to mid-cut. They were also ready for that second engagement, but get that opening first blood, you put the bomb down, you keep the numbers of your advantage all tied up again.
Still staying all offense, though, for both these two squads. First bloods have also been evenly exchanged, all of it coming by way of the offense capitalizing on the first contact. So what's the call here for Team Falcons, who have found a lot of success getting the opening first blood towards the B side of the map? Similar idea, at least in terms of the opening setup, but this time it's a BZ who gets aggressive through the A side street and actually catches Kikabati off guard.
Oh, now this is going to slow down the pressure from Falcons.
Yeah.
They take a little bit of broken control, but Body so far has been their all-star in this S&D. Didn't demand disadvantage, and especially a BZ finding that first blood. You know he's just waiting for his moment to set up this pinch play.
Yeah, and that stun check comes out of Atlanta that does connect on the Khalid, so they do know that there is a little bit of presence here at B Street. A couple of shots for Draza on the deep cross. And now a BZ also just kind of making sure Falcons get bottled up here at the backside of DVD.
45 seconds to go. Atlanta FaZe have all their bases covered. A double stack over towards this B side, because we know how difficult it is to wrap back over towards A with no info. You set up Celium for the second kill. 4v2. Xnid and Roxas trying to clutch on up.
Yeah, a little bit stuck. Smoke does come through over towards the middle of the map, and it has to be some sort of a bang out, and that's indeed the case. Roxas trying to play through this. Able to find one, but tagged up to allow the trade to come through very swiftly for Draza, and now you're down to the under 20 seconds. Bomb is not exactly in a great spot. And as Xnid tries to force his way into the 1v2, he will be stuck between both FaZe members, unbeknownst to him. And as he tries to go for the plant, it'll be an easy follow-up for Celium. Our first defensive round goes the way of FaZe.
Yeah, and if you are Team Falcons, you cannot afford to get first blooded in the first 5 seconds,
Agreed.
Especially on a map like Invasion, where your offenses need to be filled out. You need to realize what the setup is looking like, but when you drop a man early on, you allow Atlanta FaZe to potentially work pinches, set up different angles to gain that information as well. And then when you try to wrap your way back over towards that A site, the update on that smoke grenade, it covered a lot of ground, but just more players from Atlanta FaZe ready for the push.
Kind of a must-win round now all of a sudden. After having nothing but offense immediately changed by FaZe taking an edge in the defensive round, you kind of need to have a response here if you're Team Falcons. And once more, Atlanta going to throw a lot of their utility down B Street. Roxas will stay safe this time. Similar spread in terms of the defensive setup for Falcons. This time all 4 members stay alive though.
Yeah, but that smoke grenade is going to get invested. Again, another first blood for Atlanta FaZe. Early man advantage. Team Falcons forced to clutch on up in the 3v4, but at least no one has crossed over to the site, because you have a player around that mid-tank area and Xnid holding it down. And then at the same time, they find one kill over towards Water Street, 3v3.
Yeah, great shots out of Khalid. Xnid going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Over towards tank side, sees one on the cross, holds off the trigger, but Khalid not able to get the crossfire kill through. So now it has to be on to Xnid to follow up, but Draza deals with it nicely. And now it's up to Roxas. 1v3 situation. Opening shots are decent, but the bomb will be planted for FaZe.
Yeah, this is not going to be easy. He's going to invest that smoke grenade through mid-courtyard. He's going to run right through it, turn it into a one-way battle. But Atlanta FaZe, everybody knows the angles. They're all peppering him, and eventually Atlanta FaZe strike. For all offenses for them besides one defensive round now at game point.
Shots have been clean, though.
Yeah.
These guys are battling. But 3 in a row has to start with something convincing here. Because, you know, hey, to start this map off, kind of, you know, put a notch in their belt. They're making some good offensive moves happen across the map. But losing the first bloods in a couple of key rounds has been the difference maker. So you got to stay alive, and you got to keep this offensive pressure alive.
Yeah, what you're trying to do on the defensive side is just allow that game clock to dwindle down and then force the team on the attacking side to try to make a really, really fast play. But when you're getting picked off early on, you're just gifting it to Atlanta FaZe. So now at game point, back on the defensive side they go. You have Simp being aggressive in towards Broken. Celium watching over him, and now you have Draza sitting at this mid-tank just playing for these comms on 4 in a row.
And you can see what Falcons are doing off this break-off. They know that Abizi's been playing towards Front Cafe. So they hold a different angle through Laundry, seeing if maybe they can catch intel on him and maybe try to isolate for a first blood. Not going to happen, though. Easy staying very safe. Smoke comes through. Draza going to stun it. It doesn't land. Does he know that a player is actually stuck through? Well, now he does. Runs right into him. Shakes hands with Xnid. Simp following up on towards the B side of the map, and now and again, numbers good for Atlanta. 3v2 as bombs being planted.
And I love this route right here out of Draza. You're not going to be ready for this. He's going to get a free B double, and that's going to be Atlanta FaZe walking away with the search and destroy 6-3. Now up 2-0 in the series.
Again, this is more than a David versus Goliath story. However, I gotta say, I'm liking what I'm seeing in terms of what Falcons are doing, maybe as like a comparison to what we've seen from our other challengers teams that have been here, right? And all things told, this is one of the best teams in Call of Duty history. Yeah. And I mean, a 250, 175, and a 6-3, it's a lot tighter than we would have expected initially, and they're putting together some really cool, unique ideas.
Yeah, it's just the difference of the beginning of the game to the very end.
Yes.
Atlanta FaZe, they turned it up on the second half of the rotations in map number 1. Then they turned it up on the second half of this game once they were tied at 3-3 to win 3 rounds in a row. They started to get a feel on it. This is what Atlanta FaZe do. Those mid-round adjustments come in. They start to get a read of what the opposing team loves to do and how aggressive they decide to be around that mid-map area. But once they started to dominate in that first blood, a couple of gunfights towards the very end, it was just super easy for them. If you're Falcons going forward, your defensive setups need to be a lot better. You need to play off your early information, probably 2-2 split it, because when you're only sending one player over to B, the team watching that cross, they gain that info, they isolate that player, then it's easy for that bomb plant. When you're getting aggressive around that mid-map area, losing that first gunfight in towards Cafe, again, the man disadvantage is not helping you on a map like Invasion. Things that they can learn from as they go back and watch this once the series is done.
Yeah, agreed. And that, well, here's the bad news, is you're going to turn around and play a lower round 1 game if this result stands very quickly. And again, remember who else is in this group. You've got 100 Thieves and Lore Gaming, which right now 100 Thieves is up 2-1 in their map number 4. So if, again, the results hold the way they are, we're going to get probably a Falcons versus Lore matchup. And I think the thing about that is, you know, Lore have a lot of individual experience as well.
Yeah.
But kind of from what we've seen watching Challengers, I don't see a world where Falcons can't give them a better run for their money if that ends up being the case, especially with how they've shot back nicely against some of the best players in Call of Duty history.
Hey, 250 to 176, the opening hard point, 6-3 loss to Atlanta FaZe. We always talk about how this squad could potentially be one of the dynasties that we have in Call of Duty. You're sort of giving them a run for their money. Like, they were thinking that this was going to be real sweet, you know, but the first half of these games, they're playing you very tight until Atlanta FaZe realize what you were doing and then start countering it. But if you are Falcons, you've played them tight all the way up to this point. Obviously, you're down 0-2 in the series, but it's still something to stand on. You're playing one of the best teams in the world, very tight.
And again, we know how Invasion Control goes.
Yeah.
It could very well be defensively dominated as it had been kind of historically over the course of the year. And that leads to an opportunity to possibly take advantage of that if you're putting together good defensive setups. That's what the question is, though, is can they hold those setups when things start to get messy?
It's not going to be easy, though, because you're obviously playing against Simp and Abizi, the tiny terrorist who just calls mayhem with those SMGs, even ARs in hand. And then on a map like Invasion, where that AR presence needs to be there, a body didn't really have a good performance in that opening HP.
Sure.
Needs to be 3 to 4 ARs, just shutting down lanes, making the game a lot more difficult for Atlanta FaZe, because if you lose one of those players, in Simp or Beezy, even Celium or Draza, they're going to make you pay for it.
Absolutely the case. But I think the thing about it is there's a little bit of belief been injected into the life of this Team Falcons squad as they try to get things going, but we'll step away for a brief break. When we come back, it's Invasion Control right after this.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Welcome back to Riyadh, all you beautiful COD fans. We are in our third match of the evening. Fourth match of the evening?
Fourth.
We're fourth. I'm already losing count. I'm just having fun watching some Call of Duty. And hey, for this matchup in particular, yes, it is still the expected phase up 2-0, but this big button, I cannot lie. Falcons is fighting and looking pretty solid, all things told.
They are fighting, man. The first half of these games, they've been very, very tight. Atlanta FaZe have been able to hit a different gear, though, in the second half of the game. They've been doing that all season long. Those mid-game adjustments come in. They start to get a read of what Falcons are throwing at them, and then they're perfectly countering it. So now they're sitting comfortably up 2-0 in this series. But you can see the communication, the coach letting Team Falcons know that you guys are far from out of it. They're trying to discuss the strategies going into this invasion control, because this is not going to be easy versus a team like Atlanta FaZe, who only played invasion control all throughout champs.
I think the thing about it, though, is like you jump into a matchup that looks like this from Team Falcons. Again, the expectations are not high.
Yes.
But is there some freedom in that and being like, look, like we don't expect to win this match necessarily, but let's trust our process. Let's make sure we're trying to execute the best way that we know how to. And I don't think you get in your own head because you're like, whoa, we had possibly 2 winnable maps in front of us. Let's change everything. No, our system is working.
Yes.
We just have to clean it up just a touch to best this squad from the other side of the stage.
Just got to continue to play your game, man. You cannot try to switch up and play the game style that Atlanta FaZe love to play. That's running around, gunning, just being prepared for every single gunfight. So just stick to the game plan that got you to this positioning. As we're going to look at the maps and modes again, Atlanta FaZe currently up 2-0. 250 to 175 was the opening hard point. 6-3 was the search and destroy. Only securing 2 defensive rounds was Atlanta FaZe. Everything else is all offense between both of the teams. But phase of control, we always know it's a swing map. Control in general is a swing map. Maybe you can build a little momentum here if you are Team Falcon.
100%. Steal away a map here. Just start to gun a little bit in Karachi hard point. Who knows? Again, it may sound like we're really selling the hero story here, but hey, I expected a blowout, and we have gotten anything but that. So a lot of respect has to be given on the other side of the stage, and you can even tell off the Atlanta FaZe listening that it is being shown. Like, hey, we can't take these guys lightly, and let's be honest, I mean, any given day could be your day when it comes to Call of Duty.
100%, and especially on a map like Invasion, you just got to do the little things right. We're talking about when you're on the attacking side, we know how difficult it's going to be to find success early on at that 8 point. Just get those 3 segments done at B and try to make something happen. But when you're playing for those kills, once you extend that time, you need to play for that map control before you decide to play for that second objective point, because it takes 2 set of kills before you can actually work your way into that 8 point.
Yeah, good point. The other side of things too is if you do find yourself on A, don't take any unnecessarily challenges.
Yes.
Let's be honest, like force FaZe to come to you. So a lot of things for us to consider, but this stacked house, ready to see if the Falcons could do what, again, would be the impossible and make this possibly a series that FaZe would have to sweat through just a little bit more. Invasion control could be anyone's game. And it is kind of refreshing to hear some chants when FaZe on the stage that aren't of a certain candor.
Yeah. It feels good. It feels good to not hear that. We love you, Draza. You know exactly what we're talking about, everyone that's watching at home. But here we go, into the control. Map number 3, Atlanta FaZe currently up 2-0. They're going to be the team on the defensive side. You can already see the pressure from Falcons over towards this B point, trying to extend the time early on.
And you've even got a player kind of watching over the middle of the map. So again, Falcons are covering their bases. This is exactly what you want to see in terms of a gut check B call. Simp not quite able to get out of danger. That's already going to be not just a first, it could be a second. And Khalid through mid finds perfect timing to get into rugs. This has been really good from Team Falcons.
Yeah, that was a clean 4 dead right off the rip of the game. We know how initial pushes in control can play a big part to your success story. There's now a body spinning in circles around this A objective, knowing that the pressure eventually is going to be there from Atlanta FaZe. He's still staying alive, and you have Khalid across the map, still winning one-on-one gunfights. Second segment comes in, but that first segment at A just does not get complete.
It was so close, and that would have been a big individual moment for Team Falcons, but instead, they will get the extra 60 seconds on the B zone. FaZe trying to play a little bit of gatekeeping off the exit. And now it just comes down to the decision of what do Team Falcons want to do to get out of this zone? Do you want to try to play the OE, or do you want to track back over towards mid?
And I already love the play call right there out of a body. He realizes that there's no pressure over towards Water Street. He's slowly trying to edge his way on up as the rest of the teammates are finding a little bit of success over towards that B side. But Simp wins that one-on-one. Abizi finds a double, and this is a scary situation versus a team like Atlanta FaZe. Try now, work out of your spawn.
But you do negate the spawn trap. That's the big news. Dropping Simp over towards B Street, and then Abizi also falls. So now all of a sudden you've got a little bit of some space to work with. Draza, a little bit of trouble, but Simp there to assist. And that'll be enough for FaZe to still hold the middle of the map, but now you got 3 down immediately. Again, a couple of solo plays coming through nicely. Xnid nearly able to find another 1v1 versus Abizi, but still progress can start to be made here as Kicks will get on towards the zone.
Yeah, Khalid wins that one-on-one gunfight. Now Rox is trying to be the assistant man. And also a body as they find 2 in the feed, but you're just not prepared for that gunfight. The stuns and the nades coming in too strong from Atlanta FaZe. They withstand that first push, sort of retaking that mid-map control away from Falcons. Big one-on-one gunfight though from Xnid. Now you just got to hold your position.
Yeah, great exit, but no, not going to be allowed to stay alive. King of Body over through DVD side, able to find one, but nothing further. Down to 60 seconds on the clock, tied in the live category. Keep that in mind. FaZe is one of the squads that often outslays their opponents pretty convincingly, so maybe an opportunity here to use this clock to make life a little bit more difficult for FaZe if you're Team Falcons.
Oh, but Draza wins that huge one-on-one gunfight versus Roxas, and Simp finds one across the map, so still numbers advantage in favor of Atlanta. They also spot a body trying to sneak his way in towards the point, and now that leads to 3, make it all 4 dead. Everyone coming off the respawn. Atlanta FaZe doing what they do best. Now you got to work out of your base.
Impressive follow-up shots from Simp, who also saw a body on the dive over. Good for 4 in a row, not quite able to find the 5th. But 8v4, less than 30 seconds on the clock. This is, I think you would have to say for Team Falcons, just don't go down terribly in the life count. Easier said than done, though, as Atlanta are keeping the pressure on. Final 18. Sullium's still healthy. Abizi at mid-map, working with Draza, and yeah, the rest of Falcons are now stuck here at B Street. Unfortunate team kill comes through. Simp, final 1v1, also able to take the tally, and that's enough for Atlanta to secure the defense.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe, they just hold strong for a 2-minute setup at that A point. Effective on the trade gunfights around that middle of the map. But I think if you are Falcons, you cannot think that you can just sneak by Atlanta FaZe. Every time there was a player working his way up the Water Street thinking that, all right, it's not going to be watched, let me just work my way into the objective. But Atlanta FaZe are covering all their bases even when they're not watching it. So got to play for those kills and not try to maneuver your way or be a sneaky beaver at certain points.
Yeah, exactly. But still, good things being shown from Team Falcons, has to be said. Khalid and Nexted leading the charge in the kill category. On the other side, Simp able to tally up 10, and Draza on 5 in a row after what was a very slow start, apparently. Xnid first blood, good for the defense. FaZe trying to work through mid. Little sneak up play, and woo, King Body. A couple of shots are through, and that's enough for the easy trade to come out. And meanwhile, Khalid never leaves the B zone. Really good, solid defense here for Team Falcons.
Yeah, you can tell Atlanta wanted to play for that early A pressure, as they're sending every single player towards that side of the map. You already have Sullium roaming around this blue area. They're disregarding this pressure over towards B, but Falcons, they are reading this to perfection. They have all B street control. They're holding the map, and now you just got to take this player in Draza off of that A point.
Simp, good for 1. Roxas there for the trade. Draza trying to get this first to capture, down and through. Good 1v1 win, also still healthy and has help from Sullium. That's the first tick done. Meanwhile, off spawn, FaZe are putting pressure on towards B. So now it's decision time for Falcons. How do we deal with this?
Oh, good thing that they only allow Draza to gain 1 segment, but if you are Atlanta FaZe, that's already job well done. You currently getting outslayed by 4 kills. Falcons are keeping up in the slaying department. You're already taking the map away. A body working his way around the pinch. Finds a freebie onto a BZ, but he's not going to read that respawn off of Simp. So Atlanta slowly working with the progression over towards B as they find that kill onto Exnid.
Now Roxas was able to get a little bit of damage on that cross through Dark, but has to take his attention in towards the B zone. And that is where he will fall. Numbers and lives still good for Team Falcons. You've also got Khalid on 4 playing a nice spot to possibly get a cruise missile, but all that told, FaZe looking like they're going to get the extra 60 here on B.
Yeah, time is going to be able to get extended. Unless a body can say something about it, at least he's going to be able to find a couple exit kills. It's already 2 players from Atlanta off of the respawn. Now you just got to account for BZ and Draza to take care of both of them. Now you can have them trapped in their base.
Yeah, this works out nicely. Problem is FaZe have already met the bar and exceeded it in terms of total tiers that have been captured on these zones. But a chance for Falcons to put some pain into the life differential. Decent shots for Kingabody. Can't quite finish off the kills. Does he get an exit? No. Draza will stop them in place. Exdid able to follow up with just the first elimination. Maybe looking for a chance to cut back over through mid, and that works out nicely. Really good map from Exdid at the moment.
Yeah, they're outslaying again, up by 6 lives. Team Falcons are doing everything they need to do to make this round a lot easier for them. They're trading effectively, not allowing Atlanta FaZe to chain a couple kills together. Beautiful trade right there onto a BZ, and still a 2-for-1. You will take that every single time.
Simp, though, able to turn things back around. Keeps the door open for FaZe to quickly reinforce through A Street. Selim will stop the clock. Simp watching the cross. Khalid dealt with over towards the laundry side, but whoa, clean shots coming through. Follow-up, though, is off of what you were saying. The cruise missile being called in. Second tick of progress is out. 2 players are on. Kingabody would have to essentially do it himself, and he's not able to find the first. So now it's just down to, can anyone get these players out of the zone? And the answer is no. The stack is good for FaZe if they take the offense.
Yeah, it didn't matter if Falcons were dominating in the slaying department. It was still a couple players from Atlanta maintaining a little bit of that map control. Don't know how Selim was able to work his way into the objective for free, because I thought Falcons were able to at least effectively trade. 2-2. Someone should be watching that cross. He walks in there for free, draws off the respawn, instantly calls in that cruise, and at the same time, Selim and Simp find 2 kills on their own.
Yeah.
So once that leads to a 3 dead, the double stack comes in, all segments complete. Atlanta FaZe in full advantage now.
It definitely looked like Falcons were trying to retake mid-tank.
Yeah.
Simp was in the way, though, and Simp finding those 2 kills, I think, allows that route to be hit very cleanly for Cell, not having to worry about anyone watching over towards gas station side. The chants come out from the crowd here in Riyadh, just trying to see some more Call of Duty out of this Team Falcons squad, but they would have to do it on the offense here, and the opening breakoff is less than convincing, to say the least, as it's going to have to be a default secondary play over towards B.
And now look at how fast Atlanta FaZe are playing over towards this B Street. They realize it was a clean 4 dead. Can we try to trap them in for one more wave of kills and then make the game a lot more difficult for them? But Falcons found the perfect exit kill, as the first segment is now being worked on. You have Selim working this pinch all the way around the backside of Palace. He is on 4 in a row. Can potentially earn himself a cruise with this freebie right in front of him.
Yeah, Zayax that did not see the cross. The timing there was not good. Team Nade, though, keeps the play alive for Team Falcons over towards B if they can just take care of Simp. And sometimes easier said than done, but that time it is as easy as it was sold. 2v1 goes the way of Team Falcons. They've also reduced the life lead pretty convincingly while they keep the clock stopped with this force on to B.
Yeah, but now you got to get past the pre-aims of Selim. Thankfully, it was a 2-on-1 chow over towards that Palace area. And again, Falcons just maintaining the map control. You have Roxas pushed up, but eventually he is going to fall, and that's already 3 dead in the feed. Atlanta FaZe also have a cruise missile in their back pocket, just in case it gets a little scary at the speed point.
I like this spot being held, though, from Exdid. Keeps FaZe limited to how they can try to test this B zone. Kingabody will jump on. Trophy system gets placed for the offense. Stops at 29 seconds. Second tick of progress gets completed, but FaZe are finding the kills they need, and now the pressure is on. Falcons have to find a way to secure this extra 60 seconds quickly.
And this is probably a situation where Atlanta FaZe are going to invest that second cruise missile that they have in the back pocket. They want to close out the game here. Only 19 seconds left, but that decision might not be made for them as Falcons find the initial 2 kills. You have Celian coming off of the respawn. Is he going to try to call in this cruise missile in time? No, he is not. So time is going to be extended. 1:15 to work with if you are Falcons.
17 plays 14. Follow-up exit kills, though, for Falcons are good. Reduces that down to now just a 1 life count. Simp keeping the play alive, though, for the defense, staying forward on this A Street, but Exton on the OE's doing really nicely. Kingabody with him. That's an entryway to get onto and keep this clock stopped. This is looking decent.
And Exton, he finds another one in towards blue, so he's causing mayhem. He's watching this cross. If you are Kingabody, let's not chow towards the back end because you have Exton setting up this pinch. Can he find the timing for a double? No, they were ready for him. Draza shuts him down off of 5 in a row, but Now Atlanta FaZe take the map control back. They want to make sure all their bases are covered, so the cruise missile simply called in for the info.
Yeah, the thing about this, though, is it does force, I was going to say, Falcons have to get into the DVD, and as they do, they find a kill, plus the cruise missile only does some friendly fire. So now it's an 8v9. Simp isolated over towards street side. This is everything you want in terms of how you successfully complete an offense. Just comes down to can they get Selim out of the point, and they do so cleanly. One member will jump on for the stop. Exit here to join, but the trophy system gets denied, and he's already tagged up. The pinch is good, and now it's a 7v4, 25 seconds.
No more respawns. Final hoorah here for Team Falcons. Try to keep their hopes and dreams alive in this series. 4 to 6 in lives remaining with 20 seconds to go. You got to make this one perfect.
Selim with the beatdown, though. Leaves this last hit reserved to just what happens through mid. And oh, wouldn't you know it, the read is out, but Simp denied. 1v1.
Wait a minute.
The lead's able to find it. You got to get on to stop the clock, though. 2 seconds on the clock, but no, not able to stay alive. FaZe will finish it off thanks to the life count, and it's a 3-0 here in the control. And a 3-0 with that also in the series. But, I mean, you got to be really giving some credit. That was a hell of a battle from Team Falcons.
Hey, man, to go up against one of the top dogs that we have in the league, especially probably potentially the top dog, because Atlanta FaZe, they made it to what? 3 out of the 5 grand finals all throughout the season. They were victorious in one, but you pushed them all the way to the very end. Even in the listening, you heard it. All right, guys, we got to lock in. These guys are giving us a run for our money. So, fortunately, it ends in a 3-0. There's things that you can go back and look at because you have a little bit of time before your next match, but Atlanta FaZe, they take care of business.
I mean, if you were to categorize it quickly, it seems like rotation battles.
Yes.
Being aware of those on hardpoint.
Yes.
Making sure our setups are locked in for Surge.
Yep.
And then here in the control, it's just efficiency of trades is what I would kind of go to, because it definitely felt like there were moments where maybe a gunfight didn't need to be taken. Maybe we don't need to force this fight. I think in particular, it's that little push late on the defensive Falcons through mid that Simp single-handedly shuts down. I mean, it's hard to find like core macro values in a control game that was still pretty close, all things told.
Yeah, it was very, very close, especially in the slaying department. Falcons are able to keep up with Atlanta FaZe's pressure with the ARs, even with the SMGs at times. It just came down to when they had the map control, they put too much focus on the wrong side of the map. Like, instead of playing for that mid-tank area to try to keep them trapped, we got to watch that cross, because if we allow them in that point, we already know that they have a cruise missile in their back pocket. That's guaranteed at least 1 kill for them. But the player on the point finds a kill, and then Simp already took control of Cafe after finding that double around that mid-map area. Just got to put your focus on the things that will lose you the game, instead of trying to continue to play for kills. That's the thing that you will learn from, especially when you're playing against some of the best.
I think on the other front, just to kind of, again, spotlight some individuals, great series from Exted and Khalid.
Oh, yeah.
Both played very, very well in all 3 maps, so things to look forward to as this Team Falcon squad will be back on stage relatively soon. They'll be squaring up against Team Lore, who had a 3-1 loss to 100 Thieves. So that should be a really interesting matchup. Like, I'm actually really excited to see how they square up against the Lore Challengers champs.
Because it's devastating to lose series, especially if you are Lore. The way that they lost to 100T, I knew it was like a 250 to 240 game for a hard point. That could be very, very demoralizing. So since they had to play so fast, you have to shake that one off and be prepared for your next match. And with Falcons being the hometown team, best believe, like, they're just happy to be in this scenario. They are ready for every single match they got in front of them.
The upper bracket road. You guys looked comfortable in terms of the results, but how it felt for you, how the matches were for you guys?
I mean, it felt really good. I mean, we took care of business. I feel like we were playing, really good COD today.
That's really cool. In terms of Falcons, did they surprise you at all, or was that the script for you?
I was expecting it. I mean, that was the home team, so I mean, the support is we're grateful for everyone here.
That sounds nice. You guys are gonna go up against 100 Thieves. What's your expectations for the match, and how do you feel about that?
I mean, we're gonna go into it super confident as always, and I mean, hopefully we come out with the win.
Hopefully for that. You guys were having a rough time at Champs. What was the preparation for you to prevent that from happening again on the EWC?
I feel like the main thing we were focused on was our fundamentals coming into this event, and I feel like, we're gonna show off for sure.
You heard it. Let's see how they're gonna do it. Let's go back to the desk.
Thank you, KL. As we are back here in the studio, it's Puckett alongside Nameless and Clayster. Clay, we were up there watching the Falcons, and we knew they were the underdogs, but they showed some fight in this matchup.
They impressed me, and we talked about the hometown heroes of those guys. I heard some "Let's Go Falcons" chants coming from the crowd. I mean, it was hype in there, and they played FaZe relatively tough when it comes to what we expected out of these guys.
Yeah, you know, we walked through, you could feel the energy. People were getting pumped up. Everybody's starting to gravitate towards that stage, and we got a good map one. I mean, through that first rotation, it was basically a tie game, and then, you know, a couple little mistakes there on that P2 gets away from Falcons a little bit, but they showed some grit and they showed some fight. And one guy that I would love to highlight is Exton.
He's
phenomenal plays, man. In the control, goes positive. You cut out the damage, Chris. If you're looking for guys to sort of step up, he's one of them from Falcons.
4,000 damage nearly in that game 3. They didn't get a chance at a second hard point, but they hung in there on Rio, map number 1. I want to see what Falcons can do against squads like War Gaming, which will be their next opponent in that elimination bracket later.
Yeah, you know, Lore's coming off of a loss, right? A tough one as well. And, you know, for these guys, Falcons, I am impressed. I do know they got 3-0'd, right? Tough outcome. But what you showed throughout this one is like, hey, you can contend with these teams. That's Atlanta FaZe. Now you're going to be going up against Lore, Challenger squad. They do have some players who've dabbled back and forth, obviously, but they're probably going to be much more comfortable knowing that they can go up against a team like FaZe.
Clay, we know what to expect from Atlanta FaZe. If you are a Falcons fan out there, what small mistakes do you need to see cleaned up moving forward?
I genuinely think it's a lack of practice against the top teams. If these guys were in the Pro League and were playing against the top teams in NA, getting that scrim practice in every day, I think these guys have the potential to be a contender for that top 6 in the league, but they just don't have as much practice. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, and I think that's just the level of practice that they played against. It just wasn't good enough.
Well, it is time to crown our Bravia MVP, and you're looking at him take off his headset. It's gotta be the Alaskan Assassin, Draza, doing work here. He earns our Bravia MVP for the 4th match of the day. Talk to me about this young man. How did he even get here, Clay?
You know, hazard backwards, he always goes hard, all right? He came from Alaska to get a spot on a substitute and made a name for himself. And now look at him. He's a world champion playing for one of the best teams in all of Call of Duty. And I'm so glad to see him perform well because everyone's saying he's on the chopping block, but he comes out and he fries every time.
Yeah, I mean, everybody is saying that, and it does sort of feel that way just given Atlanta FaZe's past, you know, bringing in a new 4th year over year. And this is the tournament where he wants to turn up and fry, take over and like solidify his spot with these guys. They're focused on getting that championship, and that has to be in the back of Draza's head. It's like, we lost that championship.
Watching that close out the search.
6.
Sorry to cut you off there.
It just has to be in his head. You know, like, we got top 6 at champs. Like, these guys are legendary. I got to come in and win. There's pressure.
Draza getting the job done across all 3 game modes, earns our Sony Bravia MVP. And he is definitely a player to look out for. I love the flank. I love the big brain plays. But my favorite stuff is when he gets pushed up. And he opened the round with a SMG in control. He's bringing everything out of the bag.
That's something I love out of Draza, is that he will do whatever it takes to win. He'll pull out the sub, he'll pull out the AR, he'll go first, he'll bait you. Whatever he needs to do to win the map, he's going to do it. And I think that that's what makes the best Call of Duty players the greatest, is that they'll do whatever it takes.
Well, you guys both called it. It was going to be a swift one for Atlanta FaZe. Did the fans see it going down the same way? It looks like 65% of our polling audience chose the Falcons. And what does that tell you? It shows that there's an awesome fan base out here in the Middle East. Way to show up for your crew. Even going up against the best team in the game, they had faith tonight.
Yeah, and in the crowd, it was 100% to 0 for sure on the side of Falcons. They wanted to see them win, and hey, they showed some fight. We'll see if they can get it done in the lower half of their group.
Well, Falcons aren't done fighting yet. Atlanta FaZe are going to have the day off. They get to hang out and wait for their next match in the winners bracket. But for Falcons, they now draw War Gaming. Let's take a look at our group here. Remember, you win 2, you're through to the top 8. You lose 2, you're done here in Riyadh.
Yeah, and honestly, if they wanted a matchup in this group, it is against Lore Gaming,
100%.
right? They want to try and get on the board, get some momentum going into the match against the pro team that they play up against next. But Lore Gaming aren't any slouches. I mean, you have a world champion on that team in Arcides and a lot of other really talented players. So.
And I just got word, that matchup, Team Falcons, Lore Gaming, it's happening tonight.
Oh, that's so
somebody's going
unfortunate
home?
for Falcons. The point I was just about to make is that the more days and the more reps they get to play against these guys, the better they will get. So this is massive for them. If they can come out and beat Lore, extend their tournament, and keep on playing versus these guys, they're going to get better as the weekend goes.
I love what we've seen so far today. We are only 4 of our 6 matches in. When we come back, we start to send teams home. Here, live from Riyadh, it's the Esports World Cup featuring Call of Duty. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Underrated, Overrated with Atlanta FaZe. We're going to choose a couple of these teams to see what their thoughts are about them. Optic Texas. Overrated or underrated?
I would say
underrated.
I'll say underrated.
Really? Wait, why?
I'll say underrated because they won champs.
Okay.
I think they're the only team who's won 2 events so far.
Okay.
Winning Major 3, obviously they bombed out Major 4, but winning champs, I think, can't call them overrated anymore.
Yeah.
They won champs, they won the big one, and this year, they're underrated now.
Wow. I was not expecting that answer from you. Cloud9.
I would say underrated. Yeah, I would say underrated again too. Yeah, I would say underrated.
I love Zach's pulling some.
Uh-oh.
Okay, why are they overrated, Zach?
I'm thinking overrated. They won 1 event, but I think after winning champs, winning 2 events the last year, I feel like they placed well. They just had a really mid first half of the year, which you wouldn't expect coming from a team who just won champs. And granted, they made a change coming into this year, but I think three majors having kind of mid placings and then winning Major 4 and getting second in champs, that's how they were supposed to be the whole year. So I think coming into this year, them winning 1 tournament, granted we have 1 more, I think for them, they would think that they should have done more, especially coming off how dominant they were the last year. So for me, I would say overrated.
All right, you guys both are saying underrated. Why?
I would say just because of the way they finished the year. I feel like they definitely weren't playing good COD at the very beginning of the year, but I think the fact that they turned up at the end of the year when it mattered most, which they didn't win champs, so you can't really say because I feel like what Zach said, it doesn't matter if you don't win. But they did win the event before, and they very well could have won champs. But I feel like them just turning up at the end of the season, that's why I would say underrated.
All right, now this is a spicy one. Underrated or overrated, Toronto Ultra. Okay.
Yeah, I would say, because I think going into this year when they made the roster change for Dylan, I was saying that it was going to be us and them, the top 2 teams the whole year. And I feel like they weren't considered a top 2 team this year. That's why I would say they were overrated, because they did win that first event, but ever since then, there's been no consistency for them. I feel like it's kind of just been hit or miss. They haven't I feel like Major 3 was the only time where they had a chance to kind of find that consistency and win, and they got to the finals and they just didn't do anything. Yeah. So that's why I would have to say overrated.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would say the same. I think Major 1, obviously, in the grand final they beat us, and I think at Major 1 they were the best team there. But I think after that it was inconsistent after that. So it was hard. It's hard to say they're I'm saying they're rated good. So.
Okay. Next team, guys. Underrated or overrated? Lore Gaming. That's Alex's team.
I mean, it just kind of depends how you're seeing it. I would only say overrated because I don't think that they will be able to do that much. I don't think any of the amateur teams will do a lot this event, but I think as an amateur team, I think they're a really good amateur team. But I think coming into the league or coming into this tournament, I don't think that they're going to be able to do as much as people think. I think the pro teams are going to show why they're pro teams. So I would just say for probably any of the amateur teams, they're probably a little overrated because I think people think they might come in here and show something. But I think the pro teams are going to get it done.
Okay. Yeah. Underrated?
It's hard for, I don't know. I'm in the middle because I don't really know much about the amateur teams. It's kind of I feel like we're gonna obviously see at this event, but it's hard for me to tell because I'm not really hard focusing on challengers going throughout the season. So it's hard for me to tell where they're at as players. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just gonna say underrated because I mean we don't really know much, and I guess we'll see. Like I said.
Yeah, no, I would say the same. I think for me, I'm not really sure who's even on the team. I just know it's Alex.
But it's Alex.
I just know it's Alex.
He's champion alongside you guys.
That's how I know. I just know it's Alex on the team, but I don't know who.
Got 2 Rail, Paul X. Sort of forgetting who their 4th is, but yeah.
I would say that's the reason. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Next up, the Stallions.
I don't know.
Used to be FaZe Black.
Oh,
is that
Rack, Mason.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll probably say underrated. I feel like that team is probably
underrated.
the team to beat for these pro teams, for the lower half at least. I feel like they're coming in with straight passion. They've been sitting here winning all these amateur tournaments, and they've been waiting for this moment, so I think it's their time to shine. And I think that this is going to mean a lot more to them than the pro team that they're going to play. So I think it's kind of their event to show these pro teams how good they actually are. So I think coming into this tournament, I think that they actually might make an upset. So I feel like they're probably underrated.
Yeah, I would say like they're like the team this year in the challengers to beat. I feel like everyone always talks about FaZe Black, you know what I mean? Like, because I feel like that's the top challenger team to be on to like make it into the league. So I feel like they have a lot of like potential at this event to like upset a team. I feel like they're all all the players on that team have been pretty much in the league.
Besides Dylan.
Yeah, besides Dylan. So I feel like they have more potential to upset a pro team than all the other amateur teams.
Yeah, I was gonna say that too. I think like all of them are pros in the past besides Dylan, so I feel like it has it's gonna be a lot like easier for them to play on the main stage.
Yeah, those guys got a chip on their shoulder to try to make it back to the pro scene, you know?
100%.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the roundtable of underrated and overrated with Atlanta FaZe. Make sure you guys tune in for this weekend to see if their predictions are correct.
That is Atlanta FaZe. They're going to be powering through to the next round, the qualifying round. But now we turn our attention to the elimination matches. And I was talking to production during the break. Are we just sending 2 teams home? Are we sending 4 teams home? 4 teams are going home on day one, Clayster.
That's crazy. I mean, to go home on the first day of a tournament that you flew all the way out here to compete in, across the world to compete in for a $2 million tournament pretty much, I'd be pretty disappointed if I went home on a
looking left and right like, y'all better lock in. We gonna figure something out.
Our upcoming matchup should be a good one. If you are watching the start of the day, Omit Brooklyn was on stage bright and early against Optic. Then, of course, we saw Vegas Legion over on our second stream get bippity-bopped by Carolina Royal Ravens. So now, fighting for their tournament life and doubling up your money, basically, if you win this matchup. This is a huge showdown for both of these teams.
And honestly, Carolina smoked Legion earlier. So Legion's kind of looking a little shaky. I know they had a new player in Fame because the Gorillas didn't attend. And so their roster doesn't have that much time together. They've only practiced for, what, a month now, maybe a couple weeks. So
I think the thesis behind it was like, hey, we had so much success with Purge, a guy who's going to go and do the objective work. So you bring in Fame, who's sort of done that all year, and he's shown a lot of prowess in the search and destroy. And that match did not translate to success whatsoever. And Omit Brooklyn looked pretty good early on up against Optic. So we'll see if they can get it done here.
Let's keep it a buck here. After the Omit Brooklyn matchup, I went online and people were saying, that's why Challengers players and Omit Brooklyn should play in the CDL. Do you believe that's true? What's your take on them?
My take is honestly that there should be more spots in the CDL. I think there's a lot of good players out there, but Optic turned up, they got their groove, and they absolutely cruised through those last 3 maps.
Well, what we've seen so far, Chris, is like the pro teams are dominating.
Yeah,
Challenger squad, right? Like this is one of the closer matchups that we will have, and if Omit wants to rep for the rest of the Challengers world and showcase that, everything they've been saying on Twitter, all these Challengers players, we should be in the league, this is the match you should win against Vegas Legion, who have struggled, didn't like play well throughout the last couple events, and now have a roster change. You should win it.
If you were going to give an MVP to one of these 4 members from Omit Brooklyn against Optic, who is playing the best?
I got to go with Spart. I mean, Spart's an animal. I've always rated Spart incredibly high. I think he deserves to be in the league out of anybody in the Challenger scene. He's got a shot on him.
He's won an event. That was a few years back.
Crazy event.
Now he's trying to climb back to the top. Also, Prolute has been in the Challenger scene. He's been in the Pro Leagues. We caught up with him backstage. Here's what he had to say.
Prolute, we're back again. Mic's in hand. Different set of circumstances. It was pre the storm, I guess, of the first matchup there. Reflecting, you had some strong moments against Optic, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah, we just through some of those maps, like the map 3 and 4, we definitely had a chance to win. But I mean, they're the world champions for a reason, and they ended up icing out. But now we're playing against the Vegas Legion, and I'm excited for that.
Yeah. So what do you make of them? Let's get right into it.
I mean, I think they're a good team. They've been together all year. They added Fame, who actually was really good this year. So I mean, I'm just excited to play. It's one of my old teams as well. So I'm excited to get some revenge.
Yeah. Does that give that a little bit extra? Have you got a chip on your shoulder going into this series?
Not really. I mean, I take every team the same. So that's pretty much it.
What do you think you need to do differently?
I just think we need to just focus on our HP and our S&D as well. Our S&D, we got 6-1, and we're actually a pretty good S&D team. I myself find myself as one of the best S&D players in the world, but we came out flat versus Optic. They destroyed us.
It's an obvious thing to say here, but you'd be absolutely heartbroken and crushed if the journey here at the EWC was to end here and now.
Yeah, of course. We're looking to win right here.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Prolute is coming into this tournament focused, and you mentioned it there. He used to be on Legion. Clay, You were on that roster as well.
Yeah.
What did you learn from his gameplay?
Last year, ProLoot showed me that he is passionate about what he does. He loves to play Call of Duty and he loves to win. And I think that's one of his biggest attributes is that he just loves to give his all and all of his energy to it.
So for me, when I think about ProLoot, I think Search and Destroy Demon. Like, he's very good there. But, like, he hasn't had a prolonged chance on our roster. We've seen him sub in for Optic. Obviously, you ended up releasing him after the short stint. What's the issue with him? Why is he a perennial Challengers player?
You know, I don't want to talk smack on any of my old teammates, but one thing about Byron that didn't go so well is sometimes he let the moment get to him. He got a little flustered sometimes, a little too energetic in his comms, and I think he's really learned to calm himself down, slow it down a little bit, and just play his game.
Maturing on the stage in front of our eyes. On the other side of the stage, you, of course, are going to be playing against your former team, Vegas Legion, and this is a roster that consistently changed throughout the year. They dropped our favorite player in Purge.
Yeah. They struck gold, right? The best performance we've seen out of this organization ever throughout, you know, their tenure. And then for these guys, now they go in, they try to get another player sort of fill that void, be that dirty work guy in Fame. It didn't work out in their first match, so they're looking to do it here. But they have some players, I love their game, Chris. I mean, Gio, talk about a guy bursting into the scene, he's been frying.
And of course, you won with Attach back in the Denial days when we had jetpacks for the first time. Attach walked away with a ring. Now he's part of the old guard, playing with a lot of young studs. Let's talk about Gio, because I think he was the surprise of everybody this year in the league. The numbers he drops are ridiculous, and this is some of the damage that he was putting in the hard points.
I think, you know, we saw the Atlanta FaZe segment doing the overrated, underrated thing. I think Gio is incredibly underrated, especially after playing against him this year. He is phenomenal at what he does. He's a hard kill. It's really hard to kill him.
And he's very good at control. Like, that's a game mode that they struggled in. They bring him in. The dynamic between Gio and Nero, when they have those 3 ARs out and they're just setting up, spawn trapping you, there's nothing you can do. This team can be very dangerous.
Nero has some of the most explosive gameplay. We've seen that multiple times, especially on the map Invasion. The question for me is, how well are they gelling with Fame? He's the newest piece to the puzzle. We saw him on Minnesota being the everyman, coming in with a sub when he was an AR player, vice versa. Now he's back to that comfort role on the SMG. What are your expectations for him in a Vegas jersey?
Yeah, you know, I think he can be very good for this team. But I was talking to him this morning in the player lounge, and I'm like, so the dynamic in Search and Destroy, how's that going to go? Because usually he calls plays when he was on LAG. No longer calling plays, and we saw they lost that search earlier. That's a little worrisome. I feel like I would want Fame to be in control of the play calling.
Yeah, and in that conversation that Nameless and I had with Fame earlier, he was talking about, hey, my teammates aren't talking. They're not communicating. And so if they're not communicating well, they're not going to win. So they need to ramp up those comms and make sure they're small talking a lot.
Is Attach going to be the comms leader? I know Nero's not that guy. So who are you looking at to really get the team back on track? Because Carolina beating you 3-0, it doesn't get much worse.
You know, Carolina does look a lot better, all right? Let's see.
Doesn't get much worse, TJ.
I don't want to crack on myself here, but they look great. But Attach, he has to step up in that leadership role and that comms role. He has to be directing a lot more, calling strats a lot more. And Fame earlier mentioned, he's like, sometimes Dylan goes mute. And so I want to see them talking on that stage this entire match.
Now, Vegas is a team that can outslay you and still lose the game, not focused on the objective. We've seen that time and time again. Now you have Fame, though, who is always thinking purely about that objective, a guy who can drop double digits and search and destroy. Do you want to see him on the hill? Do you want to see him directing traffic? What is the best scenario between him and Nero on the front lines?
Yeah, I do. I want to see him playing the objective work, Chris. That's what I want to see him doing. And that doesn't always mean just being in the hill. Being early on rotations, playing your life, staying alive, waiting for your teammates to get close, and directing the communication. As you mentioned, you want Dill to do it, but you also want Fame. You need a co-captain in these moments, and Fame is the perfect guy to do it, and I believe that's the reason they went out and grabbed him.
Taking it back over to Omit Brooklyn, if you're looking at the map they won, it was Hardpoint against Optic on a map we thought they were going to get toasted. So for anyone who is still sleeping when we went live here at 3 p.m. out here in the Middle East, and what did they show?
Yeah, I mean, Spark played great in the hardpoints, and then ProLoot got active towards the end of them. I think if they can find that same success in HP, they can win this series.
Okay, I think we still have to fill a little bit more time while the players are getting their audio plugged in. It's not that hard. You take the cord, you put it in the little box. Clay, talk to me, though, about the big picture here. You're playing with guaranteed money, right? You have 20 grand in
your pocket.
But you have a chance to walk away with $40,000 for one day of work.
Hey, that's not bad. You know, we used
that's what this match is for?
40
Hey, man.
We used to win tournaments for a total of $5 grand. So, you know, these guys don't know how good they have it. And I'm just excited to see some keys get crushed, you know? We're sending some people home tonight.
We are going to see that right now.
All right, well, we are going to give our players plenty of time to plug in those headphones. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, the stage should be ready. Don't go anywhere. It's the Esports World Cup. Welcome back to Riyadh, everybody. We just found out some fantastic news here live at the Esports World Cup. We're going to have a live patch dropping, which means we got to buy our players a few moments before we dive in. But the good news is a lot of y'all might have missed the pre-show, and I've got two great minds to break down everything you need to know about this tournament. We got to start with groups, right? This is 16 teams split across 4 different groups. We got 4 teams in each group, but only the top 2 are making it into the playoffs.
Yeah, awesome. You know, sort of an ode back to what we used to do in the golden ages of Call of Duty, playing group play. You get those reps in before the official bracket starts. But, you know, on this one, it will be a single in bracket. When we get there, we'll talk about that. But today, it's all about making it out of your group. Win 2 before you lose.
And to catch you up with what's happened already, Optic faced off against Ultimate Brooklyn. That was a 3-1. Meanwhile, it was a 3-0 from Carolina over Las Vegas Legion.
Yeah.
We were talking about it. Is this the group of death? Do you still believe that after watching all 4 of them?
Yeah, I mean, after looking how good Ravens is right now, it's got to be the group of death because Omit, they aren't any slouches, and then Legion, they have the potential to bounce back here.
Cloud9 able to take care of business. Surge 3-0 G2. That means Gentlemates will be playing against G2 for a spot in the elimination final. We'll find out if they can get there. And you also just watched Atlanta FaZe take care of business against the Falcons, who are going up against Lore to close out the night here on the stage.
Let me spin it back to Group C, though, because I think that's the best group. And you're talking about a massive improvement from the Boston Breach coming out and beating Heretics in that matchup, which now gets real interesting because you got Stallions on their revenge tour. They can beat Heretics.
And so, something I want to mention is that we have some Call of Duty legacy in these teams. We have Gentlemates, Gotaga's team. We have Stallions, Zuma's team. So there's a lot of Call of Duty history inside this tournament right now.
Some YouTubers, former pros turned content creators. They're millionaires now. We're all just sitting here watching their pro teams fight on the main stage, and they're all guaranteed $20,000. The opportunity for the teams about to take the stage, though, is to double up right here. You win, you are guaranteed to finish in the top 12 and earn 40 grand. Let's get to our predictions. Let's make it official. The players are ready, so let's lock in. You got Vegas or you got Omit Brooklyn with 40K in their pocket?
I got Omit Brooklyn. I think they get the win.
Well, I'm going Omit too.
Oh, okay, there we go.
I'm going Vegas Legion. You got a world champ and attached. He's about to wake up.
These next two teams about to take to the stage, maybe thinking to themselves, how did we end up here? Fighting for survival on the first day of the Esports World Cup.
But this is their biggest test yet. To stay with us, they have to adapt to the situation and maintain their mental. Please welcome to the stage, Vegas Legion versus Omit Brooklyn.
The nerves rattled, the senses dialed, the stage set for redemption.
This is the fight for their lives. It's either you show up or you will be sent home packing. So let the drama begin.
Our first team to leave the tournament. It will be one of these two, and we'll find out who it is in a brief moment. Omit Brooklyn taking on the Las Vegas Legion. Chance, I'm quite nervous for both these squads.
I'm with you on that. It's day one, so at the start of the day, we're hyping it up and like, hey, even if you get knocked out, eliminated first thing, you still get like 10K walk away. What a great thing. But now that we're here, it's like, that's an 18-hour flight. That's like multi-day trip to get bopped out. That is absolutely brutal. So yes, absolutely time to lock in. And I mean, between the two teams, Omit Brooklyn so far the only team actually to win a map on the day. So Vegas Legion, I know that the pro team got a lot to prove.
Let's go Vegas. We'll find out if they have the bounce back ability. But Omit Brooklyn, from coast to coast, this should be an interesting showdown. We'll find out if the Challenger squad has got what it takes to go all the way. Can they upset? Well, the first major upset it would be of the tournament as far as our sort of quote-unquote official standings go. I know the EWC social media team tweeted out a very interesting sort of tier list, Chance, and I do believe the Vegas are up there. But here we go, folks, the maps and modes for this series. We start things off on Karachi, 6-star, and then high-rise. If everything goes to plan for one of these teams, that will be as far as we get.
And possibly one of the more interesting things is the fact that Vegas apparently paying attention to the series we had earlier today, banning out that Rio hardpoint. Obviously, earlier Omit took down Optic on that very map. So I say interesting just because Vegas typically have been pretty good on Rio as well. So respecting their opponent, making those quick adjustments, and well, simply saying that they can do so. Another look again for Omit on Karachi as well, where they certainly had some good moments. Unfortunately, just falling to the literal world champ. So I think it's spicy in the fact that the two pros or former pros on the desk picked the AM team to win it truly does blow my mind.
It does blow my mind, and we'll find out if it blows the minds of everyone else who predicted a Vegas victory here? We'll find out though. As Omid Brooklyn, the fist bumps are out. This should be one hell of a game.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Yeah. We're learning, folks. Theory there on the other side. He's been teaching for a long time. He's been a part of, I think, the Vegas roster, or even at times it was Paris for the longest of time, helping those boys find as much success as they can. I think Major 1 is the deepest they've made it into a tournament chance this MW3 season. Close, but no cigar for those boys. Nero, Geo, Attach, and Fame. Is this the end of the line here at the EWC? We'll find out.
It would be baffling if that is the case, because they have some lethal shooters on the roster. And I mean, if you're talking about the shooters first, that's Nero and Geo. And then you got Attached, literal world champ as well. Always thriving, always gets his piece of the pie. Well, not actually at Champs having a ton of success, so looking for redemption here.
Redemption is the name of the game, but we're all playing MW3. Geo and Nero, man, I mean, they've exploded onto the professional scene. Geo this year alone. Nero, he was fantastic on Vanguard. Spark was fantastic on Vanguard Fire. We saw him join things in the Cold War year. And Hamza, Glow Frosty, what a brilliant run he's had in Challengers. Can we see the success here? This is it, folks. Elimination matchup here at the Esports World Cup. We go to Karachi to play Hardpoint.
And we talk about that explosive potential of the Vegas players, but of course, that is what we saw from Omid earlier. I mean, it was a 50-point hardpoint hole that they dug themselves out of on Rio. And again, I know they got taken to task by Optic, but it was a 6-1 in the S&D that honestly kind of blew my mind. ProLoot talked about his interview, or in his interview with Barney, and a fantastic thing of him saying, that is not us, that is not my game. So adjustments potentially for the map number 2, but until we get there, Karachi hardpoint.
Here we go, right in a P1, and it's a nice set of trades. Omid Brooklyn in the lovely blue. Vegas Legion will be in the orange as that minimap lights up in a big way. They get themselves into the hard point early as Vegas there on the time.
Yeah, great opening break as well. Anytime Glow Frosty, who's playing up at the top ACs, gets the gunfight win before he falls, you dominate the middle lane, and well, you just get that time. You see Vegas already focused effectively on the rotation, pushing around side red, but Fire with a sick camo, geared up and ready to go, and this is, I mean, complete and utter dominance on P1.
Yeah, fantastic work so far. Vegas have been left wanting. Nobody near that point, battling their way in now. Eyes on the next. They've given up on P1, so it's not a bold strategy. It's quite a common one, but it's tough looks. Omid Brooklyn, what a start.
Yeah, and all the time in the world to go for this break as well, because they're not even getting punished with those bad spawns. So you don't want to be going over the dumpster. You let Spark take the absolute routes, and unfortunately take the routes against the pro team. Gonna read it like a book. So you have plenty of time to work on these P2 breaks, but that initial push, not going well.
Well, Vegas can make a bad P1 into a great look here on P2 so far. Second hard point, it's flowing. 3 in the spree there for Fame. Gorgeous work from Vegas.
Yeah, that is absolute cruise control as well. Not a single trade to be found there from Omid, and they are still, well, neglecting the dumpster hop and maybe neglecting all of this scrap time. Look at the minimap. I mean, they're taking some deep and distant routes, and they might just chalk up a full 60 without shooting back.
It's unbelievable. Whoa, nice shots from Attach. It's an interesting setup here, Chance. I mean, okay, you guys can have the first one. We'll take the second. We'll see how third goes. Both teams being very polite when it comes to not necessarily attacking the point, not trying to snatch things back. But we'll see what happens here over by P3. Can Fame get the cruise? One more kill is all he needs, and he's on the hunt.
Oh, Mitch just giving up the absolute route. I mean, he just gets in the back for free, and they're not even common. Glow Frosty looking the wrong direction. Fame, they had him tagged up.
Ooh.
They ran away from the gunfights, and now they are getting punished. Omid put their controllers down as soon as they dominated P1. Forgot what they were doing in Vegas. They have been taking full advantage since then. And Fame, cruise missiles, secure it.
Broken. Oh, wow. Fame still going 7-1. 30 seconds remaining on this point, and Fame, lovely suppression there. Not enough to keep these players too far away, but Geo picks up the next angle. No one is getting close to that hard point without a tag.
This is not ideal at all. Even the player going through mid, Attach is able to cut him down. Everybody else just funneling through the side. Geo stands his ground with EOD. That car also explodes, though, opens up the route for ProLoot. does not open up the gunfight win. Fame there again to give you 2. 10-2 start for the new man on the roster.
Crazy, man. I mean, EOD still ends up DED, but now back over the point. Vegas left again in a tough spot. Decent lead, though. Here we go into the next side. Well, nobody there just yet, but Nero and Geo and all 4 down. Vegas take the point.
Omit, they straight up haven't shot back. This is 3 hills in a row now. This is absolutely brutal. In Vegas again, pro team reading the spawns. Attach is going to call out. That is all 4 going bottom green. Nero, have fun.
Nero, he does what he can. Fame, though, is the man having all the fun. 12-3. He starts this map off with a big smile on his face. It may be all fun and games, but it's strictly business for Fame.
I can't believe Omid is chalking up the time again. Again, players going on rotation over to Junkyard.
We're just going to give up this time. We're going to go towards new. All right, chalk it. Head to next is probably what was said, and that's not ideal. 125-48. Vegas still certainly in control.
This is quite literally, this is going to be a 140-point-to-nothing run coming in from Vegas. At least now you have Omid winning the initial gunfights on the rotation, but the problem is you're going to have a cruise missile that's just going to break it for free.
It could happen any second. Sparty gets in. There's the cruise. Better late than never. And it's going to connect. 3 players now from Omid have to force their way inside. It doesn't find any kills, but it doesn't matter. It forces those players inside. You get at least 1. Sparty, though, still fighting for his life. Here comes Geo from upstairs. Finds the reposition. Nice tags. Keeps Geo down. You send in Nero for the kill, and that is Vegas in the hard point again.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, look, you had a pretty slow start there from Vegas Legion. Since then, absolute class, and I mean, really just stepping things up. There's nothing to talk about, nothing to say. This is literal dominance. You had 5 extra seconds on a hill that you rotated 30 seconds in advance for. Omid Brooklyn falling a little bit flat.
I mean, what Puckett said, Attach needs to wake up, and right now he's dreaming awake. Very, very dangerous thing, man. Living it right now. 170-53, Vegas, an absolute pain train. Not that there's much public transport in that state.
I mean, we're going for some deep cuts at the moment, I suppose.
It's a deep cut here late at night in Riyadh, and the rubble now back over to P1. And it is Vegas, again, full control. They make their way over towards new. They're finding kills all over the place, and they have completely silenced Omid.
And quadruple positive now for Fame as well. Even a street hill that doesn't really get contested or uncontested for that long. This has been an incredibly fast-paced game of Karachi Hardpoint, one of the fastest we have seen this year. Finally, Omid get a little bit of momentum, get inside the hill, get the coverage, and now as long as these trades roll through, Omid can start to build something, chain it together, or get gunned to bed.
18-5 for Fame. He is having a disgusting map so far. 15 seconds to go. Rotation's on, but Geo's already here. Big tags, lot of damage. No one's getting near the point. Nero finding kills as well, and now you've got yourself a tough spot. Omid, this has got to be where you change things up, and as I say it, not a single man. Eyes on Nero. A force brief for him, and we've crossed the 200-point mark.
I mean, he's hopping over the dumpster, half health, not a care in the world. Omid was so scared to hop over the dumpster that they just didn't shoot back on the first P2. Nero's doing it with no fear in his heart, and this is painful.
This is not a good look. 25 for the win, Nero 5. Vegas, Legion, absolutely walking over Omid Brooklyn. A tough one as they keep finding kills. Glow Frosty now fighting forward. You've got to get in the hard point ASAP, lads, or this is going to be game. 3 in the feed, and that should be some time.
We can mark it. It was 232-62 when Omid actually started winning and chanting together some gunfights. So if the comeback is going to be in, I mean, that'll be what, 170 points that they fought back from if we ever get to sell that story.
We might. We're going to try to sell it. The dream is there to be sold. Nice nade work there, but Geo pushes forward, stays safe. Sparty now on towards the point, but the shoe is on the other foot this time round. Vegas in position to win the game here.
Yeah, every single player in the right spots, pushed out, getting the deep cuts, even with a couple kills coming through. You are just so far away from the actual time. So Nero in the point. Basically one gunfight to win, and he's gonna call game. And Glow Frosty is thinking about taking the route around the back.
Contest.
Okay.
They save it. 249 wow. Done. Game. Vegas. They come out swinging. Absolutely taking care of business here in Group A.
And this is, man, I mean, you know, in one of these moments for like a pro-am sort of scenario, when you get the challengers teams the opportunity to play against the pros, especially at the end of the year. Like, it's not the start. Everybody's just figuring things out. Everybody knows how to play the game at this point. You're hoping for a good showing. Omit, I mean, had a little bit of fight in him against Optic Gaming, but that is, I mean, absolutely brutal. Vegas woke up, made the adjustments. I mean, I know Clay was talking about what Fame was saying behind the scenes and talking about the comms needing to be on point. The comms simply did not matter. Outslayed, outgunned, outperformed. Vegas did nothing wrong other than the opening break.
Other than the opening break, well, that's the look at the stats. Fame, the 22-8 sticks out quite a bit. Picks up a lot, but it's the assists across the board there for Vegas.
Yeah, and the assists across the board from Omit, one for Prolute, one for Fire. The teamwork and coordination, non-existent. I don't know if I've ever seen numbers like that in a hardpoint game when we're talking about the Pro League, but a different beast now here in Riyadh.
They did not have a good time with that map. 250-79 is the largest blowout we have seen so far here in EWC. Look at across the highlights, and folks, I'm not going to lie, it will all be Vegas.
Not the P1, oh my, the glorious P1 for Omit Brooklyn. Yeah, I mean, again, quite literally every single rotation, even when Omit was getting there first, unable to win the gunfights, and then just a lot of scattered moments, a couple clean 4 downs, and really nothing that could go right. And then chalking up 30 seconds when you're going into the Junkyard Hill when you know the other team has a cruise missile. It's a decision. It is a decision.
One that was made, but it did not pay off for Omit Brooklyn. Where Brooklyn at? Definitely not there on corruption chance.
And even that moment too, that's actually brutal work from Fame. I mean, he's coming in through the barrel side, doesn't have too much help to work with, and just wins an absurd gunfight as well. So Omit, unfortunately, just gonna be chasing their tails because they were having circles run around them. But I suppose in a sense, the storyline or the expectation for the Omit team is that S&D demons, S&D stars, high caliber players. I mean, this is Spart, this is Prolute at their absolute finest. So the bounce back in map number 2, the opportunity is certainly going to be there. Question is, can they deliver with the pressure on? Because the pressure is a long plane ride home.
Yeah, the toughest thing there is sometimes a loss is a loss. You can forget about it, you can move on. Occasionally, they're a little too difficult to walk away from. It can come with you into the next map, and that's what you absolutely have to shake off, especially here at the EWC, this level of play. But 250-79 is a difficult scoreline to swallow. Will Omit Brooklyn be able to shake it off and cleanse himself, be baptized in the gorgeous swimming pool there of 6-star? Because this S&D is absolutely going to make or break their tournament.
And this is also a situation where I don't know if it's a good thing or bad thing that they played this map earlier. It could be a good thing because they got the rep on it against a pro team, so now you can focus on the adjustments. But the bad news is they won a single round and got absolutely bullied. So sort of a question and now a test of the resolve of the Omit squad. But I'm with you on this one. A necessary bounce back map, or I mean, it already potentially could be dire. You're looking for a quick response.
Vegas can find their special source and force their way forward. We could be looking at a very quick series. Omit stacking up through the middle of the map. Not a lot of pressure towards A, but they have eyes on it, so no one gets across without being spotted. Prolute now in position, nothing to throw but his rival 9. Can he get these players away from the bomb site?
Well, you see the shoulders he's throwing, just looking for that initial intel, but that's a Semtex backing 2 players down, and Fame gonna use that to take the space and slowly encroach on that bomb. Spart, though, devastating angle. He's got the intel, and Fame, feet too big. Trades, though, at least come through. Nero, that's a huge gunfight.
Prolute looking to pick up the trade there. Doesn't overchow, doesn't overcommit, and now Attach will be able to get the bomb plant. Here comes the immediate counter-attack. No trophies in place, nothing to throw either. Should see something here from Vegas.
Yeah, well, it's Fire getting to the good timing on the flank. He goes all the way around, but unfortunate for him, Glow Frosty falls before Fire gets engaged, so the fact that he didn't have the information doesn't matter, and now a tough gunfight for Prolute to win. 2 players in his sights, and he's got the help from Fire.
He doesn't need to win it, he just has to stay alive. That's the immediate defuse. Lovely work here, Vegas. You're not going to check it, and that is going to be Omit. They overtake the bomb site, and there's no way for Attach to get there in time. Great work in the first.
Absolutely bamboozled is Attach, and again, Fire sort of had the free information. He's able to sneak through on the flank before he gets spotted. It doesn't really work out in Glow Frosty's favor, but he gives you that extra kill towards the end. So the bounce back that Omit needed, able to secure it. the perfect start that they needed.
It was absolutely perfect. It really was fantastic. I mean, they didn't overcommit too much. Some nice wins there from Fire, and I think Proloot as well. Not necessarily doing a whole lot there. Didn't get any damage, but the mere existence, the fact that he was alive in the play, meant that he was a distraction.
That is what you love to see out of Proloot. The old 0-0 round win.
I mean, the 0-0-0-0-0 round win. Absolutely unheard of, but hey, makes it work.
You thought he got the defuse, didn't you?
Huh?
You think he got the defuse?
He didn't. Nades are in. No one home, though. The A-bomb site is where we're leaning once again, but Proloot over by Paul. Again, can he be the most mythical of red dots here to pull the Vegas attention?
Well, he made it maybe noise if he got in the pool. So yeah, Gio's dealing with him on one side. So Vegas maybe getting worried about the scattered push, and they get caught a little bit over-aggressive. Attach falls for the first blood, and that is a bit of an overchild as well. Nero ripping heads.
Oh, Proloot. Oh, yes, he's seen Gio. Now the hunt is on. There it is.
Oh, easy.
The round once again for Omit. Back-to-back.
All right, that's fantastic. So I think we might have had our question answered. The fact that they got the sort of 6-star jitters out of the way earlier against Optic, the adjustments clearly have been made, and a better start thus far. Spart as well, 2 for 2 on the first blood count, leading the charge right now with 3 kills.
The charge is certainly being led. All of my fears about Omit Brooklyn's, mental game. Can they survive a tough Karachi like that? The answer is yes. 2-0 so far. Round 3 now awaits. The boys are already in game.
It'll be fun to see the sort of retake potential we have seen, especially the Stallions having a lot of success being very aggressive on defense through the B site. So all that attention Omit has at the top side of the minimap, they've cleared all the space. Now the question is, how quick can they be? The bomb will get planted, but the faster you flank, the better. Attach will be the man to deal with it as Glow Frosty getting tagged up. All the information in the world.
I don't think you saw the 2 players cross, and Sparty now playing from the elbow. Doesn't have anything left to throw. I'm not sure if there are any lethals left whatsoever. So now we go 35 seconds, and that bomb goes boom. Forward now, lads. You have to take some ground here. The opening salvo of fire from Sparty is going to connect. Fire now through the middle. Proloot gets his first. And Attach now through you. Big damage. Oh, and a win again from Attach. Sparty in the 1v2.
Oh, that is great comms as well coming in from the Vegas boys. And Attach does a wonderful job on the flank. I was trying to set up the pressure. You clear out the B site. You get hyper aggressive and move through it. I thought that was going to be the play call from Omit. They reposition. They go for the 2-2 hit, 2 through you, 2 through the back spawn. And I think if Attach stays stagnant and doesn't clear any space, Omit have a better shot at that round, but Attach gets active, says, no one's on the flank, let me go work through mid, and he saw the pre-fire rolling through. His teammate gets the tags on the cross, spamming those call-outs, and Attach utilizes it perfectly.
Again, he just sort of has to stay in that position, doesn't do anything too crazy, too wild, picks up his second. Vegas looking for the equalizer. Can they find it here? Trophies and nades, everything's still left to play with over by the A-bomb site. The stuns will be leaving pockets, and now Knives and Lin.
Well, another A hit. Nero's certainly going to know, and I mean, the big question on this map, again, no smokes. How do you want to play for the retakes? Vegas, they are setting up for the kill on the flank, and again, it is 3 players getting active. Glow Frosty, massive responsibility.
Here we go. The mantle of responsibility, heavy, but he's incredibly strong. Does manage to get his first. The trade done. Man advantage now, Omit Brooklyn. Oh, they find another Fame now on the 1v3. Makes it a 1v2 with 30 on the clock.
Yeah, but the sun's not going to connect. Going to hit the trophy in an incredibly difficult spot, and nothing you can do. Omit getting active. Omit get the round win, and a moment for Glow Frosty where he just has to do his job. Give him one with 3 players working the flank. He does exactly that and calms about the rest. A cheeky little spot in that back corner.
We love a cheeky spot, and I do think the 6-star has, I mean, not necessarily on par with Karachi, but a lot of cheeky spots.
Especially in that section, yeah. And I say corner, it's a circular room, but you'll take it.
I mean, if you can find a corner in a circular room, Chance, well done, mate. You deserve to lay prone in it. Masterful creddy spot. Here we go, another round.
Vegas, by the way, not a single first blood in these first 4 rounds, so they're hunting for their first.
Can they find it? A lot of love towards the B side of the map right now for Omit Brooklyn on this defensive round. A, wide open. Glow Frosty this time does spot the player, so he has to reposition now, try to get involved. Hasn't thrown anything yet. The bomb will be planted. The trophies are in position. Waiting for the perfect wind-up. 3 through elbow. Attach. How many can you get? Damage dealt. Fame springs. Only gets 1.
Still, though, I mean, time is ticking. Omit, this is pressure on in this moment. No flanks rolling through, but for the moment, Gio's going to be out of the play. But the flank is going to be cleared, so everybody turns their attention towards the front. Nero shreds for the first one.
Oh, here's the first. Gio can't get another. Glow Frosty now, late to the party, but all good. Attach on the flank! Big round for Vegas.
Oh, so icy, too. He goes for the chow on a heady like that, wins it so quick on the fist bumps. I'm thinking dip away and play for time. Attach, too aggressive, too quick with it. And maybe the right amount of respect for your opponents gets the round dub in Vegas again. Hunting for the first blood. Finally, they get it. Good execution on the round. I know things got spicy, but the play was certainly set.
There you go. Attach 4 and 2 after that round. It's Nero with big production, though. He's sitting at 5 and 5, but leading his team in the damage department as well. And assists, yeah, not wrong. Sparty, though, he is the heaviest hitter in the lobby at this moment in time. A slight advantage there for the Omit Brooklyn guys.
See Attach, nice little angle, just cover the middle of the map and in a spot where he doesn't have to be too concerned about stuns and nades. Nero certainly does, but as they fall, wants to go check that bomb. Too little, too late. Plan is down, and this is a 4-on-4 full-man retake.
There we go. The trophies are done. Now the slow ticking of time. No one there to pick up the kill on the fire, but Fame, oh, he's made his way all the way around the back line. Beautiful work, Gio helps him out. Fame still able to move fast. Trades are on. The stuns, ooh, don't connect, and now Fame brought down from behind. It's Fire in the 1v2.
He's got to run as well. You got to run and go check this bomb.
Flying forward. Checks it, Attach with another round-ending kill. The defuse done. And Vegas equalize 3-3.
Hey, you like this revenge from Attach too, right? The 1v2, you think he's got the clutch opportunity, but they just hit that little sneak defuse on him instead of hunting down the one-shot man, and Attach has bounced back and gotten hyperactive as well. Consistently evolved and on point. Vegas have clawed their way back in this game.
It's taken a couple of rounds, it's taken some clutch moments, but they are alive here. 6 and 2 from Attach after that. And Sparty still keeps finding his kills, and they get those bloods as well. So, look, hey, anything can happen here. Chance at 3-3 here on 6-star.
We just need effective flank watchers, I think, is really all it is. Any of the successful rounds for the defensive end, it's all about that pressure through this B site. And anytime you're picking up the kills on the flank, you're good to go. And Vegas waiting for that pressure. And funnily enough, this is the first round Omit hasn't full sent it over towards P2. This time, put the pressure on the middle of the map. And a spicy looking mini-map as well.
Oh yeah, we're all over that B-bomb. Fast point here from Fame. It's a trophy to play with as well. Sparty, oh, he's gonna know it's on now. Will he check it? Nero spots him out. Big damage, nice blood.
I completely caught off guard, and now look at the flank rolling through. Most important gunfight taking place on the mini-map, and Attach wins it, and that just means ProLuke gonna be that last player to fall. Fame, well, he's playing the high IQ game, doesn't want to chase and give away a bad gunfight. Play it easy in the corner and nice and easy from Vegas. Perfect execution on B.
Oh, he leaves ProLuke guessing. Vegas take the lead.
I'm kind of surprised from Sparta too, right? Again, high IQ S&D player, traditionally so, but even after the bomb gets planted, just not paying attention to that water at all. And I mean, a very common spot for players to be an incredibly dangerous head glitch in the water.
Yeah. We used to call it chest high cover. But there's no way you can make that work with...
That was only when Glitch was a specialist in Black Ops 3. That was to avoid that confusion. Fun fact.
It was, actually. We were in that meeting together. Little did we know we'd be sitting in Riyadh a few years later. Round advantage now for Vegas. And Attach has got himself into the highest point you can possibly find on this map. A power position for the moment, but oh my word, Glow Frosty brings him down, sniped off the opener.
Yeah, absolutely clean, and now you got to omit, they can play with a bunch of different options. You had Nero making a little bit of noise towards the middle of the map, but you see Omit not overcommitting in any direction. They got the man advantage. It is just about not making mistakes. They were looking for a pick with the nades, unsuccessful, but now regroup back together towards the A site. They're going to force it. In the meantime, Spark gets a deadly pick through the middle of the map. Massive advantage.
That's another great look. Ah, this is sensational. Nero down as well. Omit alive and kicking. They do not let the man advantage go to waste. They find it once again. 4-4. We're all tied up again.
Yeah, that's great work out of the ARs as well. Glow Frosty with just a gorgeous first blood. Completely free. No trades even possible to roll through. So if you get that out of the top window, feeling like you got yourself a good round. And Spart still the big shooter on the map. 9 kills already collected. 2K plus damage as well. AR's putting on a bit of a show.
And obviously, Sparty is having a very, very strong map so far. I mean, it's not necessarily translating into any kind of dominant score lines here, but it's a lovely, evenly contested map. Both teams taking turn at absolutely smashing each other. Can they find another one here? Is this going to be another big hit from Vegas over towards A? Prolute, the lone man here, up close on the bomb. Meanwhile, the down low watch, oh, you have to be careful. The glass got smashed. The comms will be going crazy right now.
This is an interesting angle. I mean, we just get to test it straight away.
Got to make it out with his life. Prolute's so worried about the low flank. And it looks like Vegas might actually be leaving. Bad news, Fire has just moved into position on the flank as well. Or not. Oh, God, this is awkward.
I think he might be feeling the pressure. I don't know. Yeah, this is an reposition. He knows the pressure's coming his way.
Absolutely. Gets his first. Can he get the second? Oh, lovely stun check. Beautiful work, Fire. Finds two. What a three-piece. Can we find the ace? What an unbelievable round it would be. Gio ruins the play. And can he now find one of his own?
That's just too good. And there's not even time on the clock right now. He goes for the cross. Glow Frosty's going to spot him. And, well, not there to gun him down, but he gets a little bit of help and good teamwork rolling through. And I think that is teamwork in the comms department as well. Fire didn't spot anything. He gets a comm from his teammates. We see him dip back towards P2, and he ends up making the perfect play. Gets the freebie on the first guy sliding out. Stun grenade. It is simplistic Call of Duty. But when you do it like that, it is a sight to behold.
He can feel the sort of pressure there. He has to make a move, and he realizes, I'm out of position. I don't know where these players are going to be. The timing has not worked out in my favor. I'm going to pick a corner and hope for the best. He really did a brilliant job of staying alive, let alone finding the three there. Puts Omit Brooklyn now on map point.
Yeah, round away, tying this series up. They're spreading the map to play for picks as well. That is noise made on Fire. If the stun connects, maybe that's something Vegas bite on, but I think Gio's just going to call out that it's only one player. Everybody else remaining mostly stagnant. Now, it's going to be Fame on the defensive end. Prolute right here.
Nice snaps. Not enough Fame once again. It's a big one. Looking for the second straight away. Oh, and he catches it. Fire finds it. Now pressure on towards the site. Oh, the trophy gets eaten alive as well. Attached with a frag from downtown. Gives Vegas the man advantage.
Yeah, and Glow Frosty wants to work through the middle of the map, and he's going to be successful. Catches Gio. Fire in the meantime. Do you read the underground flank? It doesn't matter. You actually had Attached does back down in this moment. Now Glow Frosty, a nice pick as well. This is it to tie the series up.
Man we once called the most clutch player in the league. Attached now in a 1v2. Fire and Glow Frosty, they retreat over towards the B-bomb site. A wide open map for them to play with, and now they've planted. This is to force the round 11 for Vegas.
And what is your setup in a 2 versus 1? You got Spart just watching the back. He doesn't actually have the angle for the deep flank, but should be good enough for the trade, and Attach going to be working through the front. Fire be the first man to spot him.
I think he possibly spotted him out there. Nice to take the fight. Great damage.
That should be the round.
20 seconds. It might be the map. And here comes the flank, and it is not going to work out. Omit Brooklyn bounce back in the search and destroy as it was written. We find ourselves at 1-1 here in the series. This elimination matchup here in Group A just became a whole lot more interesting.
Yeah, question answered. They just needed that 1 6-star rep earlier against the top team to sort of figure things out and get those land jitters away. So S&D nice and clean, and maybe even better news, a lot of those rounds were just won by Gunny. So I know the map 1 was painful, but Spart was shooting that map, Fire making some nice plays as well, and frankly, just on the first blood front alone, Omit Brooklyn absolutely picking them apart. So S&D secured, but yeah, I mean, 6 first bloods to 4. It took Vegas way too long to start shooting back and getting active, and I mean, Attached the only player positive, but not in a way where the impact was truly felt.
Not enough. Sparty with a massive output there, and again, good looks from Fire. He has some great rounds. That 3-piece, sensational, gives them all the momentum they needed. What a great map, though. That was a lot of fun between both teams, and again, for Vegas, too little, too late. Omit Brooklyn, they come out hot. They managed to close things out without getting too dangerous, too close towards that red line. But here we go, 1-1 in our series. Another game of control in its way, and no matter how clutch you are, it's all about that final score.
Yeah, moments like these, not exactly the best look for Vegas. I mean, the stun is quite literally just perfect there from Fire, but Fame not able to get a bullet up, and that just sets him up for the old three-piece there and stops him in their tracks. So the momentum that Vegas started to accrue, Fire shuts it down, and Omid Brooklyn again just taking turns. But we are going to turn our attention back to Respawn. Vegas, happy for it.
Very happy for it indeed. Well, the first hard point was so strong. We'll see if they can continue that kind of look into the control mode. Very, very different. A lot more static. But we'll see. Again, slow-mo makes everything look cooler. Which I truly believe as we now roll forward on in the competition. We'll find out how the control goes in a moment. But so far, Chance, happy with what I've seen out of Omid Brooklyn. Again, massive turnaround. Their Search and Destroy gameplay. That's the sort of team they wanted to be, just like ProLuke said in the interview with Barney. Actually, with Ian. It was Ian. Barney was on stage. I've done it now. Unbelievable. They can hear this as well. I'm sorry, boys. I love you dearly. High-rise control coming up next. First time we've seen a high-rise, actually, so far here on the A stream. Excited to see it go down, brother.
Yeah, I think, well, I know we had an S&D for Thieves and Lore on it for the high-rise map. Yeah, certainly on the mainstream and certainly for Control as well. So it's a map where it's about the shooters and it's about the AR players as well. So certainly in the map number 2, Glow Frosty and Spark, guns were hot. So got to be on the lookout for them there on the high-rise as well. Of course, attached in Geo, world champion, a Rookie of the Year contender as well. You know they're going to bring it to the table. We just get to test the metal of Omid once again, who, on a flight like this, so much pressure for the potential end of the year.
A lot of pressure indeed. We'll give our players a moment to relieve some of that pressure, maybe with a bathroom break and maybe a splash of water on their face. We go to a quick commercial break. On the other side of this, high-rise control. Find out who takes the lead in the series.
Ready, set, go.
all squared up going into high-rise control. Both our teams have had a fair crack at one another. One side way, way more dominant than the other in their win, and that, of course, was the hard part. Vegas to walk away with the respawn. Will they walk away with control as well? Miles, chance to get you through this elimination matchup. The first team we will say goodbye to here at the EWC for MW3 is in this very lobby. A man who doesn't want to go home early is, of course, Fame. We caught up with him before the match.
Fame of Las Vegas Legion looking to step right back into the server. Fame, how are you doing? You all right?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. You know, short-term memory about that last match.
Yep.
Just here now, excited to play again, be able to play on main stage, exciting.
What do you think went wrong?
To be honest, we just came out flat. I mean, there were some technical issues, but I mean, the game has had some issues when we were practicing for this event, so it just kind of carried over to the event. Happens, and we just kind of came out flat because of it, and you know, happens.
A jam-packed, you know, first day group stage can be quite tough because it all can happen all very quickly in the blink of an eye. How important is it for you guys to quickly reset and put that in the rearview mirror?
Oh, it's incredibly important. I mean, we're a confident team, and you know, getting a hit to your confidence like that, just losing your first match, if you just you know, get rid of it and just focus on the next match, confidence back, good to go, just guns flying.
You've only been donning this jersey for a couple of weeks now. How are you settling in?
Good. I mean, I'm enjoying the team, having a lot of fun. Love the guys out in Vegas, so yeah, just enjoying my time.
Finally, Omit, the next hurdle to jump over.
Yeah.
Can you handle it, and what do you make of them?
I mean, they're a good team. They, you know, have been fighting in challengers all year. They've been a good challengers team, good placements. So we just got to play our game and, you know, win
Best of luck, and I hope the journey continues for you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Well, he's not wrong. He's got to play his game, and they've certainly played theirs. Now we go ourselves into a control, all squared up 1-1 chance.
And a genuinely interesting series as well. I mean, the tournament brings a lot of unique qualities. I'm being crushed by jet lag. I can't imagine what it's like for the players to be dealing with that type of thing in a moment where their season is on the line. It is last looks going into new season to show off how good of a player you are. For the pro league teams looking to pick up new players, new squads, whatever is going to form in the chaos of the offseason. I mean, this is quite literally everything, potentially careers on the line. So these guys fighting tooth and nail through the tired, through the late night to battle potentially for that trophy in the end, or else their piece gets melted down.
It gets melted down and added to the mighty pile. Well, we'll find out how that goes. In the meantime, we're going to find out how this high-rise control goes, folks. Should be a nail-biter. Both squads playing for a lot more than just prize money. As we now get into this one, Omit Brooklyn, Vegas Legion, map 3.
And what a unique map. It is gigantic, and you can also, as Attach is showing off, you can get shot 2 seconds off spawn no matter where you go. You can jump and mantle on everything in an instant. It is a map of shooters. It is a map of high intensity. Got to make sure the gunny's on point. Nero almost always delivers, but going to get traded out in the moment.
Nice work. A lot of love towards the A side of the map already, and oh my, both zones got a little bit of love there on the attack from Omit Brooklyn. The only side of the map they managed to maintain some presence on is B, and Fame is causing problems. Nice shots, nice trades, as the attack still continues. Oh my word, it is all good for Fame. He's on A.
That's a good route from Fire as well, just to sort of make sure you get him out. He was the last man left alive, and through underground, goes back through blue, just to sort of open that door to get his boys out of the spawn. So there's definitely a dagger setup being set up there by Vegas, but you work out, now you got action on B, 2 players nearby.
He looks good, he works out, and now it's all good. Still trying to maintain presence. No, Geo, Nero find their respective kills. Fire down the B street. He's looking for anything here, but it's attached from that base window. He's still causing issues, chance. 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, and while Geo's going to fall on one end, but as long as Fame is still alive, you have so many players on Omit dealing with them, and they're able to clear him out and get on the zone, but 15 seconds remaining on the clock. You need this push to work.
They're holding on. Single man on the capture right now, and Fire, he's got ants in his pants. He's moving all over the place. Can he stay alive here? Just hold an angle. Trust your teammates. Here comes the 2-man hit. Finds 1 kill. Less than 15 seconds to go. The clock is open again.
And none of his teammates ever got in position. I mean, they're pushing down this B street, but you got Vegas. They're crawling around it.
They're nowhere near the zone. Can anyone get close? No. Geo on the coverage. 3 seconds to go. And Sparty can't get close.
Yeah, he's L-triggered up, not even making the attempt. Not a fun round there for Omit on their first offensive round.
That's a tough one. Not a ideal look. Maybe stuck to some gum on the floor there. He wasn't able to make his way towards the zone. But Vegas happy to take that. That's a defensive round. That only one real attack. We saw a few segments captured there, but again, not enough, really, out of Omit Brooklyn in that opening attacking round. We'll see them defend now and see if they can level things up.
And that's just a moment where you got to feel for Fire. Like, we're watching him on the zone just sort of dancing alone. Nobody ever comes to help him out and stand on the point with him. And when that happens, you expect your teammates to pick up the kills, and simply nobody delivers. But offense on high rise, certainly more difficult. And on the defensive end, Omit, nice start.
Yeah, nice start. The good news, though, on this attack, there's no singular point of failure. Vegas trying to spread themselves evenly across the map. Big trades, okay, on towards A. Are we going to hit B at the same time? Possibly. Glow Frosty, massive damage as Fame continues to capture. Here comes the Omit Brooklyn counterattack. Can they get him off the zone? Fame, still good. Attach with the coverage. The capture continues.
Yeah, Fame's so concerned about Glow Frosty too. Nero's been searching for him around elevators, and Fame just gives up on it. Finally, Nero gets that kill, and Fame showing off some nice shots, ripping heads out the window. And I mean, look at Vegas, stacking not just 1 point, but 2.
They stack both points. The A zone captured. A nice cleanups there, but a little too late. You've got 2 minutes to play here, and you're still on B. Nero finds one segment. Oh, what a win! Attach, a 4 spree. It comes to a close, and you do manage to get at least Nero off the point. But man, it's a lot of work here from Vegas early on.
God, things are just so much better when multiple people stand on that zone, and it really put the pressure on the team on defense instead of giving them all the time in the world. And now Fire feeling the heat as well. You got Attach there for the trades. You got Vegas constantly putting pressure on different sections of the map, and Attach gives you 2. Prolute, though, high IQ play, making sure he's going for the spawners rather than worrying about attaching his spawn. And Attach falls as well. Everyone from Vegas now back in their base.
Right, back in their base. This is a good look here from Omit Brooklyn. Can they find anything going forward? No, Nero and Fame. The bouncers there on the window, the body block. And here comes Fire, looking to catch a few of these players on the transition. Unfortunate timing, and then Attach. What a shot. A minute 20 to go. Vegas, they still have a lot of ground to cover, but it's a good look towards B.
They've at least opened up that 50-yard line. Prolute gets one, but traded out. Sparty gets one. Can he find the trades, or is Glow Frosty gonna pounce aggressive right now on the defensive end? And keep in mind, I mean, 13 lives, make it 12 now for Omit remaining. Could win this round one of 2 ways. Vegas, though, are gonna have to stop that clock.
It's been a costly attack here from Vegas. You're up by 1, up by 2. Nice snap, not enough. They're on a Fire. You just about get on the zone for a second. Attach there. Leaves a little gift for anyone willing to dive on towards that zone. Looking now for the cut-off kills. Can he find any? Looking towards his first. Sneaky Attach, not so sneaky. And the defense holds, 8v8.
Yeah, great positioning there by Spartan. 8v8 again. Lives it could come down to. Vegas are going to have to stop the clock for at least a little chunk of time, but Prolute wins a very big gunfight down low, and Attach, well, he spread the map, trying to get a power position. 22 seconds. That time is ticking.
Ticking away. Attach. Okay, big win. There's no zone to capture over by Ace. He has to make a lot work here. Beautiful shots on a Glow Frosty. Pushes him back. Teamwork, though, makes the dream work. And Prolute, what a 2-piece. Last set of lives now for Vegas. Can anyone get close to the zone? It's number 5. It's Fame making a last-ditch attempt. And that might be... No, that's that.
Hey, I appreciate Fame at least going for the zone, though, with 0.3 on the clock. You love to see the plays of the effort rolling through, but Prolute has been the menace on the map. 15 kills leading the lobby. And on offense and defense, he has absolutely been shooting, but both him and Spart giving you 9 there on the defensive end.
That's huge. Again, that was a close one. You see the Prolute there on screen just giving his teammates a lot of words going into this one. I mean, I couldn't tell you what he said, folks, but to the effect of, we're not out of this yet. It's 1-1. Lovely even spread of damage across the board there from everyone from Omit. They're certainly looking like much more of a cohesive team in this respawn mode. Let's see if they can keep it going.
Yeah, stand out for the moment as well. We talked about Geo. I mean, an AR map where you expect a player like him to thrive. 6-13 for the moment. I mean, he got punished on the offensive end, but looking for a strong response now on defense.
There's the call. No response just yet from Omit.
You're right next to that zone. Just right on it.
Wait for it. Oh,
okay.
Geo. Massive win. Defensively still good. Glow Frosty looking for something here. Can Omit find the kill? Yeah, they can. Quick contest, and things are getting crazy. Let's go for an Omit Brooklyn listen in.
Where's this guy? I got the guy. One guy's running down the...
Yeah, there is me.
One shot. BC, on B, by the way.
I not need him propane.
BC. Underground him. They're underground weak. Hit him twice. Alright, twice.
One guy's top propane.
Speak as fuck. Our side underground.
He's our side B street attached. One shot, dude. Other guy's on B point.
No, they know my right. Yeah, one top. Yo, our left window. Mid hopped in. Hopped in. One does our bottom mid. Look for Nero. Last one bottom mid door. Bottom mid doors on you. I'm coming in with you. We should go windows.
Final few moments here of the round. Oh, but Omit Brooklyn finally make a big hit on towards B. They stop the clock, and now we're looking at a two-man stack. Nero brought down. The play continues.
Three-man wipe, and they got a man on either zone, so it's not a stack, but you definitely have options. Vegas forced to respond to the two front wall.
At this point, at least, it's not a single point of failure. Glow, Frosty down, so now the table's starting to shake. The damage dealt, what a nade from downtown. Nero cleans house, final 10. That is the round, there's no way. What a counterattack there from Vegas. Everything safe and sound, a single segment captured on B, but not enough. Map point, Vegas.
Utterly suffocating on the defensive end as well. I mean, Omid struggling just to touch the zone, let alone able to make any sort of progress. And I'm just looking at the objective kills that they have. I mean, a nice even spread there from Omid, but yeah, really just getting suffocated, and now a very problematic situation because they're going to be guaranteed defense, or offense, excuse me, for the round 5.
I mean, at the very least, they managed to get a couple of attacks towards the different zones. I mean, both A and B got some love, but it's this thing, they just don't seem to enjoy the stack play. Not enough mans on the point, not just to get the capture done, but also to make it difficult to get you off of it. Omid Brooklyn, your last chances here on high-rise control. And Proloot here on the defensive moves towards that top heli side, and he's definitely seen something, trying to help out across every part of the map. Can he get anything done?
I mean, he just got, I think every single player for Vegas just got called out, and he did not know which one to go for, and Vegas able to pick up the first couple kills. Spark, though, able to dip and dive and duck down low, and maybe a bit of a distraction. Well, no, Nero's got it under lock and key, and again, Vegas, a much better job around the objective. Again, stacking it. 2 ticks of progress already through.
That's teamwork. 2 stacks down, 1 to go. Geo and Nero working together very, very well. Proloot now up top. Can he find one? He cannot. Lovely trades. And again, even though a man dies on the point, the man next to him picks up that slack. Can we find an erg? Nero wins it, wins the zone.
Hey, look at it. It's a nice, easy setup. You get him on the zone, you force the action to come to you. You don't have to deal with the mixiness. You don't have to take the 50-50 gunfight. So Vegas, pro team, looking good.
Looking great. Another segment gone A on attach, holding it together. Gonna get another. He does!
Oh,
my word!
Go.
Trophies down, you name it. This might be the map. Second segment long gone. The quick reposition. Sparty now shuts the second segment down. Last chance. Omit Brooklyn, send it, contest it, and save the day for now.
Still, though, the pressure's still going to be here. Geo trying to give you something extra. Proloot, though, gives you 2 in the trade. Not yet in. Well, there's Nero striking, but look at that helicopter fire. Trying to hold it down. Does not last. Vegas instantaneous out of their spawn. They keep this pressure on.
It's a 2-man stack. This could be game right here, right now. They haven't accounted for this. Oh, that's the coverage. Last man alive, Glow Frosty eaten alive, and that is it. Vegas. Right back at it in the respawns. They managed to walk away with that one, 3-1.
Yeah, and Vegas maybe not exactly excited about a map 5 potential if they lose this next respawn, but the great news is the respawns have not been close. A well-orchestrated team, I mean, utterly dominant on the Karachi hardpoint. Frankly, Nero looks bored there on the main stage with that performance on high rise. A clean effort through and through, and I mean, attach on the map. Frankly, playing for kills, and it's because he was getting them 19 and 13, dealing out so much damage and death as well. Vegas, nice and clean.
It's just that little difference when it comes to coordination. There's 2 players doing nearly everything together at all times. Whether it's capturing the zone, just watching each other on pushes. The teamwork was just too much there for Vegas to stay alive. Omid Brooklyn
did not have the same synergy.
It's one of those moments. We have watched every single pro match this entire year, so we have those moments where we're watching players not even go after the point when the round is coming of it. That's a bad sign. When you get 3-man wipes and fires on the zone, desperately calling out for help, and he doesn't get any, no kills coming through, no one wants to stack with him. Moments like that show off just the tale of two different teams, but Attach, you just saw 15 kills on the attacking round, and Nero had 14 on the attacking round. So more difficult there on high rise. Those two lit a fire.
Fire indeed. Well, this is the highlights, folks. And a dangerous position to be in right now for Omid Brooklyn. Potentially their last map here at the Esports World Cup. They've got themselves in a very, very dangerous position. Another respawn is on its way, another hard point. And Vegas Legion, after the performance on the first map, I mean, they have got to be salivating at the prospect of another hard point.
Absolutely, because again, 250 to 70 points, first 100-point club we have seen thus far this weekend. To my knowledge, I might have missed some Bravo matches while we've been casting, so don't hold me to it, or at least check me on that. But either way, Vegas, when these guys hit their flow state, an incredibly dangerous team. Still a big question mark of exactly how effective the Fame roster change is going to be for the squad, but at least what we've seen from them thus far in this series, he's been nice.
It's not been bad at all. I mean, of course, against their first match, Boston took them to task. It was 252-04, and the high rise was a 6-2 S&D, invasion control, an absolute blowout, 3-0. Now a Vista hard point. We will see how Omid Brooklyn take this one, because again, a very, very different style of hardpoint map to Karachi. Very, very fast-paced. Expect a lot more submachine gun play, which could absolutely play into the advantage there of Omid.
And one good thing about Omid's game we actually saw on Karachi, they did show a distinct willingness to rotate, occasionally chalking up entire hills to worry about that rotation, but obviously on a map like Vista, I mean, you got the P3, P4 right next to each other. You rotate early, get those back spawns, you're good for 2 hills, 120 seconds potentially on the horizon. So Omid, lethal threat, the key rotations to pay attention to in those moments. Of course, on the flip side, I know Nero, I mean, he has been a monster in hardpoint. His stats have been bonkers this year. Might not have got the breaking point hardpoint player in the year, but as far as non-top 4 teams go, Nero, to me, at the top of the list.
Top of the list indeed. He is an explosive player. Very, very exciting to watch when he's on form. And this could be the map to get it done. And what a dagger this could be. Vegas is starting to feel good, right? It's starting to feel like this is our time to keep moving forward. For Omid Brooklyn, you have come so far, figuratively and literally. You do not want to go home just yet. Try to force that search and destroy. This is it. The final chance for them here in the tournament. Vista is on its way.
We want to tip Nero for the hardpoint gameplay, but of course, when you have Dylan Attach on the roster, always gets his piece of the pie.
Doesn't actually always get his piece of the pie. But
well, he didn't at chance, but this is the event. It's quite literally, it's the pie event.
It's the look at that pie dish. No, it's a lovely trophy, folks, but will it be the pie that Attach gets? We'll find out. Vista hardpoint, map 4, match point for Vegas Legion. Let's get it.
This to me is insane. I want to know how they do this. It looks so good.
It's magic. Chance. Here in Riyadh, magic and science are the same thing.
Yeah.
That's a quote from Thor, that's not true. But either way, it's lovely looking. Into the hardpoint we go for Vegas Legion, and opening time, lovely. Opening shots, even better from Fire. And now you have a bit of a flip.
And you see what Attach is doing, right? Sending in Geo for the kill in effect, and trying to dish out a little bit of damage, but both those AR players fall, and Glow Frosty inside the point. I know he had a little bit of help, but a big multi-kill as well, keeping those Vegas players at bay.
He's had quite a few bigs, 3 feeds like that in the competition already, so can we keep it going for Omid Brooklyn the Archers? Absolutely. Here comes the next attack from Vegas. First man in. Baits out the attack, and nice shots there from Gio. Up close there. Point blank with the MCW. Trades done. Vegas on top.
That's a wild-looking gunfight and a very nice retake. Granted, only for about 8 seconds, but you get the power positions. You get the high ground for the rotation as well. Pro loot full sending just into death, and now Spart hanging back, trying to play for those kills.
That 3 down might not look crazy because, of course, there's only 7 seconds left, but it gives you the perfect run towards P2. Now you just have to survive this next attack there from Omid Brooklyn, and you do. Sparty
Goes in, quick contest, a lot of mans here. Trades complete again. Vegas winning again.
Yeah, two sort of unfortunate team kills rolling through on the past two hills that Vegas looking to take full advantage of. And nice little gunfight win there from Gio, and Fame has found himself in the absolute power position, roaming. Should be easy kills to get, and finally there for the cleanup. Maybe 3 more bursts within the Renetti, but Fire with the Rival 9 shuts him down, and a lot of white time on this P2. Vegas have looked better, but all is well that ends well. We talked about the key rotations, and for the moment, Omit absolutely have it.
Yeah, and again, for the folks at home who don't know what that means, white time is when no one's in the hard point, it still ticks down. So essentially wasted opportunities to pick up a score, which can go, to and against the team, but we'll find out what happens here over towards the bar. Top left-hand side of the minimap, the third hard point here on Vista, and Fire can't keep the run going. His teammates, though, do keep the time going.
Yeah, good bait and switch, shuts down that cruise missile opportunity, and cruise missile lethal on this map as well. Nero, though, spin to win, but Fire continues the hot hand. Can't quite get the second, but at least you get the trades. You have maintained those back spawns, and you have maintained your lead. Omit Brooklyn, so much better here on Vista in the hard point.
So much better. It is night and day. 25 to go here on P3, and again, you called it, mate. If you get this side of the map and maintain control, that's not what happened. So now left-hand side of the minimap is where Vegas will spawn. The left-hand side of the minimap is where the new hardpoint is.
Yeah, unlucky, but just a bit of a small overcommitment there from Omid that could have long-term implications. Keep in mind, as soon as they sort of lost this sauce and lost control of the Karachi, well, Vegas never looked back. That is the moment for Vegas to get control of the game, get the spawns, and let Nero roam and fry.
Oh, he's trying. Gets away with nothing there. An opportunity for Fame to pick up 2. Oh, he gets eager, but he manages to find at least the first. Lovely moves. What a shot from Fame. 2 in the feed there. Last man down. All dead for Omit.
And that's what happens when you give that old pro team the advantage. When you give them the spawns and control the game, it's a 4-man wipe and potential devastation.
Potential devastation. Well, you've talked about a pro team. Let's go for some big old listening with Vegas Legion, and here's some pro comms.
Don't challenge.
Dead.
Please be on my big stairs.
Big stairs and shit?
Yep.
Yo, yeah, big steps and then
make sure you rotate.
Yeah, I got time. That's good shit. I'm going on to mid.
I'm big step. Oh, shot me.
I think I'm mid.
Yeah, nice. Good shit.
One's mid on me.
This whole time. Make sure.
I'm glad you sent me.
One's low art.
Yeah, low art.
He's went back. No, he's in low right corner.
Dead.
Nice.
I'm gonna help you cap. Yeah, just play kills cap. Play kills cap.
Try to go cap with you.
He was back. I needed. Got one.
I saw TT again.
Yeah. I'm one shot.
Yeah, we can fight timer.
Sliding out.
Let's get time.
Not deep.
He's low cubby.
Low dead.
Get on top. I should have flipped this. No, we didn't flip yet.
I needed top P3. Be careful.
They got mid spawns. They got splits. One's going back ticket.
Yeah, one guy in office already. Threw a nade.
I got one.
Threw a nade from office.
Yep.
I'm in your cap.
Look at above. Look at your barrels above.
Got you.
Oh, he's
one shot. They're ticking.
Nice, good shit.
He's not even gonna chow. He's gonna slow play.
Got you. I'm trying to live. TT dropped. Front time.
Nice, good shit.
There should be T.
I'm thinking about tap, yeah. Low red.
Low.
I'm gonna get T. That's nice.
I sent AT.
That T.
Nice, good shit.
They come back ticket. Yeah, middle.
No, not yet.
Okay.
Actually, I have it.
Now you do? Okay.
Stunnated a trophy, but all good.
Well, at Vegas there, not only great comms, but great gameplay, taking the lead and now with a decent advantage.
Yeah, you appreciate the back and forth, right? They're calling out where the spawn's rolling through. Gio gets the information, realizes that they had it slightly incorrect and goes for the correction, so staying heads up on it. But now, arguably the most important rotation on the map, not towards the P3 but the P4, but getting to the P1 first to set yourselves apart and fire the first man to strike.
Fire the first man to strike, but man, just looking at the stats once again, Gio, the 20 and 10. He's had a lovely look so far. Fame just managing to get under the defenses there of Glowfrosty. Attach gets his. Still, Vegas on the rotation, winning gunfights all over the place, maintaining the lead.
Yeah, Fame heads up though. He's ready for that second gunfight, but the read is one thing, the win is another, and Spark able to dish out death in that moment. And 30 seconds on this time is way too much for Vegas to give up, They gotta go for the hit.
Yeah, this isn't like the Karachi. You can't be giving up all this time on Vista. So many comebacks, nice shots out of Sparty. Oh my word, it's basically a stag glitch, but he gets a couple. 3 now in the feed for him. 122 and climbing as Vegas, despite the deficit, are still controlling the card point.
Yeah, Spark just kind of out of the play in that moment, right? I mean, Vegas are squaring up for the hit. He's just the last man to get involved. And by the time he gets near the hill, 2 players for Vegas already inside of it. So a little bit behind in this moment, just like you have number 3 in the minimap, Nero, behind you. So he's turning heads, he's winning gunfights, and he gives you the 2-piece, a moment of unawareness there from Omit, and they get punished.
And it's another, again, just like the first set. Vegas managed to take P1 and P2 effortlessly, and now they're reaping the rewards, and it's even larger, this lead, now than it was going the first time. Still holding on to this. No one there from Omit just yet. Through the middle of the map, we now fly. Prolute gets his. Geo getting involved as well. Now, trades are there, but it's a man advantage on the zone. Hard point firmly in the hands of Vegas after the push.
Yeah, just a good hold thus far, but still a little bit of white time, and 2 and make it 3 in the feed. Now it's Fame by his lonesome. You expect him to get overwhelmed and spark the man to take him off the hill. Final 12 seconds though, Vegas might as well fight for it. You do not have that rotation, and this is sort of that moment of the game. Omit won the rotation in P3 the first go around, and their biggest mistake is they ended up just losing those spawns. And look at what Vegas is doing on the minimap. They're making sure they guarantee it. 3 players throwing through towards Piano. They're going to get those spawns. It's a guarantee.
Omit on the high road. Vegas take the low road. Can they find the kills in the middle, though? Oh, big one there from Fire. Actually, a trade. Nero goes down as well. And in all that, Attach flies forward. Hard point, Vegas.
Yeah, this is going to be it. Their year coming to a close. Vegas taking them to task in the respawns, and they're doing the little things right. That is the big pro difference, and right now Fire forced just to make an absurd play to try to break this hill, and him and Prolute, they're in well coordinated in the play you need Fire to make. He absolutely gives you. Man has 25 right now on the main stage.
Trying to stay alive, fighting as hard as he possibly can. Sparty, 2 in the feed, final 15 seconds. Something you absolutely want, yet you gotta go back for it, mate. You really need that time. You also need the rotation, and that's where Vegas is. They're in the new hard point, and they're ready for action.
And you can just see Omit, those little moments of just being discordant, right? A little bit tough to orchestrate, and now they don't have enough bodies to even go for the break, so discordant in the push as well. 50-point gap, it is only gonna get worse.
Here it goes. The Glow Frosty in and out, finds at least 1 hit. Good job making the backline safe. Unfortunate team kill forward on the point we now go. Prolute trying to get it done alone. 40 seconds left on this point. You sorely want this. The 200-point mark will soon be crossed as Vegas, the finish line is well in sight.
Yeah, that team kill is so unlucky, and Vegas taking full advantage of it. Geo does get traded out, and you've at least found your way inside the hill, but question is for how long. The kill feed, orange, left side dominated, 20 seconds secured, and that rotation, you're still applying pace.
Still fighting for it. Again, looking towards a new hard point. Omit Brooklyn, it is starting to get deadly here. There's no going back. The die has been cast. Geo can't get any more out of it. 220 and climbing, and Nero now starts to fatten up the kill spree.
Yeah, they're just going for a nice little victory lap. Of course, no cruise missiles to break down this hill. Got to do it with the gunny, but Attach kicking things off right. Those orange arrows are surrounding this time.
Surrounding the time. Trade's now done. Fame and the boys of Vegas so far come out on top. Fame finds his second. Now they're in the point. The final few moments here of the map. We could be coming to a close.
It's about to be a long flight home. It is too big of a lead, too little, too late. Vegas on fire.
Absolutely cooking. 10 seconds to go now. Omit, the last chance for them to stay alive. Nades, stuns, everything, throw it. This is it. Their EWC moment on the line. Can they get in there and stop it? The answer, no. Vegas. Simply too much to handle. They stay alive here in Group A. And it is the end of the line for Omit Brooklyn, our first team to be eliminated here at the Esports World Cup.
And fist bumps out and about. Respect always, especially from Attach, but Vegas truly just taking care of business. Omit had a nice bounce back we saw on the 6-star compared to earlier today. The S&D looked clean, but the respawn Vegas simply built different, absolute shooters, and sort of talk about the tale of a couple different players, right? Attach and Nero, especially on offense on high rise, absolutely popping off. Because Geo maybe had a bit of a slow performance, but they got the dub, didn't need him to. And then what did he do on the Vista? Absolutely fries. So Vegas players taking turns, a lot of love to go around, but their tournament run stays alive.
That pie is on the shelf cooling, waiting
for Attach if he can get close enough to it. 3-1 the final score. Omid Brooklyn, we thank you for coming. We hope you enjoyed yourself, but that is your time in the tournament done. At the very least, they went out swinging. We will say a fond farewell to them. We'll see them all on Black Ops 6. For Vegas now, an opportunity to keep going. We'll see how many more lives these cats have got.
Yeah, Fame balling out as well. So not just Gio with the 33 kills and 14 assists and 5,700 damage and most kill time. So yeah, Gio MVP, clear cut on that map of Fame. Right there with them neck and neck. So clean and efficient work. But for Vegas, with the style we have in this tournament, they either are gonna have to get their revenge against the Ravens to make it into the top 8 in that playoff bracket, or they're gonna have to take down the world champ. So a very tough task ahead, but I know Vegas is gonna be hungry for that revenge.
Yeah, however this goes, Vegas have got a long way before they can happily sit in the playoffs. Well, there we have it, folks. That's the end of our series. A 3-1 victory for Vegas Legion Omid. Aside from the 6-star, it was a tough look for them. That first map felt like the death knell there in the tournament, and it may well have been. Fame, certainly happy to be walking away with a victory there. We heard him in the interview with Ian Chambers. Play their game, do the very best they've got.
Yeah, suffered just a little bit. We talked about it in the review, the confidence taking that hit. They got the series, they got that confidence right back.
There we go. Folks, now the match is done. It's right down to the stage.
Welcome back to the main stage. Attach, you can breathe a sigh of relief. Congratulations on the win. Now, you're the vet on the team, so you've got to keep everyone's mental in check as well. Did you play the game that you intended to?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, S&D was definitely like, it's been our weak suit for the whole season, and we kind of played it bad, but in the respawns, I think we just like outclassed them. We just went out there with full confidence and got the job done.
I mean, we all know that Omid are pretty strong on S&D as well, so that was always going to be tough. But you know we haven't done too much on this stage? We haven't spoken about this stage, this experience. What's it been like competing here at the Boulevard on this like in this arena?
Man, this area is amazing. This stage is one of the craziest, if not the craziest I've ever seen. The way we're getting treated out here is amazing, amazing. I cannot say enough good things. This whole like neighborhood, I guess like I don't know what it's called, but like, there's a whole neighborhood out here, and there's so many just shops and everything. It's so many people here too. Like, it's amazing. I'm loving it.
Yeah, it's the Boulevard, and it is absolutely incredible. Now, this is the fun bit. You get to be the first team, the first player on the main stage to accept and claim your opponent's key. So Prolu, can I get you to come over here, please, my friends? You're gonna hand over the key to Attach to be crushed. Shake hands if you want to. Nice. Good sportsmanship, that's what we like to see. Now you got that key, how does that feel? Having your opponent's key, you're gonna crush it in a minute.
It feels crazy. Like when you told me that I had to do this, I was like, wait, I really have to do this? I thought you were joking for a second. Kind of savage, but I mean, it's definitely something different in esports, and it makes it fun.
It's going to be fun, I promise you that, and everyone at home, you're going to see him do it. But for now, Attach, thank you so much for joining me in this pretty much post-match interview, in fact. We're going to send it back to the studio to continue day one.
Chat, how good is that Barney Banks? The man is crushing it out there. Love having him on board with us here for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. But on the stage, you can see the return of Alleycat, who is now 5 for 5 in predictions. You saw Vegas walking away with this one. Play called Omid Brooklyn. One of you is right. Let's start with the right one.
I mean, Vegas Legion throughout the entirety of the year have been a very slay-heavy team. And what we saw from Omid Brooklyn earlier versus Optic Gaming is they were very lackluster in that category. And if you gave Vegas Legion an inch, they will, in fact, take a mile.
Big work done throughout this series, starting with a 250 to 79 hard point. Fame dropping ridiculous numbers with over 2 minutes and 17 seconds in the hill. He also went like 22 and 9.
The respawns were kind of a blowout. It's great to see Fame play this well. I actually think of Fame as a very good player. Yeah. I judge players off of intelligence, and he's a highly intelligent player. So it's good to see him, you know, filling in for this Legion squad and actually performing up there on the stage.
Clay, you did have high hopes though for Omid Brooklyn and the Challengers teams. They win 2 maps before heading back on a plane home. Yeah. They do earn the $20,000. But you know they're disappointed with this result.
Yeah, I mean, you're flying 15 hours across the world to win 2 maps. I mean, I guess you get the 20 grand in your pocket, so it's not too bad, but I would be upset if I was them.
And then you gotta hand your key to your opponent afterwards, about to get on that flight home. That is diabolical work out of EWC, but we love it here over in the COD scene. And for Omid, unfortunately, you can't just take a bunch of talented players, put them on a roster, and expect them to perform at the highest level with such little time to build that chemistry and work together. And I feel like that kind of got exposed in some of these series today. But on the flip side, Vegas Legion, the addition of Fame, it looks like they've gotten better. They already had two very big brain players in the side of Duo and Attach. Adding a player like Fame, he's always going to make the right play. They could be an underdog for the rest of the weekend.
Who shined for this Vegas Legion squad? I was looking for Old Man Attach to drop the numbers. Fame came out of the gates. Attach shows up in Game 3. But Clay, if you were looking to build a team maybe going into 2025, who do you think is the player to watch?
I mean, there's a lot of players on this team that could be in the CDL on another team next year. I mean, Attach played phenomenally in that control. Fame consistent throughout, playing that OBJ work like we talked about in the pre-show. And honestly, I definitely think all four of these players deserve their spot in the league.
Love that call out. Gio and Nero holding their own as well. Allie, the only win here for Omit Brooklyn was, of course, Hardpoint against Optic Gaming in their first match. Now they steal a Search and Destroy. What can they do to clean up the respawns?
I mean, talk about a big bounce back. They played that exact same match versus Optic Gaming. I got smoked on it earlier in the day. So during pre-match, we talked about these players being very good at search and destroys. And so we kind of expected that result is maybe they were able to take that map number 2, but the respawns, not going to be their favorite moving forward.
Sorry, Clay, she threw a card at you. I wanted to throw a card at you. In the meantime, let's take a look at our Bravia MVP for this series. The key crushing begins with performances like this. Fame getting the job done.
And again, he's the new addition on this roster, right? And he's one of those players that is always going to make the right play. And Fame also had a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He wasn't on the very successful roster during the Pro League, and now he gets another chance on the Vegas Legion. And a roster that wasn't really struggling, was an underdog entirety of the season, and he proved his worth today.
18-5 to open up that hard point.
Yeah, you're feeling pretty good when you start off a map like that. I know how it feels when you start off literally quad positive or something. You feel like they can't gun you. You know you have the respawns on lock the rest of the series. Well, maybe not this year, but in the past, I've definitely known what it felt like.
Allie, when you were in the womb, he was winning world championships.
That's true.
Let me tell you
This
about
is
this
true.
man. I've watched him dominate for decades. Here, though, we saw a great opportunity for Omit Brooklyn. You look at the scoreboard here, 130 to 100. It was Glow Frosty trying to go on a bit of a flank. Fame snuffs that out. That was the big game-changing moment I saw on that P1. And then afterwards, he just continues to lay down the damage alongside his teammates. As the game went on, they further and further grew that lead.
Absolutely, Chris, you're totally right. Like, on one angle, they couldn't hang with the slaying of Vegas Legion, but on the other side of things, too, they didn't really seem like they were on the same page when it came to these respawns. I don't think they really understood their roles. Again, just kind of exposing the situation that they didn't have a lot of time to work together as a team and put their best foot forward today.
All right, the audience hasn't been great at the polls so far. Let's just be honest. They got Optic right. They totally botched the Falcons pick. This time around, Clay, 69% of the crew going the right direction.
Hey, I guess that's a tip to you. You know, you picked it with the fans, Chris. You got the dub in the prediction. I've been wrong maybe every single prediction, so I'm going to just start going against what I think.
No, I think
this
you got
at champs
Optic,
too.
baby.
You know, you went perfect one day, and then you miss a few, letting us catch up. Clay making us look good.
Yep.
And Vegas making themselves look much better than the team we saw on the B stage playing against Carolina Royal Ravens.
Can I really just give kind of like a tip of the hat to Gio? I feel like he was a player during the Pro League season when he got added to the Vegas Legion squad. There wasn't a lot of hype. He was considered a rookie, wasn't really in the ROTY conversation, and he has been the most consistent player on this roster all year long. He's got to be talked about more.
I love that call. Gio doing work, and so will his teammates. They are going to be powering through to the next round where it's still an elimination match. The question is, who is going to drop down to play against them? Let's take a look here at our Group A bracket. Optic Gaming took care of Omit Brooklyn in the opening round. Meanwhile, it was Carolina handing Legion a 3-0. Those two teams will play each other tomorrow. The loser drops down to play Legion. You thinking this is Carolina with a rematch?
Optic looked a little shaky against Omit, and after what we just saw out of them, how did Omit win a Rio hardpoint versus Optic?
Yeah.
Carolina might see blood in the water and might be going for Optic's neck.
And can Vegas repeat what they did in this series in the hardpoints on maps like Vista and, of course, Karachi?
I think so. I think Vegas finally found their footing. They got to play, you know, maybe a team that is below the Pro League and really get their feet under them and keep their tournament going. So they're going to be a little better tomorrow, I think.
The great news for Vegas Darius, you just doubled up your prize money. Let's take a look at this ridiculous $1.8 million prize pool just by getting here, by earning your spot at EWC. You banked $20,000, but by winning, or at least one matchup in your group, securing third or better, $40K, Alley Cat.
I mean, that's a lot of cash. You just keep doubling up with almost every single win, and we still have another match to go.
Lots of games to go as we are saying goodbye to a number of teams. We'll find out who's on top right now. Gentlemates, Bance's crew was taking on Accuracy in G2. We'll get an update on that. And of course, we still have a big one on the stage. Falcons get a second time in front of a home crowd. I was tuning into EAFC. Those guys are going nuts here in Riyadh. I can't wait for another matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons has another match tonight, which kind of stinks that they don't get to go home and kind of recuperate and regain. They're playing again tonight, which is really rough for a team like Falcons. I genuinely believe that they have a tough road ahead of them, but they are playing Lore, another amateur team. There's a chance here for them to, you know, make some noise.
When we come back, it's Alec, a.k.a. the world champion. Arcitys taking on the Falcons. It is going to be a battle you don't want to miss live from EWC. We'll be right back.
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup with Arcitys of Lore Gaming. Dude, good to see you. It's been a minute.
Glad to be back, man.
Well, that's it, man. We'll start with that one. It's good to be back. We've missed you. You've been in challenges for a while now, but back here with an opportunity to play at the pro level. What does this mean to you?
Personally, me, I felt like the last 2 years, I felt like I was going hard. Then getting dropped really put, like, it changed my perspective about everything. Like, I put a lot more different timing into Call of Duty compared to like being pro level. Like I just kept playing the game to play the game, which I stopped doing. I don't think it was the best thing for me. I started doing like outside stuff more, started just like getting on and just shooting my gun, like if that makes sense, instead of just worrying about all the little things about like coaches should be worrying about. Like, and that's honestly my biggest problem is like I overthink about everything about Call of Duty, like, oh, this rotation, when it's like, it's not my job. Like, my job is to go out there, do my job, do my 25%, and let my 3 teammates do their 25%.
It's got real good, real fast. Thanks, Zach. You're the man. Let's talk about pressure then. I mean, as you said, lots changed. You've been through a lot. Are you feeling a lot of pressure coming in this week?
No, I'm feeling no pressure at all. Like, compared to the phase to going to LAG, that was pressure. Making the right decision on where I went, and to be honest, it wasn't really up to me at that point, but like now I have everything in my hands. Like I control my destiny, I control my future, and I'm very happy to be playing Call of Duty.
Right on. First time in Saudi Arabia, I would imagine.
Nah, I've been here a few times.
How's the experience been so far? Have you been here long?
It's been amazing. I've been here for like 5 hours. No, it's been like 10, 12, but like the flight wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be. It's just everything was super simple, easy, and like shout out to EWC, like they made everything so simple for us.
You've got groups into bracket play. You guys make it out of groups. Who do you want to play in bracket? Who's the squad you want to go up against the most?
My answer: Optic, FaZe, Toronto, New York. The top 4 teams. I want to come back and put up a little better fight than I did with when I was on Surge.
Yeah, it's been quite a journey, man. I mean, what a run. Are you excited to sort of see how Challengers players and how these teams that we've talked about for so long on the Challenger scene go up against the pros? Is there anything that you could add to that conversation?
No, because in my head I'm a pro, bro. Like I don't see any of my teammates as Challenger players. They've all been in the pro league the last year, 2 years. So I joined a team I joined this team because like in the back of my mind I said if I'm going to Challengers, I want a team that I know is going to give it their all every day in scrims, and we could just bring that into the match or into what we're going to be playing, like champs or like this event. Like these 3 are the perfect teams just because like in the pro league, it wasn't like the skill level is not the issue. Like it's just like it's 4 people being on the same page, and like these guys have a foundation. Tyler shout out Felony, he helped me a lot picking this team. He actually told me like you got to go. So it's like I gotta trust him. He's been the big bro since the United, like, yeah, and it worked out.
What would it mean to you to win this tournament?
Yeah, if I win this tournament, I might be butt naked.
Yes.
No, but I'm just gonna give it my all. If I win this tournament, it would mean the world. Just like I think it'd be bigger than champs because like how this year's been, how I went down.
and the way I went out, the way everything happened this year with the roster changes, everything, that would mean the world to me.
Thank you very much, Alec. Thank you so much, man. That was dope.
That was the two-time world champion Arcity sitting down with Miles Ross. He'll be on the stage in just a moment, but first, we got to recap the first Key Crush of 2024 for Call of Duty. Clay, you're seeing this for the first time. How you feeling about seeing the enemy team crushed?
I love it. That is so cool. We need that in every Call of Duty event forever. Not only do you beat them, but then you're like, I'm crushing your key. It's extra on top.
By the way, if you win the whole trophy, you get to take 3 of those broken keys and put them into your trophy to remember it forever. Let's update you, though, on what happened in Group B. You can see it was the first Game 5 here in Riyadh at EWC. Gentlemates, that's right, Bansa crew showing their strength and search and destroy, sending Accuracy, Lins, and the rest of G2 Esports packing as they exit with 20K.
And this is the first non-pro league team to win a match here at the Esports World Cup. I love that they showed up in a Game 5. They didn't go out not swinging, you know? And G2, I mean, that might be one of those players' last match we ever see play Call of Duty professionally.
Unfortunate news for G2 fans. The Minnesota boys unable to find any momentum here in Riyadh. But Ali, we do have some fun matches coming up our way. And Lore Gaming are the NA champs if you look at the challenger scene. Amongst all the AMs, they're considered the best, at least most recently. But now you're taking on a squad that showed some strength, especially from XNIT and the Team Falcons.
There's just so much pressure on both these teams' shoulders, not only to be sent home, but also a lot of former professional players on Team Lore, like we just saw Miles and Arcee's having conversation. 2-time world champ. He wants another opportunity back into the league. On the flip side, Falcons, they want to show up for their home crowd. They are basically the favorites here when it comes to this crowd. They have to put on a show.
They are the pride of the Middle Eastern COD scene, and they're looking to show their potential against NA's best challenger squad. Let's take a look at these teams and kind of highlight what we expect to see. First of all, in these best of fives, where are the players most comfortable? Where are you seeing the most practice being paid off in game?
It's respawn. Players practice respawn the most out of any other game mode. That's usually what we're scrimming each and every single day. You might get one S&D rep a week, but for the most part, you're playing a lot of respawn. So that's where I expect both these teams to be the most practiced.
Maybe I kind of want to take another angle on that. They are the most practiced when it comes to respawn, but Search and Destroy does win championships. You know this better than anybody else. And on one side for Lore Gaming, they have one of the S&D gods himself in Arcee's. When he was on Seattle Surge during the Pro League at the beginning of the season, he was single-handedly backpacking the team in Search and Destroy wins, going double digits almost every single map number 2. So that's going to be my player to watch when it comes to that game mode.
Let's start with the squad from North America. That is Lore Gaming. They've already banked some cash, looking to double up with a win here. If they do it, we of course are looking at Arcee's, but tell me about Yuli, Paul X, and 2Real.
Yeah, I've teamed with a couple of these players on the Lore Gaming team, and Arcee's and 2Real. 2Real is a really intelligent, objective-minded player. He's really focused on using his SMG, playing these creddy corners, and then you have Paul X and Yuli. They're bringing the slaying power, they're bringing the firepower, and their guns are ready to go.
We've seen Paul X at the top. Now he's back in Challengers, playing for serious money in Riyadh, and we caught up with him backstage.
I'm here with Paul X from Lore Gaming. Of course, you guys have already played, defeated by 100 Thieves. We now move forward into Falcons. We'll get to that in a moment. Firstly, Paul, you all right? How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. It's been a great experience here in Saudi. They're treating us very well, and I'm just excited to be here.
We've got, of course, some top Pro League teams, and then we've got some Challengers teams. You are the top of the bill when it comes to Challengers. Do you think that that gives you a bit of pressure to perform here at the Esports World Cup?
Oh, definitely. I was a former pro before this, and so was my entire team. So we just wanted, I think it's just like more pressure to show that we still belong in the league and we could compete with the best of the best. So yeah, there's a good amount of pressure on us for sure.
Standard tie. What went wrong against 100 Thieves?
Honestly, I feel like our preparation these last few days has been kind of hard to get practice and be warm. So I feel like we came out a little slow, and I feel like going from here on out, we should be fine.
Do you feel warmed up now?
Oh yeah, way better.
Yeah.
Way better.
Falcons, it's a tough one for you because obviously this is their home turf.
Yeah.
And it's going to be you that could potentially deliver that final dagger. Yeah. That's a big responsibility.
Very.
But it's not something you're going to take lightly. You know that ultimately it's either you or them, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's, yeah, exactly. It's you or them, it's us or them. And we came here to win, so whoever stands in our way, we're here to win, so.
All right, what's your prediction for this one?
3-1.
3-1.
I think we're gonna, now that we're warm and warmed up and ready to go, I think we're gonna be able to close this out pretty easy.
Warmed up and ready to go. Good luck, Paul.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you very much, Ian Chambers. Love having him backstage. And of course, it's great to see Paul X back on camera. Let's top off this discussion here on Lore Gaming. You won Challengers Champs. You weren't expected to do that. What are the expectations for them here in Riyadh?
They expect to make it to at least the playoff bracket, right? They just won Challenger Champs. That means they're the best of the rest that are not in the Pro League, maybe better than some of the bottom teams. I think the expectations for this Lore Gaming squad is to make the playoffs.
Allie, if you had one player to watch, who are you putting eyes on?
For Lore Gaming, I have to keep my eyes on Arcity just because I feel like his story is the most interesting when it comes to this lineup. I mean, and he has so much to prove. And I remember seeing a couple of tweets from him saying, you know, I kind of found my love for Call of Duty again, getting sent back down to Challenger. So I want to see that reflected in his gameplay.
He said he controls his destiny, but his destiny has aligned up with the Falcons as his next opponents. Will he be able to power through the best squad from MENA? Let's take a look. We got King of Bodhi, Xnid, Roxas, and Khalid. Let's highlight what they accomplished earlier. They didn't get any map wins, but they hung there with FaZe.
They played him tough, and Xnid really surprised me with how well he played. He was by far their best performer in that 3 maps that they played against FaZe. And, you know, we're looking for a little more out of King. He had a little lackluster of a series, but they played FaZe tight. So
now, Allie, we had Lore Gaming playing over on the second stage. Falcons have some experience on this stage. Do you think it's going to impact their game?
Definitely. I mean, especially when you have the crowd buff behind you. We all know that very well in the COD scene when it comes to the green wall and Optic Gaming. And this is another green wall over here at EWC. So I hopefully gets a little bit more confidence and gets them going a little bit earlier in the series.
We caught up with the Falcons before the match. Here's what Roxas had to say.
Wearing this jersey here at the Esports World Cup comes with its own unique pressures. Of course, in front of a home crowd here in Riyadh. Roxas, things didn't go your way, of course. You were up against arguably the best team in all of Call of Duty, Atlanta FaZe. How do you reflect on that first heavy defeat?
Like on our first game, we play good until like the midway through it. They have like more experience than us, and it shows in map 1. And they like capitalize on small mistakes from us, but we will be better next game.
Yeah, well, the next game is coming up very shortly, up against Lore. Yeah. This is going to be a different level for you guys, right?
I mean, Lore is the Challenger champs, so they are like a really good team, but we will be prepared and like we will do better.
How much pressure do you feel, like personally, just you?
Yeah.
You know, you're sitting out there, you've got a crowd full of Falcons fans.
Yeah.
How much heat is there on you to perform here?
Yeah, I mean, like, sure, we have like a lot of pressure, but for us player, we take it as a motive because like our home crowd is like so big and amazing, and we will try to do our best for them.
Are you saying that this is not the end for Falcons?
Yeah, sure. We will be better.
Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Awesome stuff from Roxas, and he expects that crowd to help them get to day 2 here at EWC. But first, you have to win 3 maps against Lore. Looks like we're going to draw a double dose of Hardpoint and a double dose of Karachi. Very similar to what we saw against FaZe.
Yeah, we got a little invasion sandwich here with Rio and Karachi being the bread. I do notice sub-base getting vetoed again. I want to see some sub-base before the end of the year. Can somebody play sub-base, please?
It doesn't look like it. We want to know what the fans think in this one, Alley Cat. They can always head on over to stcplay.gg. How many games do you think this one can go?
I feel like this one definitely can go to 5 for sure. When it comes to my prediction, though, I do hope I end up being wrong, but they got the best jerseys in the building. I got to go with Lore Gaming.
Wait, we got 20 seconds.
I'm going with my boy Alec. RC's on Lore Gaming. I got to root for him, man.
Falcons. It's my first time watching you. Clay might be your GM in the future. Hey, press this man right now. Show us what you got against the best in NA Challenger scene. It's time to get this party started as we send it down to the Amazon stage.
Our final series of the day is upon us, and we're on opening day for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 at the Esports World Cup, with our first crushed key arriving to podium.
Yes, we've had clean sweeps, upsets, and statements made on the main stage, but it is now time to close out day number 1. So, make some noise for Lore Gaming and Team Falcons!
for the final time. Today, one of these teams will be sent home and their key will join the crushed of the falling. Barney, the stakes are high.
And the expectations are even higher. So, let's go out with a bang, shall we?
We've got the Challengers champions taking on the best team out of the MENA region. More gaming at Team Falcons in our final match of the evening. Do or die time here. The shift with study. How are we feeling today, Jay?
Man, we're feeling fantastic. Our final match of the night. Like you said, the Challengers champions going up against the hometown team in Team Falcons. This is going to be a battle, man. And when they got a chance to look at the map the most, you saw that a lot of the maps are very, very similar to what Falcons were able to play against Atlanta. You're going to start off on that Rio. The map number 2, instead of it being Invasion, it's going to be Rio S&D, but that Invasion Search and Destroy all the way into game number 5. Yep. And then you have that Invasion Control where you have an opportunity to right the wrongs of your earlier series.
Yeah, really, I mean, you compare the picks and bans to the phase series to this one. The only map that's actually different that wasn't in the mix was the Rio Search map number 2. On the other front, though, for Lore Gaming, trying to reestablish some confidence, they will actually start off on the map that they initially dropped, 200 Thieves. It was 250 to 140 on the Rio hardpoint when they played earlier today. So trying to right the wrongs that they had to start their EWC runoff on.
Yeah, both teams having a slow start, so obviously this is an elimination game. You do not want to fly all the way across the country, especially if you're the top NA Challenger team throughout the entire season, and unfortunately fall short here. Through our Falcons, the hometown team, you just got to come out swinging, man. I felt like King of Body, he was the guy that everybody talks about for this team's Falcons roster. He puts up a 0.6 versus Atlanta FaZe, and I know it's Atlanta FaZe. It's very difficult to play up against those guys, but at least they sort of played them close, and you heard it in that interview on the first half. Now, when we get to the second half of the game, you should be prepared a lot more because you're going up against another Challenger team.
And, you know, that's the thing about veteran squadrons, whether they be in the Pro League or if they're out of Challengers. You find success by molding and adapting to what you're currently adjusting to. And again, I think, you know, walking away from that Challengers Championship Grand Finals, Lore Gaming did that better than them at Brooklyn, which is why they won in, what, 6 games of what they had from the best of 7 from then. So, yeah, I think that's an important note. And, hey, I think, you know, impressively enough, the fact that Team Falcons realized that, I think, is a huge step in the right direction for how they can prepare for this matchup.
Yeah, because you could just tell every single player on that side of the stage, they are roaring with confidence. There's nothing to be afraid of. They know that they deserve to be in this position. They sort of showed it versus Atlanta FaZe, but now you get a chance at redemption. But I think Clayster hit it on the head. The difficult part is that they did not really have a lot of opportunities to actually go back and watch that series and learn from their mistakes because they instantly had to spawn right back in on the main stage, this time versus the top NA Challenger squad. But we talked about it. Rotation's got to be a lot better for Team Falcons. And then on the opposite side, for Lore Gaming, when I got the chance to look at the numbers, it was 2 real who really stood out to me. We always talk about how he's objective focused. He's always going to play for the win at the very end, but you need to play for the win and clutch up in a couple of those kills. A 0.7 ain't gonna cut it.
And that's the thing is, like, we've seen that out of a number of different Challengers players, but it does come to mind, not to point fingers, but 2 Real's one of those guys you look at and say, like, brother, just take a beat, pause. Like, you don't have to go and kill everybody all at once in a single life. Like, take a minute, let your team get there with you. And I'll tell you, this Team Falcon squad, they punished a couple of overchalls from Atlanta FaZe. So it's definitely one of those things that you have to look at and say, okay, let's take a beat, let's chill, let's make sure we're setting ourselves up correctly because Team Falcons are not to be taken lightly.
The only thing that's going to be scary, though, is that you heard it in Paul Lex's interview. They didn't really have a lot of opportunities to practice or get warmed up. So the fact that they got their first match out of the way versus 100 Thieves, they actually fell short all the way into game number 4, 250 to 238. So that can either be really good for you because you gained some momentum or really bad for you because you're absolutely demoralized, thinking that you should have been able to force a game 5. But here we go, final match of the day. Team Falcons, Lore Gaming, winner keeps going.
Definitely feels like this could be anyone's game as well, especially considering how Team Falcons had started off on this map in particular. But it is Lord Gaming. The first couple eliminations, able to find all first 3 actually. So early time being accrued by the Challengers champs.
And unfortunately, Khalid, he is going to fall as well, thinking that he could potentially be the opening player to find a couple kills. But you can already see King of Body turning the tides around. Puts out that SMG, finds a double. Fortunately, he is going to get traded, and still Lore in control of the hill for now.
Indeed the case. A couple eliminations do come through for Team Falcons, but not enough to stop the current accruement of score by Lore Gaming. And they also hold on to the P2 side of the map with only 15 seconds remaining. So this is one of those moments we looked at when it came down to how Falcons have played up against FaZe. You gotta win some of these early rotating gunfights to give yourself a chance at breaking the new setup.
Yeah, but the good thing for them is we're still at the P1.
Yikes.
So you want to contest this all the way to the very end, try to gain a little bit of mid-map control, and then try to bombard your way around that backside to flip those spawns. But effective trades coming in from Lore. In control of those spawns for P2. Falcons all the way across the map. It's going to take about 10 to 15 seconds before they even have an opportunity at a break.
And the thing about this is you've got players alerted towards the possible pinch, plus Paul zoning out the front. Now, that said, there is enough of a push around the back for Falcons to flip the spawns, and then the Rox is able to find 2 from inside the hard point. So Falcons will get their break, 35 seconds to the fight for it.
Yeah, but you got to get in this hill. And Paulix is making it very difficult for them because he's still staying alive around that Humvee area, but at least you are soaking up the time now if you are Falcons. Xnid, he finally gets his first kill of the map so far, but still a good chunk of time here if you are Falcons to fight for it, so I need to go.
And now with 18 seconds, with really not many threats still available towards P2, you're working on this rotation. Paul shuts down the first. Khalid trying to secure the trade. Oh, a little bit dicey, and RCD's right there to help out. So Lord Gaming winning on rotation for now. Hardpoint yet to open though, and where are the spawns? Doesn't look good. Nope, 2Real's gonna spawn all the way out by Old.
Yeah, but as soon as that new hill pops, and hopefully if Lore can get a couple kills, they can secure those back spawns. But Falcons are now blessed with the opportunity to find an early break. They have control of boxes. Paulix gets the read onto King of Body. Finds that one-on-one gunfight. Now Lore have the numbers to trying to isolate onto all of these players around boxes.
Yeah, but 2Real shuts down that potential play, and wow, just going for it all. 2Real for 3 in a row. Now looking for the 4th, and no, not gonna happen. A late Semtex from Xnid, able to at least take him out of the picture. Problem is Arcides is right back into the hill though. And his little finesse allows Paul to come through and help out, and Lord Gaming still staying solid over the top of the 3rd hill.
And that's fantastic, even with Falcons winning the rotation sort of with the kills that they were able to find. Not able to hold down to those spawns because Lord were able to find successful in a couple of those kills to secure those back spawns. Now RC still finessing in towards the hill on 5 in a row. Unfortunately, no cruise missile going to be earned, but you can already see Lord Gaming ahead, a step ahead, winning another rotation.
And it's not even just that they're here first. They force the Falcons to spawn in the worst possible position just before the hills change. So now you've got 2Real causing an absolute disastrous rotation out of Falcons as he is behind this entire late play around the back. And yeah, it's just King of Body, the last one left alive. First 20 seconds, very clean and comfortable for Lord Gaming.
Now, if you are King of Body, you got to try to play your life on that side of the map because you are the player setting up on this pinch. You're just hoping that your teammates can find a little bit of success on the opposing end, but everybody falls. Now, the last player up is going to be Khalid. He's able to at least find one, but it's still Lore in control of the hill with still 30 seconds to fight for.
Stun will also land over towards Garage, so Team Falcons should know that Paul's in this forward position. They take care of him quickly. Now the play up towards ramp. King of Body able to get one more before dropping. RCD's off the regen though. Holding on to the top heady, and this is looking pretty decent for him. Lots of damage, and the last bit of wallbang will connect onto Roxas, and with that, Lord Gaming will secure the scrap.
Yeah, the 2-time world champ knows how to get it done in the big moments. Able to find a 3-piece, make it 4 in a row. Slowly but surely working up that progression for that first cruise missile of the game. Lore Gaming, though, they have opened this game completely open. Finally, Falcons are going to find themselves in the driver's seat off the rotation. Couple kills as well going in their favor, but it's still Lore already in their faces contesting.
It just feels like every single time we start to see Falcons contested, someone just gets caught, and then all of a sudden it just goes one by one, like dominoes, they start to fall. Nice moment from Xnid, off 3 in a row, staying alive and keeping the Falcons in the hard point. And honestly speaking, you get the better part of this back third, you're not out of this game anymore. So even though it's been a very convincing first set of hills for Lore, Team Falcons are still in the mix.
Yeah, they definitely have an opportunity to get themselves back into this game, but the second half needs to be better off the fundamentals. So the 60-point difference, they're finding all the kills in the feed. And I don't know about you, but when I'm looking at Lore Gaming around the map, they're looking like shadows because they're all pitched out in black.
Yeah.
Still 15 seconds here. It's looking like it's going to go in favor of Falcons, and they currently have top mid control. This is their opportunity to get back in the game.
Nice from Khalid, able to follow up. It is a late Semtex though for 2Real, clearing out parts of that bridge. But like we said, You're down 60 points, and you're in a prime spot to try to lock things up over towards P1 as we jump back over to a Team Falcons. Listen in. Oh.
بقدم نصه بقدم نصه
غدر الكل عليه غدر الكل عليه
تم مخلو تم منبط حصار انا قدم واحد نص يمين مات واحد نص يسار مدمج ها اسكس وجهت مات بجيكم اسكس عمري بقى واحد مسكون غدر مات عمري يا شيخ في ثاني وراي في واحد عندي زق درجة زق شوف يو درجة زق للحين عندي ها درجة زق اثنين درجة زق مات قلب انيو يمكن واحد يفر من يمين بمسكه مات فحل ماسك سار انا واحد بس بجيك نص شوت عادي انا ماسك نص واحد يمسك يمين انا منبط من عندي نص مات ثاني نص راح دبل دور فحل واحد خش حط لك كراسي غدر كامل على ابو علي خلاص بروح عواميد خالد واحد نزله انا اشوف النزله باجي معك انا اشوف واحد غدر شوف انا بخش تايم انا اشوف يمين في واحد.
Well, great stretch of hills here for Team Falcons, but they do get the P2 first. A little bit of a late flank here coming out of Lord Gaming. Just comes down to, will this be fully ratted? How about King of Body? 3 in a row, 20 and 15. Heck of a bounce back from him.
What was a 60-point difference? It's only a 16-point difference now. And if you are Falcons, you are in the driver's seat. You have them trapped in towards the backside. You are still soaking up this time here at P2. Slowly but surely, they are finding their way back into this game, and they have the rotations to new.
This is an absolutely massive moment here for Team Falcons. Shots coming through for Khalid, just trying to hold off this lore rotation, but he will be cut down. Now it's just down to where does he spawn, and at least, yeah, for Team Falcons, they will spawn behind the new hill, so a chance to take their first lead, and the eliminations are absolutely there. One more to grab at Arcades, but as he finds his trade, he tries to back away, not going to be allowed to stay alive, though.
Now a potential lead change on the cards for Falcons. I know they had a great first half versus Atlanta FaZe, but so far versus Lore, a great second half. They are able to take the lead, but for how long? Because we have players from Lore Gaming hitting a couple routes, but Falcons are more effective on the trades, still holding on to the hill, still holding on to the spawns. They are starting to turn up at the right time.
Lore Gaming need to take a breath right now. Long spawns away from this hard point. They really only have one good look at this before they need to maybe chalk and rotate. Opening starts to be secured as Yuli, Paul find themselves in the kill feed. Exnid at the corner, trying to find the last one, and how about that from Exnid? Also knows as a player in the corner, but the pistol does not best Arcades. So with 13 seconds of scrap time, Arcades will take another down with them, and there's a chance here for Lord Gaming to put some pressure on rotation.
And now this is where you got to start thinking about that rotation if you are Falcons. Now you got Khalid in a position, but unfortunately he's not able to find that initial gunfight. The pinch is going to be set up from a body, but unfortunately no teammates are going to be around him except for Exnid. Unfortunately, he is going to fall as well, so Lord Gaming win the gunfights for the rotation. They take the lead right on back.
All the utility from Team Falcons is landing. No trophy system down immediately, but now there's one to help support for both sides. And Lord Gaming were thinking about opening up a bit of a pinch, but Yuli just finds the kill and then backs away. The rest of Lore fully focused on the front. Shots from Khalid, decent, as the lead swings back to Lord Gaming pretty convincingly, and this hit is not developing as Yuli shuts it down from the pinch. It's 2 for Yuli, now on 3 in a row as Lord get over 200 points.
And now if you are King of Body, you have to make this route count. He took his sweet time working his way around P3. He finds himself in the perfect position to eventually find a couple kills on this hold hard point, and that double is good enough, trying to make it a triple. Now there's only one player left here for Lore. You just need this trade onto 2-Real, but he's still making plays happen. Final 10 seconds here at this P4. Early off the rotation, though, Falcons should be properly set up with the numbers here at B5.
And a couple of stuns will land. That will put Paul out of commission. Arcity's just waiting for help, and it's not going to be here anytime soon. You've got a long route from 2-Real. The cutoff through mid works out nicely for Team Falcons. And now it's just down to what happens with this 1v1 off screen. And yeah, that's going to be 2-Real who takes it. So now the surround is in. Time for Lord to try to hit this break.
Yeah, you're just not expecting 2-Real to hit that deep of a route. Catches a body off guard, but the rest of Falcons holding on from the hill. Khalid and Exnid, they're able to find every single kill in the feed. Exnid started off 1-6.
Yeah.
He is 30-21, the high performer versus Atlanta FaZe, and he's trying to do it again.
Not 4 in a row, but all this incoming utility takes him out of the hard point. Khalid from deep. Now the last one standing. It's a full 4 down. 22 seconds left here. Laura cannot win, but of course they put themselves well within the condition, especially if they soak up every last second.
Yeah, this is tough, man, because Laura holding on to this final junk time, and as well, they are showing presence around that middle map off the rotation. The entire kill feed is going to be black. Laura Gaming looking to close out this game at the new P1 hill. And if you're our Falcons, it has to be picture perfect, but it might be over.
Yeah, and this shutdown from Yuli essentially forces Falcons to have to flood from the front. Arsety's in position for it. Pistol out will win the battle. Last 4 seconds trying to come through. But King of Body and Exit hold on a little while longer. Laura Gaming all up that left side staircase. Falcons trying their best to hold on. They're still finding the kills. This game is far from over.
They are trading effectively, man. 2v1 in the kill feed. Can they make it their advantage as well? It's now a body starting to turn up again with that SMG in hand on 4 in a row. A cruise missile be so massive at this point of the game. Exit, it's time for you to fly on in. He's only able to take down one, but it's still a contest fight.
Now it's just 1-1. It has to be Roxas to stay alive. Contest is in. Nade will take him out of the picture. One more challenge to try to touch it. It's not going to happen. 250, 205. Laura Gaming with a late surge through P5 into the first. Get him to win.
Yeah, it was good stuff right there from Laura Gaming that had the hot start, because Falcons on the second half of that game started winning a bunch of their rotations. It's just the difference in that game was that second hold at P4, where they had players early off the rotation. They just were not able to find those initial couple of gunfights. And then when they started to trade fights, Two-Real walks in and finds a double for the final 15. So Laura Gaming, they take care of business and take that map number 1.
Yeah, and I think you point to the right person. I mean, we talked about it perfectly almost. Right at the beginning of this map, Two-Real has tendencies to take one more challenge than he needs to.
Yeah.
I thought he did play his life pretty darn nicely this time around, maybe with a couple of exceptions, but he had someone there to pick up his trade. Sometimes that's been his issue, of going too far to where, yeah, I did damage, but no one's there to finish it off. Much better for Laura this time, trying to finalize some of those eliminations that Two-Real starts.
Yeah, and it was good to the hot start that he had, because when you're playing so well in the beginning of these games, eventually when Falcons start to fight their way back in, Two-Real's still thinking about how are we going to walk away with this W. He hits long routes, catches King of Body off guard on that rotation over towards B5. You get to 246. Then all you need is one break opportunity in towards top mid, and he was able to get that done alongside of his teammates. A minute 40 in the hill, 20 non-traded kills. That's the Two-Real I was waiting for.
That's what I'm saying. Absolutely. And on top of that, it's also just kind of, once we talked about it once, we got to talk about it twice.
Yeah.
The fact that Falcons just, again, not really able to put together those rotations that matter the most. I think in particular, there's that first rotation where we go from 2 to 3, where it looked like they maybe had a route instantly shut down by Yuli and Two-Real. So again, the SMGs is creating all this existential pressure that's keeping Falcons at bay from finding those quick transitions.
And there's also situations where Falcons, they have to play their numbers advantage a little bit better, because when they were applying pressure at that new hill at P4 for the second half of the game, they started off trading effectively. They opened up with that first kill, but it's like 3 players on one side doing one thing and then King of Body hitting the super long route. Maybe if he cuts that route a little bit shorter, instead of working his way all the way around bridge, attacks through mid, and then comes through boxes, he was able to assist his teammates. But by the time he gets into the gunfight, even though he's able to find a double, his teammates are just not there to execute those trades properly. So Falcons put up a way better fight than they did versus Atlanta FaZe here. Slower start in the first half, way better in the second half. You just have to have that from the entire game.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is just being aware of when someone has an opportunity against you to hit these long route pitches, right? It just felt like there were a couple of different moments where Laura Gaming were catching them by surprise, not even just on rotation, but late into a hard point. So some things to kind of keep a moniker about if we do get to map number 4. But before we do that, we got to start talking about Search and Destroy. And hey, through 6 rounds, Falcons looked really good versus FaZe. It was offense for offense through the first 6, but then all of a sudden, FaZe made the adjustments when they needed to step away from the competition just a bit too much.
Yeah, you have to be ready for that if you're Falcons, because you're going up against a Challenger squad in Laura Gaming who love themselves a little bit of Rio. When they won Challenger champs, it was all the way into game number 7 on Rio Search and Destroy. They have players, they have playmakers in Two-Real and Yuli who love to apply a lot of pressure through that top mid. This time, we're not going to see any smoke retakes, so it's all going to be about those gunfights. And the way that Two-Real's shooting is going to be hard to take down.
Oh, absolutely. And just to speak to it, because we've seen this, there's very regular moments where all it takes is one good elimination up top at mid, and then an extra stun or a nade to free Two-Real up to take an extra step when you wouldn't expect it. So that's something that we definitely need to keep an eye on, because he's been kind of, I would say, one of the staple players in Challengers, like we say, sometimes negatively. He likes to take an extra step. In Search, though, if he gets into a good spot, like the bottom side staircase, he's difficult to displace, and I think that is something that Falcons need to worry about.
100%. The SMG presence is going to be felt on the side of Laura, but you also have players like Paul X who had a phenomenal Challengers champs when it came to the Search and Destroy specifically. He might not be putting up the big numbers, but it doesn't feel like he's putting up the big numbers. All of a sudden, you pull up the back button, he's sitting there at 10 kills, 11 kills. These guys were all in the Pro League before. They are trying to make their stand to make their way back on in, and this is a good start, at least taking that map 1.
Absolutely the case. I think it just, again, lets you control the series a little bit better as well on top of that. So we'll see how things kind of unfold here in map number 2. Coach Ricky Atura hanging out. Big shout outs to the young man. He's been a great addition, I'll say. You know, I think for him and Coach Mystic for the side of it, they have been unbelievably talented in terms of helping develop teams that sometimes get put together within 24 hours of certain events to be competitive. And the same can be said for Coach Ludi for Team Falcons. Now, what is his 3rd year, I believe, with this squad? And they've really, again, progressed at a very rapid rate. It just comes down to when the coaches are not involved and you look at your team to be like, hey, we're halfway through this search. We got to make this adjustment. Who's going to hold that crown of being their in-game leader? Because we know that there's plenty of options on the side of Lord Gaming, but I do have the question in terms of who takes charge when it matters most for Team Falcon.
I feel like King of Body is that guy that you're looking at, because at least versus Atlanta FaZe, he's playing with a lot of confidence in Search and Destroy. First round, he pushes up Water Street, instantly is able to find a miraculous 2-piece even with an AR in his hand. So it's got to make sure you're rallying the troops here, because Rio can tend to get out of hand at certain points. You're either playing into the opponent's plays or you're playing your game, because the pacing of this map can be so damn fast and get away from you quick.
Absolutely the case. And I think most importantly, utility usage is going to be super scrutinized. Scrupulous? What's the word I'm looking for?
Whichever one. I don't know. You sound like
something.
You put it together.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm a thesaurus over here, Jay.
Yeah, you got it.
Regardless of the word, it's going to be scrutinized. That's the word I was looking for.
There it is.
On how effective it is. Because, like you mentioned, no smokes. It's kind of a get-out-of-jail-free card for a lot of teams. Not going to be the case here. Well, if you're battling for top mid control, your nade usage better be perfect.
Yeah, it has to be perfect, especially if you don't have any trophy systems to go with. So, based off of what we saw from Team Falcons versus Atlanta FaZe, they figured it out on their attacking rounds because they applied pressure early on, were able to catch Atlanta FaZe off guard. But their defensive setups need to be a lot more structured. On a map like Rio, where either bomb site, it's very hard to retake, especially now with no smoke grenades. You can't give up that B site for free, especially if you don't have any tax in your back pocket. And also, if you're only applying one player on that side of the map, they're just going to isolate him. This is what Challengers does, especially in Search and Destroy. Find that one guy, gain that early info, and then capitalize on it.
I like the call. Well, here's a look back over where we're at, because again, if you're joining us late, this is an elimination matchup. Don't get a second life after this, or I think it's a third life after this. As earlier today, we of course had the Atlanta FaZe versus Team Falcons matchup here on the main broadcast, and like we said, Falcons fought. They didn't roll over to a team that we expected to just completely run through them. On the other side of things, Lord Gaming were able to take the Search and Destroy versus 100 Thieves 6-1, which is where my next point was going to go. But outside of that, a heartbreaker map number 4 is where it ended for Lord Gaming with a chance to possibly upset what is technically actually, I believe, the #1 team in this group because of how they finished at champs.
Yeah.
So that's going to be an interesting matchup to see FaZe versus Thieves. And then the last time we saw that matchup was BO4 champs. Losers round 1, you remember that?
Oh my God, why is my memory so bad? I think I remember it.
Dude,
that was Octane was still playing.
That was a gridlock control to set the reverse sweep.
Oh my God.
To get the long lower bracket run for 100 Thieves. Shout out to all of you.
The entire thing, man.
Dude, that would have been nuts. That would have been the longest lower bracket run I think we've ever seen in COD.
Yeah, because they did it, they one-upped us. Back on Envy and Ghost days, we made it all the way from top 16 and got second, got smoked in the grand finals, but we had the best loser bracket run until 100 Thieves did what they did.
I can tell it doesn't live rent-free in your head or anything.
Absolutely not.
No, you're way over it. It's fine. Well, let's jump on into the action. We got Rio still here on our screens for the map number 2, Search and Destroy. Team Falcons kicking us off with the early offense.
Oh, and I love this play already from Team Falcons. Slowing down the game because they started versus Atlanta FaZe playing super aggressive, but they know how fast-paced Rio Search and Destroy can be.
Especially with no trophies.
Yeah, no trophy systems. At least they're able to gain early info that they were just spotting that crossover towards that B site.
Deep nade also tossed from the bridge side here for King of Body. Retake nades though on the way for Lord Gaming. They do not want to let this bomb go down. Here comes the retake over towards U-Haul. Works out nicely, and on top of that, they don't just find the kill, they actually get the bomb down. So now a very tricky spot for Falcons in the 3v4.
Oh, but Turo decides to just hit that go button, and unfortunately, Falcons are able to get the better of him, so they even up the numbers for free, make it a 3v3, but Yuli seems that he has gained some info over towards this bridge side, but doesn't commit on the gunfight, and X did, and Khalid, they find 2, 3v1, left up to the 2-time world champ.
And that's one of those moments you look at for 2Real, like, brother, we got a 4v3. We've got top mid control.
Down as well.
Yeah, well, they may not have known that, but regardless, it felt like everything was right inside of the defensive hands. But now it's all down to Arcides. 1v3 situation. Time is running out just a touch here. Timing could be big, but Arcides does not get up the Eskies. So after the first blood gets tallied, nothing else goes the way of Lore Gaming.
Yeah, Falcons are able to capitalize on it once they find that freebie onto 2Real. I thought Yuli was going to even up the numbers or at least keep it in a 2v2, but he doesn't commit on that gunfight, reads the pressure coming from behind, but cannot take down either player. Just goes down to Lore. You find that opening first blood. Probably don't have the information that the bomb's down, but that's already job well done. You have the man advantage, just trade out with our numbers.
And you got map control.
Yeah.
That one felt a little puzzling. And it looked like there was some conversation between Arcides and 2Real there at the end, so I imagine he's like, bro, chill. We
That's
got
challenges
this.
for us.
That's challengers for us. Well, here we go into round number 2. Doors are going to be popped by Yuli, waiting for defensive nades to come over the top, and no information really tallied by the look of it off the motion on the minimap as of yet.
Now it's time for Lore to use their tags to gain a little bit of info through top mid. A stud is going to be able to connect for Yuli. The nade doesn't connect onto anyone, but they are able to isolate onto King of Body. Another first blood, but an instant response, still 3v3.
Yeah, King of Body just had no real estate to work with. This time, Khalid, who tried to take a secondary look up top through really this position that Roxas is in, also gets dealt with. Decent read from Roxas, but can't capitalize on the kill in front of him. So now it's just down to Xnid, and his position may not be fully known with this long flight, but he still gets figured out regardless through boxes, and that'll be a quick bounce back for Lore.
Yeah, good plays right there, good play call from Lore Gaming to effectively find that trade for that first blood, turn it into a 3v3, and not commit on the bomb plan over towards B, because there's so many different angles that you have yet to account for. They didn't have a single player watching that deep pinch, so they decide to push on through. They win those initial 2 engagements, then in the 1v3, Xnid stood no chance. That bomb was getting planted, and you already had players in a position around boxes, so all-out defenses, all-out offenses so far.
Yeah, all offenses, yeah. See if that trend continues. Team Falcons looking to set themselves up here through mid once again. Xnid looking for Arcides at range, not able to see him at least initially off of this kind of car v car battle. Eventually finds him, but largely this is all focused to see if Falcons can once again get control of top mid. Does Lore Gaming still have the nades set up to try to recontest? Not this time. 2Real take it down initially, and then the follow-up from King of Body is perfect.
That's fantastic. King of Body opens up with the Semtex over the top for the first blood and also finds the second, but Arcides at least minimizes the damage with that nade to make it a 3v2, and he's also going to be the aggressor. Finds that second kill onto Khalid, 2v2 now.
That's a totally different story if Arcides doesn't get that nade kill. It's the fact that the nade takes him out of the picture. No one knows that Arcides is pushing up, but the trade back is decent. King of Body also able to find the player down low. Oh, what are we doing? Paul not quite able to get taken down, but the follow-up is good. Weird moment there with the pistol, diving in and out, but still it works out for Team Falcons.
And that's King of Body finding 3 on the round with the aggression out of that SMG. The movement not the best, puts the beat down, but almost gets the better of Paul Lex there, but thankfully puts down a couple shots to have him weak. Sets up his teammate for that final kill. All-out offenses so far. Falcons up 2-1 again. This time, if you find that initial first blood, let's just try to slow down the game, because it seems like Lore just setting the pace. They're not really playing for those objectives.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, look, that's been a critique that we've had across all of Challengers this year.
Yeah.
Sometimes the first blood just does not pan out the way you would think it would. This time again, early is the first blood from Arcides. Offense looking to go aggressively over towards B. Defense is nearby, but this is going to be a quick plant with the help of the trophy system for Lore.
Yeah, trophy system goes down. Khalid is able to at least find the bomb carrier in 2Real, but the bomb does get planted, so still a 3v3. Yuli throwing shoulders around this mid-connector area, realizing that the pressure's going to be right in front of him. If he can win this first gunfight, even better, but Khalid finds his second on the round.
Yeah, that timing doesn't work out. Now Paul kind of has to keep his head in a swivel. Damage on to Khalid forces the team fight to come through, and now all of a sudden it's down to a 1v1. Paul is going to flip the map around. Where is Xnid is the question. Now they've seen each other, and Xnid takes the 1v1 win. And Falcons find themselves their 3rd round.
And that's a momentum round right there. Instantly dropping for that first blood. They were able to clutch up in the 3v4. Khalid finds a double. You make it a 1v1. I thought Paul X would have liked to play that game clock a little bit better, but the timing wasn't the best. And Xnid, he gets the better of him to finally secure the first defensive round win in 2 search and destroys for Falcons.
Love it. Can you turn this into just a runaway map? It definitely feels like they have the ability to. I mean, they're playing the map really darn well. Battling back after first bloods has been part of it. The objective focus has been another. With only one first blood, they're up 3-1. That is an issue for Lower Gaming.
Oh, without question, man. You got to play your numbers advantage a lot better, and I expect better out of players that used to be formerly in the Pro League to not make these little mistakes. So now they go back on the defensive side. Falcons already showing a lot of presence over towards Bridge, and Apati takes control of top mid, realizing there's no pressure here.
Yeah.
Probably time to work that objective.
Semtex just over towards the staircase. He does see the nades and stuns flying out through Eski's side, but Yuli is the first one to drop. This approach for the defense, trying to retake for Lore Gaming, not working out at the moment. Kikabati looking to take an extra stepper on the outside. Lore have seen this, but do they have the numbers to deal with it? That's the question.
Oh, Turo takes advantage of that top mid positioning, finds that first kill. Arcides finds the second. Instant 2v2, but Xnid, I think he just turned on the 2-reel. Another 1v1 here for Paul X and Xnid.
They're going to get some separation from one another. 40 seconds on the clock. And they're not playing for the bomb. Xnid. Does he have a feeling? Sure seems that way. Paul not going to give him the time of day. And now it's just down to, do you play for the kill? Do you play for the plant?
25 seconds to go. Paul is playing the 50-50. Time is starting to get away from him. Xnid on 3 in a row, just trying to check every single corner, potentially going to catch the timing, but this time it's more preferred in favor of Paul X. Secures the one-on-one, keeps this game really tight.
Pretty icy from Paul, just to sit there of all places. It works out nicely though for Lore. So Xnid staved off from finding a clutch, now gets us back to within just a one-round game. And if you're Lore Gaming, you just got to take advantage of your first blood.
Yes.
And this could very comfortably be, what, 4-1 essentially for them at this moment, but not to be. So, again, if you're looking at this from Lore's perspective, you just got to be cleaner when you've got numbers advantage.
Without question, man, because it has yet to be a round for Falcons where they have worked that objective bomb plan. So if you are Lore, if you find that early man advantage, wait for them to make the play come to you. Because they are getting super aggressive basically every single round. 3 stacking over towards this B site. You're going to back them down with those tacks. Turo potentially is going to find the opening to work this plan.
Do real. Here comes the plant. Team Falcons, they do connect with the nades. They're going to try to recontest this. Bomb gets stuck, though. That does get planted. Arcides with 1 trade, but how long can he stay alive? Because he's stuck over towards Bridge. Paul watching onto 1 cross. Arcides trying to join him. 3v2. Numbers in favor of Falcons, but they do need to defuse.
Oh, and X is just going to hop it.
Yes, he is.
He already has it at 50%. Is Arcides going to find the time to check it? Yes, he does. So takes down that second kill, turns it to a 2v2. They gain the info onto the player going on the pinch, and now it's Arcides' turn. The 2-time world champ to clutch it up.
Oh, but he's maybe found enough separation to get the pistol out, but doesn't get the full health regen, and that may have been the difference maker. Roxas finds the kill. Plenty of time for the defuse. And Falcons will grow their lead back to that 2-round cushion.
I think the adjustments for both of these teams now, on the attacking side specifically, is that you have to put more bodies to cover your bomb carrier because you're getting bombarded from those bottom Eskies. Even though Turo gets the bomb down, they have the numbers in a 3v2. They find those effective trades, put themselves in the man advantage. And even though Arcides was able to stop that defuse from initially coming in, those couple of shots come in, he's sitting there at 1 shot. Roxy takes full advantage of it again. Falcons take a nice little 4-2 lead.
And I will say, even though Khalid kind of, doesn't really capitalize on the flank fully, the damage dealt plus the position held allows a very quick follow-up from Roxas. So really good teamwork out of the last duo left alive for Falcons. Now we get into round number 7. Opening shots perfect. Roxas nearly able to turn that into a collapse situation, but still happy with the first blood.
Without question, man, because Laura just giving them for free. Like they're running up these hills or running up these lanes without any information gained. And now if you are Falcons, you have an opportunity to capitalize on it, but Arcides and Yuli's, they find 2, man advantage Lore.
It's another one of those situations where you're in a 4v3. If you're going to bang out that Eskies, do it together.
Yes.
Roxas able to collect the bomb. Immediately going to go for the plant. Xnid trying to help out over the side windows, only finds 1. So it leaves Roxas the 1v2.
Roxas in a 1v2 now on a 3 streak. This could be a game-defining round if he can clutch on up. He gains info early on onto Paul X. And if you already gained that info onto Arcides, you were going to commit on the gunfight, but he knew you were bound to retake that positioning again. He was ready for the gunfight. Can never catch a 2-time world champion slipping, as Lower Gaming are just continuously staying in this search and destroy.
Round for round they go, but they're going to have to win a couple in a row somewhere. Sooner rather than later, you'd think, especially with the 4-3 tally coming underway. So the conversations will start to brood. What do you call to try to string a couple together? Whereas, again, it feels like the conversation could have just lived in the first blood. maybe it's just, can we keep 2Real alive? Because he's been the product of the first death throughout pretty much every single round, it almost feels like.
Yeah, without question, man. You got to play for early info if you are 2Real. Let's just stop running down and giving our life up for free. And if you are Falcons, playing your man advantage is a lot better. Thinking about that objective might be the key to success. A body this time around, though, just going to take top mid away from them. The entire Falcons squad instantly put themselves in a 4v2.
And that's the stun efficiency that you start to see everything landing for Team Falcons. Now they're just going to swarm forward. A flawless round for Team Falcons, now finding themselves on map point.
This is fantastic plays out of Falcons. Teamwork makes the dream work. You find that initial first blood, and thankfully now you got everybody right behind you to trade effectively. Not a single player falls. 4 up, 4 down. Very clean round out of Team Falcons. Now puts them at game point.
Gosh, and it's just one of those situations where, again, it feels like Laura just tried to do too much.
Yes.
I mean, all those stuns are hitting, and Yuli has got an angle, I get it, but 2Real tries to push forward to get his trade, where it's just, we can hold. They haven't really taken mid yet. Just feels like they're trying to do a little bit too much. Falcons going to back off a little bit here on this opening offense. Not even really throwing much either. So, they even find first blood with that. I mean, I'm telling you, like, no stuns or nades have really been thrown at all, and they still get first blood?
And it's onto 2Real as well. So instant man advantage for Falcons. They're also going to gain info onto the second player. And Nextnit gets the better of Yuli. Still the man advantage, even with Arcitys finding that kill. But Falcons have the man up advantage. They're going to start to work that objective.
Nextnit's like, you don't be throwing stuns at me. Bomb planted. Paul, top Eskies, gives away his position, but Arcitys has opened up with an elimination on the other side of the map. Roxas was looking for contact, does not see Paul initially. But the longer this takes, the more that Falcons will start to realize that this lure hit has to be coming either from behind or, more importantly, over through bridge side. And now they've repositioned completely.
20 seconds to go. You're able to gain info. If you are Paul, instantly finding that kill, turns it into a 2v1. But look at the route out of Khaled.
He very well may have predicted this correctly. 12 seconds on the clock. Has to check to see if anyone's on for the defuse. He finds the first. Oh my goodness! A massive 1v2 with a snapper to send map 2 the Falcons' way.
What a fantastic search and destroy right there out of Team Falcons. They said that the aggression is key. They secured a map here at their home event. And they are able to tie the series up at 1. You were looking for a little bit of momentum. You hear the crowd getting behind them as they take that search and destroy, tie the series up at 1. But if you are Laura, you are beating yourself up about that one.
Yes.
You found multiple first bloods. You're giving up your life away for free. That's not the recipe for success, especially with no smoke grenades. We don't always have to initially go for those gunfights 10 to 15 seconds into the round. Let the round develop. Let players start to make a little bit of mistakes, but when you're gifting them free first bloods,
yes,
the game's gonna be a whole lot easier.
Or, I think more importantly, it's the simple fact that it was 3-1 in first bloods in the first 4 rounds in favor of Laura Gaming, and they were down 1-3. And then, of course, you can do the math yourself. They don't find a single first blood after the 4th round. Huge critical errors from Laura Gaming early. Definitely felt like it just threw the composure out the window.
Without question, my friend. We're talking about the very first round of the entire map. You find that early first blood, but you're just, if you are 2Real, you're giving up your life for free. Multiple rounds where he got picked off first. Working up B Street, trying to take top mid control. He challenged over towards bridge. He drops. And when you're these SMG players who love to get aggressive on a map like Rio, your life is very valuable because your ARs are not going to just fly in towards top mid, try to win some insane gunfights versus those rival 9s. They just have to slow down their game, and just simply getting outclassed in those gunfights through top mid costs Laura.
Unreal stuff, man. And for Team Falcons, that S&D prowess, we kind of looked at them as being possibly most strong-handed in the search and destroy. That comes to life. Again, good discipline, good decision-making for the most part, and an opportunity to not just see the first map go the way of Team Falcons here in the tournament, but you've got an invasion control coming up next where, yes, it was a 3-0 for Atlanta, but they did have a couple of great moments that very well could have led to a more convincing scoreline.
They kept up in every single round when you talk about the slaying department versus one of the best teams that we have in the game in Atlanta FaZe. So if you bring that same exact slaying prowess with a little bit more objective work and making the game a lot more difficult for the side of Laura Gaming, we're talking about not leaving up that A Street open, allowing players to sneak on in, not allowing players to get away from you and potentially earn some streaks. Just let the plays come to you. Make the game a lot more difficult than you did versus Atlanta.
Absolutely the case. And on the other side of things, you know, I hesitated to bring this up in the first matchup when we saw Atlanta FaZe play against Team Falcons, but, you know, if the temperature kept rising in that series, I think if you're looking at that from like FaZe's perspective, or in this example now Lore, you're walking into the series like we should be handling these guys no problem. But now all of a sudden, how much does that doubt start to seep in of like, whoa, wait a second, what is happening here? We should be beating these guys easily, and we find ourselves in a 1-1 tie.
And that mindset, though, it might come back to bite you, because if you're thinking you got a layup series here, the way that you were playing, just getting first blood, giving up your life for free, just because you think that they're an easy opponent, that's not the case, man. You have to make sure you're playing fundamental Call of Duty, making the game a lot more difficult for the team on the opposing side. But Falcons, they got the better of them. Tied up at 1. We have a series on our hands.
And we got a run back for Team Falcons to get over to the invasion control, plus a Karachi hardpoint, which by all intentions should be a real fun one. Don't you go anywhere. More Esports World Cup coming back after the break.
Ready, set, go.
Welcome back to our final match here in day number 1 of the group stage here for the EWC and the Modern Warfare 3 event. 1-1 current count between our Challengers champions in Lore Gaming and the hometown heroes of Team Falcons. We've got invasion control loading up for us here, and like we kind of talked about before the break, this is familiar ground for a Team Falcons squad that, yes, they got 3-0'd by FaZe, but there were some good moments for them.
Yeah, there were some great moments, especially in the slaying department. They got to keep that one up, but you have to not play that sneak attack kind of play over towards A. The only way you're doing situations like that and when you're able to let people buy, that's the only thing. If you're just running thinking that the lane is not going to be watched, that's a very different story. But when you're spotting a couple players probably giving up the angle at the wrong time, then you have to take advantage of those moments.
Yeah, we saw the versatility come into play for Team Falcons like we would have expected on a map like Invasion. And honestly, things to kind of, all right, we see you. A little bit of an eyebrow raiser. Now the same question will be asked for Lore Gaming after they had dropped what was a high-rise control, I believe, in their opening matchup from their round 1. Now we're going to get a first chance to see them on Invasion, where I think the big question mark is how much are we going to see that SMG drop for an AR? Is Too Real going to pull an MCW out, or is he going to hard stick to an SMG and try to get a little bit rambunctious and wild?
Well, even if he pulls out a third AR on AR maps in control, at least the one that they played versus 100 Thieves, they got outslayed by 15 kills.
Good point.
3 players who went almost double negative. They just simply were not having a good time. But on a map like Invasion, it's completely different because you're not instantly getting put into that spawn trap unless you're the team on the attacking side. You can see RCD's trying to test out his controller, make sure everything is working correctly, because this is a crucial map, a deciding factor who potentially is going to walk away with this one.
Yeah, absolutely the case. I mean, the Karachi hardpoint is what will be waiting for us on map number 4, and then if we need the 5th, it'll be back to an Invasion, Search and Destroy, which is something that we, again, saw from the side of Team Falcons. This would be something new for Lore Gaming, although I will say it was part of the picture in that 100 Thieves matchup, and this was map 5, and they obviously didn't get there. So, again, it's one of those situations where on a day where you don't have time to really go back and rewatch a lot of VOD, it's just a internal discussion of, remember this round when you did this? I would have loved for you to have rather done that. And, you know, hey, there is live reaction kind of critiques that could be sent here from Team Falcon side, more so than what we've gotten out of Lore.
Yeah, and if you are Lore Gaming, you're obviously thinking still about that Search and Destroy, because like you said, you start off the game hot, you're finding multiple first bloods, but then the teamwork aspect basically was thrown out the window. You cannot have that here in Control, because in Control specifically, teamwork is going to be what able to allow one of these teams to walk away victorious in it. So if you're Lore, just slow down the game a little bit. That's the biggest thing when we talk about challenges players. They tend to get super aggressive at the wrong time.
Yep.
Just let the play come to you.
And I think the thing is, for Team Falcons, that has to be where you take advantage.
Yes.
Punish the mistakes that come through. Because you even heard in the interview process with Team Falcons, they're saying, hey, we made a couple of small mistakes, but Atlanta FaZe really took advantage of that. We need to make sure we're not only individually making mistakes, but we're also capitalizing when our opponents are making mistakes of their own. And that's how upsets happen, friends. We saw it earlier. Gentlemates, map 5 winner versus G2. On the B stream right now, in the C group, Stallions is up 2-0 on Team Heretics. Now, granted, it was a 252-48 and a 6-5 surge, but keep your eye on both of these matches, because I know a lot of people on Twitter have been saying, there's been no upsets this tournament. It's just a reprise of champs. You couldn't be more wrong as we get deeper into this group stage, and there very well may be another massive upset on our hands here, depending on how map 3 goes.
So we're going to start with Team Falcons on the attacking side, showing a lot of presence around that mid-map. And I don't know if Lore Gaming, yeah, it's definitely an issue going on. So potentially a restart is going to come on in.
Happens.
Yeah, it happens. Don't know what happened, but we will get as quickly as we possibly can into the game as soon as we can.
Well, something just fell out of the back of RCD's monitor.
Oh, the HDMI? You couldn't see anything. You could not see anything. How are you going to play with your screen blank?
My screen's off. Ref, what are we doing? Well, let's just make sure that's all fastened up. And oh, there it is. Okay. Whoops.
We're all good.
Oh, things happen. Even Too Real's looking over, which is really ironic because Too Real had like major controller issues.
Remember that?
How can I forget that?
How, bro? Like, how do you not have a backup controller? There was 3 different rounds where his gun just started shooting by itself. And we're sitting there like, I don't know if he's tweaking or not, but there's definitely something going wrong with Too Real's setup. As we take a look at the maps and modes again, just to refresh your memory, 250 to 205 was the opening HP. Lore take that one. Team Falcons, though, respond with the phenomenal Search and Destroy, using that aggression to their advantage, closing it out in the 6-3 fashion to tie the series up at 1. But now on this Invasion Control, the deciding factor usually when you get to this point of every single series, this is it.
Dude, it's just so funny that you bring that up because like Too Real brought a backup pillow, but doesn't have a backup.
He's worried about comfort instead of the damn thing that helps him shoot his gun. That's insane.
Dude, that was so funny. If you know what we're talking about, you're in the know. If you don't know what we're talking about, sorry. But it was comedy. And so a little bit of comedic relief here as everyone's getting ready to go back into the lobby, just waiting on RCDs to rejoin up, it looks like, at the moment. So a couple of extra conversations to happen before we jump into this control. I think the thing about it, though, here, depending on what side, I mean, we saw Lore start on the defensive side here. You know, do they control tempo immediately? Or, I mean, we saw good opening break-off from Falcons on their first offense versus FaZe, kind of taking their full concentration towards B. I thought that worked out nicely for them. I'd say if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, because versus Atlanta FaZe, they found those initial 4 kills. They took all the map control away from Atlanta FaZe. They were able to extend the game clock to 2 minutes and 20 seconds to work that objective over towards A, and at the same time, keeping up with the slaying of Atlanta FaZe. But now versus this Lore roster, controls can tend to be a little bit mixy at times. I think the 2 players that I'm really looking at to be the all-stars for both of these teams, looking at the 2-time world champion on one side for Lore Gaming, and Xnid, who is phenomenal. He played great versus Atlanta FaZe. He had a slow start in that map number 1, but somehow still puts up 30-plus kills. Both of those ARs need to be felt on a map like Invasion.
It's been really fun to kind of watch this Falcons team, not just over the course of the last couple of years, but just today. I mean, watching them not only shoot back versus FaZe, but stay competitive with them throughout the entirety of that series. And now, hey, you found your first map win versus the Challengers champion. So we asked the question, I think, a lot about how does the Pro League fare against our top Challenger squads? What does that skill gap look like? Well, here's a team in Team Falcons that came out of their own region, having not made it through EWC queues, and now they're taking the Challengers champs a little bit of a ride. So it's really, I think, interesting to see how this game has developed now that we're here kind of post the regular season, so to speak.
And they're also probably not getting the best practice, because you don't live in an NA side. You're not playing against the top competition every single day, but they are still putting up a fight as we spawn back into the Invasion control. Again, Falcons on the attacking side. RCD's already starting off with a big gunfight around that middle map area, as that progression slowly but surely is working their way up at B, but that player falls, and now Lore Gaming currently have all map control.
Yeah, good route here from Khalid, able to follow up on the trade and put a little bit of pressure on the A zone. Off spawn, Team Falcons are spawning down towards Ice Cream side, but they're trying to cut back over through mid here. They've got full focus and intention towards getting a tick done at least here on the A zone. No trophy systems though, so the stuns, the nades all coming through, and how about it? First tick is locked. There is a little bit of help here as well.
That's fantastic plays out of Khalid to find the opening, and also winning a couple gunfights in towards the heart, in towards the hill. Is he gonna find a double? No, he is not. He actually does find 2, at least in Xnid. So he's instantly gonna put the pressure on the back of the spawns for Lore Gaming. Gotta iron up off base.
Yeah, decision time here for Team Falcons. They do see that the second tick is a little bit more vulnerable, but off spawn, they just don't really get back to the A zone in time. So second tick will stall out, but with pressure on B, Lore Gaming cannot stop the depleted. They're checking their focus purely over to try to reclaim this B zone.
Yeah, first segment already gonna be in at this B point. This is a flawless start if you are Team Falcons. That's already 3 dead in the feed, and now they're hitting that go button to take that map control away from Lore. Roxas in the perfect position to potentially find a couple of spawners. Paul X is going to put down a couple shots, and he should be able to get isolated, but Yuli's not going to commit. He's going to leave this gunfight up to Paul, and he gets the better of Roxas.
It does take time, though, and in that time, the B zone's nearly fully captured, and Xnid, that is a bold challenge that works out. Second tick done at A. Third on the way. Yeah, you've got a player watching the spawns. That's Arcitys in number 7 in white, but an extra 60 seconds get tallied, and here comes help from the B zone.
He's not going to find that engagement as well in the back of the spawn, playing for those spawn kills. Falcons still with a lot of mid-map control, and the slaying lead currently up by 3 kills. They have a lot of time to work with, but with Lore finding a couple kills in the feed, they're slowly but surely going to try to take the map control away from Falcons, and a bigger gunfight right there from Yuli to shut down Roxas.
Mid control starting to be wiggled back now on the side of Lore Gaming. Yuli off a couple in a row. Is he going to take an extra step? Falcons do own the B Street with a chance to possibly push forward. So Yuli's just going to hold here in Cafe. Too real to join him. But Paul, watching the OE, I don't think he realizes how much threat he's under right now.
And King of Body, he is slipped behind enemy lines, and it's going to catch Arcitys off guard. Body's just going to give all the comms, telling them what the setup is looking like, a freebie onto Arcitys, and at the same time, the rest of the teammates find a couple kills. The stack should be in. This should be an offensive victory for Falcons.
Well, Khalid just trying to hold off the rotation in. That does not allow a stack to happen, so now it's just on to King of Body. Can he get this third tick done before Lore can touch? Here's the contest. Oh, Team Nade comes through, plus the beat down from King of Body, but he doesn't secure it. It was a whisker away from being done, but Arcitys jumped into the picture, but they only have 5 lives left.
Now you got to turn this into TDM. Slow down the game, clutch up in these kills. You can already see in the feed it's not in favor of the Falcons, but Roxy's, he finds the timing onto 2-real. No more respawns in favor of Lore. They are playing super tight in the back of their spawn, and a Body finds a second.
And Roxas at Laundry. Could be a huge pivot point for Team Falcons coming off spawn, but he gets caught trying to chase down Yuli. 5 versus 3. Lord Gaming still holding on, but Xnid takes it down to 2 lives. No reason to rush, even though the clock is down.
Just got to take your time here. 25 seconds, still a lot of time to work with. You're gaining the info onto both of the players. 2Real is going to be hurt, so you're going to back him down, but Yuli clutches up in the one-on-one. Still opportunities here for Lore.
And they can't find Yuli. He's still stuck over towards the backside of the site. 2Real's also bounced out of Laundry. Now the time is becoming an issue. 2Real for the first, but the kills come through, and Team Falcons will secure the opening offense.
That is an unbelievable round. Keep in mind, they did that opening offense with no trophy systems in the beginning of that round to secure those early segments. But where is the teamwork aspect of Lore? We gave up 3 segments at B for free, and at the same time, they're already on the 8-point. RCD's is in your spawn, playing for spawn kills, while they're already earning that second segment. Lore are just not on the same page right now.
Not good news. 2Real also just 3 and 9 on the opening defense. Not at all what you want to see out of the player that's supposed to be the cutoff man, the guy causing issues. No issues are being made, though, when he's putting up only 3 kills for the opening defense, mind you. Xnid kicking us off with an opening Semtex and Falcons defense. Looking to mostly focus through mid at the moment, but there's some good help over the top of the B side as well.
Yeah, but this gets a lot more difficult now if you are Lore, because you're usually thinking, all right, first round defense, we just got to tie it up in the segments, get our 3 done at B, and we're going to be Gucci. But now you're down by 5. A lot of map control currently in favor of the Falcons. RCD's causing mayhem over towards this broken area. He's able to find a couple kills, a little bit of assistance there out of 2Reals. That's 3 dead in the feed. You do have King of Body who's slowly but surely working on his defense, but it looks like Pollux has gotten a read on it. Cannot find that kill, but that first segment is going to be complete.
Yeah, good kill from Yuli. Kind of keeps 2Real alive. He was under pressure through backside blue. King of Body cannot pinch the site yet. They need to find a kill from the front, and they're not even going to get that. So now good kills for Lore Gaming. 2 lives the lead. Second to progress locked, and there's could be a route here to get to A quickly.
Yeah, this is a scary situation because at the same time, a Body and his teammate were pushed up into the spawn. Lore Gaming already had players roaming around that blue area, so time should be able to get extended. But thankfully, the respawn players from the Falcons were able to reposition themselves over towards that A street, find a couple exit kills, tie it up all at 21.
And now Roxas can play Water Bridge, just try to keep his life and make this difficult rotation that much more hard. How much harder? One of the two. Lore Gaming trying to play the OE. Not going to be shut down by Xnid, who turns that into now 4 in a row. 16 and 10, and Falcons cleanly in the feed.
This guy is an absolute shooter with that AR in hand. And he doesn't plan to slow down because he's already behind enemy lines. Make it 5 in a row. A potential cruise missile on the cards for Xnid. You're just not going to be able to account for him. He's moving left and right, looking a little bit like Shotzi. But that beatdown is going to cost him. But thankfully, he earns a cruise missile.
And you still have Khalid locking things down over towards front tank. I mean, there's just no room to work with right now if you're Lore Gaming. Minute 12 on the clock. 6 lives at the advantage of Team Falcons. And Lore Gaming are still spawning towards Ice Cream side. They do take care of Khalid, but there's still layers to this defense, and there's still a lot of work to be done here with not a lot of time on the clock for Lore.
Not a lot of time at all because you're going to waste about 15 to 20 seconds working out of your spawn, but thankfully you got players like Yuli and Pollux to find a couple of openings to work your way up to the map. So still a 3 live deficit. A lot of map control in favor of Lore, but Falcons again off of the respawns are reading this pressure to perfection. They are trading out more effectively, making it 2v2, but it's still them closing, holding on to that point.
Whatever this next hit is for Lore Gaming has to be clean. If they were to find a way to get the 2 ticks of progress they need, to at least tie up things up, if not possibly win the offense back, but this is not going to happen. The crossfire through mid is too strong. And now we're just down to 7 lives and only 20 seconds for Lore Gaming's offense.
You can already see the adjustments from Falcons, learning from their mistakes versus Atlanta FaZe, instantly putting someone always over towards that Water Street, not allowing anyone to slip behind enemy lines, but this is a scary situation. Still 8 seconds to go. A lot of map control for Lore. Here's the comes the contest, but you got Khalid, and he's able to find 3 in the feed. Unfortunate team kill, but it does not matter. Falcons only give up 3 segments, up 2-0 on the map.
And now you can feel it. I mean, the Search and Destroy was one thing, but this is another ball game altogether. And the confidence you start to see literally on stage for one side versus the borderline depression on the other. Again, this is the Challengers Champions. You're playing up against another Challengers team who did not even make it to champs. You expect to dominate, and now all of a sudden, you're being beat up bad.
Yeah, this is bad, man, because you're still down by 2 segments. So if you are Falcons, with the lead that you have, let's just go to B, play for the mid-map control that you find, but try to extend this time early on to give yourself a lot more opportunities. Because you have that cruise missile in the back pocket of Xnid. Now they are fighting initially these gunfights around that middle map area, but they already know. We have broken control. Let's just slowly work up this progression at B.
That just looked like a break-off that they knew where RCDs was from their first round and said maybe we can team shot him out. Doesn't really fully work out, but instead, it's Roxas through B to find the opening kill onto Yuli. Khalid dealing with pressure around the back, cannot find the kills, but look who snuck through again. King of Body now on the A zone, has the 1v1 with Paul to go his way. And now you've got progress on both zones at the same time, and all the last shots are good for King of Body. First hit gonna be good at A.
Yeah, first hit is guaranteed, and now if you are Lower Gaming, what is the decision that you're gonna make? Are we still gonna contest over towards B, or are we gonna put our reinforcements to try to take down this player at A? Thankfully, a couple team fires able to take down King of Body, but that's already job well done. First segment secured, another 3 dead in the feed, and Falcons are just dominating right now on this map.
Roxas for 2, cleans up the trade onto Exit, and then another deep through gas station side. Khalid hitting a route through the backside of gas. He's able to find one. This is a huge issue now for Lower Gaming. Exit does call the cruise missile in. They have not finished B yet, but with concentration and focus towards A, they're winning the fights from the front.
This is fantastic plays out of Falcons. There's still one player here to try to contest it, but the effective on the trade is Roxas.
Wow.
It's now slowly but surely you are forcing Lower Gaming to give up this A point. You're gonna have 2 minutes and 10 seconds, currently up by 6 lives for 1 segment at B.
Or do get a deep defensive player over towards the tractor side. That could be an issue.
Shots.
With the shots from Khalid. Perfect around the back, does get surprised by Yuli, so no trade comes through. Opportunity for Roxas to keep the pressure on through blue side. They need to get these players, though, out of the front side of B tank if you're Falcons.
And it's not going to be easy, though, because we know how difficult those gunfights can be when you're the players coming off of the respawn. As Paul X finds King of Body through mid connector, but he realizes that the potentially pinch is still going to be on because Roxas is yet to die in towards DVD. He is on 4 in a row, but the snap from Hardstein, too damn good. At least a 3, make it 4 dead. All of Team Falcons coming off the respawn.
And this is where things get deadly. Lower Gaming now own the advantage in the life count. And there's no more routes through mid if you're Team Falcons. You need to get Turiel out of this position. He's now all of a sudden on 4 in a row. RCDs and Paul also putting together streaks. Clean kill feed for the side of Lower Gaming, and they're really stepping up with Turiel on 5.
Well, you're going to need it, man, because you're currently going to be down by 7 segments, so there's no way in hell you're going to get your defense in that round number 5. So it has to be about the gunny and potentially a couple cruise missiles in the back pocket. Turiel on 5 in a row. RCDs on 3, Paul on 4. A perfect opportunity for Lower to potentially try to extend this game. First cruise missile earned. RCDs is going to fall. Paul, it's your turn to potentially find one. Great shots onto the player on the water street, but not able to find that kill.
Just no routes available for Team Falcons anywhere, and Paul will get the second cruise missile. So you want to talk about trying to make some corrections to what had happened. This could be how it happens right here. Falcons breaking through the ice cream setup, leaves RCD essentially by himself. Yuli for support through Dark. He's able to take down a couple now on 4. Sees the last one around the cross. Turiel from the front would have to be the next one up to help defensively. It's 11v2 though, and Falcons are left to just try to stack on the zone. It does force a cruise missile though, which has you visibly confused. I mean, you're in 11v2. I get it's only 1 tick left, but there are defensive players nearby.
Yeah, that tells me right there the communication is non-existent for Lower Gaming. 11v2, Yuli finding that double is all you really needed to do to secure the defensive round. But Paul X decides to call in that cruise missile. Now you don't have this one going into this next round, but like I said, they are down by 7 segments. So you just need to win this attacking round and then win another attacking round to try to take this map.
Just win 2 of back-to-back attacking rounds? Okay. Yeah, what is the cruise missile there? Puzzling moment, especially considering how hard fought it was to earn them. Yuli may be able to catch one back, though. Just one off from finding one of his own, but he gets shut down. It's Exton for 2, looking for more, but Paul puts him in his place for at least a moment. Doesn't make much of a difference, though. Team Falcons defensively already pushing up the map.
Yep, Team Falcons is being aggressive over towards that B street, and if you are Lower, you have to capitalize on this moment. Paul X has all the back control. You should be able to gain the info. There's a lot of presence over towards B. We can probably hit this rotation over towards A. But they're using all their reinforcements to try to extend this time early. All tied up at 25 in the lives remaining. You have players like RCD's challenging over towards that water street, but Roxy's gets the better of them.
Yep.
And here comes King of Body again on this pinch route.
This is how you win this defense right here, right now. King of Body gets the first. He's trying to stave off the hit through B, trusting his teammates will clean up the second. Maybe overvalues it, though, as Yuli nearly survives on his own. But Lower Gaming will at least be able to find some sort of a route to try to get back over towards B. Khalid tried to step into the play, doesn't work out, and now Lord Gaming can get back on the zone.
Yeah, but now they have to account for the players on Team Falcons who are working this deep pitch again. You're not going to be expecting Roxas because you had a player like Yuli watching this cross, but thankfully Roxas was not able to spot him. So Lord still dominating over towards his B Street, but it's effective trades again from Team Falcons. Can King of Body find this double and continuously let this time get away? He finds it, but 27 seconds to go.
Stuns and nades are keeping Lore away from the zone. Now information gets tallied up. 2 Reels calling it a cruise. That's not gonna land now all of a sudden. King of Body on 4 in a row. Pistol still out. Paul trying to battle against the force of the Falcons and trying to stay on the B zone. It's only down to 10 seconds. Paul faltering. Cannot find the elimination on the King of Body, who's on now 5 in a row. Last 6 seconds. Cruise missile opens the door for Lore to stop the clock.
And thankfully they take down a Body because he was on 5 in a row, but here comes the pinch from Khalid. He's only able to take down one. 3.1 seconds left on the game clock, but it's looking like Lore with the stack should be able to extend this game by an extra minute. But 15 to 12 in lives remaining. Lore only have 1 or 2 opportunities at this 8 point.
And just look at the mini-map. You've got Roxas deep over towards Palace Wall. You've got 2 players in Falcons watching the cut, both through the A site as well as through Cafe, and then Exit just needs to stay alive on the OE. There's just no room for Lore Gaming to work with. Exit did get pushed out of blue. The support is here for Lore Gaming, but they have not been able to find him.
They're taking their time now. They're trying to see what the setup is looking like for Falcons, effective on the one-on-one trade. But it's still Falcons just trading out a lot more effectively. Now they are reading where the pressure's coming in. Double stacking towards this deep pinch area with only 25 seconds left. This is looking like a Falcons W.
What is this? Oh, tough gunfight with Exdid. Goes the way of Lore Gaming. 8v13. Shots from 2 Reel are good. Hold on to your horses. Rox is over towards Water Bridge. The only defensive member that's deep, and now he gets taken down. So the reinforcements for the Falcons have to be clean. 4 seconds on the clock. Who's going to be able to touch in time, though? The answer is absolutely nobody as Khalid finds a couple, and it's a 3-1 in the control for Team Falcons.
We're talking about they didn't have enough time to learn from their mistakes. That was beautifully played right there from Falcons. They realized the opportunities that they had to take and take advantage of. They dominated in the slaying. They showed a lot of presence around that mid-map area, forced the mind games out of Lore Gaming to think, what the hell are they doing? They're showing presence that day. They're also around mid-map, and they also have 1 player capping over towards B. It's just from start to finish of that map, you could just tell Lore Gaming were simply out of sync, man. You're allowing segments to get away from you while players are playing for spawn kills. That's not the recipe for success. And Team Falcons, they dominate in that control, finally securing their first respawn victory here.
I am absolutely mind blown, to put it plainly. And now I worry about the composure for Lore, flat out. Especially considering the fact that I think we can highlight, low light, the fact that it felt too individual.
Yes.
From the side of Lore Gaming, where communication's just not really clicking. You're gonna go into a Karachi hardpoint next, where Falcons, yes, they have really struggled in rotations, it feels like, over the course of Rio, but you win a couple of individual gunfights, you're in the party with FaZe, and you probably win map number 1 versus Lore. This map could snowball quickly if Lore doesn't figure it out.
Yeah, especially with the way that Falcons are shooting right now. Everyone putting up some massive numbers. Xnit again dropping another 30 piece in another respawn, but this time for a victory at the very end. And if you are Lore, a team that won Challengers champs, you thought you were going to have opportunities potentially for a couple spots in the Pro League next year. You lose to Team Falcons,
you're out of the
that
picture,
everybody had all the way at the bottom of the list, man. You might as well chalk the season up.
I mean, wow. Legitimately wow. I'll be honest, I slept on this Team Falcons squad.
I did a little bit too.
I mean, yeah, we talked about the success they had, Season 3, EU Elite, but that's not enough for them to qualify off of the points they've earned on the season to get the champs. They don't make it through the LCQ, and you start to think, you know, maybe it was just a good week for them. Not apparently the case, because they look just as good as ever so far here today. Both versus FaZe, and especially here versus Lore Gaming. And that blows all expectations out of the water, because, like you mentioned, this is your Challengers champions. You're looking at them to not just get, you know, a win, but to possibly get out of their group. that might not be the case anymore.
Not at all, man. Not at all, especially with the way that they're playing. We saw it early on in the Search and Destroy, though. It's just like individuals making individual plays when it's not necessary. And I feel like we heard a little bit of that interview with Miles at Arcides. Arcides feels like, okay, I don't got to worry about rotations. That's a coach's job. I just got to do my 25%, and everybody else has to do their 25%. But the team seems to be out of sync right now.
Agreed.
Someone has to step up as a leader to get everybody all on the same page if you want to at least try to force this game number 5.
This is a make or break moment for all 4 of these players.
100%.
I mean, there's one of 2 ways that the conversation goes right now if you're a Lore Gaming of like, yo, we need to put up, like, lock in. We need to get this thing together. Everyone buys in. Or you're looking at this across the table and there's someone on your team saying, what's happening? Why are you guys not doing this, doing that? And everything falls apart. You either come together right now or it completely crumbles. There's no in between.
Yeah, because you're either going to come together here and force a game number 5, or you're going to get eliminated on day 1 being the top team to come out from challengers. That just is not supposed to happen.
Yeah.
Especially versus a team in Team Falcons, who we all counted out. We had no idea what this team was going to bring. We knew that they were great at Search and Destroy. They knew that King of Body was probably going to put on an absolute show. Sure. But Xnid, with that AR in hand, he's winning some insane gunfights.
Yeah.
If he continues to do that on this map like Karachi, and you combine those gunfights with a couple rotations, man, they might be able to make it to tomorrow.
Him and Khalid both, I think, have been really, really impressive. So this might be another, and what has been a long line of this particular block, showing some upsets. Team Heretics lose 3-0 to Stallions.
Oh,
It
my
doesn't get closer. 250, 248 to 250. 3-2 on the control and a 6-5 surge.
Oh, my God. That is impressive. That's demoralizing, man. It's like right there. 2-point hardpoint game, 1 round in Search and Destroy, 1 round in Control, and unfortunately for you fly all the way across the world to lose like that. That's tough.
I mean, unless you go back home to Spain, in which case the flight home's not as long. I don't know. Regardless of that fact, this might be one of the storylines of the entire tournament, though. The Challengers champs at threat of being eliminated by Team Falcons out of the local MENA region. And again, I think it all comes down to who buys into what that man right there is saying. If we're all able to reset, find our composure, and trust the process, this Lore Gaming still has a lot of life left in them. However, if someone out there is thinking, I'm doing my job, no one else is doing theirs, I'm going to go do my thing, this team might fall apart.
And I love the body language right now out of Ricky Atura, the coach for Lore Gaming. Because he's just walking around like, all right, guys, you guys know that you guys are better than these guys. We just got to do what we need to do. And that show a little bit of teamwork. It doesn't seem like he's stressing out a little bit. He's trying to make sure everybody is ready to rock and roll into this map number 4, because tournament lives are on the line here. Karachi HP, at least in that opening hard point, you had players like Too Real who had an early pop-off, who gave that SMG presence early on. And on a map like Karachi, he could definitely do the same exact thing.
Very well could. But I'll tell you, Jay, not to just kind of keep going back to this, but we're at the precipice of having our number 1 and number 2 challengers teams eliminated day 1.
That's insane, man.
That's insane. I mean, by organization, the Omit Brooklyn team is now mostly Boston, so it doesn't really necessarily hold the same weight, but organizationally, we very well may have both of our top 2 orgs out from the challenger spot, depending on how this goes.
And I'm curious to think about what the conversation is for Lore. Because I know Ricky, he was a phenomenal coach last season for that Miami team. Remember when they brought in a Hode, a Ross, a Whitfellow, with Capsule, with Vikul, they started to find a lot of success towards the end of the year. So God knows what it takes to win. It's just like now to be in this kind of situation, down 2-1, when you're the heavy favorite going into this series, everyone just simply has to be on the same page. And if you don't start off hot into this map number 1, it might be over.
No, I think it legitimately is that. The first rotation from 1 to 2 might determine this entire game. Because you could sit there and you could regain composure all you want, but if you drop that first P2, if you're Lore Gaming, all of a sudden, again, you find yourself in that cycle of, I'm not trusting that my teammates are doing the job that they should be doing. Gotta do your job. That's the big key. Team Falcons, I think on the other side, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. You're right there with a chance to extend your tournament to another possible world where, who knows, if they play a phase again or if they play 100 Thieves, depending on the outcome of that match, they may make it out of this group, which I know it kind of sounds like I'm fishing a little bit, but I truly mean it based on how they're playing today.
Hey, man, if they get through this series here, you best believe on a good night's rest, going back home, watching a little bit of VOD review, they will be a lot more prepared for that series tomorrow if they can get there. And as we take a look at the bracket for this group, man, it could not be more mixy at this point. Obviously, Atlanta FaZe, one of the top dogs They take care of Team Falcons in a clean 3-0, even though Falcons put up a great fight. But 100 Thieves, the #1 seed actually in this group due to their placing at champs, they were able to get the better of Lore Gaming. The only map that they ended up losing was that Search and Destroy on High Rise, which I circled because 100 Thieves all throughout the season, High Rise Search and Destroy was a bread and butter for them. They got dominated 6-1, but the heartbreaking loss in that Game 4 hardpoint for Lore was unbelievable.
It could be, again, I think some of the teams that are, from the Pro League may struggle a little bit trying to figure out the adjustments to not having smokes. That could be part of the picture. We'll see. It is one of those things, though, like, you look at the integrity of this series, and sometimes we get to the phrase of, a man with nothing to lose is the most dangerous man on the earth.
Yes.
However, it maybe more dangerous is a man with nothing to lose and a little bit of hope and belief that starts to get injected, because that turns into quick momentum. That's what Falcons have brewing for him right now.
That's the scariest thing, man. Playing against a team, like you said, who has nothing to lose, because they're just going to go out there and have fun, play their game. And now for that team that we're talking about in Team Falcons, they find themselves up 2-1 in the series. Into the map 4 we go. Karachi Hardpoint, a potential closing map here for Team Falcons to try to move on to tomorrow.
Let's see if the regain is in place here for Lore Gaming. Falcons coming from the unfavored side, find 3 for 1 in the opening exchange. Varsity still holding on to the bottom lane, but Falcons can jump into the hardpoint for some time.
Yeah, we got to jump into that hardpoint a lot sooner, though, because you find the initial gunfights, and now you're still going to get at least a good chunk of 30 seconds here. Lore Gaming decide to hit that early rotations, but Khalid in a perfect positioning. He's able to find double on this overextension, and now that's basically going to shut down that opportunity of a potential break for Lore.
And it's one of those things, I know it's a small moment, but you have to give credit to the discipline. Not getting too antsy and pulling the trigger too early. Too real. Tested on rotation. Pardon me? Does not expect him to jump up on top of the bus stop, and that's enough for the kill to come out, and Falcons are still owning time on 1 while rotating successfully to 2. Uh-oh, here we go.
And Khalid's already 6-1 to start off this game, man. The AR presence has been felt. They win the rotation over towards New. You're still in the hill trying to win a couple clutch gunfights, but X-Need is close on by. He's able to find that trade, and it's still Team Falcons holding on to the hard point.
And look at the trust from Team Falcons. The players coming from bottom red cut off the rotation through Car, and he can just really focus on this jump up. Problem is, his teammates will lose his lives. So now it's down to Lore, trying to find a way to break back into the hill, and it's 3 straight eliminations. Khalid has not been seen as of yet, though. Can he foil this setup? How about Khalid? 9-2 start, does not expect Arsities, but the trades are looking decent. King of Body and Roxas re-break the hill.
Oh, and this is so scary now because there's only 20 seconds to fight for here at P2. Lore Gaming, no, we cannot commit all our reinforcements to try to play for that junk time. We have to start thinking about that rotation, but Falcons, they are playing phenomenal right now. That's now back-to-back rotation wins, but they're going to get bombarded in this situation because there's a lot of presence from Lore Gaming over towards top 3. They are finding the effective trades. They are finding the gunfights, and it should allow them to set up now here at a Money Hill at P3.
Roxas from the front has help with King of Body on the way. Exton trying to supply a little bit of extra assistance, but it's only a couple of kills. Lore Gaming still spawning relatively close. Bold challenge from Exton gets pushed aside, and now Lore Gaming looking good for the better part of this back 40.
Yeah, you need this entire time if you are Lore. A flawless hold gets you right back into this game. You have Falcons, a couple players going on a pinch, but Khalid is going to get shut down. Now all the pressure coming in from junk side. Xnid, he's able to find one. A body finds a trade, so it's going to turn into a 2-on-2. And now with Paul X only at 20 HP, he has to try to play his life. You do not want to drop it and allow him to walk for free.
Too real from inside the hill, though. Good for the first challenger. Steps back out, and in that moment, Lore Gaming will secure the backside of all of this scrap time, and they're starting to find some transition kills. Team Falcons were trying to get the P4 early, but that's already been under threat, and now it's just Roxas trying to hold deep over towards White Truck.
Now a 5-point difference in this game. At a P4 hard point where neither team is going to fight for a majority this time, most likely playing for that map control, but Falcons, they find the initial couple of gunfights. Lore, their backs are completely against the wall. Let's step aside and go to listen it with Lore.
Right, watch up there now, give me a second. He's right side fire.
Sitting in the corner, bro.
I need one chip, I need one chip.
Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive.
I'm
sitting coop, I'm pitching back.
Let's play first time.
In bottom pound, dead.
Nice.
Bro.
Hang on,
There's a guy coop, this guy fires. Probably one in
shot. I don't see this guy. Absolutely, one's top castle, top castle. Alrighty. Top castle on right. Nice, top castle.
Back H.
Back H. H weak. Top castle. Focus in now. I got native top 3. One can be better.
I'm helping left.
You by yourself, you lay that.
Two ult.
I'm getting quiet here.
One top trips, one ult.
Alrighty.
Could be top.
I'll come
Could
heavy
be
right.
third. Could be third.
ID, I'll come
I
heavy right.
I spawned out.
One back.
I got one. I got one.
Take it weak, really weak.
Spawning P2.
I'm fine.
Cross left. Once again, then spawning P2. I'm looking at.
I don't want to watch that. I'm going your fire. I'm getting fire.
King buddy went left, okay?
I heard you.
Things are sounding pretty calm for Lore after a successful hold at 4. Now they're on 5 as we jump over to a Team Falcons listening for their break attempt.
انا بحتريكم يا عيال طلعوا طلعوا التايم رتبه طلعت التايم طلعت ون يسار التايم ون يسار التايم صار منسدح يسار التايم ها مو بن والله شان فحل رسبنا ويمكن مناره رسبنا مناره في ناس معي بشيله بي 3 مات يا عمري فوق في واحد تحت بعد فوقن مع بعض يا عيال
انا بلعب فيه
بجيك خالد بجيك امسك يسار بمسك نص امسك يسار خذ التايم ها خذ التايم ثاني فوق تحت فوق فدا يا عيال بيقدرون من يمين بيقدرون
صار كله عليه ها
انا ماسك النص ها
بمسك يضرب يمين
واحد يجي تايم انا ماسك النص واحد يجي تايم يمين قريب واحد هولد واحد عندي رد ها واحد رد للحين بي 3 واحد جنك واحد بيقدر علي ايه لازم العب عليه بشيله يا عيال مخلي التايم لكم في واحد عندي كمل فير خلي التايم لكم يا عيال ما اشوفه برجع للتايم
تحتي
اي
واحد يمين مره فوق الشكن طف النور تايم في واحد مربع يمين واحد قريب ما تكسر انا شفت خالد بجي اشوف لك نص انا اشوف عندي قريب
Difficult time from 4 to 5, but a clinical re-break here at P1. And keep your eye on the minimap because we're 25 seconds left. And with the spawns on the left side of the map, Team Falcons are already thinking for P2.
Yeah, they're going to start thinking about P2 because Lore are going to bombard their way back in towards this P1. Still a good chunk of time to fight for the final 20. If you are Team Falcons, you're just going to cut your losses, set up properly for that P2 HP, and try to chain it this time around towards P3. It's a 2-2 split in the kill feed. But Arcades, he's able to find a double, so the pressure is going to be on towards Khalid. He's sitting at 19 and 10, but his hands are going to be full.
Just does not predict the timing on Arcades from the front. So now all of a sudden, Lore Gaming find themselves in Cafe as the first squad earning time. Falcons do get over the jump wall, but these are difficult fights in the back alley, or are they? 2 will drop immediately. King of Body in for the contest. Help is on the way. Paul, the last one, left inside the hill, and he gets overwhelmed. Last one now standing with the final jump. It was Arcades, but he can do nothing. So the break is successful, and Team Falcons a chance to reclaim the lead.
And if you are Falcons, you got to try to push on out. Try to create a couple layers, make it more difficult for Lore to work their way for a potential break opportunity again. Great nade is going to slow him down, has him one shot. Great plays out of Roxy. Tries to take down Yuli as well, but the double good enough from Yuli. And that final 15 is going to go in favor of Lore. And this can be a scary moment now if you are Falcons. You have the numbers. You're still going to fight for this old time, but rotation is heavily in favor of Lore.
Absolutely. And with those final kills coming on Arcades, he may put himself in a position to possibly earn himself a cruise missile. And Arcades is feeling himself.
Okay.
142 to 120. The crowd here doesn't like that. But Lore have themselves on rotation with a chance to blow the game wide open.
Hey, 23 and 12 on a 5 streak. The 2-time world champion not trying to get exited on day number 1. Trying to gain a little bit of momentum for his team as they are fully set up for the P3. Cruise missile in the back pocket already earned. Effective in the kill feed is the trades from Lore. Last player alive is going to be Khalid. He falls, and that's already the first push getting shut down.
And this could be where the game becomes almost unwinnable if Lore Gaming get the final 30 here. Would put this at an 80-point deficit, so every contest is massive right here, right now for Team Falcons. Yuli still inside the hill, being threatened on the back door, and that's going to get the better of him. Follow from Roxas is good. That's a very good break for Team Falcons, not only for the scrap, but you've also got motion over towards Dew as well.
Oh, yeah, you got to soak up this final 20, though. Try to get this freebie time, but unfortunately, 2 Rail is going to get the better of Xnid. So the final 10 in favor of Lore, and they have a cruise missile to work with, so we're going over towards the P4 again. Where it was mostly dominated by Lore Gaming the first half. But now Team Falcons fully set up off the rotation. You have top 3 control, you have bridge control as well. So it's going to be quite some time before Lore can work their way on in, but this is where you invest the cruise.
Roxas trying to play over towards bridge side. Good opener onto Yuli, plus the stun also lands. The cruise missile only gets him out of position. That's a 1-for-1 trade that Falcons will take every day. The follow-up eliminations are also there for Team Falcons, so they survive through the cruise, and they're finding kills through mid. This is how Team Falcons get back into the game.
This is perfectly played right now out of Team Falcons. Finally, Yuli's going to find the angle onto Khalid. Able to take him off of this time for now. But still a good chunk of time to fight for it. Now it gets a little scary because Lord, they're starting to spawn out towards the back. Early rotation is going to come in from Khalid, but Roxy's still at the old hill, is making chaos for Lord Gaming. A big one-on-one gunfight. Paul X, you have to make a play.
He's not trying to make a move just yet, though. Team Falcons fully set up. 195 to 156. Shots out of Paul alert Falcons that the hit from Lord Gaming is close by. But with no cruise missile here, Lord Gaming have to do this the old-fashioned way. Opening gunfight, good for Roxas. Khalid still holding into a corner. A trade comes through, but for Lord Gaming, it's just not creating enough opportunity. Now they're going to have to try to force it from the front.
And this is where you would really love that cruise missile, man, to find that initial opening kill. So you can have the numbers potentially for this break, but Falcons, they are slowly but surely fighting their way back into this game. It's only a matter of moments before Khalid decides to strike. He's able to find the first kill. He's not going to spot the second, but Arcades has no idea that he's there. It does not make sense. The communication for Lord Gaming is simply lacking, and Falcons are taking full advantage of it.
And you got a pinch on the way. King of Body around the back. Khalid has done more than enough to keep his life. Here comes King of Body with the pistol in hand. He's only able to find the first. Back to the MCW, shut down. 10 seconds to scrap, good for Lore, but as we rotate to new, top third's gonna go the way of Falcons.
Yeah, you would take this if you are Falcons. Still a 10-point difference, but a lot of the map control in their favor. You can still close it out with the full 60 here at P1, but there's multiple different angles you have to account for, and Falcons are doing a great job of finding the kills around the hard point. They put themselves back on in, and if you're Lore, you gotta slow it down.
It's a late lead swap for Team Falcons. Too Real trying to recontest up top, but Falcons are finding the kills over towards the rotation on the middle of the map. Paul's double keeps the play alive, but he can do no more besides just hold top red. He's in trouble, though, and Yuli bails him out. Time still going to Lore here on P1.
Yeah, Lore can no longer win it here, and if you are Falcons, the best thing you can do is contest this all the way to the very end, but do not lose those spawns, and also do not allow Paul X to earn the cruise missile. Great shots out of Xnid. Shuts down that potential cruise coming in. It could have been a big game-changing moment, but it's going to be Lore soaking up that final time. Unless Xnid has anything to say about it, he is going to lose that gunfight. And now Paul X off the rotation alongside Arcades. They're finding a couple kills. This is the moment.
A little bit of peppering damage from King of Body. Now bumping the hard point from the front. Deals with Yuli, and the trade onto Paul is decent. 3v2 at the moment around the hill, but Khalid able to find now Too Real, and he's going to get top red control. This is a flawless setup for Team Falcons, but Lore still have some space from the front.
A lot of presence around this red area. Paul X as well finds a second kill onto the player in the hard point, so now you have to hold down your cuts, and hopefully the player's off the respawn to work him way back on in. But now with the contesting and the hill being white, Falcons can no longer win it here. They are forced to hit that early rotation, combine it with a couple of kills. You can already see as they're attempting to do that.
Yeah, Lord Gaming have made the call. Just don't let them get through red, whatever it takes. But has Khalid found an opening?
Oh my God.
Oh, he slipped the net. It's all about the timing. Paul gets shut down, and now Khalid knows he just has to hold this position at chunk. The break is in for Lord, but they cannot win on this hill. They have to make a rotation, and Falcons will be there first.
The spawns are in for Falcons. That was such a big heads-up play to hit that early rotation. But now the trades are more effective on the side of Lore. Last player here is going to be King of Body to try to make a play happen. Don't put yourself in the hard point. Just try to be a nuisance. Wait for your teammates to get a lot closer.
Here's the challenge. Doesn't initially predict him around the back, but the kills are decent from the front. Not fully enough. Lore Gaming into the hard point. Xnid has to go. Jumping off top third, shut down. 5 in a row for Yuli, who's come up massive in these closing moments. And Lore Gaming are going to have a chance to send this to a 5th map.
Whew. What a game for hardpoint between both teams. Falcons had a lot of opportunities. They had such a hot start to that game. But when we got to the second half, the P4s, the P5, is when Lore got themselves back into this. The ARs really stepped up. You had Arcades have a phenomenal start. Started shooting little bodies here and there. He was trying to get the boys riled up, but I feel like my MVP of that map, without question, was Paul X. He had multiple opportunities where he had to clutch up in a bunch of these kills. He was able to find multiple 2 pieces after 2 pieces to keep his dreams alive of forcing that game number 5. And I know it was very, very stressful, but you got the job done. Just one more map between both of these teams to see who moves on to tomorrow.
Unreal map. It did feel like getting through that next rotation. Falcons did all the right macro moves, but a couple individual fights, like you mentioned, from both Arcades and Paul, I think in particular, break those setups that looked like they were about a fraction of a second away from being perfect for Team Falcons. There's a look back at the 250 to 230 scoreboard. 60 engagements for Exton, by the way, on the nose. Able to get 24 of those 30 non-traded with 6,300 damage, only bested by our city's 35 and 23 for nearly 6,400.
Man, they played so well. It just came down to the second half of the game where they needed to be a little bit tighter on their setups. When you got back to that P1 area, they were initially holding down the power positions, sitting around top 3, dominating around red. But then Lore found their openings. They won that initial gunfight 2 top 3. You take down the player off hill, and then now you're forcing Falcons to think about that rotation. And at the same time, you had a couple players thinking about rotation. Also, you had a couple players still trying to contest that old time. So Lore had the numbers advantage in a couple of those engagements to make those breaks a lot easier. A grueler of a map number 4, but we are blessed to see a map number 5 for the first time here on the main stage today.
And this is going to be a really fun one to break down because there's a lot of things for us to keep our eye on. Not only off the fact that Team Falcons did give the Atlanta FaZe a bit of a run for their money here, but we know what 2Real brings to the table when he's on an invasion surge. A little bit of a tease as we look back over the highlights over map number 4. And wow, what a map it was. Just comes down to, again, you're in a position where both hard points are winnable for Team Falcons. Can you take this small break to regain your breath, chill with the adrenaline just a touch, and come in composed for map number 5?
That's all it's going to be, man, because at least based off that map number 2, Lore were not as composed. The teamwork was not there from them, even when they were finding first blood at the first blood early into that game. Falcons, with the aggression, were able to set the tone, and they did the same exact thing versus a team like Atlanta FaZe, but this is a squad that they struggled on that defensive end on a map like Invasion. You have to allow the play to come to you. I know the energy is high, the crowd is behind you, you're sitting in your home stadium, and you are ready to rock and roll into this game number 5 to try to take your very first series here versus the top challengers team that we had coming into EWC. The nerves, everything is going to be on the line. It's just, like you said, who's going to be more calm, cool, collected going into this game 5?
100%. Because like we have already talked about for Lore Gaming, the expectation is you run through this. You're the challenger champion. You're playing a challenger team that didn't make it to champs. On the other side of your Team Falcons, you're playing for pride and honor, not just in the country, but also what you can do with a couple of players playing in their home city. Unreal seeds throughout map number 4, but it all will come down to what happens on an invasion surge. And a couple of questions from the side of Ricky Artura, and maybe some Jedi mind tricks from Ludi there at the end with our final cams.
Going into this game number 5, man, who are the 2 players that you're looking at to really step up and shine to try to secure this map for them?
I think King of Bodies going to be looking for redemption after what we didn't really mention. It wasn't a particularly great map for him. On the other front, I think this has got to be Yuli. I'm looking at him to be flexible. I'm looking at him to swap back and forth between an SMG and an AR and try to be that difference maker in terms of the speed and tempo of which this Lore Gaming team wants to play at. But all that told, regardless of who you look at, this is all about who survives. And in this group, this is the last match we still have available towards us, a map 5, to figure out who gets into the final chance at qualifying in Group D. They will take on the loser of either 100 Thieves or Atlanta FaZe. The other side of things, we already talked about it, Stallions able to 3-0 Team Heretics. We've already seen a couple of upsets in terms of the expectations on the day. Heretics dropping out, maybe not as huge of a surprise as, you know, others, but G2 also drops a gentle bitch, which did take me a bit by surprise.
That's 2 pro teams. We had all throughout the pro season. Even though they're on the lower side, at least for the G2 roster, they had to learn how to play with each other. It was 2 different teams combined into one. They could not figure it out. In Miami, that's simply disappointing, but enough from us. Game number 5, right on the backside of this break.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Welcome back to our final match on the first day, as we've got all 5 maps, just as many fingers as J-Stud has got, at least for now. I know you've got more than 5.
Yeah, I got 10.
Where are we going with that? No one knows, but hey, that may also be the moniker of what this whole series has to offer, because the expectation would be that the Lord Challengers champs would have no problem here, kind of like the same mantra that we said about FaZe versus this Falcons team, but something about home crowd energy, whether it be at Champs or it be here in Riyadh, seems to be fueling the team in green.
Man, this is going to be your grueler over map number 5. Like you said, if you were Lore, you were thinking, okay, we're going to be able to right the wrongs of our previous series. We played the 100 Thieves very, very tight, especially in that final hardpoint before they fell short. But they were able to get through a grueler over map number 4, keep the momentum going. AR's really set the tone, but it all comes down to this one map to move on to tomorrow.
Can you find a way to stop this Falcons search, which has been so good so far today? Especially considering that we already saw them correct some mistakes on the invasion control that they faced FaZe on. Now a chance to do the same thing here in map number 5. On the other front, this Lord Gaming team in certain ways has been stapled off of what they can do in the search and destroy. Can they find a way to do it when it matters and stave off possible elimination here?
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing for both of these teams is simply slowing down the game. It's been aggression after aggression for both of these squads and all of the search and destroys. Comes back to bite you at moments, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the game number 5 between Team Falcons and Lore. Gonna have Team Falcons on the attacking side first of all, and they're already showing a lot of presence over towards Broken. First blood from Khalid.
And I was about to say, the player you want to keep your eye on for Lore Gaming is number 6 in Real. What he does typically gives you the idea of what Lore Gaming is attempting to pull out of their playbook. And with him playing through mid, now he's looking to get aggressive. Good shots from Paul, backside tractor. But the problem here is I think Turel's been seen on this long flank, and Falcons are holding off for now.
And this is where you have to make that quick decision to try to isolate onto Paul Lex, because Yuli was the aggressor, pushed up into his work rate. You find that initial first blood. And keep in mind, this is also round number 1, so no trophy systems in the back pocket. But Team Falcons are going to try to hit that allable snake. Smoke does get invested. Turo's only able to take down 1, but Falcons effective on the trade. Still a 2v2, though.
Bomb still left, though, at mid. A lingering 1v1 over towards B Street. Paul was taking shots towards King Abadi. The same can be said here as Nexid finds Zarslik over the top of the heady. So now it's just down to Paul. And he, I don't think, has seen the crossover initially, but his proactive read is correct as he moves his way over towards A.
Yeah, the bomb's going to get down for free. They gained the info onto Paul X, knowing that he was showing presence over towards that B Street, but I don't know if they're going to be ready for the adjustment. The route out of Paul X to work his way back over to the border. He's going to catch the timing, isolate onto the player, but he doesn't have a stunner grenade. It'll really help right now. Still 30 seconds to go.
And Exit is covering. So now you've got the regen. Think about it. He just has to hold this dumpster heady. Paul will be left to have to hit over through Water Street side. Here comes the rotation. And now the information is known. Long-range shots, tagging but not finding the kill. The rewrap is on, the time is ticking, and Falcons are looking good for round number 1. Paul not able to catch the timing to find the kills nor the defuse.
And that's going to be Team Falcons again, finding success early on the attacks, and it helps when you're finding that first blood 10 seconds into the round.
Facts.
Both of these teams love to play super aggressive, try to take the map away from you, but it can come back to bite you. You got to slow this game down because this is such a crucial moment, especially if you're Lore.
Let's see what Lore decide to do here in this first offense. Again, keeping my eyes between Yuli and Turiel. Turiel will be the one to swap between AR or SMG. Yuli likely the one to try to set the tone early. Is there going to be some significant play towards B? It's often been the case for Lore on their offensive side. RC is going to watch the initial cross. And yep, Turiel will catch the bomb. Yuli quickly over towards DVD Alley.
And I love the adjustments already from Team Falcons. This time they send 2 players over towards B. And look how much space Khalid is able to take on away. He realizes there's no presence crossing over towards Treehouse. But they are in the ideal setup that they want to be. And Turiel gains the info. Smoke grenade is going to get invested. No, it's actually a stun. You're thinking that that's going to connect. But Falcons again find that first one and the second.
The help from Khalid. Nade over towards that back door. Works out nicely, but Paul good for the double. Khalid taking some space over towards B. Bomb down for Lore, but we get a pretty even 2v2, all things told.
45 seconds still to play with. Bomb is going to be down around that A site. And with Khalid in the perfect positioning around this mid-tank, it's going to be very difficult for Lore to even think about that objective. But you have RCDs watching that overextension, not gaining any info, but Paul X throwing that shoulder. He spots Khalid towards mid-tank.
And good search and destroy IQ here for Khalid, knowing that Paul's not going to take that challenge, and instead there might be a hit through mid. Follow-up around the back, though, for RCDs is decent. Opening shots are tagging. Nade over the top. Trade of damage back and forth, and RCDs able to take the win before the nade can land. And we'll be tied up at 1.
And that's 2 situations where Falcons should have been able to walk away with that round. You find yourself in the 3v2. X-Nid, he decides to go for that trade on the Paul X, but Paul X gets the better of him. You're turning it into a 2v2. And then once you find that initial kill, even though Arcedes instantly finds that trade, he still has to think about that objective. He still has to put his gun away to plant that bomb. But you try to force the gunfight, and Arcedes is never going to shy away from the moment, able to clutch on up. Back-to-back attacking rounds for both teams.
Whether he is or not, he thinks he's the best player in the lobby. He's going to take those challenges without question. Opening damage being tallied on both sides to this cross at mid. Xdid wants to see, is there a chance he can maybe find Yuli? Hard to say if he saw him on that cross or not. Doesn't make much of a difference because Turiel through Cafe have gotten aggressive, and Xdid does get caught over towards Arches. And an unfortunate team shot comes out to finish off Khalid at low health. And there's just nowhere to go for Roxas.
Yeah, 1v4 for Roxas. Positioning already known, all of Lore deciding to pounce in towards Mannequin. Not able to find a single kill, and that's Lore just realizing their opponents, because that was the initial round that they threw out versus Atlanta FaZe, where King of Body just decides to work his way instantly up through Water Street. Tura did a little bit of homework. He was prepared for that. They find the first blood, effective trades as well. Also, the team kill is definitely going to help. And that's going to be the first defensive round secured. Lore, 2 rounds in a row.
If I'm not mistaken, Arcee's got 2 in that round, so now he's on 4 in a row, which could play into a possible cruise missile early to this search and destroy. What do you call if you're Team Falcons? Again, they found so much success offensively, but now not having that, what do you pull back on your defense here in round number 4? It looks like they're going to go to the same setup. Khalid just once again playing aggressive towards this B archway. Double stack largely allowing him to do this, but it's Yuli with an SMG in hand. Just a quick shoulder, allowing him to get the first blood.
Yeah, this time Yuli makes the adjustments. They spot no players crossing over towards Treehouse, but they realize that Khalid was aggressive that time around through Arches. And now they're using that information to their advantage. The smoke grenade is getting invested. You already blew up the trophy system, but so you're going to force the back down positioning out of player in Roxas, but somehow, some way, he's able to find a kill. Man advantage Falcons.
I was just about to say there's 2 ways to use the smoke. You can either block the cross or just block off the defender, but Roxas uses as his coverage. Exit through dark works out nicely. And with that, now it's down to Paul for a 1v3. Not going to get the isolated 1v1 versus Xdid, and it's a defense for defense set of rounds here for both our teams.
Fantastic plays right there out of Falcons, even after getting picked off early on in the man disadvantage. They realized where the play was coming in. Great heads-up play from Roxas. To realize that, all right, they're throwing all these attacks at me, smoke grenade is on my feet, let me just back down and try to play for one kill. But at the same time, when he finds that kill, his teammates across the map find one of their own. So they put themselves in the man advantage, able to capitalize on that clutch.
Huge timing play from XNID, legitimately. Because Roxas looked like he was dead to rights.
Yeah.
So 2-2 we go. Again, keep your eye on Turiel. He's the sole defender this time at A. I imagine he's probably got an MCW this round. XNID and the rest of the crew looking to play up through B Street, but a heavy-handed hit here for Lore Gaming. 3 members large leads to a first blood with, again, a little bit of extra forward pressure towards Treehouse.
And I love that play right there from Eula. You get the kill, you back out, you keep the man advantage in favor of your roster. So now you are forcing Team Falcons to try to get it done in another 3v4. Smoke grenade gonna get invested over towards Water Street.
Wow.
Turiel in the ideal position. Gains info onto 2, is able to find King of Body 4v2 in favor of Lore.
About to say, in rounds like this in the past, Turiel has had an MCW, just watching kind of more safe crosses. This time, it is a rival 9, and in that position, he nearly takes down 2. It definitely stops the play from Falcons pretty darn convincingly. 2v4 situation, XNID for 1, but Arcity's not going to give up mid-tank for free, and the help is there. Lore Gaming keep this thing all defense.
It's just fantastic plays out of the SMGs to start off that round for Lore. Yuli opens up with the first blood. Turiel finds that second and gains the info that they are applying the pressure through Cafe to try to work this A objective. And then you allow the rest of your teammates in the man advantage to just completely take the map away. You dominate around mid-tank. Arcity finds the third, a couple team shots onto the final player. Clean round right there from Lore to early on set the tone with that first kill, but then back down and play their numbers perfectly.
So with defense starting to dominate largely with success through mid, how do you try to break that up if you're Lore Gaming? Last time around, they tried to get isolation deep towards the B site. Nearly worked, but it was XNID at mid who shut down the entirety of the play. Do you have anything built to try to take this player off tank?
It's not going to be easy. It's now Lore. Just make sure they covered all their bases. This time Falcons going back to their default setup, trying to hold down this Water Street, showing presence around Cafe. There's a lot of presence from Lore as that smoke grenade already gets invested. They have mid-tank control. This could be dangerous.
It's still being fought, though, for the recontest for Team Falcons. These nades are landing. King of Body stepping away, but XNID does drop. King of Body, tough gunfight with Yuli over the top of the tank. And that will lead to Lore Gaming winning mid-map and now having a chance to plan a day.
Yeah, 4v2, bomb going down. Both of the players left holding those ARs from long distance, but Khalid in a position to potentially find a freebie here.
Need it.
In the 2v4 with only 35 seconds left, you got to try to make a play happen.
They're looking to see if anyone's going to challenge over towards Water Street first and foremost. The help is here. Damage is dealt. First kill is good. Khalid still alive. Now changes the angle up just a touch. Time is running out. There is still a smoke available for Team Falcons, though. Kicks on, is not quite able to get through the play, and Yuli right there at mid, never giving up the position at tank. Able to bail Lore out from what was a pretty heavy-handed approach from Team Falcons.
Yeah, and that all comes down to that mid-tank area. The fact that they invest that smoke grenade, force all the attacks to be invested on the side of Team Falcons, and no one drops. You set up Yuli for a free double to start it off. You get the bomb down, and Team Falcons trying to apply pressure over through Water Street. It's very difficult to retake that A site when you don't have mid-tank control. Lore realized we got to make the game a lot harder, and no one gives up their life for free.
Yeah.
Starting to pull away in this search and destroy.
First Bloods represent the scoreboard as well. 4 for Lore, 2 for Team Falcons. Could that be another difference maker? As Team Falcons will play very safely off this opener. I think that's kind of a lesson learned after the aggressive hit from Lore in their last defense through B.
Yeah, they just want to make sure they don't get caught off guard this time around. Now they're slowing down the game a little bit. Pressure at its highest moment right now. It's already been 30 seconds wiped off the game clock. And it seems like they're gaining info that there's no presence over towards Water Street, but RC strikes with the first.
And then the stun from Turiel into the smoke. I thought Fur was going to be the difference maker and winning that gunfight easily, but not to be. Arcity's keeping down the pedal, at least for a moment. Trade is out. And it's all on to Paul. 1v2 situation. Bomb is not rotated over to A yet, but very well likely will.
Yeah, if you're Roxas, you don't want to catch bad timing here off the rotation. As Paulix already knows where the player is going to start to come in, and he might have found the perfect timing to find the first kill, but early shot's not good enough. Now that bomb's going down.
Waiting for the regen first. Roxas trying to see if there's going to be a follow-up from Paul, who slides over towards the tank. Decent angle. Semtex lands with another nade behind that. Somehow Paul's still alive. but the bomb gets planted and the pressure is on. Here comes the player on the back, and Paul nearly gets the snap, but not quite quick enough. And with that, Team Falcons bridge us back within 1.
That's fantastic plays out of Falcons. Again, in another 3v4 clutch on up. It all came down to that gunfight versus 2 real through the smoke. The fact that King of Body with the AR in hand wins that up close and personal versus a Rival 9 in 2 real. Puts them in the man advantage, and I love the fact that they were playing their life, not really committing on that bomb plant until both players were fully rejuvenated on their health. And then once that double nade comes in, I don't know how Paul X eats both nades, but he was not able to put himself in a position to instantly go for the chow. You take the map away from them, and Falcons stop the bleeding.
Critical round here to see if Falcons can get their defense going again. Opening nades, blowing up the cars, front side of the A site. King of Body going to play into mid with Xnid nearby. So a little bit of a different setup here for Falcons defensively.
But now hold strong on this setup. You have every single angle cut off. You have Yuli working his way through mid-cut, but somehow, some way, he's able to find that first kill. Great investment out of the smoke grenade to not allow that player over towards B. Try to find that trade. As that bomb already gets planted at A. 34 again for Falcons.
And RCDs was able to get rid of the King of Body, who was chasing down initially the trade onto Yuli. That doesn't come through either. And then 2 real Paul X combined for the shots at mid, and that was good. Split-second decision-making for Lord Gaming.
And that was a great individual play to start it off, man, from Yuli. He was the only player sitting over towards B Street. He realizes there's only one player from Falcons that crosses over towards that B site. And when they have one player playing it towards B site, the other player is watching it through mid-cut. So you invest a smoke grenade, completely isolate the player around that mid-dark area. Wins that first initial engagement. The rest of the team is bombarded their way around that A site. You put the bomb down. You hold strong around that mid-tank setup. And now Lord Gaming at game point.
Ugh. What do you pull here if you're Team Falcons for 3 in a row? Once again, nades over the top, delete the cars. Trophy system down for the side of Lord Gaming with a smoke that just uses bait. This is going to force Team Falcons to have to be worried about that broken play on B Street.
It's fantastic plays again from Yuli. The mind games playing a big part so far in this map number 5. Because they were ready to pounce over towards that broken area and take that map control away from Lore.
Yep.
But still a minute left on the game clock. It looks like the push is going to come in towards A.
And for Lord Gaming, that wasn't just a fake smoke that comes through. Yuli's the one still committed to watching for the cross. This is a heavy-handed approach for Lore on this A defense. And Team Falcons are trying to show force over towards this side of the map. A smoke from their hands, though. Maybe keeps Lord Gaming a bit planted, but Yuli still hasn't seen anything on the cross yet. And now here comes Falcons on their cross through. That's enough information to really alert RCDs that he might be in a little bit of trouble.
And this one has to count, man, because 30 seconds, you do not have enough opportunities or even enough time to hit that rotation back over towards A. Bomb carrier going to be Roxas. He's waiting for that health to rejuvenate before he decides to strike for that bomb plant, but King of Body strikes for the first. Roxas does fall, though.
Oh, but King of Body, he sees the pinch. The problem is he's got a lot of pressure towards his teammate from the front. Xnid does his job. He stays alive. Now you got to get the bomb in plant, but there may not be enough time. You got to stick for it. Just enough time to get the bomb planted. Paul, RCD's playing this from ice cream side as the clock is extended to 45.
Xnid is going to try to play his life as long as he possibly can.
What a nade!
HP, but the nade is good enough for King of Body to take down RCD's. Now Paul X in the 1v2. King of Body making the plays. Works his way around the deep pitch. He finds the first blood. He finds another 2 to close out that round. Falcons stay alive.
I mean, that's a Kobe Semtex. He tosses it and then bails. He doesn't even stick around to see if he gets the kill. He just trusts that this Semtex will give Xnid space to stay alive on the bomb. He doesn't have to challenge the player in the corner. I'm going to make the full wrap, and that level of micro trust is huge for Team Falcons. But can they do it another 2 rounds in a row?
And I think the perfect play call right here is to change the pace up completely. Show a lot of presence over towards Cafe. Take that A opportunity away from Lore because that's been the bomb site they've been able to dominate.
Similar setup for Team Falcons. They've been trying to find ways to dominate a defensive setup. How do they learn the lesson after what foiled them last time was simply just Yuli through the mid-cut? And this time Roxas is only watching the dark cut.
So they're watching all their angles. That stun is going to get invested, and Paul Lex is going to be able to find that first one onto Khalid. Already a lot of aggression on this A side. Xnid is going to get isolated, 11 HP in a dream, and his teammates fall as well.
But Roxas on the flank, oh, he's got to do it all. He needs to find timing here through DVD. Finds the first on towards the tank, and he turned this into a second. No, Paul shuts it down, and the Challengers champs stay alive, if only just barely.
That was not an easy series there for Lore, but I know they are happy as hell to get through that grueler of a best of 5. But we were counting out Team Falcons. We thought that obviously you don't make your way to champs. You're the bottom team coming on in, but they put on an absolute show here in front of the hometown crowd. Unfortunately, not able to clutch up in those final moments, man. It just came down to those little mistakes. Multiple first bloods on the side of Lore Gaming. I'm pretty sure they found 7 in that game number 5, and this time they did not throw away those situationals.
Just difficulty in the middle of the map defensively for Team Falcons. Yeah. Even throwing another member there, just not quite able to read on Yuli's pinch play through dark on one round, and then there, kind of the same thing. You lose your player at Water Bridge, and those 2 ARs just too overwhelmed after the smoke comes through. So tough scenes for Team Falcons, but you gotta feel really prideful of the show you put on versus one of the world's best ever in the side of Atlanta FaZe and the best in Challengers champs of Lore Gaming. But the dream still lives for our Challengers champs to possibly still exit this bracket.
Yeah, dream still lives, but it was not easy. In fact, you were able to force it all the way into game number 5. Obviously, Yuli had a bunch of moments. The energy was going to be there, but Team Falcons, they really gave them a run for their money,
Big
man.
time.
They have a bunch of shooters on that side, but you can just tell if they could have gotten a little bit of better practice, maybe a potential VOD session to understand these little mistakes that they were made, they would have potentially been able to move on to tomorrow, man. But that was one hell of a showing out of Team Falcons in front of the home crowd. And the good thing for them is they don't got to get on a 17-hour flight. They can just still go sleep in their beds right back at home.
Yeah, very true, but it's still going to feel like a little bit of insult to injury as we've got our cities on the main stage with our final reactions of the day.
The closest matchup of the day, but Lore Gaming, the toughest challenger team that we have here, were able to put it out. You guys had a really tough matchup, but the hard point was the key for you to bounce back. How do you feel? How do you guys manage to actually bounce back in that game?
Honestly, I just told my teams, there's a lot of frustration, obviously, you could see. I told my team, like, guys, we got to stop playing. They're playing unorthodox. They're a really good team. They know what they're doing. They're on the same page when they take a lot of flanks and stuff. So I said, yeah, we just got to play some day 1 COD and just make them make the play. And it worked out, obviously. It worked out for me. Not my boys as much, but for me, for sure.
That's great. So now you guys are the toughest challenger team. Do you feel like you proved yourself to compete with the big dogs for later on in the event?
Yeah, so the last couple of years I've been spending my time trying to prove to everyone else that I could compete with the big dogs. But this last couple of months, like, I just said, I gotta do it for me now. But I think, sorry, I'm trying to think of the word. Jet lag. Yep. We've been jet lagged. We didn't scrim that much. Our scrim's been pretty bad the last couple of days, so we're trying to get back into it, for real.
I hope the next trophy for you will be something to put you back on track. We will ask the captain from Team Falcons to hand over the key, which you will get the chance to basically destroy. Nice fist bump there. This will be, let's say, it's your earliest trophy in this tournament. How does it make you feel, like, receiving such thing?
It feels amazing because they were shooting my body, so I was like, I want to get it back. They're trying to make me have fun, but I did. You can see it in that map for it, but they're an amazing team. They obviously pushed us to our limit, and nothing but props to those guys.
All right, won't keep you longer. You gotta go crash that key, and best of luck also in your upcoming matches. And that's it for us from the Amazon Arena. We will go back to the desk with the amazing talents to wrap up this show.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to Lore Gaming. You survived a very tough Falcon squad. And Clay, you said that there's something during that interview with RCs that resonated with you, just trying to prove to yourself that you still got enough in the tank.
Yeah, Alley Cat mentioned, like, you shouldn't have to keep proving yourself. You've already been a 2-time world champion, and I empathize with him. It's not only about, at a certain point, it's not about proving to everyone else. It's about proving to yourself that you can still do it. And I relate to that a lot. I mean, especially the last couple of years for me, when I went down in Challengers, I did the exact same thing. I found my love for the game again and really just wanted to prove to myself that I had what it takes.
Love that call. Let's take a look, though, at the highlights here, Allie. It went all the way to a Game 5. Lore Gaming able to clutch up in the game 4 thanks to Arcitys, and in game 5, he starts things off 5-1.
Yeah, for the side of Lord Gaming, after that really close map number 1, to go and then lose the search and destroy after Alec had to drop, like we talked about in the pregame, 11 kills. He is good for double digits almost every search and destroy. Having to go down on one of your best game modes and then pull things back during the control, this has easily been one of the most, if not the most entertaining series on the day.
And then on the Falcon side of things, there were some great things that I saw in this game 5. I really want to tip their tactical usage.
Yeah.
They were saving their grenades and their stuns and their smokes until the very end of the round, which isn't a common thing.
No,
Normally everyone's hurling pre-nades, they're trying to get you out of power positions, but we saw many times them holding their grenades until the bomb has been planted and then getting freebies all over the map.
I do want to call out King of Bodhi is going to watch this one back and think of the moments that he gave up the first blood. So many 3v4 clutches still came in from the Falcons, but you can't put yourself in that position. Xnid playing ridiculous. I asked if he could be our MVP, but we got to give it to the man who dropped the double digits to lock this one up. Let's take a look at our Bravia MVP. It's none other than the 2-time world champion, Arcitys. Doubles up the bank account with this one, and of course is still in the running tomorrow. Walk me through his best plays, Clay.
Honestly, all the plays he was making in search and destroy, he was doing his thing. In that map 4, he was going off. I think it would have been pretty tough for them to go home to Falcons after all the smack they've kind of been talking. Lore's like, yeah, we're the big dogs. We won Challenger champs. We want to be on this stage. If they would have went out in last place, it's like, oh man, that's rough. But I'm glad they pulled out the game 5 win here.
Especially, again, you talk about a bunch of former pro players that are on this roster as well, where on the flip side, Team Falcons hasn't gotten repetitions like that. So the expectation for Lord Gaming was extremely high heading into this series. And I do have to tip Yuli pulling his weight in that game number 5. We were kind of searching for him all day long, even the beginning of this series. He comes out in the game 5. He is the first blood demon, getting it time and time again to set his teammates up for success. He ends up going on a 5 spree and allowing them to get a comfortable lead to close out that game 5.
Don't shoot my body, says Arcitys. I'm gonna come back at you and cause some problems. He clutched up time and time again, and Lord Gaming clutches up in a much-needed Game 5. They will survive to tomorrow. We asked everyone before this matchup, who was going to win? Last time Falcons took the stage, they had 65% of the audience. This time around, they take 78, a huge fan base supporting the squad that is unfortunately now out of the event.
You know, we heard the energy in the crowd. You walked into the arena. There was so many Falcons fans here. They had their Let's Go Falcons multiple times during that Game 5. I'd love to see the support for other teams that we don't normally see. Yeah. And really to hear a team like Falcons have that support, be the hometown heroes, it was awesome. I love that.
And I got to give a big shout out to the event organizers. We had teams from all different regions, and Arcitys was saying they played unorthodox. They forced us to play differently. I want to see more of that in Call of Duty. Not everyone has to play the same way to have success. Let's take a look, though, at our groups, Ali, because not everybody found success on day 1, including teams like Heretics. But as we start in Group A, walk me through what you saw here on the opening day of action.
A little bit predictable, other than maybe the Carolina Royal Ravens. I hope we get to see them tomorrow on this main stream, because for me, for the fact that they 3-0'd the Vegas Legion and then we saw what Vegas Legion was capable of doing versus Omet, I'm very interested to see how that went and how they're looking moving forward, because they have a huge matchup versus Optic Gaming, and I'm kind of upset there wasn't any huge upset versus the top 4, so hopefully things get spicier as we go on.
Group A win as expected. Vegas waiting for the loser of that Optic Gaming Carolina matchup. Over in Group B, Cloud9 dropping a single game to Gentlemates. That was the search and destroy. But Vancouver, a hot 3-0 over G2, who eventually fell in a Game 5 to Gentlemates.
Yeah, I think that's the talking point of Group B, is you look at that elimination match, Gentlemates winning in a Game 5 versus G2. And G2 is a bunch of pro players, right? It is kind of a mashup of the Gorillas team and the Rocker team. And so they haven't been in the Pro League all year, but you still expect them to be able to beat an amateur team.
Diamondcon and Estro, of course, joining G2 for this event, and it was a short stay on the squad as they get bounced out of the event in our 13th through 16th position. Same can be said for Team Heretics, who surprisingly lost to the newly built Boston Breach and eventually the Stallions in a 3-0.
Now that's the craziest upset that we've had so far. Team Heretics was a team that throughout the entirety of the Pro League season was considered a team that had upset potential constantly. And so the fact that I see them bow out so early, especially against Boston Breach, who also was our worst team on the entirety of the season. This is the first lick of success that they have seen. I can't wait to see what they bring tomorrow versus Toronto.
Boston Breach has got to take on Scrap and Toronto Ultra. Meanwhile, Stallions waiting in the wings to see who they have to face off for a spot in our playoff bracket. Over in Group D, you saw Atlanta FaZe take down their opponent in the opening round with a 3-0, but it was close games against the Falcons. In the other matchup, Lore stole a map from 100 Thieves, but it'll now be 100 Thieves versus Atlanta playing for a spot in our Final 8. And Lore Gaming somehow surviving. At the end of it all, Clay, they were down 2-1, went back-to-back to make it to our Saturday.
Yeah, and that's a rough matchup for them. Whoever they're playing dropping down, it's not going to be easy at all. We saw 100 Thieves play really well at COD Champs, and I think they're continuing that momentum here at the Esports World Cup.
It's time to look at our Kadia play of the game, and it features one of our former teammates of Clayster. He goes by the name of ProLoot, and he's got his buddies with him. Let's take a look at some of the best action on the day. This one takes us all the way back against Omit Brooklyn, going up against Optic Gaming, stealing the very first hardpoint of the entire tournament.
And this was the biggest shock, right? Because this was real hardpoint. This was one of Optic's favorite matches throughout the entirety of the season, but it was Spart once again. He was able to drop 6K damage to steal that map number 1.
Draza earns an MVP award of his own with performances like this. Taking a look at the man who dropped streaks in almost every map he had the opportunity, including some search and destroy.
I love the movement out of Draza. You know, finessing the smoke, jumping over that mid tank, coming back through, and then after that kill, flanking Red and killing both of them off bomb. That just shows you the intelligence of Draza.
And the final play here in our Kadia plays of the day, it's Fire with a pop-off SMG performance. 2 players from Omit Brooklyn making it in to our Kadia play of the game. Unfortunately, they won't be here tomorrow, Alley Cat. They put it all out on the line. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough in Group A.
Yeah, fortunately it didn't pay off, but at least they got some flashy plays and highlight reels from it.
We saw so many games across 2 different streams. If you missed any of them, don't worry. We got them available on YouTube. We'll be live on Twitch as well. We are all over the world featuring the world's best playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 as we wrap up this first day of action. We still have 3 more days to go. Alley Cat, what are you going to remember from this opening day, and what are you looking forward to tomorrow?
Honestly, I'm going to remember walking around the boulevard because I got the chance to during that little bit of a break that I got, and it was beautiful. It's never ending. It's just an unreal experience, and I'm also not going to forget that final match of the day. Easily one of my favorite watches.
Placer Nameless told us, look out for the Challengers teams. I tweeted a little bit early, Giggles and Falcon. Eventually, though, Stallions powered through, Lore Gaming powers through. Who else are you looking at going into day 2?
You know, you look at that Gentlemate squad too, right? There's a couple of the amateur teams still hanging around, still fighting for their life here in this bracket, and I'm excited to see if they can make it to the playoff bracket.
Well, here is our schedule on the mainstream tomorrow. We open it up, Optic taking on Carolina, who is going to be the first team secure their spot in our round of 8 playoffs. Of course, we have 100 Thieves versus Atlanta FaZe following that before eventually seeing who drops down to play Gentlemates and the Stallions. So many great games. Alley Cat, what are you pumped up for?
My favorite thing about this schedule right now is the fact that traditionally you would look at those and be like, oh, there's obvious favorites in Optic Gaming and 100 Thieves. But so far this weekend, I don't know. I think we could have some upsets.
We had to say goodbye to the Falcons, and it is Lore Gaming with the honor of taking their key and crushing it in the hydraulic press. And it looks like they're going to give it to the young man. How do you feel about the guy in red glasses?
You know, I was judging his red glasses a little bit. They don't go with too many outfits, but they are Oakleys, you know. He was out there doing his thing, especially in that Game 5, really picking up a lot of those bloods, being a nuisance, just kind of hitting the mid-cut, getting freebies. And I love to see him all standing there with the broken key. That is so cool.
You got to be so exhausted. I know I'm feeling jet-lagged, and I've been out here for multiple weeks. These guys just got off a plane yesterday, and they get taken to a Game 5 that finishes on Saturday. Speaking of Saturday, the games kick off in about 13 hours. So, Alley Cat, we're going to go back to the hotel, come back, get our makeup ready to rock. You gave your final thoughts. Clay, last thing you want to say on the show?
I just loved seeing all these teams come out here and compete halfway around the world, doing something we love, which is playing Call of Duty. It's so crazy to me to see where we've come from hotel ballrooms to now this massive stage in Riyadh on this awesome boulevard. It's amazing.
It's been fantastic. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, thank you for tuning in since the opening minutes. And if you're on the East Coast of the U.S., set that alarm, wake up bright and early, because we have plenty more COD to play here at the Esports World Cup.
Have a good
See you tomorrow.
NA.
It's time to fly.